control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go, he's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
Whenever you call it, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart lie in blank, and I keep ignoring. Hoping it resonates. Whenever you call it, still I need some space, yeah. Some space, some space, some space, some space, some space, some space, some space.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart lie in blank, and I keep ignoring. Hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, I just need some space, yeah. All of your faces and all of your problems, you love to blame me when really you cause them. It's always the same thing, it's making me nauseous. I can't take your call today. Hey, whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart lie in blank, and I keep ignoring. Hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, still I need some space, yeah. Some space, 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 some space. You push me away with every word you say. Can tell it to your face, so I keep ignoring whenever you're calling. Cause all of your faces and all of your problems, you love to blame me when really you cause them. It's always the same thing, it's making me nauseous. I can't take your call today. Hey, whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart lie in blank, and I keep ignoring. Hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart lie in blank, and I keep ignoring. Hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, still I need some space, yeah. Some space, 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 some space.
Would you walk away this time? annual Totally Made Up LEC Awards. I'm Laure, and joining me right now is GB and Ender. Thank you, Berlin. How are you doing, guys?
We're doing great. I can barely hear you, but we're doing great.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's an awesome time to be here. Look, it's the biggest night of the year. I came out here, I got booked for the LEC Awards. I've been waiting for so long. Just for tonight.
Just for tonight. I mean, this is what Week 8 and the Super Week is about, of course, because tonight we are all about honoring the unsung heroes of the league. Coach of the split? MVP? No. Tonight is about those who push the boundaries and achieve the intangible. Berlin, are you ready?
I think they're ready.
I think they're ready. Let's have a look at the first nominees in the first categories. Blaze of Glory Award, honoring the most spectacular death of the offseason.
Wow.
A bit BM, but I
Wow.
mean. All right. And the first one.
It's Hillsang on Rakan.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, Hillsang, Blaze of Glory, fantastic deaths. Hillsang is about as good as they come.
Next up, of course,
We have Mickey, the 10 death power spike versus Mad.
respectable.
This one was a good one.
And look, the thing is, you expect this out of a Yasuo player, but to cultivate the 10 death power spike
Yeah.
from support, it's next level.
It's revolutionary, really. Mickey just breaking the boundaries of what's possible.
And last one we couldn't see it, but Upset versus Humanoid. A classic, of course.
An absolute classic. And of course, look, yesterday Upset was getting all the kills, but you
Yeah.
rewind the clock a little bit, definitely not the same.
But
You win
we
some,
also
you lose
need to
some.
find a winner here before we move on. So,
do you
personally
guys
speaking,
think?
I'm throwing out my own coin here. Hilly, right? Is it Hilly?
Really? All right.
Hilly's got some good deaths, but I'm a fan of quality or of quantity over quality, so I'm gonna actually go with Mickey on this one personally.
He gave everything that day, but no.
Ooh.
Okay, I'm gonna go with the crowd here, and it goes to Hilly.
All right.
Amazing achievement.
Next up, though, we have the inaugural I hecking love Arcane Award for Outstanding Achievement on a Champion featured in the hit Netflix series created by Riot Games. Arcane created by Riot Games. Here are your nominees.
Hashtag ad.
First up, Malrong on Vi. Look at
Yeah.
that.
Oh, yeah, that's great. Really
Amazing
captivates
skin,
her
though.
character
I
there.
have to say, great skin.
I mean, and the impressive thing, too, is usually in the show, you know, she only had one glove on. Malrong really showing it off with both on. With
Spoiler
private
alert
skin.
for next season.
Oh, my
Daejeon?
bad. Bjorn
With
Vic.
the Victor.
See, now I feel like Daejeon really tapped into a little bit more power than we've seen on Victor in the hit show Arcane, created by Riot Games trademark. But still, shows off so much influence on that pick. It's incredible stuff.
Yeah. Okay, but
No?
the laser
Not-
though.
not a
the
fan?
laser though. No.
But here we go, it's Powder! And surely
Defense
this is the one that
favorites.
takes it.
Look at her. And rocking the Star Guardian skin. We recently
Why
just
has none of
released
them
the line,
used the
so,
arcane
yeah.
skin, actually?
I
feel like,
know,
what
right?
was up with that?
It's kind of a scam. It is a
Kind of a
scam.
scam, yeah.
Although I am glad you called her Powder because, you know, we watch the show. We get
Yeah,
it.
we're
Her name's Powder,
aficionados
not
here.
Jinx.
All right. Any hits on the winner for this one, the crowd? Which
Honestly?
one? Should you guess? Powder?
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 Okay.
All right.
The clip sucked, but I like the character.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
fine
I
with
mean,
that.
it really, it's just what character you like the best. They get the
Honestly.
win.
Powder takes it. Then now, moving up to the third category.
Well, our third category features the most outstanding achievement in terms of costuming and fashion. So let's have a look at some of these modules.
Straight
First of
out
all,
of the
we
80s.
have Cadril with whatever that look was, and
G2
broken
being G2
blade
things.
and
Okay.
face part artistry coming through.
And we've got a lot of different
Wow.
ideas here, whether it's the 80s
Look at
style.
this.
Summer
the tattoo.
fashion.
Ooh.
But
Hey.
Look, you already
Hey,
know my
I think
MVP.
we already know. I think we
Odoamne.
already know. Amne? Yeah.
The fans get it.
The fans' choice. Yeah, Odoamne gets it, of course. And finally, crowning the most outstanding supporting cast in our content species. Here's the candidates. Flak Zdak. He's practically a player in the LEC now, given how famous he got. Look at him.
Black
He even got the tiny glasses.
Oh, this is not Flackett's duck.
Not
as
Flackett's
well.
duck.
What a
Yeah.
creep.
And of course, we have Cuddles the
Who's this
goat.
guy?
Oh, that was the... Okay, cool.
And then we have
Perks.
Perks.
Classic clown outfit. Love it.
I thought he was trying to go to the movies, but no, a clown apparently.
Okay,
Okay,
well...
crowd, what do you think?
Flackett?
Yeah.
I hear the duck.
Flackett's name, which we won't speak the name on broadcast because I hear it's really offensive, but it has to be Flackett's duck. He's the winner.
Really
Brilliant
fantastic.
show.
Fantastic
Brilliant
stuff
show.
from all of the
Yeah.
candidates here tonight. Anyone could have taken this, but
I
in
mean,
the end,
yeah.
every vote counts.
And this is why everyone came tonight to just see the LEC Awards. So thank you all for joining. The awards may be over, but we have more on the line as Vitality, Fnatic, and Excel have their eyes on our last 2 playoff slots. The final day of the LEC regular season starts now.
I love Arcane!
To the desk.
And welcome to the final day of the LEC 2022 regular season, live from Berlin, Germany. 3 teams are still in the fight for the 2 last playoff spots, and Excel's chances are on the line as they face off against Astralis and our do-or-die opening match of the day. I'm still with Andrew and Goldberg. Thank you guys
Hello
for joining.
there.
How excited are you? It's less exciting than the LEC Awards, for sure.
Whoa, you can't just talk smack about the LEC Awards now that it's over. No, in all seriousness, fun start to the day, but so much riding on the line here tonight.
100%. There's teams that's going to be joining us for playoffs. There's teams that's going to be let out. And I mean, the stakes, we keep saying it, but higher than ever.
It is actually crazy that the last day comes down to this, but let's talk about what happened last night, because the big news was G2 Esports being the first team to qualify for Worlds globally after their win against Misfits yesterday. And it was really surprising because throughout the year we've been used to having banger games between these 2 teams, but G2 this time made no difference.
Honestly, I'm still so surprised that G2 is one of the winningest teams towards the second half of the split, but either way, they have picked them up. And I think gearing towards this Super Week as well, a lot of their members started shining. It was not just one member stepping up, it just felt like it was all of them, and securing that spot yesterday against Misfits was phenomenal for them after they've been under so much pressure and stress.
Absolutely, and sort of tracking their progress over the year from being a poor BO1 team in spring, then going on the huge best-of-5 runs in playoffs to get first. Now, in the regular season, to come out on top. It's the year-long effort that's resulted in them being our top seed in the playoffs.
It was really interesting, as Jankos tweeted yesterday. 3 weeks ago, they were still struggling for playoffs, and now they're the first team to globally qualify. But I know many of you guys have been wondering why they made it to World Championships. So a bit of explanation. Since they're guaranteed top 2 in the summer, they have a minimum of 90 championship points locked already, resulting in 180 total points, which no team can pass. Since the first seed is going into playoffs, cannot place lower than 4th, they are locked at Worlds. That's how it works.
There
Simple.
goes an
Math.
explanation.
Math.
So, I mean, if they do secure first for this playoffs or regular season as well, at least we can say that, you know, they're actually feeling like they're one of the teams deserving of them. And with the ramp up that they have, hopefully for them, they can continue that towards Worlds to replicate, well, at least the start of MSI. Let's not talk about the later half
We
of it.
won't talk about the rest. Let's focus on the win streak, of course. But following up on the LEC and what happened last night, Fnatic beating Vitality in one of the craziest games of the season, back and forth so much, and it was such a banger.
I mean, this was crazy. I was like getting ready to come back to the Casio last week. Was expecting some good games. This one, an absolute bloodbath between the teams. Upset emerges as the complete hero for Fnatic. So many close fights. We went all the way 40-50 50 minutes, but it was just a nice edge between Upset and Perks. And in this fight in particular, I think it's the difference between one auto, between whether Upset or Perks survives. That could have changed the entire impact of the game here. As Upset flashed in, Perks does the exact same, but Upset shuts him down.
And it's just Fnatic really coming online, not just from the jungle role positioning with Razork suddenly finding his footing on the Poppy. It's also just this was a bot lane that had received criticism throughout this season. And I think they have really come together. Haley struggled on enchantments at the beginning of the summer season. Now moving towards the end of it, well, his positioning yesterday was absolutely phenomenal. And when you're playing Lulu, it's never going to look flashy. But even then, he still had a crucial flash polymorph in the end of the game to make sure Upset could survive and finish that game.
Super clutch move. And we'll talk about Zeri a bit later, which was, it was an important win for Fnatic for them to keep their fate in their own hands. But some teams got eliminated, of course, yesterday. Excel versus SK, also an exciting game. But are we convinced for Excel here? I'm not sure. Difficult early game. What do you make of this?
Yeah, not necessarily fully convinced, although them going towards scaling is an interesting decision, going away from the early game focus. So even after struggling in the early game, they have the team fight power to compete against what was an all-in comp surely from SK.
And you can still see it, right? SK, you know, they came in where they really just wanted to throw everything at the kitchen sink at their opponents. It worked out in the first game of the day. Yesterday, unfortunately, not the case. And I can respect the fact that they came in swinging, and really just wanted to send it every time, go for every team fight they saw. Unfortunately, that scaling off aspect of Excel was just superior yesterday with the extra range advantage from Messi and Sivir.
Yeah, even in the loss, Jezu had a great weekend. The Yasuo into the Draven finishes the game 10-1, but out team fighting Azir Sivir with the Draven to lead. It just isn't going to happen. No matter what Jezu did, they had to snowball it earlier, and they're going to say goodbye to playoffs.
It's sad for them, but they have a good run, and God Gilius can't pull the miracle run every time. They have to give others a chance. Let's take a look at the standings. As we have now 4 teams locked in playoffs, still fighting for 2 positions. That's crazy. I don't even know if we had this ever in Europe on the last day.
Yeah, I mean,
crazy, right?
This, like, coming into this last week with what, like, we had 9 teams still fighting for playoff spots. It's always, I feel like we always have some crazy scenarios, but still, on this last day, whether or not Fnatic are able to pull it through, yes, their destiny's in their own hands, but so many other variables on the cards between Vitality and Excel.
Yeah, but it's not even that. You take a look at the teams that's already fighting for sleeping on the top, right? So there's just so much for every team still to play for.
Yeah, and we'll see what can happen actually today, and to run you through how either Vitality, Excel, or Fnatic can qualify. I'm just going to walk to the telestrator that you see over here and use the wonderful tool that we had made for you. So first, very simple. Fnatic or Vitality, 1 win and you're in. That's really easy. Moving on to Excel now. Excel cannot lose to Astralis, otherwise they're eliminated from the race for playoffs. Now, moving to the next scenario, if Excel wins, and they have to hope for either Vitality or Fnatic to lose to be in the playoffs. Now, moving to the next scenario, and this is the spicy one. If Excel wins, and let me check, Vitality lose, and Fnatic wins, then they will play a tiebreaker scenario at the end of the day for the last playoff spot, as Vitality would be already in. So, you're covered with all the scenarios right now. We'll get you through throughout the day to see if anything changes, but for now, let's talk about the meta. As we're seeing right now, AD carry seems to be a bit OP, and Andrew and Goldberg have something to say.
Yeah, you say a bit OP. I think they might be a little bit shattered right now. These are the Pentacle ADCs. We saw what Upset did yesterday. And really, we're seeing these huge team-fighting AD carries come out in a big way, especially towards the tail end of the season. And we see this occurrence often in the meta. As soon as tanks start getting played more in the top lane, all of a sudden you see a lot more Enchanter supports and these team-fight scaling ADCs. And the perennial one of those is the Sivir that's been taken over.
Yeah, generally speaking, I feel like Sivir is one of those champions that, in theory, she should be easy to shut down. Lack of mobility, only has that spell shield. But quite often, we don't see a team go the entire way to really shut it down. Well, multiple ways to access that backline. Because of that, when she's left unchecked, she literally just runs at you. Not only that, she gets the extra team movement speed, of course, to really facilitate both the front line and her allies. And that makes it so easy to kite around her, to play for her, to go for these high damage number we'll see. And even the pentacles we've seen from Comp as well, with this massive AoE damage towards the late game.
Oh, it's absolutely insane. I love love seeing it combined with a lot of really heavy engage, try and dive on the opposition. You can see it here with the Rakan coming up very, very strong. Now, on the other hand, Zeri turns into this champion that's a little bit more on her own. She doesn't have the same support for her team, but you put a Lulu next to her, an Enchanter support, and like Upset yesterday, he was just frontlining for the team, especially once a team fight starts to break down. Zeri is one of the best AD carries in the game to continue chasing and turning 1 or 2 kills into 5.
Yeah, and once again, it's the fact that if you don't have any lockdown against these champions, if you leave them unchecked, it's pretty much GG, and we've seen it so many times. So I'm tired of kind of seeing these get first pick, right? And then it's like, oh my god, they're broken. Yeah, but I feel like if you also have that extra lockdown, maybe you can try and really make it a skill matchup instead. But if you don't, well, it's going to look like yesterday where Zeri just runs him up in these team fights.
Yeah, Zeri can absolutely take over a game, which brings up Twitch as an interesting pick. A lot more teams have been pulling that out recently. You pair it up with a Renata and Ornn, big team fight power to contest, and that range as well, super massive.
Yeah, it's one of the things that he's actually one of the few AD carries that plays super well into the Zeri. You match your scaling, even on first item like Blade of the Ruin King, it's great. Works fine with engage supports, works fine with the enchanters too to match whatever the enemy is throwing at you. And it's the fact that Zeri needs to ramp up with movement speed to really be active and just, you know, kite all her enemies. But Twitch, as soon as he opens up after coming out of stealth, you outrange them, your damage is massive, and you can win a team fight before it even begun. We saw Neon do this specifically, we've even seen Corbe do it as well, and I think it's one of the champions that we'll see a lot of more of as well as a counter pick into either the Zeri or Sivir in terms of matching the scaling later on.
Absolutely. All 3 of these picks, things you have to keep your eye on. Now, there's nothing more for us to say than AD carries are OP. So back over to you, Laure.
Thank you. Wow, something they're not used to hearing, I think, and jugglers would be really excited about that. But moving away from the LEC for a couple minutes, I'm incredibly excited to welcome as a special guest to our show, Noah from the Spanish Superliga broadcast. We'll be talking a bit about the Spanish ERL and looking forward to the EU Masters. Hi, Noah. Hola, how are you?
Hi, Laura. Thank you very much for having me. I'm super excited to be here once again to talk about the Superliga teams. We've had like a super exciting summer split, and finally we have our 3 representatives.
It's an honor to have you here, and honestly, so many things change for the Superliga this week, starting with Team Heretics, a roster without any LEC experience, so many brand new players. But this is the best team in the Superliga this season, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes, even though they ended up being like the second in a regular split, but after beating Giants 3-0, you can absolutely say that they are the best team right now, locked in finals. And also it's exciting to have Heretics in the European Masters because it is an amazing chance for the organization to, you know, start to gather some international fans as they are going to be in the LEC 2023. No LEC experience though, but some veterans like Ivo in the top lane. But also, what makes me feel so excited about Team Heretics is that it is a roster with a lot of promising players that may be in the LEC in a year or maybe next play.
Who should we be looking forward to then? Because I hear that Jack Spectra is one of the LEC candidates, maybe?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, Jack Spectra has been, in my opinion, the most consistent one, even though considering that Heretics didn't make it to playoffs in the spring split. He's been outstanding. Absolutely, yes. But despite all of this, Heretics is not a one-man army team. They are really good at playing to everyone's strength, but definitely this is a player you need to take a look.
All right, we'll keep an eye on him, maybe for next year in the LEC. Okay, moving now to Giants, a more experienced roster, I want to say, with some LEC familiar names. I'm thinking of Max Lore, Jizuke, Advienne. What is special about this team?
What is special? This is a roster with superstars here in the Superliga. I mean, Giants made a lot of changes because they missed playoffs too in spring split. But I think the most celebrated change was taking back Jizuke to his former house. Jizuke knows what it is to be a Spanish champion. It was one of the most amazing finals I've ever witnessed. The one with Giants versus Mad Lions in 2017. That roster was almost completely promoted to the LEC the next year. And yeah, Jizuke is back. He's absolutely the best player we have right now in the league. If you take a look at the stats, it's absolutely stunning how good this guy is. But also having Maxler, the duo jungle mid from Giants, is absolutely amazing. You also have Advien, who's been very vocal about how much he wants to get back to the LEC. Also talking about how Kidiria himself are the best ball lane that we have in the Superliga, even though they faced a lot of difficulties. And also we have Antonio, who maybe he's not an LEC player, but he's been playing for ages. This is a roster that is going for everything in Spain.
I'm so excited about them, and also super nice to hear about former LEC stars. Looking forward to seeing them again, also maybe in the LEC. But let's talk about the last team, Bison, a team we know well, and a team with weird drafts still. That's the memory I had from them in spring. Are they still? Yeah, okay, they're still drafting weird things, it seems.
I mean, it looked like somehow they quit the odd draft. I mean, you can forgive them a couple of top servers at the beginning of the split, but we were like, oh, they are playing standard. What is going on? Bison, no more Lot Champagne, or what is going on? But suddenly, the best of 5 came in, and we were like, okay, you have Renekton ADC. What is going on in here? I'm absolutely missing something. You have Renekton ADC. You have the Orm mids. You have, I don't know. The Swain is the most normal I've been playing lately, but absolutely, yes, the craziness is back again with Bisons. This is Spain's favorite dark horse in the league. I don't know how these guys made it again against all odds. Once again, all the way to the European Masters. They are amazing.
They're just too good. Super exciting to see this team, honestly. Let's talk about the bracket a bit. Semifinals on Monday between Giants and Bison. Finals on Saturday. Run me through what we can expect from these games, please.
Honestly, I don't know what to expect anymore, considering that we have the Bisons variable in there. Bisons were able to beat 2 of the favorite teams in spring. I thought they were absolutely done when they faced Koi last week. But again, with the 3-1 versus Koi, I don't know. It's maybe gonna be another Bisons victory. I think Giants roster is super powerful. I think we're gonna have again an Heretics versus Giants final. But tomorrow's best of 5 is going to be absolutely nuts, and you should be paying attention to it.
What are the hopes for the region at EU Masters this year?
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely. I mean, I have no hopes in this European Masters. Like, they absolutely destroyed my heart last spring. So my heart is made of ice this time. I burn a hole in my heart so they can destroy it. Okay. No, not this time. You're not doing this to me again.
Don't do this to Noah. But thank you, Noah. Thank you so much for joining us and all these insights. I'm still a little upset that you broke a baguette on live broadcast.
Oh, please.
But that's fine. It's just banter. Thank you so much.
You
Adios.
just dip the baguette into the paella. You can be mad at me. You can be mad at me.
That's all right. It's just banter. But thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Bye-bye. But we'll stay on the topic of the EU Masters, having a quick look into the LFL and the NLC as well. And here, Goldberg, I know that in the past, I used to treat you as an enemy.
Yeah.
But as now a caster of the LFL, I welcome you here as a friend. All right, things changed in the LFL. BDS Academy especially surprisingly taking down LDLCOL. I think it was the biggest surprise we had last week.
Honestly, coming into this European regional leagues is split out of all the regions. I thought LDLC would just be a cut above everyone else, and they looked to be the best team there was. Almost had a clean season of the regular start where they just didn't only drop 1 game, and then towards the playoffs they drop a game to BDSA, which of course has lots of familiar names. Crowny, Adode's come back there after the LEC split he had with BDS, and then Iker in the mid lane on LDLC, someone to look for as well in that regard.
Wow, I'm really looking forward to seeing what the rest of the playoffs is going to be about, because LDLC is still here. They can reach the finals, but I'm really happy that we're sending new teams also in the EU Masters this year. We'll see if they can keep the trophy. What you can see here is that Carmine, unfortunately, won't be here to defend their title. Let's see if the LFL can still prevail.
I mean, I hope so. It should be quite easy. I mean, there's no biggie. I even chatted a bit with Noah before broadcast, and she was like, maybe I need to pick an LFL team to root for as well. So the chances are not too good. But if I want to go back to the region I betrayed, of course, that is the NLC. And that's still going on strong. Surprisingly enough, in the NLC, the team that made it to finals already is called Dusty. And you might not be familiar with Dusty, but they're a small Icelandic organization with, well, which makes this just incredible. The fact that they're going up against all these high-budget rosters you get from the Academy teams and from X7 as well. If you're not familiar with X7, that's where Haru was before he came to Vitality 2. And of course, we have that semi-finals being played out tomorrow with JDXL and X7 in terms of who's going to meet Dusty for the finals. So lots of European Regional League for you guys up there. If you do not feel like the LEC Super Week was enough, there's still loads of stuff coming in this next week.
Yeah, and Masters is going to be really interesting. New stars rising, of course. But as we come back to the LEC, Excel survived their first do-or-die match yesterday with a win over SK. And their head coach, Youngbuck, is now standing by Quickshot. Take it away.
I am joined by the one and only Youngbuck ahead of his game versus Astralis. Crowd very energetic and excited. I'm going to make it very clear. Win and you have a shot at playoffs. Lose and you are eliminated. How does that make you and the team feel knowing how important this game is?
I think surprisingly we're not that nervous because it's now a feeling that if we don't win, we don't deserve it. And if we do win, then it's not in our hands anymore. So I think we'll be way more nervous later in the day if we have won, cheering for the right teams than we are right now.
Cheering for the right teams, I do like that, of course, because of the fact that the standings could end at 9-9, similar to Vitality and Fnatic. Your fate will be a little bit in the hands of some of the other teams. I want to quote something that I think Larson was saying on the desk yesterday, talking about how he perceived or interpreted XL's struggles this summer to maybe be a little bit of cockiness or ego, you know, starting really strong, having a lot of hype behind the team. How would you describe the struggles that XL have faced the last few weeks?
I think we started struggling when the LEC break hit in with the break week. I think that we pushed ourselves really hard in the Korean bootcamp, and in the preseason we trained harder than the other teams. And as the meta shifted and we started to become a little bit more tired, I could tell from some of the players that they started to perform lesser than previously. Combining that with the meta changes, we were just a little bit slow to adapt. And that's a problem we kind of had in Spring Split as well. And it cost us a few games here and there by not having the right priorities.
I really appreciate the honesty. Youngbuck, I don't know how much of the broadcast you watch, but I have an alter ego named Quick Stats, whose information is like 100% pivotal, important all the time. You can hear Berlin chuckling a little because they know how valuable my stats are. When I look at win-loss for XL on blue side, 7 wins, 2 losses. When I look at red side, 1 win, 7 losses. That's not great. Who had side selection? What did you pick? And how will it help or hinder you today?
We had side selection. Okay. We picked blue side.
Okay, right. Berlin gets where I'm going with this. I think I just have one last question as this is coming before the matchup. What is it that you want to see the boys do on the Rift today to take down Astralis, to give you that shot at your second playoffs ever?
I think the most important thing is that we play cleaner than we did yesterday, because even though we beat SK and we were still in the race for playoffs, everyone just felt bad because this is not a performance that a world's level team wants to, like a world's level team wouldn't perform like that. So I just want to see a much cleaner game and a game that gives us confidence going into playoffs if we do make it.
I'll tell you now, as the disappointed dad of the broadcast, it's not the expectation I had from XL either. So I'm hopeful for today. What I will say, one very last question. As we look ahead to Vitality Rogue and Misfits Fnatic, you're looking for a Vitality or Fnatic loss. Who is more likely to help XL today, Rogue or Misfits?
I think Rogue is more likely to help us, and I also kind of hope for that scenario. We had some banter with the Vitality boys in practice last week, so I would really like to knock them out.
Oh, I tell you what, if we get to that scenario, I'd love to hear what some of that banter was about. Maybe we'll have another interview later today. Youngbuck, thank you so much for taking the time. Berlin, Youngbuck, we're going to head back over to Law.
Merci beaucoup, Quickshot. And happy birthday also, but reflecting on what Youngbuck was saying
it's
here.
His birthday?
It's his birthday, yeah, well, you can tell him later.
He likes to keep it a secret because, you know, they're really starting to add up.
But about what Youngbuck was saying in the interview, I smell some confidence on the side of XL, and it makes sense because they showed up when it mattered yesterday, and Finn and Mickey, especially when we had them on the desk, were super reflective of the recent struggles.
Yeah, but I still feel like those struggles as well, it's great to see that honesty from players as well, because it was about, well, we have to adapt now to a style where we're not just playing early game, but we're still playing for other parts of the map as well to facilitate, you know, the likes of the laners and then the laners calling out. And there's still sloppiness to that, but it feels like they're gearing up towards a better position.
And I mean, you talk about adapting. Sometimes it's about going back to old strengths for specific players. I mean, Patrick yesterday scaling on into the late game. This guy for so long in the LEC has been such a strong team fighter for them, even after they fell behind. Having this scaling comp and having Patrick on that big scaling pick really opened up their ability to team fight later on. on, and this was a huge moment for them.
And that's the thing for them, really, right? Because it's the fact that, all right, we need to get comfortable with the fact that we have good, reliable carries in the late game, but it's also just bridging the back from the early game to that late game. So I think if XL, they lock that down, well, then they have players like Patrick that will carry the games for you.
And it is a do or die match. Once again, here on the side of XL, and we know that Astralis being eliminated maybe can be the troublemaker here in preventing them from reaching the playoffs, but it is finally time for us to get into the first game. It is do or die now for XL, as we say, at one loss would eliminate them from the playoffs contention. And Medic, Kadrol, over to you.
Thank you very much, Law. Kadrol and I were just discussing when running up that hill was made.
It was in the 80s.
We could have done it on day one.
Bang smack in the middle.
Yeah. But now we're past that, and we can only talk about current affairs. And currently, the affair on our docket is XL versus Astralis. XL need to win to have any chance of making it into playoffs, and you've been there before, haven't you, Kadrol?
I knew you were going to say that.
That's the one I get in.
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah, no, really big pressure for them. No pressure for Astralis, really, right?
Yeah.
They're out. I think Younghoon did like a really good meme. It's like, we might be out, but we're going to take XL with us. So this will be really exciting to see. Astralis' last game of the regular season, the last game of the year. Can they deny XL playoffs? We're about to find out. And in we go to draft for the final day of the regular season. Youngbuck was talking about into how important blue side is and how their win rate's so high on blue side. There's the Yumi ban from Astralis, going to deny any kind of Zeri Yumi shenanigans. We've seen what Zeri Lulu can do yesterday, so can cause a lot of damage.
Definitely can. Blue side just generally seems to be preferred by every team here in the LEC. It was week 4 the last time we had a team select to be on the red side. That was Fnatic. They lost that game. And here, XL using their blue side bans to get rid of Wukong, Ornn, and Twitch. Lulu and Sivit taken away by Astralis.
Yeah,
alongside the Gwen.
Also saw Munchables from the LPL tweet something like 10% of all teams have chosen red side. So there's the Zeri first pick. Desk was talking about the OP 80 carries, things like the Zeri, Sivir, and the Twitch. We will see the Zeri again. Will we see the Zeri paired with the Lulu is another question. Astralis now have the first station in their hands on red side. Things like Poppy are up if they want to go in towards that. I can always count that with things like the Wukong. Maybe matching AD could work as well. We've seen many different answers to things like the Twitch and the Zeri and the Sivir. Not so many of them worked out, but definitely very creative with things like Yasuo bot.
Yep, Yasuo bot obviously a possibility. You could go for something scaling as well. The Jinx and Aphelios still options if you pair them up with an Enchanter support. Lulu seems to be the priority there generally for our teams.
Yeah, I think Ahri is also pretty high prior when it comes to early rotations. Sylas and Azir are like the holy trinity of mid laners. If Astralis want to early rotate mid, the benefit of red side is obviously you get a counter pick in one role, and I think most teams use that for support in mid right now. Top's more so blind picked with things like Sejuani, but there's the Sylas picked up for Dayor. Nukeduck could answer with things like the Talia. That's what we normally see as the answer to the Sylas. But normally the Sylas does pretty well into the Ahri. It's kind of a skill matchup from what I've seen.
Yep, Sylas does pretty well into most matchups. It's very strong in the mid lane. Obviously his natural sustain helps him out quite a bit there. And I wonder now if XO will say, okay, well, we can pick jungle mid here as well. Trundle, a very common answer into the Poppy. You can reduce her magic resistant armor with that subjugate, make her a lot less tanky when it comes to those later game fights. And XL here could look to the support. You could lock Lulu to make sure you have that Zeri Lulu combination down towards the bottom side, or you could say we don't want to have our mid laners banned out on phase 2, so we pick a mid laner instead. Nukeduck has been trending towards the Talia. 4 games on it so far in summer. Only won 2 of those though.
Yeah, seems to be the answer to Sylas. Of course, the Sylas has 2 dashes, the W and the E, which would stun him in the Talia E, but he's gonna go for the Azir. Worked yesterday, just scaling seems to be XL's default in this super week here, and comfort is key, so they're gonna go for as much scaling as possible. How does Astralis respond then? They could pick a tank top for Chachi, get him on some engage. We saw Shyvana as well, seemed pretty decent yesterday, although they lost. He was actually doing a lot of work towards the top side, so maybe he's pretty confident going towards the 4-5s. Things like Draven as well are good into...
Okay,
So is that Chachi's Poppy top?
It could be Chachi's Poppy Top.
I think
and
it's
that would
Chachi's
be a
Poppy Top.
callback. Could, of course, be Poppy support as well into the Zeri. If you can get on top of her, you can stop her from being able to get away.
I think it might be Chachi's Poppy Top. Yeah, we'll have to see. The Diego could also flex a bit. It was played in top lane a little while ago. Did get changed. I believe it got hit a couple patches ago as well, so that's why I dropped out. There's the Lulu ban onto the Zeri. But yeah, definitely a double flex on that Poppy now for Astralis, which they'll pick their AD carry on 4, I presume, and then we'll reveal it on 5.
For people wondering about the Chachi's Poppy Top, if you weren't around when Chachi was a mainstay in European League of Legends, this guy's played 35 games on the champ and has a 66% win rate on Poppy Top. Like, he was a monster in the top.
I can tell you when he came back to solo queue in high elo, every single game he was playing, there was so many Poppy and Rumble, and, you know, the Shen was being pulled out from his solo queue games as well, so definitely comfortable on it. The question is, the problem I have with kind of putting things like Poppy top is the value it brings to jungle. You kind of hinder the champion's like ability to perform in a game by putting it in a different role sometimes, right? So, you know, you have like a Talia mid that's so strong, but then you put it jungle, so you sacrifice the champ and what it brings a little bit and the power that it has on the current meta. But I'm sure he will succeed on it, as it's got so many games like you highlighted there. There's a Shyvana ban, which spells to me that it probably is going top. Sejuani is something I would think of as Excel now. Maybe Chachi knows that Poppy's good in Sejuani or has like a decent matchup into it. There's the Rakan ban to deny any more engage from Astralis. Now, what AD carry did they go towards? Kobe's been playing so many different AD carries. Seraphine, Veigar, Draven, he's got it all. So I think he won't struggle to find a champion here.
Could, of course, look for something like the Jinx as well, or something a little bit more eclectic, the Veigar.
Can you imagine Poppy Veigar and you just like push them into the stun?
Like disgusting, the Alistar Veigar, Poppy Veigar, Vayne Veigar. Not something you see too commonly, but it does sometimes come out. Instead, it's going to be the Ezreal for Kobe. Will be his first time on it this split. And very important game for Astralis, of course, even though they can't get into playoffs anymore. Showing a strong showing on your final game of the split, it sets you up so well when it comes to discussions in the offseason.
We're going to get the Scion here for Finn. XL just want pure team fight and scaling if they lock that in. The only thing they have to be careful here for is kind of picking a melee support on 5 here. They've got a pretty good Braum angle here, Astralis. Ezreal Braum just to kind of nullify lanes in a sense and then play towards the top side. But maybe the Poppy's going bot. Yeah, we still have to see. What is Mickey's blind going to be here? Could go for something like the Nautilus, but it would struggle, of course. Can be blocked with the Poppy. Renata, such a powerful champ. I mean, the XL's just pure 5v5 right now. How does Astralis respond here? Could go for something like a Pike.
We won't talk about... Oh, okay, Karma.
So it's Poppy top, Ezreal Karma bot. Double ranged matchup.
Just saying Karma top exists as well.
Silas jungle does as well, Medic.
True. Yeah, Poppy top is the expectation here. Karma down towards the bottom side, trying to get some push priority into the Renata Zeri. And obviously can roam around and facilitate the team later on with the movement speed and the mantra that inspires.
I think it's pretty smart from Astralis to go for the Karma, to just kind of contest the pushing lane, but also not pick a melee support, which Trundle can then ult in team fights and kind of take you out in the 5v5s, just allow that to be towards the Poppy. I really wonder what Chachi will build on this Poppy. We'll have to find out. But yeah, Astralis pushing bot, need to cover that. Can play for 2v2s, 3v3s top side early because the Sylas Viego much better skirmishes into things like the Azir. But XL have really powerful scaling. Astralis have a little bit better skirmishing around the early objectives. We'll see how they force them and if they can force them.
Huge match for XL. Last split was the first time they ever made it into playoffs. This split, they're trying to repeat that. Destiny no longer in their own hands, of course. A win here just gives them hope, gives them a chance of making it into playoffs. They would need Vitality and Fnatic to do them favors. Well, to do them favors later on. Rogue and Misfits would be the ones doing the favors.
They wouldn't be the ones intentionally losing. It would be the other team winning. They're doing a few favors, so yeah, this won't lock them into playoffs, but it'll give them a chance at least. And can Astralis shatter the dreams? We're about to find out for Game 1, XL versus Astralis.
And on to the Rift we go for the 11th time this weekend. For the first time today, as everyone makes a beeline for the bot lane.
Are we going to get a 5v5 level 1? Is this going to decide XL's playoffs hopes? A 5v5 level 1, the Scion Q does a lot. Mantra Q will as well. They spot Mickey.
And the slow Deathwing Smash comes in. The knockup is huge, and already there's one. XL find First Blood. They get 2 flashes and a heal as well. Kobe having to dash away. XL with First Blood on Marcoon.
Oh my word. I mean, they saw Mickey. If you look at that from Astralis' point of view, you can't really fault them for walking up there. It looked like they could punish Mickey maybe land a Mantra Q and then get his flash. But it all backfired, and I think the reason both teams go bot level 1 is because there's a double range support matchup that contests the push level 1. Neither of them will want to leash, and if you have wards in the bush, it means you can control the second brush in the lane, and you can obviously fire skill shots out of it, which will allow XL, in this case with those double wards, to see where the Karma is, play around it, and looks like both junglers will path towards that lane. So, taking stock of summoners, like you said, 80 carry flash down, jungle flash down for Astralis. Dior will ward, Chachi will ward, and they'll see where Markoon starts.
Nothing down on the side of XL. Just use that decimating smash to get the knock-up, and very big for XL that they have that opportunity to harass with these summoners being down early on.
Yeah, Finn missing the Q there on the blue. Sucks when you charge it up. Looks like Xerxes will do red Crux into Raptors and then go towards bot side. Markoon going to go for the blue Gromp, maybe go to a full clear bot side. Haven't seen Poppy top in a long, long time, but I think with her early base damage, I think she can get the push in this lane if she wants. I mean, she just gets grasp, gets her passive, hits you like that, and it just basically stings. Can always walk up and hit you with the Qualto Q, and there it is, and that's basically her trading pattern.
Having a look through Chachi's solo queue history as well, it's the Grasp, Frozen Fist, Warmogs, sometimes goes for the Fimbul Winter as well, depending on the opposing team, and whether they have a lot of magic resist, a lot of magic damage, a lot of physical damage. So here, we'll see where he goes, but it's Tank Poppy. We're not going to see any Divine Sunderers out of the top lane or anything too unique from him here. XL, though, off to a very strong early start in this game. You can see actually Patrick going for Doran's Shield as well on the Zeri, knowing he's going to take a bit of extra harass from the range that Jonkin has.
Interesting. I'll hold my point for a sec because it looks like no Markoon will be spotted. Yeah, normally you go longsword 3 pots to kind of sustain through these tough lanes because you get close to your mythic and faster, but I presume with the health bot changes he thinks Doran's Shield's more reliable. Mickey trying to contest that second brush there to make sure Astralis feel threatened when he walks up. Of course, Kobe not having flash here means that the trading patterns are just always kind of disadvantageous for them because they can't play on their limits and they can't test the waters. If they need any backup plan to get out with the flash, then they can't, obviously, and they don't have heal either. So down combat sums, Markoon swept out a ward. Astralis have been having full information on Markoon this entire game so far. I don't think XL are too aware where Xerxes is because he solo started red and they've got no wards down level 1. Even the ward from Nuke Duck didn't spot the camp itself.
Patrick stepping forward, taking a bit of chunk. That's the power of the Karma in this sort of situation. Patrick can, of course, jump away, but first Scuttle Crab secured for Xerxes. It looks like he's going to go to his Wolves. Could, of course, path immediately back up towards that top side to try and double Scuttle while Markoon realizes he doesn't really have a hope of contesting early on. He's going to look for something down towards this bottom lane.
So the wave's pushing into Astralis. I don't know if Markoon has any setup here for a kill unless Mickey can like flash handshake Kobe into the team. He's going to walk forwards here.
Flash, handshake, there's the jump away. Markoon looking for the pillar here as well, but Kobe already so low. Patrick on the board now. Jonghoon forced away. Will flash underneath the tower, but a good kill there for XL.
I'm surprised. I thought the handshake wouldn't actually be enough because of the arcane shift, but anyway, it does land. It happens. Markoon just gets the pillar. Didn't even have the flash pillar. Now they're going to crash this wave. So 2 kills to XL so far. Markoon did lose the bottom crab. He's going to lose the top crab as well. Can Xerxes cross map here? I think XL are probably saying, we've just made a play bot. Jungler showing. Xerxes can only really be topside. Be careful. Finn's just going to take a base here. His wave looks quite terrible, I have to say. Chachi's got a really good wave state here, punishing this 1v1 so far. He'll TP back, get a couple health bots and health ruby crystals.
Yeah.
And then come back to the lane.
And the worry for Finn, obviously, is his jungler's been playing the bottom side of the map for the last 2 minutes, right? You can see he puts the control ward in there, but even stepping up to try and clear out this wave is a little bit of a tricky affair. Xerxes has backed away, so it doesn't actually matter. We won't see any fighting in the top lane for a little while, but now that Markoon has been spotted on this ward, Xerxes will probably look to make a beeline towards this top lane in case of a counter gank.
Yeah, Xerxes took his second Gromp respawn, so that stings for Markoon. You can see the CS difference right now already. Starting to pile up. Xerxes will get level 5 off these Krugs. I don't think Markoon is going to get level 5 off his Wolves, but the benefit of ganking, obviously, is you get XP from the lane when you help them push out. So what you lose from losing your camps can be regained a little bit through lane phase and actually successful plays. Of course, if it's not successful and you stand around for a while, you lose out on a lot.
Sure. You sound like such a solo queue jungler there. The benefit of ganking is I can steal your minions as I push the wave in. You know?
Yeah.
It's great.
Exactly. And I'll take your cannon. You know, if you try to clear out, you want to push out.
I've watched you enough. You missed the cannon.
Yeah. Oh, well, sometimes.
-1.
-1 indeed, just gets spammed every time. But You know, when the laner needs a push out, and they're like, oh, I need to push it out quick, I need to base. It's like, in the heat of the moment, you just take all the creeps
As
and
a
they can't
support,
blame
it's
you.
the best feeling ever. It's the only time you actually get to see gold pop up above minions, apart from if you're using your relic shield. So,
hang on a
in that moment, though, Marcoon caught out a little bit here. Dale steals away the subjugate, already has that hijack. Marcoon with the fancy feed, though, still does have the flash, will use it to get away. Emperor's Divide as well from Nukeduck. Clean there to save his jungler.
I think if Marcoon didn't dodge the route, he would have died because they would get enough damage onto him that when he flashes away, they can follow through. Nukeduck actually expended a lot of mana to save his jungler there. Luckily for him, he has TP and Dior doesn't, so he's not in too bad of a situation. Xerxes punishing Marcoon now. He's going to start up this dragon. Has the pickaxe, will be able to solo it out. Of course, Cloud Drake has been changed, does a little bit less damage. The old Cloud Drake, if you tried to solo it as a jungler level 4, it would basically beat you in a 1v1. But with that bot push, he has enough confidence to secure this objective.
And Xerxes has been one of the shining lights on Astralis throughout this season. I think Astralis generally have overperformed compared to expectations, but Xerxes is in a lot of people's minds one of the better junglers here in Europe. He's had a very strong performance, consistently finding avenues to approach the game, and even here where he hasn't had a kill, he hasn't had an assist, he's still finding the advantages over Marcoon where he can.
Yeah, definitely is. As secures that objective. Xerxes had a really, really good split after coming back from NA, of course. Astralis, of course, abysmal spring. They wanted to bounce back. Sure enough, they did. It's not clear where they will finish. Yes, they're out of playoffs, but they could finish 7th, 8th, 9th. Not super clear, but last place, already better than that.
Yeah, and I think the thing about that is, in other splits, it's like, oh, you finished 8th, that's not great. Here, you're like 1 win away from making it into playoffs if you're in 8th place.
Tell me about it.
Very strong.
Tell me about it, Manny.
Sorry.
As Nukeduck gets to push into mid, though you're no TP, he's just going to have to back away on this wave. Still a lot of bot push for Astralis, Kobe and Yonghoon keeping... Oh, look at that. Oh my god, the damage. Brutal, isn't it? Only a longsword on that Ezreal. The base damage so high. Mickey's going to have to base here. Herald up in around 20 seconds. We'll see if Astralis leverage this bot push to crash the wave, take a base, and then run up there, or if they just want to play for plates and keep Patrick locked on the tower, because Yonghoon needs to match Mickey if he moves topside.
This early game, very similar to the early game we saw for XL yesterday. It's finding a couple of avenues to gain a lead, but not really scaling or snowballing too far out of control. Here they have strong scaling once again, though, with the Azir and the Zeri. And expectations are they will try and keep things relatively quiet. The smite there for Marcoon does secure the Rift Scuttler. They'll try and keep things relatively quiet until they're ready to look for those full 5v5 fights.
They are indeed. Looks like both teams want to start contesting this next mid wave, with Herald being up. XL are now first into the river, but Astralis' bot lane is on the way. Looks like XL is just going to start it up. They don't have access to that Scion ult. Finn just use it to get back into the lane and catch this wave, so a little bit of CC missing. Mickey's not level 6 either. He's actually quite close. I don't think he would get it off this next mid wave. Now the battle lines are drawn. The 5v5 will begin once Patrick and Nukeduck crash this wave. They're obviously the carries. They need to be behind this front line of XL. Astralis slightly splits here. You can see Chachi's running away because the Herald's kind of chasing him. He doesn't really want to run and join his team through the river. He wants to go back to his top wave, so Astralis playing this very patiently, and I think very smartly, because there's no real reason to just run into the river for no reason. Just waiting for XL to make a mistake, pushing in these waves.
Chachi forced back here by Patrick and Mickey. They're trying to funnel that gold into the Zeri. You can see Finn, even without TP, is just going to walk his way all the way down towards that bottom lane. Actually, looks like he may be taking away the Razor Beaks here, so he can stay in the vicinity in case he needs to join a Rift Herald fight.
Looking at Finn's positioning, I feel like XL are giving this one up. Astralis quick to start up the objective the second the waves have crashed. 3,000 HP. Marcoon's going to have to commit with a smite, and he has no flash. Nukeduck could make a pretty big play here, but he's on a ward.
Keeper's verdict coming out. There's the hostile takeover as well. Vizichachi trying to get on towards that back line. Only catches onto Mickey. Dale forced away. Vizichachi able to walk off towards the top as well, and they get the Rift Herald and they get out.
A lot of indecisiveness there from XL. They catch the waves and they think they have enough time to collapse, but their top laner is farming Raptors to get a little bit of creep, stack up that health, but by the time he arrives, they can't fight. They don't really have the Scion ult to engage, so their best form of engage is a flash hostile takeover from Mickey. Hits onto Kobe and Xerxes, but once the dust settles, there's no real follow-up. So good play there by Astralis to get the Heralds. Bot wave crashes. Finn will collect that, but their bot lane's now top here. XL's going to have to base and match. Dayoro's just going to use that ult as it times out to crash his wave. And now the lanes have swapped. Just Herald in Astralis' favor.
Did go over to Vizichachi, so we'll expect to see Xerxes trying to funnel, play around him a little bit, shadow him a little bit to see if they can get some damage on towards this bot lane tower and try and break it down. Might just be putting gold into the pocket of the Poppy, though.
An option that Astralis have here is, with so much tempo in top, they can just base with their bot lane, run bot, and just 4-man lane down here.
Rift Herald
and just Herald it, force Finn to respond or force the enemy bot lane to base and run back down. But it looks like they're not going to go for that option. It looks like Kobe is going to go back towards the top side.
That's one of those plays that's slightly easier to see standing here watching the game than perhaps it is in the moment for these players, right? You have kind of your by rote, by numbers, this is what we do in this situation. We got the Rift Herald, okay, how do we use that for Chachi? And for us, obviously, a little bit easier to say, oh, you could have just put 4 people down bot, but Astralis don't have perfect information, don't have perfect vision. And although it was probably the right play, they decide against it.
Yeah, and Chachi doesn't have TP, so they would lose the top waves. There's no world where he could have just helped them get this tower, give all the gold to Kobe, and then just TP top and catch the wave. So they're just going to keep the lanes as they are. Cersei is going to base. Won't be much action for the next couple minutes, but the Dragon's spawning in 30 seconds. But Astralis' bot lane being top means they have to run all the way back down to the bot side if they want to start this.
But look at where Patrick is, right? Patrick's already on the top side as well. So Kobe and Jonghoon have first move. They have the tempo. A couple of pings coming down here as they back up towards that top side. I wonder if Astralis are just giving up contesting this one, or if they're going to use the push from the Rift Herald from Chachi down towards that bottom side to try and make it a 3-man contest. Dale gets prio mid, Xerxes then works his way down towards the Dragon, and XL reading this, bring Mickey down from that top lane. Jonghoon's going to follow as well, so it will be 4v4 in the end down towards the Dragon.
AD Carry is just having a stand down. Stare off in top lane, catching waves, collecting them. Marcoon only level 7. Cersei has that level lead and he has the Blade of the Ruined King, so he'll do a hell of a lot of damage if he can get onto one target.
Obviously, Kobe can influence a fight at the Dragon Pit from the top lane with the True Shot Barrage, whereas Patrick doesn't have that luxury.
I think Astralis is hesitating a little bit because Dior doesn't have his Mythic. I wonder how much gold he's sitting on, because there's a Leandry's on Nuktak, so he can push the wave in. But Dior's sitting on 700 gold right now. He really wants that Everfrost, I believe, is going to Aura Crown. We'll have to see what he actually decides on. So Astralis just call the play off and say, let's just go topside, catch waves, give up this dragon, make it even. Stevens, 1 dragon apiece, still 3 dragons each away from a soul. And yeah, just need to wait for those early spikes, because as much as Sylas might be stronger in these skirmishes and more accessible into the backline and, you know, has so much more kind of fighting power and base damage, there's not really a Mythic behind him.
Yeah, and the threat of Leandry's already complete on Nukeduck is pretty devastating in these fights. Marcoon got the Divine Sundra here as well. Immortal Shieldbow complete on Patrick. Yet to see that Mythic on Kobe, but of course Ezreal's builds are a little bit eclectic at times, kind of take from every single pot they can. So Ezreal sealing away those artifacts, kind of true to his lore, I guess.
So they have gone for the 5-man in one lane, except they've done it in top instead of bot lane. Instead of having their bot lane base and run to Chachi's just run up to them. Now it's just going to be a 5v5 Aram in the top side where XL want to stop this Herald from crashing. I think they might be able to.
Stop it, yeah. Oh, good knockback there onto Marcoon. That means there's no smite. Unstoppable. Onslaught coming out there. Don't dies. The eye goes down, but now the fight really begins. Hostile takeover going down as well, but it's a mid-hit onto anyone from Astralis. Patrick now opening up that lightning crash, giving movement speed, and the bullets are bouncing around. For the moment, though, Jonghoon able to flash away, and Astralis won't take any more of the fight.
Finn arrives just in time to get behind the Herald and get the eye. Looks like Nuktak's going to TP away from this lane, give all the gold to Patrick. You don't want your carry sharing the XP and gold and just going to push in this bot side. Chachi might have to be careful, though. Chachi was hovering around, but he's shown himself, and nothing happens. So, obviously, XL defending the play well there. Astralis thought they had an opening, but Finn reacts in time with the ult, and now it's a bit of a mess on the lanes. You know, you've got Finn in mid and Sion, Nuktak's bot. XL need to swap these lanes up, so they are a little bit down in tempo as Astralis are back on the map.
And XL should be pretty happy with how this early game's gone. They funnel Patrick a little bit of gold. He's only slightly ahead of Kobe, but if you can get Zeri through the laning phase unscathed, you're in a pretty strong position. And especially when it's someone like Patrick. Yesterday we saw his Sivir against SK. In previous years, he has always been the talk of the team. He's always been the guy leading the charge, trying to get them through towards playoffs, towards higher rankings overall, and this season has been much of the same. The rest of the team has stepped up around him, but Patrick continues to be consistent for XL.
And this is the one game that he needs to be Mr. Consistent, because he already has that kill, and it's on him and Nukeduck to dish out all the damage. Barring those two, there is no damage. This is a double threat comp, so no carry top, no carry jungler really there to save you if you need it in those fights. And lanes have gone back to normal states. Bot lanes are around mid, 2 minutes, 30 seconds away from the Dragon. Both these teams playing very slow, being very careful. Don't want to opt into a play that could be risky. Don't want to make any mistakes. Jungle supports find each other.
Marcoon stand up, there's a subjugate coming out. Patrick immediately dives across the wall, and Marcoon is able to take the kill. Flash forward onto Jonghoon as they look for the chomp, but Kobe's now here. Marcoon perhaps overstepped. Chachi coming in from the side as well, and Marcoon doesn't really have anywhere to go. He will sacrifice himself for the good of the rest of his team. He falls to Dale. Astralis get a 1-for-1. Finn closing in from the top side, and the pincer maneuver begins with the knockback onto the Zeri is big. Unstoppable onslaught coming out from Finn. He's going to flash as well, because Dale can no longer chase him any further.
It's the TP that comes in that swings this fight for a numbers advantage for Astralis. We saw Nuktak TP bot earlier on to collect the wave, and XL, I think they don't want to start that Herald up just yet. They're just going to go back to these mid-waves. And it's a 1-for-1. These team fights so incredibly close. No one really wants to overextend too far. XL were a little bit split. Astralis had good positioning, so they back away. Younghoon quite low right now. No flash is still around this topside river. Do they want to start this up, Astralis? They're thinking about it, taking away a little bit of vision, but with Chachi running bot, I presume they're giving it up because Finn can TP in.
Yep, Chachi no TP, as you say. Dayor's still half of the cooldown left on his. Let's have another look at this fight.
So Patrick collapses quite quick. Of course, Seri's so mobile, can just jump straight over this wall, so it's just a 3v1. Younghoon can't really help him. It's the TP advantage from Dayor, and Markoon flashing forwards that gives Astralis an opening, going a little bit too deep there. The jungler of XL, Chachi's first from top, drops the wave, runs straight down, and Chachi here, the second Markoon dies and he sees Finn, he just starts channeling the ult to knock away Patrick's to stop any chase. And they get Finn's flash. Now XL have started up this Herald. They are going to be able to secure it. Finn's going to move back down to bot. We're in 1 minute left on the Dragon. We might get another 5v5.
Only second Dragon of the game for either of these teams, but still, if you can start stacking up those oceans, it helps you out a lot as the game does go on. And see, XL look like they're just going to invest the Rift Herald up here, and Patrick being in range for the local gold is big as well. And alongside Nuktak, obviously the two carries that you want to farm, you want to funnel. If you're XL, Markoon will walk away, so he doesn't get any share of that. The Rift Herald will charge forward for him.
Are they going to play for 2 towers here? They know Chachi's bot with no TP. They see Kobe mid, and they have 4 people up here. Bot tower will die, yes, but they're going to get the second crash. Can they get the tower is the question. Can Astralis respond? Can they take a fight?
Right, tower's already down. Lightning crash coming out from Dayor as he goes into a 1v4. It pops the stopwatch. Kobe's on his way around, but Dayor's already fallen. A little bit too deep there from the mid laner for Astralis.
Fighting off more than he can chew. Xerxes fancies himself a little bit of a fight. Mickey X is going to get chunked out, and XL are going to put up this tower from the Azir and back away with Dragon spawned. I think Chachi's taking away the red buff of XL, and Finn looks like he wants to stop him. Oh wait, did Mickey X just cancel his base? Are they going to get collapsed on?
I mean, it's Nuktak and Mickey. They're trying to make it a 2v2 instead of the 1v2 it would have been for Nuktak. Kobe on his way forward as well. Xerxes looking for something here. Has the flash, has the spectral more. Meanwhile, down towards the bottom side, the tanks are hitting each other, and that's not really that interesting. Chachi's going to jump away. On the top side, they both escape as well. So on both sides, not that much interesting stuff happening.
Every single time a fight's just about to kick off, someone backs away or just doesn't fancy themselves to engage. So yeah, looked like XL a bit split on the backs there. 2 of them based, the other 2 didn't. Looked like Nuktak and Mickey were in trouble, but Astralis didn't have the numbers to chase them down. Now Dragon's up, and Kobe's been showing on top wave, so I wonder if XL is just going to push in this next mid wave and go to Dragon. They've just been running around the map, clumped up as 5, whether they was responding to Astralis' plays, such as the Herald, or plays of their own in terms of starting these neutral objectives.
It looks like Astralis are giving this one up. As you say, XL will get the second Dragon of the game for themselves. About 1,000 gold lead for them right now as well. Nuktak going for a little bit of an interesting build here. Morello Nomicon second, trying to cut that healing that comes out of the Silas of Viego.
Hope LS is not watching.
Yeah.
Turn it off, LS. Don't look.
But he did sell the Leandries, so that's fine.
True.
That's fine. But Chachi caught out a little bit here. Mickey will have the handshake. Chachi flashes early to make sure that he couldn't be caught any further.
Cross maps coming in. I think Astralis needs to run top quickly after this mid wave so they can actually get this top tier on. Finn is clearing out the wave, so XL are ahead right now on this cross map. And the problem is, Sion can just stand under the tower and say, go on and dive me if you want this. You know, it's very famous champ when it comes to lane swaps. Not so much in the current meta, but the only champ that can really pull it off.
And he's also got over 3,000 health, which makes him pretty tanky. Of course, that is W, the Soul Furnace. If you kill a minion, or if a minion dies near you, I believe, you get extra HP throughout the game. It helps you stack up quite a lot. Kobe looking for the true shot barrage in the mid lane, but Patrick able to dodge to the side after getting hit by it. Still has that Immortal Shield bow to heal him up. Nuktak and Markoon joining the fray. Pillar goes down on Stronghoon, but he's able to just walk away.
So Kobe's Muramana just finished. So he's sitting at a 2-item spike. Patrick is as well. And I think it's on Kobe in these fights in Dayor to find angles. Xerxes just needs the resets, and Chachi will be the main form of engage. The problem is, I think Astralis don't have that much range to gap close onto the Azir. They don't really have any hard engage to threaten the Azir either. So I think that their best shot is probably having Dayor take Mickey's ult and using the hostile takeover if he can get in range of the carries, and then using something like a stopwatch and then hoping there's some follow-up, because the Ezreal is just, yes, it's got good range on poke, but he needs to E forwards if he wants to commit for kills.
That wasn't the graphic I meant to bring up. I meant to bring up a different one. We'll look at that one for a second. Oh, look at the gold. Excellent. Let's look at the other gold. At the moment, you can see And Nukeduck sitting near the top. Kobe's going to have to jump away here in the mid lane. And Patrick up there as well. Kobe and Chachi in good positions, but Nukeduck actually farming up a storm here. Almost 2,000 gold ahead of Dale. Kobe did burn his flash in that little mid lane play, but he's able to escape. Meanwhile, stop onto Patrick, but no knock into the wall means that Patrick is able to just dash away to safety. Kobe trying to put the damage down onto Finn. It's a little bit of chip, but that Scion very tanky. I will correct myself, Roar of the Slayer, you have, Soul Furnace, you have to kill the minions to get the extra health. Okay. So he's got 178 bonus minion kills, which gives him like 15 extra health per minion kill or so.
And that's why Scion loves Krugs. Krugs are up, Scion's in the game, Krugs are down. As Chachi's going to go towards top, try to get this top tier 1 that they've been looking for, that they couldn't get on the cross map. Of course, let's not forget, if XL lose this game, they are out of playoffs.
Yep.
So a lot rests on their execution. And yes, they're ahead right now, but there's always going to be angles in team fights where Astralis can claw their way back. The cross maps look a little bit tricky for them because of the Scion. And that top tier 1 should fall eventually. Looks like they're going to use Circe to come up here with the blade. So they can catch Nukeduck.
Sneaks in, just Nuke's of course very slippery on the Azir, and slide and glide his way away. Chachi going in, there's no bet, but the Emperor's Survival will stop them. TP immediately from XL as they try and answer the play. Keeper's Verdict knocks back Marcoon, but Finn still on the chase with Nukeduck, as you say. Chachi no flash. Finn has one of his own, goes forward, gets the stun, Unstoppable Onslaught coming out as well. Chachi able to dodge away to the minion. Finn now with a flank position, steadfast presence enough. Zhonghun flashing as well.
Oh, the snipe.
But the range on the laser is absurd. Patrick takes one, Nukeduck takes the other. XL 6-1 to the good.
Yeah, and I think they're going to go Baron off of that, right? The top and support is down, the face check and the vision has gone. It's on Circe to find his way into this Baron pit if he wants to steal it. Azir and Zeri will do a lot of damage and will shred through this Baron at 22 minutes into the game. Marcoon has smite. Circe,
no vision.
No vision on Circe right now. Someone might have to jump over there and start to find the enemy jungler, because right now could turn into a 50-50, but it looks like Circe has backed away. He doesn't have a pink ward, he doesn't have a trinket ward, he has no way to actually spot out the Baron HP, so going in is an absolute gamble.
And this is exactly what XL would have wanted. Clean execution. Chachi and Circe were looking to find a pick, but Marcoon was already here.
He was there to match as the waves kind of collide, just to make sure Nukeduck's safe. And then what happens is Chachi knocks away Marcoon. There's no flash on Chachi, so Finn is just shouting to his team here, go forwards, forwards, forwards. Knocks up, ult misses, so he looks like a little bit of an idiot as he drifts past Chachi, but he cuts them off on the other side anyway. Nukeduck's gap closing, and look at this W from Patrick all the way across the wall. Snipes him, takes down Zhonghun as well. Baron falls, and now we've got a mid lane siege.
XL will be able to hit their 4th tower of the game, extend their gold lead to about 5,000, and they are looking for more out of this. They're pushing up no cannon minion in this way, but the sun disc goes down, which means XL are going to stay here for a little while longer. Kobe doing what he can to try and cull some of the health bars on XL, but they're pretty tanky right now. Judge is going to be able to get one tower up towards the top side. On the bottom side, Finn is pushing in. No TP on him. There's a couple of wards behind XL they have to be a little careful on. One in the pixel bush up towards that top side.
Good poke by Kobe. Patrick's actually half HP, has the shield both to lifesteal up, but that tower is helping them out when it comes to these flanks. You know, if Chachi does want to TP behind, they can just kind of stay under this tower and dare Astralis into diving them. Finn's going to hit this bot tier 2 with a Baron up wave. I think he might be able to get it if he has Demolish as well. So Astralis kind of struggling on both of these lanes right now. Finn might just rejoin his team, but with the Dragon up, XL want to play towards this soul.
Third Dragon of the game for XL. And this is how they would have liked today to go. Clean game so far for them. 25 minutes in, they are well in control of it. Obviously, a win here does not lock them into playoffs. After what was an incredible start, after they were 5-2.
First place, I think.
First place in week 3. They have fallen from grace, but at 8-9 right now, a win here, and Fnatic or Vitality losing later today would either, if Vitality lose and Fnatic win, we have a tiebreak match between Vitality and XL. If Fnatic lose, if Fnatic lose and Vitality win, then XL would take the spot over Fnatic because of head-to-head.
So basically, if XL win, they are massive Rogue fans, and they're also massive Misfits fans, because a win from either of those gives them a chance, because they're not out of the waters yet. Vitality and Fnatic both win, they are still out. Mickey might get caught here by Circe.
Circe putting the damage down. Heartbreaker available for Circe as well. Got the movement speed, I believe, there from Shirelius from Zhonghun. Patrick coming in though, Dale forced away. Zhonghun now on the wrong side of this, and the Heartbreaker out from Circe is Heartbreak for Zhonghun. He will fall. The chase continues from XL. And Astralis thought they had caught out Mickey, but it was XL doing the catching.
They need to find a pick. Astralis, they're almost 5k gold down against the comp that just naturally outscales them and has control of the map and is also sitting on Dragon Soul points, so you can't really blame them. It's quite frustrating to be in this kind of situation. So the calls just naturally lean towards, let's look for a pick on this top side of the map. Hopefully someone walks into us and dies, and Finn is their next target.
How are you going to kill the unkillable, though? He came back from death once, and he's looking to escape it once again. Finn down to about 1,000 HP, but the shield from the Soul Punch from the War of the Slayer is huge. Finn still surviving, will go into zombie form. Astralis spent a lot of time up here.
Sion versus Sion.
Yep. XL will actually look to close in here. I was wondering if they'd keep pushing in mid, but they are trying to close this gap a little bit. Kobe low, heals up, and will escape. Counter Sion up, but Dale just using that to distract XL from any further chase.
Yeah, Finn's gone for the Sterax. He got a massive shield from that and the W, like you said, so he was just so incredibly tanky. And the ideal situation there for XL or for a team that has a Sion like that is to buy time so you can make a play on the other side of the map, but there was no objective there for XL, so good pick for Astralis. They didn't lose anything on the other side. Kobe had to use the heal, but that was about it. Nukeduck's going to pick up the blue buff. 3-4 item spike slowly coming in for these carries of XL. Kobe has hit his 3 item spike, has a shutdown on himself for some reason as well. So maybe he's the only person Astralis can really rely on right now, because yes, Dayor is strong, but I feel like he just walks into the meat grinder of XL, and he's not tanky enough to get his whole combo off.
There's just too much range on the side of XL for Dayor really to deal with. Like, he has to try and find a flank position, maybe assassinate Patrick, who hasn't even got boots in this game. The movement speed from the Lightning Crash apparently enough for him with that Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, and the Immortal Shield Bow.
Both top laners dead even in gold. Giga Chads playing their tanks even in gold. Whatever happens in the game happens. Krugs are up. Krugs are down. Sion main right there.
Yeah.
So I think XL are just playing the waiting game. They are patiently waiting for the Dragon to spawn, for the Baron to spawn, start these objectives, and force Astralis to walk into them.
I mean, that's what you want to do in this sort of situation, right? You don't want to force anything. You don't want to give Astralis an opportunity to get a kill, to get a couple of shutdowns. Just wait it out. Force them to fight you around the Dragon. You have the time to set up around that. You can say, okay, we know it's in a minute and a half. Let's get some vision. Let's get some control wards in. Let's clear out their jungle. And then they have to come at us.
That's the idea. Astralis need to find some defensive vision or some sneaky wards around these objectives if they want to contest them. Of course, Astralis are out of playoffs. And this is their last game of the year. Definitely want to go out with a bang, though.
Yeah.
So they're not done just yet in this game, I feel. Baron up in 30 seconds.
I think it has been an impressive season from Astralis, even though they obviously haven't made it to playoffs, which is kind of the goal of summer. Compared to the expectations that were put on them at the start of the season, they've definitely surpassed those, at least in my expectations. Jonghoon as well has been a revelation in the support role. And if they can continue with this roster next year, we'll see what they can do. For now, though, the next 10-15 minutes are the last of their season. XL trying to make it that they aren't the last of their own.
Zeri W damage is absurd, isn't it? 700 damage on Ezreal.
And this champ is dumb. Like, I'm sorry, the kit is cool, but like, she is dumb.
I never thought I'd see. You're such a. You have so many wonderful words you use to describe the champions and abilities.
Broken, busted, overpowered, too strong, powerful, has no weaknesses, egregious. What other words do you want?
You're like a dictionary, but you just went, this champ is dumb. No, I love it. So, yeah, 15 seconds on the Dragon. It's on Astralis. Find a way in. Find Mickey.
Mickey gonna take some damage here. Jonghoon low as well. Will flash away. Hostile takeover coming out. Mickey ticking. Ignite not enough to take him down. Kobe has to retreat, and XL aren't gonna let him do that. The shutdown goes over to Patrick, and now they're knocking on the door of the base. Knocking on the door of the Nexus, but the good knockback from the Keeper's Verdict will put Marcoon in a bit of a sticky situation. Zerx's trying to get back in, but with no way to carry, and only Dale for damage. It's a little bit tricky for Astralis to find what they need in this fight. Another extendo beam from Patrick takes Xerxes down to half HP, and that champ is dumb as XL win the fight.
Gonna go towards Dragon. No, Chachi's not done. He's gonna flash stun Nukeduck.
Marcoon turning it around. There's the Emperor's Divide as well with Nukeduck, and of course, he has so much damage himself. Dale jumping back forward. Finn able to get in there. Nukeduck takes the kill with the Leandries, I believe, as Finn continues to step in. Decimating Smash. Stopwatch comes out. Patrick with another extendo beam, but Finn will be sacrificed for the sake of a soul as XL look to claim their 4th Dragon of the game.
Dayor really just can't get in range of Nukeduck. The second he steps up, he's already lost half his HP. If he gets on top of Nukeduck, then he's on 10% HP. Xerxes trying to find Patrick. They know they have to stop this soul from being picked up.
Nukeduck has the TP to get back in here. Xerxes going forward. There's the pillar down. Shurelias as well from Jonghoon trying to get Astralis out of here, but as you say, Chachi goes back to base. He's going to TP back in, and Astralis have to find a way to fight this. Chachi a little bit separate from the rest of the team. The handshake available for Mickey, uses it too early. True Shot Barrage going down as well, but that Dragon is very tanky.
TP in 5.
Dayor TP up, as you say. We'll be back alive in 5, and we'll see if he can survive it long enough to find a fight for Astralis. Chachi with the knockback. Kobe down to half HP. Stopwatch from Chachi. Kobe across the wall. Mickey loses 50% of his health as well, but Patrick's the one to step forward, and so many times he's stepped up in the past. The hostile takeover was perfect for Mickey, and as Kobe stepped in, Patrick takes him down. A triple for Patrick. Dayor doing what he can, but only Jonghyun survives, and Nukeduck makes sure that doesn't last for long. The mid lane, their target, the Nexus, their target, and playoffs in their eyes.
All 5 dead on the side of Astralis. Mid-waves there. Finn used his ult to make sure that they could access it. And that's going to be game. XL now looking at 3 outcomes after this. 1, they're in playoffs. 2, they have to play a tiebreaker. Or 3, they are knocked out. So they're going to be waiting patiently all day long to see what their fate is, because now it's no longer in their hands.
XL have done their part, but they can only watch and pray to the gods of the Rift to see if they make playoffs today.
And that's a final goodbye for Astralis. Yep. Didn't go out with the bang that they might have wanted to, but still an impressive season nonetheless. Good bounce back from Spring, and to say that you ended the season with 7 wins, 1 win away from playoffs, is a good achievement.
Obviously won't feel like that to them right now in XL. The difficulty for XL is there's elation in victory, there's elation in knowing that you have done everything you can. But after the start of their season, I think perhaps they would have liked to be able to have their destiny in their own hands. Today they wait to see the results of the Fnatic and the Vitality games, and they will find out if they make it to playoffs for the 2nd time in the organization's history.
And those will be games 4 and 5.
Yep.
Vitality Rogue, Fnatic Misfits, the game 5. And then they all know what they have to do. If, of course, Rogue wins against Vitality, they know they'll at least have a tiebreaker, worst case, and then they'll have to see what happens in game 5. Will be, you know, when you're sitting there and time feels like it passes by so slowly when you're waiting for time to pass. You know, you're waiting for, 6, 7, 8 p.m. Waiting for 3 or 4 hours, it makes it feel like an eternity, and I think that's what it's going to feel like for XL.
There's actually a medical phenomenon around that. So you know when you look at a clock and it looks like it takes a really long time for the minute hand to move or the second hand to move? It's because your brain basically puts something in there. So you haven't seen it, right? Your eyes move, you haven't seen anything while your eyes are moving because your brain has to shut it off, otherwise we have so much motion blur. And then your brain's like, oh no, actually, here's what you would have seen in that time. And then your brain's like, really? It's very cool. Anyway, key player of the game votes. Yeah, brain is. Key player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter are Marcoon, Nukeduck, and Patrick. You can vote for any of those over on Twitter. I think all of them had good games. Yep. XL as a whole had a pretty good game, very clean from them. A couple of mistakes, but, to be expected in a game like this. For now, though, we're going to hand it over to a break, and then after that, Nukeduck, in his year, will be joining us at the AD.
And Medic will be teaching me more about the brain.
It's cool.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
The desire to see and experience more. It's in our nature to seek a wider perspective. Innovation that broadens your horizons. the all-new Sportage.
Kia, movement that inspires.
And welcome back to the LEC after XL keep their playoff dreams alive. And I have Nuke Dog with me here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, so first off, I wanted to talk about runes because I see runes quite often. I don't actually see we get the, conversation out through too much. Here we have where we went today. Yesterday, you went for Conqueror. Why was it yesterday was a Conqueror game and today was a First Strike game?
I thought that yesterday I could, continue hitting them throughout the team fight, but this team fight I felt it would be more like they had no champion that wanted to stay in, even though Poppy is a tank. His best playstyle is to hit and run all the time, and also I was not planning to play too aggressive in laning phase because top lane get pushed and our bot also losing, so I knew that our jungle had to spend time on that and we couldn't get position of the enemy jungler, so I didn't want to try to win early game my laning phase.
Okay, so there's a lot of people that feels like First Strike is an early game rune. To me specifically, I feel like it's great in the late game too for 10% extra damage you get, of course. What's your take on the First Strike rune in general? Do you feel like it just works when you're against a melee matchup, or is it just like late game now I will start being a carry?
No, it's good in lane matchup early. Even though you don't get so much gold, you can maybe get 200 gold in 10-12 minutes, and you can complete your mythic with that fast. And that's what I kind of did as well. So yeah, and then later on, it's of course great once you start actually earning real money with it.
Perfect. And then as a secondary rune choice, it just feels like mana flow band, Scorch. Is that just the way to go no matter what every time?
No, I think Scorch might have been a mistake. Maybe you can go for Transcendence or Gathering Storm or Absolute Focus, but you should always go for Mana Flow. But I think it just depends what you want.
Perfect. All right, now I want to move into the clip a little bit because to me, it was hard finding a clip. I'm not going to lie. It felt like a little bit of a draft diff as well moving forward. But the one clip I did find here is a clip where you move up towards the top side. But as we play out the clip, you don't actually spot them in your vision here, but you still make pings. So what's going through your head right now? What's the calls you're making?
I mean, we know that they could potentially trap, but yeah, I don't know. I just push, but I know I have no vision, so I play like safely. And yeah, I mean, right now I'm just like staying alert and just pushing. If they don't go on me, I will just push and try. Yeah.
And is that why Makun is called up? Is that a communication you've already aligned beforehand, or how does that work out?
Well, not really. It's more like because there I can easily escape them. I think I made a mistake there because I overestimated their pick power and I should have actually ulted Poppy, backwards, because they were actually just inting like Azir and Poppy and Vego will not be able to kill me. So yeah, I mean, we just play kind of in the moment there. We didn't know they want to do it, but we are of course always like alert, in case they want to try something.
So what you're saying is this wasn't as set up as it probably could have looked like. It was more like, oh, we had the right people in the right position.
I mean, there is no way we can know that they're gonna do that, right? So there's like it's like off plan, but of course it's like what should I say? It's like basic, where it's like you push out the side and the jungler is hovering because he got nothing else to do. So it's kind of just how you always play, and we don't really communicate it. Like if I'm pushing out and he has time, he will always hover me. It's not something that we actually talk about. I think just like how we usually play.
All right, thank you very much for your insight. And speaking of position, if you can hover over to the analyst desk for me, that would be great. So you just move over there to Low and Ender standing by.
Keep this?
You can keep this. You can keep this. You're going to need it. GB, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
For running us through this. And the Duck, thank you so much for sticking around with us. That was an amazing game. You guys stay in the playoff race. GB was mentioning how it may have been a draft diff from the get-go. And Ender, we saw that with Astralis. As much as they were trying to find opportunities, there were no way they could get into Excel.
Yeah, you sort of brought up like the pick power of a comp like this and it not really being there too much for Astralis. And especially, I was looking at you guys, you have so much like strong scaling power, team fight power. It felt like to me without maybe like an aggressive like roaming style support, Astralis were never really going to be able to punish you in the mid game.
Yeah, I think in the mid game it will be too late, but I think their comp is reasonable because they win like early skirmishes and their bot lane can win like hard, like Ezreal Karma. It's like extremely skill intensive, but we have Seri Renata. It's actually useless against them if we don't manage to like gank them or something, because they just outrange and they can just poke and they cannot get all in by Seri Renata. So I think they have to win bot lane hard and then use the fact that they win skirmishes to maybe Sylas roam bot or something like this.
Yeah, I was actually a little interested because it seemed like with like all the Herald plays and some like the dual lane swapping up that you guys kept trying to like match Astralis, and as you said, their skirmishing power is quite strong. Was that an idea like off the first blood and you guys already feeling quite powerful, or was that just sort of the game plan to go and fight them for Herald and whatnot?
I mean, we wanted to try to see about the Herald. I mean, we don't want to play in a way when we can all die for it. Like, we don't want to hard commit, but we just kind of go there and feel it out and at least make them go for 5 people to Herald if they want to take it, so we don't like, just Vego solo it while they do their thing. So, I mean, we should know that we cannot win the fight, to be honest, but we just like played with them. Maybe they make mistake.
And I really love this level 1 especially, because we talked about how Excel needed to be proactive in the early game. This is when Markun can find the agency necessary to help his laners, and I think he was set up perfectly here, Ender.
Yeah, I mean, the level 1 play with Mickey sort of baiting them into the Scion Q looked really solid, and then just fighting around the map. It seemed like once you guys sort of stabilized that bot lane matchup and then got that second Herald, there was just not that much for Astralis to do against you.
Yeah, I think after early game, it should be lost for them because, the Ezreal Karma won't be able to do anything, and then, or win their lane, and then we outscale them. So yeah, I think level 1 was super bad for them, and then after, if we don't make mistakes, we can win easily.
All right, but focusing a bit more about you, throughout the split, the meta changed, of course, but we've been used to seeing you on push and roam champions, but you adapted so well to the meta, don't you think?
I think we were a bit ahead, like me and Mark, in terms of like how you should play with the carry jungler. For example, Wukong was meta, and some teams still, for example, draft like Azir or Corki with the Wukong. and it was like really bad back then. But we knew, so I always pick something that can push and help him. And I think like that we were a bit ahead of the meta, but then things shake up, and now we weren't sure. I think, yeah, I mean, but we had to adapt, yeah. But we weren't like extremely fast. But I think, you know, we were a bit ahead in the start, and now it's a bit more even, I think.
And still, even coming into this weekend, it seems like you guys came in with a very like stable read in terms of like tanks towards top side, like big scaling picks with the Azir, maybe like playing more towards team fighting later on. Is that a trend you expect to continue for you guys and potentially into playoffs?
Yeah, I definitely could. I mean, we had the philosophy from, or like mainly our coaching staff wanted us to play that. Me and Mark play something that can skirmish early and help side lanes while we pick something aggressive for bot lane. So that's why I was kind of banned from playing Azir in this strategy. But now they decided that it was time to pick it up. So now maybe we'll use it more. Like,
it's looking good.
You're allowed again. But when I look at this fight, we talked about Patrick and how he was stepping up, especially in the later stages of the game. He got the Kia player of the game here today. So main carry for the team again, Andrew?
I mean, it's a little bit of both. I think Patrick on the Zeri, like, it's hard to outmatch that. Of course, you got to clean up the rest of the fight, too. No slouch there either. But when you have, like, that sort of, like, raw team fight power between an Azir and a Zeri, like, as long as you can keep one alive towards the late stage of a fight, it feels like you're going to be in a really good position.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think Patrick played well on Zeri, and yeah, those champions are really strong, especially against their comp. So yeah, they had two big problems. Yeah.
All right. So with this win, you stay in contention. But as we said, you need either Fnatic or Vitality to lose. So same question as Trevor asked your coach. Who do you believe in to help you guys out? Rogue or Misfits?
I believe in both of them. I think they can both win. And I think both of them could win, yeah.
All right.
Rogue and Misfits, check PayPal.
Rogue, exactly. We'll see how the day plays out, but we have a second game to get to right now because in our upcoming game, Team BDS will close out their season versus Rogue, and Trevor caught up with Aggressivo on the rookie season he had. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Law. Yes, just before we get to game, I managed to catch up with Aggressivo. This is happening a little bit before the game. We can actually hear Berlin cheering. I have to ask, how do you reflect on summer? BDS has picked up a few surprise wins in the past week, but it's got to feel a little bittersweet.
Well, obviously it's a bit disappointing, and everyone can say that it was a very sad split for us, you know. So the thing that we can say is only that we were trying to implement a lot of things, also trying to learn a lot of things. So the experience was basically still nice, and just the results that they weren't still that good, it doesn't really have to mean that it was like horrible time for us. It was still a very good experience.
Can you tell me a little bit about that? I know obviously it must be quite difficult being, you know, on such a number of losses with fans, with Reddit, with Twitter. How is it dealing with the public pressure and also hearing you say that, you know, you still learn a lot, the team still had a lot of growing to do?
So basically we kind of like handle it just by staying together, always have a good vibes in the team as well. Because honestly, it wasn't the easiest one. Obviously, if you're like losing on stage, losing in scrims, like most of the teams didn't even want to scrim us at some point, so you were like didn't even have good practice at all. So basically, we just had to stick to ourselves, be still friends. Everyone just kind of tried to feel good with the other teammates. Don't blame them, don't flame them, and stuff like this. So yeah, basically that's it. You just need to stay together.
It's so hard, Aggressivo. It's a difficult situation. If you were to say, send a message to the fans, to the viewers at home, either fans of BDS, haters of BDS, what would you want to share with them? What would you let them know? Tell this camera.
So basically, I think only like support the players. We still got a lot of very good messages, so thank you a lot for this. And sorry for disappointing for the results, but try to still support the players because this is very important. And for some players, like losing a lot might be really difficult for their mental.
Well, definitely the case. I have time for just one last question. Of the three teams playing for the 2 playoff spots, XL, Vitality, Fnatic, which 2 advanced to playoffs?
XL Vitality.
XL Vitality. The XL game is happening now. We don't know what the results were. Aggressivo, thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck. Over to the casters now.
Thank you very much, Trevor. And Misfits, sorry, not Misfits, XL Vitality going through it according to Aggressivo.
I wonder if, did he see the game already?
No, it was happening at the time. It was happening at the time, so he didn't know the result.
Interesting.
But we're 1/2 of the way there, or 1/3, I guess, technically, because Fnatic would have to lose and Vitality would have to win for us to get that result.
Yeah. Yeah, and now we're on to Mad Lions versus BDS, which is a game that obviously doesn't matter for BDS, they're out of playoffs, but for Mad Lions, it's really important for seeding.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about it a little bit more in the cast, but basically, the way that we seed for playoffs in summer, and this is for playoffs, not for worlds, is based on championship points. Now, you get championship points for your final position in spring and for your final position of the regular season in summer. Mad Lions didn't make playoffs in spring, so their final position got them 0 points.
Yeah.
Because of that, it is very easy for both Fnatic and for Rogue and Misfits to overtake Mad Lions in terms of championship points. A win here would avoid that. They would get at least first or second. Obviously, G2 play later on today, and that would mean that they are in the top 4 in our summer playoffs. So they would have double elimination.
Yeah.
If they lose here, Misfits and Rogue can overtake them in points, and then they would be 5th place in our seeding for summer playoffs.
So they're fighting for double elimination, fighting for an extra cushion of best of 5 in the playoffs, just in case. You know, you don't want to be starting out in the 5th, 6th match and then have to grind your way to the lower bracket. You know how stressful it can always be. For teams like G2, who pulled it off, I think they saw the upper bracket, went to the lower bracket, 12-0 run was incredible, but having that cushion is always safe. Because imagine G2 didn't have that cushion, you know, when they first started out and they lost 1 best 5 and they were out. They would never be able to make the miracle happen.
It's so important for our teams to be able to get to that position. We're going to get on into the draft. We'll see how BDS want to play this game. If it's a fun game from them, we will have fun.
I like fun.
Fun is nice. Obviously, Mad Lions will be trying.
Is for friends that do stuff together. You is for you and me.
What? Oh. Anytime anyone says you and me, I think of you, me, and immediately I'm angry. Yeah. Hopefully the 2 teams agree with us.
I like
ban out Uni. I do like Kansas. Yeah.
I don't know if anyone heard us.
They can hear us while we're talking. Okay, this time. Yeah. Mad Lions on the blue side, BDS on the red. Blue side, 100% win rate today, Cadril. We'll see if that continues.
Well, thanks, Medic. Does that mean red side 0% win rate?
It does.
So wait, why are we playing? Just call the game. Mad Lions win.
That's the T1 mentality right there.
Yeah, blue side diff. Indeed. We'll see if the blue side diff helps Mad Lions. Yumi's banned. Everyone's happy. That's basically everyone's just kind of sitting there with a stare, you know, straight face, waiting. Pulse jump. Yumi's banned. Everyone's happy.
Yay.
Draft is good.
It is.
Order has been restored.
Yeah, Orn and Talia getting taken away as well as the Gwen. It's actually Armit's most played this season, but obviously Mad Lions don't want to give it up and wouldn't priority pick it for first.
I remember the BDS comms when they were on red side. I don't know who it was they were drafting against. I think it was Vitality, and they last picked Kiana, and they were like, is Kiana good here? And he said,
Nucleus, no.
No. But they just did it because I guess it was good for the comp, it was funny, so, and it was one of his comfort champs. Yeah. So that's, I wonder what the vibe is for BDS. Is it, let's try hard, pick meta picks, scaling Azir, you know, Zeri, Sivir, and see what we can do? Or is it, let's have some comfort picks, some niche picks, something that'll catch Mad Lions off guard and see if they falter?
I mean, BDS coming off a win yesterday as well. Remember, they beat Rogue in game 1.
Yeah.
And X-Maddie had a pretty strong performance on the Sivir, if I recall correctly. Mad Lions, though, here with first pick. No Poppy, no Talia, no Orn, no Gwen, and Sivir is where they go. Zeri, commonly seen as that first pick, but instead Mad Lions deciding Sivir is their priority choice.
BDS kind of early rotate Ahri here. Nuclear Int had that incredible Ahri game against XL. I think he had like 15, 16 kills on it or something like that. Looks pretty stock standard for now if they do lock in the Aphelios. I'm not sure if it's that good into Sivir. Of course, your Gravitum ult can't really catch Sivir off guard because of the spell shield. But they seem to have all smiles in the draft.
It does, of course, give you some scaling as the game goes on. Aphelios Jinx was our meta for the entirety of spring, and here it's going to be teamed up with something.
Does that mean Aphelios is going to be an Arcane?
Yeah, probably. That would be cool, actually. It would be very Avatar: The Last Airbender, you know? Because it doesn't. The water walking guy falls in love with the moon, and it's kind of similar because Aphelios' sister is the moon.
Ah, I see.
You know.
Wow.
You know.
I thought Diana was
parallels. No, Diana is from. Oh man, I don't know enough lore to get, but I'm pretty sure her name is Alune. If she's not the moon and her name's Alune, I have missed.
We got a problem.
Yeah, exactly. Jarvan pick. There's the Renekton as well for Mad Lions. We have seen this a little bit over in Korea and in the LPL. Actually, Renekton coming to the fore once again. Guys, it's Teemo. Wait. When are we cheering for Teemo? He's like the most hated champion in League of...
Yeah, I don't get it. Like,
I guess Yuumi is so bad that Teemo is now good in comparison.
So would they rather see Teemo play or Yuumi play?
But definitely Teemo.
Like the boos. Yeah, they would love to see a cheeky Teemo. But no, they're going to go for Renekton Wukong. Very LPL-ish draft as Mad Lions. Love the LPL. There's the LeBlanc for Nuclear Int. Interesting. So Jarvan early rotation makes sense into the Sivir. LeBlanc picked up, gonna ban away things like the Lissandra to deny any kind of counter pick. And now we're moving into the 4-5s. Still a mid and support open for Mad that they need to pick up. I don't think Nisqy will struggle to find a champ.
Yeah.
And then for BDS, of course, it's gonna be their top and support.
Let's see where BDS decide to go. Obviously, Mad Lions could ban out some top laners here if they wanted to try and limit Aggressivo's champion pool just a tad. He's been playing things like the Gnar, the Akali, the Sejuani. Taking their time over this one, and there is the Gnar being removed.
Yeah, Gnar taken off the board. Things like Gragas can function into Renekton. Doesn't necessarily win the lane. Sejuani, again, doesn't really win the lane either. It's just kind of picks to be more useful in team fights, as Renekton's quite almost like one of the most lane-dominant top laners right now, if you exclude kind of like things like Kennen, you know, that can be a bit of a nuisance for him. In the kind of most top laners being melee, Gwen, Renekton. We'll see what happens with BDS and Aggressivo. See if he has some kind of pocket pick into it. Oh, there's Nisqy's TF taken away.
Just trying to get rid of any ability for Nisqy to get out around on the map. Lissandra does a similar thing, of course, with the Glacial Pass, and has been known as a strong LeBlanc counter in years gone by. Mad Lions likely looking towards another top lane ban. He could get rid of the Kennen that you were mentioning. I have seen Aggressivo bring that out a couple of times. Instead, Alistar, of course, good into Sivir.
Yeah.
That's a strong ban in terms of support. Are you guys going to cheer for this one as well?
We're cheering for the Teemo? No, we're chanting for the Teemo, we're not just cheering for it. Isn't Teemo the devil of League of Legends?
Exactly! Right, I grew up with Teemo being
a Yuumi devil skin.
Like with little horns?
Yeah, like little horns.
I would prefer a Yuumi Sphinx type skin. You know, because like Egyptians worship cats. And it'd be cool if she, like, with the ears and with the necklace.
Very true. You know the lore there behind that?
Not really.
No, I'm gonna.
Not historian.
Still think the Yuumi devil skin, Yuumi sand cat skin, something like that would be cool.
Sphinx skin. Like a
They're not gonna do. Oh.
Stop getting baited, guys. It's Rakan. Kaiser's Rakan, obviously something we should be very happy about. He's very well known for the champ, has the most supports here in Europe. Mad Lions looking towards their mid lane for the final pick. They know everything but the support, so it's a pretty educated decision for Nisqy.
Yeah, he's got loads of options. He can think of things like Sylas, can play Control Mage, Vex, can work as well. That's going to get locked in. Super hard engaged by Mad Lions, very heavily kind of early game focused as well. Now it's on limit to last pick, support into Rakan. Lehen's Singed is picked often into Yuumi, not so much into Rakan. Looks like a very serious draft so far by BDS. When your coach says, let's go Sion here, and your top laner says yes, that's when you know everyone's tryharding. And Galio will be the response. I mean, they have a lot of melee bruiser kind of dive-ins. We saw this answer by Labrov when it came to some kind of Yasuo dive comp when they played up, I believe it was Vitality up against SK. So now BDS pulling out that same card will stop a lot of the dive, and I think their only target is Maddie. Nuclear Int will be too mobile, then you're on the two frontliners, which you don't really want to dive on top of his Vex, so Maddie is going to be their target. We'll see if he can play the game against the amount of engage that they have, Mad Lions.
That's always the difficulty when you have something like Aphelios. It's something Patrick fell foul to as well, the Karthus Galio combination that just kept jumping on him. And with the Requiem as well. Yeah, with Camille, they just kept getting onto the back line. Absolutely disgusting. And here, Mad Lions trying to do the same, trying to lock down X-Maddie, trying to lock down Nuclear Int if they can, and get some early game leads and snowball the game away. For Mad Lions, this game has quite a lot of weight, actually. If they win this, they are pretty much guaranteed a top 4 spot in playoffs in terms of seeding. It means they would get the double elimination. If they lose this, there are scenarios in which they don't have that luxury. BDS, on the other hand, already eliminated, were the first team to get knocked out, but they do have a good record against our top teams. They've beaten Rogue, they've beaten G2, they've beaten XL. Can they add Mad Lions to that list?
It's a very good question. Armwood looks very serious, giving Stern talking to his team. We're ready for game 2, Mad Lions versus Team BDS.
And onto the Rift we go. Unforgiven already completed a Mana Moon, there. It popped up for a second.
I didn't see it.
Let's have a quick look over the rune choices. Unsold Spellbook for Aggressivo in the top lane, Electrocute for both the mid laners. Got a Fleet Footwork for X-Maddie. Nothing really too surprising across the board here.
Stock standard. No level 1s either. We haven't had a 5v5 level 1 this split. I don't know if we've had one this year.
I mean, we had it in the last game.
Yeah, no, but like a proper, you know, like.
Oh, you mean just everyone decides to die?
5v5, like double team ace pentakill. You know, you see it in solo queue sometimes. I wanted it in a competitive game one day on a late invade.
You need to start watching the LPL, mate. they have those sort of fights pretty often.
They do love their fights. So yeah, stock standard stuff across the board. Jungler is going to place wards. You can see Elioya has placed his, going to base for a sweeper, come back out on the map, and start the slow game of clearing in lane phases.
Yeah, nothing too surprising as of yet. Nothing really expected for the first few minutes. Of course, we've got a relatively strong ganker, but Jarvan, one of the best level 2 gankers in the game. I wonder if we'll see him look towards Niski in the mid lane or even Armor up towards that top side. Limit and Xmadi trying to catch Unforgiven and Kaiser as they walk through here. Kaiser does have the Guardian for a bit of shielding, but level 1 Rakan, not the most powerful in terms of trading ability. Sivir the same. But, while Mad do walk towards the Tribush, Limit and Xmadi will back away to try and get priority on the lane.
Doesn't matter what you have, it's about playing with confidence. If Kaiser thinks he can win the 1v1, that's half the battle already. Screw the spell damage.
Yeah, but I always think I can win and then I die.
But that's the spirit.
Is that that's the other half, is having hands.
Yeah, because the way LEC works is if you keep taking flips, you're taking 50-50s non-stop 1,000 times. Eventually it turns into 51-49 because you're so experienced
to the opponent,
in the 50-50s.
No, you fed them so much gold.
You can't, it's a 50-50.
Right.
Turns into 51-49 and then that's how you become the flip. You embrace the flip. This Kaiser's going to fight Limit, who's just going to punch him.
Yep, they punched him full of justice. Unforgiven and Kaiser will back away. We did see the battle dance there from Kaiser first.
It's called Justice Punch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. See, my ability names are on point recently. Ever since I lost that quiz, I've been doing my studying, doing my homework.
I did feel a bit sorry for you in that quiz. It's a difficult one. His ability names as Syncroft looks towards the mid lane. Niski only halfway up through his passive, doesn't have that fear right now. Nuclear's going to try and aggressively trade. There's the chains. Niski flashes away from it because he saw Syncroft in the lane and knew that he didn't want a piece of that action.
Sometimes those chains do buffer your flash and they root you anyway. Niski was just out of the frame. Good flash by him. Elioya is going to take away some Krugs after he saw Syncroft do red Raptor's Grump. And there's pressure top. Oh, a new challenger is approaching.
And Niski trying to play as safe as possible here, but Limit is on his way in.
Yeah,
no ping on it yet. Kaiser coming up as well because they saw that Limit had left the lane. He will be spotted. There's the ping. And Man Lions know exactly where Limit is right now. Niski can use the fact that his support is slightly closer to push up if he so desires, but the wave will slowly come towards him.
Xmadi took a cheater recall. LS is now smiling. Space for the colored longsword, and now he's just running back to the lane to fight up against Unforgiven. Armored's just proxying. Like, what is this, man?
Well, because Elioya could be here. You can just proxy the wave.
There's a level 4 Renekton proxying in between towers. I'd lose it. He's going to drop a ward, going to take a base, and run back to top. Pretty stock standard so far. The Jarvan didn't find anything, just got a flash, so Niski will be quite vulnerable. Bot wave's bouncing into BDS. Limit won't be level 3 just yet. Did roam towards mid, so he lost out on a little bit of XP, but Kaiser matched, so they're pretty even.
And Niski able to keep up in farm here as well, even though there was so much attention paid to that mid lane. Aggressivo trying to get all of these minions just to target that front melee. Was able to do it, even though they switched aggro a little bit.
Why is attention paid? Why is attention not given? Because you don't, pay.
It's like the cost of attention, I guess. I mean, give attention to doesn't sound as cool as pay attention.
Yeah.
You know?
English.
There probably is some sort of root on it, but again, my skill is in talking quickly, not in good words.
I always put the questions your way, because I know you always have a good answer for them.
Yeah.
Well-educated man.
And even if I don't, I make it up, and because I often have a good answer, yeah, that's the
so
thing.
You've been lying to me.
People sometimes ask me medical questions, as we see Elioya coming down towards this bottom side. I do have a funny story. I convinced someone that him drinking espresso was bad for his child.
You convinced someone?
Yeah, I said it's something to do with pheromones and the fact that caffeine could seep out of his skin and then get into the child's skin. It was 4 weeks later I found out he'd given up espresso because of this news, and I had to tell him that I was joking all along.
It has a lot of power as a doctor.
Yeah, I felt pretty bad. This was after I quit being a doctor, so it wasn't like medical advice at the time.
I presume you were close friends.
Yeah.
I hope at least.
Good friends. Unforgiven, he actually rooted up. Let's get the spell shoot down, but there's the taunt as well. Ignite ticking on Unforgiven. He has to burn the flash to get away. Does still have the heal in case Xmadi goes any further forward, but Unforgiven not using the spell shield at the right time to avoid that graviton.
Good trade there by the BDS bot lane. Syncroft's now hovering around. Unforgiven needs the base. I don't think Limit will let him. He's going to try to cut him off here because Syncroft's behind. How far does he want to go?
Flash taunt lands it. No one else really on the chase here. Spell should use once again. Limit was kind of on his lonesome. Syncroft trying to get in here as well, but Elio will spot him with their oracles, and now will spot him with his eyes. X-Maddie that gets a bit of time with the tower, but not the best guns to take down a plate. Should be able to get one and then back away.
Why didn't Syncroft follow Limit there? I thought they were going to commit as 2. They would have probably gotten a kill or at least a heal.
Niski has 6.
Niski does have 6. Limit doesn't have flash, but they have no CC. That's the problem. Niski's fears come up now, so yeah, he did have the range, but no one would really be able to follow up. Elio is going to get caught here, getting hit by the root. Manny's going to dish out a little bit of damage. Limit being really patient here. He could look for a Hex Flash taunt. Oh, the boomerang bounced into the bush, so I think they know he's there. And they're going to run away here now, Mad Lions.
Just chase them out. X-Maddie and Limit will be able to catch the wave, and overall, it was positive for BDS. X-Maddie get a bit of free time, gets some damage on the tower, got a plate, but there was a little bit of miscoordination, let's say, from Limit and Syncroft in terms of what they wanted to do between those two towers.
Was indeed. They're just going to push out and take a base. Niski's going to take a base as well. Very standard stuff. Game hasn't exploded in either direction. Top's just kind of winning in isolation, and bot lane is ahead after the 2v2. Quiet game.
Yeah, I mean,
played to Armwood so far.
You mentioned a little bit in Pick Band that you thought Mad Lions had a lot of early game tools, a lot of stuff they could do. Is it, to me, it looks like this is fine, and they still have, level 6s, they can then do stuff, but where would your play be? What would you be saying in comments saying, oh, we should make this happen?
Herald. Herald is the best fight for Mad Lions. Vex, Wukong, or Renekton, I think they'll just destroy anyone that walks up. Even if they have flash, they have enough chain CC and follow up to be able to collapse on one target. So I think in about 40 seconds time, the Mad Lions top side started up, and as long as Kaiser's hovering around, they should be able to secure it. We'll keep our eyes on it for now.
Definitely can. We have about 30, 40 seconds before that happens. So let's just remind ourselves of where Mad are in the standing, because you can see them tied first with G2 at 11 and 6. If Mad Lions and G2 tie at the end of summer, might have to wait a second as I say this. It looks like Elio is just shouting. If Mad Lions and G2 tie at the end of summer, although they have both won one game against each other, G2 actually break that tie because they've won more games in the second half of the season.
So Mad would be second.
Than Mad Lions have, so Mad would be second. However, if Mad Lions tie with Misfits and Rogue, that's not the best for them because they have negative head-to-heads versus both of them. 0-2 versus Misfits, 0-2 versus Rogue, meaning they would fall to the bottom of that tie for whatever position it is. And because of that, they could fall to 5th place in terms of seeding for our playoffs.
Interesting. So now, yeah, really important game for Mad Lions. Can't underestimate BDS. You highlighted they've beaten Rogue, they've beaten XL, and although they are last place, they are taking down some of the top teams. There's the Herald thought. Yep. BDS are not even going to go anywhere near that. They know the second they step up the first person, just going to get instantly engaged on. Syncroft going to get spotted on the ward. They want to look for Unforgiven. Level 6 Jarvan, no flash Sivir. You know how that story goes.
Sivir has the heal here, but Limit's going to try and lock him off. Guys are still only level 5. There's the on the hunt to try and get away. Syncroft going in. Cataclysm available. The taunt spell shielded. It's only Syncroft and Limit here. Unforgiven does still have the heal as well. Not the best of shapes for BDS. They don't have an AD carry here to join the knock-up onto Unforgiven, but he's still very much alive. And although BDS have some time with the tower, the dive really fails for them. They'll get 2 plates out of it. Kaiser still on the chase. Syncroft tanks! Was that Red Box? It was Barmies! It was Barmies that tanks there for Syncroft. Oh! Shadow Surge just short there from Niski, but Mad Lions survive the dive and get a kill for themselves.
I want to see the replay, because that interaction, I think the Jarvan ult cancelled the Rakan W because of the terrain knocking the Rakan back. I'll have to see that again, because that looked so odd. I think Unforgiven and Kaiser could have turned a lot harder if that actually connected. Kaiser couldn't really help him. He was locked in the chamber with the Jarvan and the Galio, but he didn't actually take enough damage. The Guardian and the heal was enough to stop that play. Let's see that again. I'd love to get some kind of slow motion on the Jarvan ult, because that looked odd to me. So spell shields the flash ult cut. Yeah, it does. Yep. So it pushes Rakan out of his own knock-up, where I think Mad Lions 2v2 could have maybe turned it. Kaiser eventually gets the E up, and that extra W damage and buying more time would mean that Syncroft's slightly lower, Unforgiven slightly higher HP, and they could have played a little bit more aggressive anyway. They get the kill because the Balmy Cinder tanks the towers. Unlucky for Syncroft. He would have died anyway because Niski was on the way.
I guess it's the best of the possible outcomes out of that for Syncroft, only giving the kill over to Kaiser. It's only a Rakan, not too impactful, but Kaiser has shown us that his Rakan can have a pretty sizable impact on a game from time to time. Early on though, Mad Lions 900 gold ahead or so. 10 minutes in. They also got the Rift Hold earlier on. We'll see where Elioya decides to put that. Could funnel it into Armut, so he's stronger for the next fight. Could, of course, look to try and get Unforgiven back on his feet. He's about 300 gold behind right now.
Still hovering bot side, haven't started Drake. Unforgiven flashes back up. Bot wave is stacking. Kaiser's level 6. Look at the wards they just placed. Kaiser Sweeper is going to miss them both. So deep vision for BDS. Nuclear Int's on the way down. This is very dangerous for Mad Lions because Niski's getting blue buff. Elioya's top side. Root's going to land.
Unforgiven, going to get rooted. There's the taunt going in as well, and the TP's coming in from Mad Lions as they try and turn this play around. Good double knocker. Unforgiven with the flash as well, with the Cataclysm coming in. Niski's already taken one.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's going to be so bad for BDS. They lose two. Nuclear Int flashes forward. We'll get one in response. Like Maddie trying to survive. Dodges to the side there.
1 second.
Niski, Shadow Surge hits on it.
Does he go for it?
Come on, Niski. Come on, do it. It's the call of the hour. Yeah! Come on, Niski. That's what we like to see.
But what's the flash for there, buddy?
None of this scared play. Men bleed on the Rift. Niski dies on the Rift, and now Elioya looking for something in the top lane. The Rift Tail's going to charge in here. Hero's Entrance coming in, but that's a little bit too late, too little. From Limit, the Cyclone from Elioya, the chase in from Armut. Limit trying to survive, but he cannot. Aggressivo next on the menu for Armut. Those crocodile tears being cried to BDS. They lose another, and they lose the tower.
So the game was extremely quiet, and then all of a sudden it explodes in a tower dive on both sides of the map. Both of them going in Mad Lions' favor. Kaiser is going to get rooted up, has no flash. There goes one dash. Does another chain come out? Syncroft.
Is it 2 chains? Is it 2 chains? Don't even need 2 chains. Nuclear in now 3-0 on this LeBlanc. Turns into a poke champion the later the game goes on and can be a menace from the backline, especially for Unforgiven, because he's going to be popping his spell shield to try and get away from that Sigil of Malice. And Nuclear Int's like, cool, mine's on a 6-second cooldown. How long's yours?
Bad news for Mad Lions that the LeBlanc is fed. The good news is the only champ that's fed is the LeBlanc, so they just have to be very, very wary of it. Manny's actually quite strong though as well. He's got a Gale Force. Unforgiven doesn't have his Mythic yet, doesn't have Flash either, has Heal. I like that BDS are playing with a lot of confidence. They're not just sitting back playing scaling, they're just trying to dive you on every wave with their jungle AD support. It's backfiring, yes. Execution, could it be better? Also yes, but at least they're trying. Nuclear Int got involved to save the day. And they've gotten this bot side vision, so we're going to take a look at the replay of this bot play because it all starts off with the double root and then the flash forwards from Limit to get the taunt. Kaiser pops the ultimate, TP comes in. Looks like a disaster for BDS because Limit instantly dies, has no stopwatch. Then Syncroft starts tanking up and he has no way out, so he dies too. And then in comes Nuclear Int to save the day, kills Kaiser, and then, oh, we're on to a replay.
Onto Elioya, there's the knockup. Oh, there's just so much damage on Elioya immediately, and it's Maddie building up the shurikens. Slice through the monkey pretty darn quick. BDS now looking for the first dragon of the game. Still 2,000 gold in the hole, but signs of life, you have to say, from BDS. The only player that's really behind is Aggressivo in that top lane, and he's a tank. That doesn't matter too much.
And look at Renekton's items. I think the LeBlanc can deal with that Renekton quite easily. One chain connects. Maybe he has a little bit of tenacity in his runes, but he has played at steel caps, no MR, one combo will force him out of a fight. We'll see how the game progresses, but it's on the carries of BDS right now to start pushing this game forwards. See the total gold provided by Santander. You can see the carries BDS just so far ahead. Maddie is going to get a full tower.
And that's the thing, Maddie jumps up to about 400 gold behind Armut, which makes him so strong right now. Elioya, Unforgiven, almost 2,000 gold behind. And that's because he has been targeted. Like, Unforgiven hasn't played poorly this game. It's just BDS have constantly dived in, constantly threatened him down towards that bottom side. It's an obvious game plan from our last place team, and it's working so far.
Kai's just in the way to block any follow-up. Make sure his mid laner safe. Niski sitting at 3 kills as well, but still 400 gold behind. Nuclear Int has that Mythic, so he will do a lot of damage if he can find that one target. Herald's up in 20 seconds. Second Herald quite powerful. Mad Lions trying to set up a trap. Nuclear Int has no flash, but he knows something's wrong here. Syncroft's going to be on the other side of the wall, so it's a stare down. EQ
Syncroft goes in. Hero's Entrance coming in as well. Unstoppable onslaught used, but Syncroft already down. Elioya taunted, but the rest of BDS are on the retreat right now. It's a double for Unforgiven, and just like that, he's back in the game.
Give Niski the Oscar already. He's just sitting there baiting the entirety of BDS to engage on him. Mad Lion set up the trap, the slam dunk, 2 kills for Unforgiven. That's going to be a Herald as well. It looked good for BDS with their dragon baits, but Mad Lions 2 can play at that game. Set up the mid lane bait, works out, and now they can use this next Herald to crack open a mid-tier 1 if they want to.
We should have had him had that play for the awards show at the start of the game. Best bait.
Best bait.
Yeah. Niski, a master of it in that position, as he was able to pull in 2 members of BDS and get 2 kills.
He was indeed medic. And here's Syncroft going in. Ideally here, Syncroft would like to remove his Jarvan ult so the Sion ult can actually connect on the backline of Mad Lions, but in the end it's a 4v5 in the first place. Maddie just arrives at the end of the fight, so good pick by Mad Lions. TP to make sure they're safe.
There's the smirk. He knows what he's done. Catches them out. BDS, though, do still have this Fed AD carry, do still have Nuclear Event, 3-0-1. Maddie trying to chip away at this mid lane tower. Mad Lions slowly getting back onto the Rift of Kraken Slayer, complete for Unforgiven. Niski has his Everfrost, Divine Sundra as well for Elioya, and that Rift Herald in his pocket means that they will probably look to try to break this mid lane tier 1 and their next available opportunity.
Agressivo's going to try to catch his top wave. Going to miss the Q onto Niski. Kind of like a 1-3-1 going on right now for BDS. Same for Mad Lions as they match. This mid-tier 1 is what they're looking for. Are they going to dive this or place the Herald? Elioya was looking for something. He doesn't have the ultimate up yet, though.
I think as soon as they saw Syncroft coming across on that ward as well, they knew it would be a little bit tricky. Now we'll see who wins, Armut or Nuclear Wind. First chain lands, Armut takes half his health, and Nuclear Wind dives back. That means that the Mad Lions top lane would struggle to have an impact in a play in the mid lane if it did end up occurring.
This is all that's going to happen. BDS, I mean, Nuclear Wind, sorry, is just going to keep Armut at arm's length, just kind of trunking him out as much as possible. So every single time he wants to fight, he's never really going in at full HP. He will be able to control the side lane. He's just going to use cooldown rotations in and out just to make sure he's chunked. Keep the push. Has TP up soon in case there's a fight towards the top side where BDS are looking for this next top tier 1. That's their next objective. I think Mad Lions are just kind of patiently waiting for this dragon because 5v5 is their ideal scenario. They don't want to get pulled around the map by kind of picks being set up by BDS. With the Galio ult, they can always kind of force with a numbers advantage.
It feels like Mad really haven't had the time to go in and get any of these wards recently. And obviously not as important right now because we don't have one of those neutrals up. But you can see BDS with a couple of deep wards, one over towards this blue buff, one down towards where the red buff for Mad Lions are, and Kaiser gets a ward over at the Baron pit there. But with Dragons coming up in about 58 seconds, it's BDS who are the first to move to the bottom side of the map. It's BDS who will be the first to get vision in towards the enemy jungle, and Mad Lions now trying to react. I wonder if they're just not going to play for this and take Elioya up towards the top side.
Niski has to be careful here. He doesn't know a trap's being set up. With Dragon spawning in 40, they want to play a 5v5. They want to sweep out vision. They want to put some down, but BDS are going to back off.
I mean, they don't have any sweepers either. Because Elioya has the Rift Herald, he doesn't have a sweeper. So you're down to 1. It's still a quarter of its cooldown. And Kaiser, you've got 4 control wards in the Mad Lions inventory. You can get some vision, but you're never going to be able to step up into the river.
I think the best thing they can do is just Herald mid right now.
Yeah.
Contest this next mid wave. Or the one after this, push in, get the tower, force BDS to respond, and that's your way in for vision. But no, they're going to engage.
Elioya looking for Xmadi. Good taunt, keeps Xmadi alive, but Limit will pay for it with his life. TP coming in as well from Agressivo as he tries to join the fray. Still no Rift Herald put down. Wonder if Elioya will try to use that mid. Looks like BDS are backing away from the dragon anyway. They know they really can't fight. It's only the... Oh, I say that. Immediately they come back in. Shadow Surge used by Niski. That was a little bit wide. Xmadi can't join this. Syncroft trying to get him from the top of it as well. Kaiser's worked his way all the way behind here. There's the quickness over the wall. Could look for Agressivo. Nuclear with a double jump.
That
Kaiser's
was awkward.
The quickness, more like the slowness. Wasn't able to get in there at all, but they do still secure the dragon.
He stalled the car. The engine blew up. He couldn't actually get over the wall. Kaiser wanted to flash over, but the problem is he doesn't want to flash on a Sion because it's just a waste. So he ults, hopes that Agressivo runs to his angle, and then he can just W over without having to invest a flash. But yeah, a bit awkward for BDS to try and contest that 4v5. Really good pick by Niski and Elioya. Set it up, get the numbers advantage. Doesn't really matter about the ultimates because they can't really face check you when the Rakan has ult up himself. Armut's hovering around too. And with the Blade of the Ruined King, he just shreds through Agressivo. Look at that damage. Full stacks Fury W, breaks the shield as well. There's the Herald mid. It's going to crash and get this tier 1. Can they push for a tier 2? I don't think so. Syncroft's hovering around. Unforgiven has flash though, so they can play a little bit up.
They're going to push for at least a charge, and they should be able to get that. The minion wave will be culled. The Rift Herald will fall. Unforgiven tanks a tower shot. Mad Lions now need to be a little bit careful. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, you can see Armut trading in. Elioya down to about a third HP, but he should be fine. Nuclear is still pushing in the top lane, so there's no threat of that flank. Feels like Mad Lions learned a little bit from Binotto in that last play. Stalled, as you say, at the start. But, it worked out for them in the end. I'm sorry, Leclerc, we have to retire the car.
You said it, Hans. So Nuclear's going to base. Does he have Void Staff in base, I wonder? Just picked up that top tier 1. If he has a 2-item Spike LeBlanc this early on, he's going to do so much damage. Yes, he does. So eyes on him to try to burst out one of the carries or chunk someone out before a fight starts, because BDS haven't been able to have an even fight so far. They're engaged mid. 5 players from Mad Lions to respond. Fight around mid again for the Dragon. It was an instant engage by Mad. So they need to find a fight where they're the ones dictating the pace of it.
I find it strange sometimes how quickly we get used to things in League of Legends. You know, Chemtech Rift, we all got not used to it and it got removed, but Hextech Gates are still really cool. And we all just like look at them and don't comment on them as the Unstoppable Onslaught comes in the bottom lane here. Nuclear Wind's TP stopped with the Cyclone, and Limit and Gazebo realized they really can't take this as soon as that TP was stopped. Elioyo, though, was chunked out as well by Nuclear Wind. Does still have the flash if he wants to go forward here. Syncroft looking for something as well. Gets the knock-up onto Unforgiven, who does still have a flash. Could use to get out of the Cataclysm, and he does exactly that. BDS have to retreat, but they do get the flash and the ult out of Unforgiven.
Yeah, that's all they were looking for there, BDS. They just wanted to get Unforgiven's flash for the next 5 minutes. It's going to be really hard for Mad Lions to contest the next mid-wave, and although BDS are down in gold, if the LeBlanc is around and the Renekton isn't, it does even it up slightly in the gold deficit.
I mean, as well, the Aphelios still 1,000 gold ahead. Xmadi's in a really strong position with the Lord Dom's Cull complete on him. He'll back away now. We'll see how much gold he's got to spend. We're sitting on a 1.2k, so he's in a pretty strong position as Mad Lions take the express train to the blue buff.
Yeah, you're right.
It's a €9 ticket they took there.
€9 ticket. No, yeah, it's crazy how used to the Hex Gates we've gotten. Yeah. Also, when the Blast Cone came out, I was kind of like, there's a plant that knocks me back. Well, what the hell's going on? Now it just feels normal. Aggressivo's going to be a bit surprised here when he sees 4 people diving the Scion, and there's no tower left.
Good flash away from the Everfrost. He didn't have Unstoppable Onslaught, so couldn't run his way out of that, but does manage to escape with the flash. But that's the power of the Hex Gates. You don't get you behind the enemy team. Put Aggressivo in a little bit of a sticky situation.
Seen some preseason changes for the Blast Cone, a bigger version. Chemtech Drake might be coming back.
Yeah, but they're changing Chemtech Drake as far as I see.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to playing Tamagotchi with my jungle pets.
With my jungle pets.
It's like, oh, you forgot to feed your jungle pet. It's really mad at you now. It's just like, all of your camps have 3 times the health.
Debuff hits you. Angry pet. We'll see what those changes look like. It's quite interesting. Nuclear Wind's going to be taking away that blue buff. Level 14 right now on the LeBlanc. He hasn't really been able to get involved too much in any fights. Only the Elioya stop on the TP. You could see the amount of damage he dishes out. Elioya, even with the Mercury Treads, had to flash away almost instantaneously. And Manny getting close to that Infinity Edge, seeing at 2.5 items. Unforgiven the same. So despite this gold deficit, most of it's sitting on the Renekton. So when the 4v4 is kind of the stare down, it's almost slightly BDS favored because the carries being ahead versus the Wukong being ahead. The Jarvan's just a health bot anyway. He's just there to engage and buy time. So BDS able to dictate the mid lane pace, get this first tower in mid.
Alongside that, Armor's actually really only going for armor and health in this game. He hasn't really got any magic resist on him. You can see Foes of Fist, Ninja Tabi, Warden's Mail. He's there to deal with Xmadi and fights if he can. But Nuclear Wind, if he does end up meeting him in a side lane, as BDS have commonly been putting Nuclear Wind off towards the side, it'll be pretty difficult for Armor to actually navigate those fights. Now, Niski does have the Shadow Surge, and looks like they're looking for something as Syncroft goes in. Limit going back to base, though, and this isn't the best timing for BDS. They're just looking for a bit of chip damage. Of course, the Hextech Gate into the Hero's entrance is a possibility for Limit, and that would get him back in range pretty quick.
Yeah, Unforgiven, no flash. Ideal here for BDS is EQ from Syncroft, land the ult, land the Galley ult on top of him, get Unforgiven down as quick as possible, and we'll see if Nuclear Wind can deal with Armut, and he's doing so well so far. Armut just below half HP. That's the power of the LeBlanc, just poking him away. And I think Mad Lions look like they're giving this up. Armut's basing. He could TP on that pink ward there. You can see it on that blue buff entrance. He could TP there and flank BDS. That could be quite dangerous for them.
Nuclear Wind going for Elioya. Good Cyclone from Elioya, but the chase continues in. There's the exhaust, and Elioya's down, and now across the wall goes everyone. Armor could go for Xmadi in the pit. The Hero's entrance going in. Xmadi flashes forward. Looking for Unforgiven. A great flash torn as well. Unforgiven shut down. And on the wrong side of the wall is Kaiser. Niski dives in, but that's just too darn deep. Niski gets 2, though. Armor able to get 1 in response, but Xmadi and Aggressivo's still alive. They'll try and steal away this red. Armor stepping in, knows he's got a ton of armor.
He's got a lot of damage.
Onto Blackline, gets the stun with the Ruthless Predator, but it's not going to be enough. Xmadi gets the red. They'll turn their eyes back towards the dragon.
Good engage by BDS, very decisive to go into one direction. As Armut's TPing behind them, they just keep going forward, so it takes quite long for him to join the fight, but when he does, he just instantly shreds through 2 of them. See the power of the Renekton if he can actually get involved in a very, very scrappy area. And I think all of the members of BDS and Mad were all just stacked up on top of one another. BDS come away with the fight, BDS come away with the dragon. 2.2k gold lead over Unforgiven now for Maddie. So it's Elioya that gets caught initially in the top right corner of the screen. And there's a TP behind from the Renekton. Maddie's soloing the dragon here, but he says, screw the dragon, I'm going to flash over here and Gale Force on top of the enemy to carry. Now it's just a massive brawl pit where Armut's already popped the ult, so he has the Fury stacking up. He comes in, dashes through all of BDS, gets a massive Q as well, shreds through Syncroft and Limit, and then it's Mati and Aggressivo left after Nuclear Wind falls to Niski.
Yeah, and Niski's fear as well, pretty strong. Armut trying to get in there, just a little bit too late. Couldn't do as much as he wanted. 2,500 gold. The lead still for Mad Lions, but second Dragon of the game for BDS. And Mad Lions trying to gain control of this top side.
You can see clearly where the gold is on the AD carries, right? You can see Maddie sitting on a crit cloak, and Unforgiven sitting on a crit cloak, and Maddie already has the Infinity Edge. So 3-item spike for him. Armut has the Rand Window, so that should help out a little bit in the damage department. Only slight magic resist from the Frozen Fist. Nuclear Int building towards the Rabadons. Unforgiven's flash is back up. Our Mad Lion's gonna find some kind of pick here. Kaiser looks quite keen to get involved. Gonna pop the Sivir too, so what are they looking for here? Just vision? Just running through the jungle? Maybe they thought there was someone hiding in a bush and Kaiser could collapse quickly.
It doesn't seem like they could get there in time. Obviously, all of BDS willing just to back away. And coming back to Xmadi, there's a bit of a disappointing split at times. Has definitely struggled. Has been a point of weakness for his team from time to time as the fear goes down and they look for the damage onto Limit. He has been a punching bag. But with the locket, he should be able to get out and gets the Justice Punch in as well. Niski ignited. Limit tries to escape. Moonlight Vigil wide as well. And that's a good pick there for Mad Lions. Didn't even need the On the Hunt to do it.
Didn't even use the quickness either, but they don't fancy themselves a Baron just yet. They want to push into this tier 2. Maddie showing in mid is mainly the wave clear for BDS. I don't think they can push for a mid tier 2, so they might have to defend this play, but as I say that, they are pushing down mid. Unforgiven ready to respond.
Nuclear Int looking for a bit of damage where he can find it. Of course, LeBlanc's wave clear good if you can jump on top of the wave, but when there's 4 players there, it's a little bit more tricky to do that. However, BDS not looking to clear waves. Instead, they're looking to clear health bars. Armor knocked up initially, but where is Xmadi? Not here for the fight. Unforgiven, obviously, was there to clear the mid wave, stopping BDS from taking the tier 2, so that's why BDS thought they could find something.
He was extremely far away. Mad Lions would have liked to have turned, perhaps, but didn't have enough ultimates, didn't have their AD carry, just going to back away, take the tier 2 and be happy with the pick onto Limit earlier on. They got a little bit of topside vision that's been swept away by BDS. They need to kind of get that vision back again so they can start playing around this Baron a bit more heavily. You can see 4.2k gold lead for Armut right now. Only a level up though. See the Scion sitting at 4k HP. So the Jarvan and the Scion being behind 6,000 gold. Yes, it gives Mad Lions more damage, but BDS doesn't really feel like they're 6,000 gold ahead as a top jungle, because all they're building here as BDS is just low econ, full tank, go in, and the carries from BDS are ahead.
Nuclear Int's going to be able to dodge away here. Armut dashing forward as well. That Slice has no dice to follow it up. Mad Lions, though, do get the mid-prio, force BDS to take the long way round. Of course, no Hextech gates back into the base. Means that they have to walk all the way around, but Nuclear Int is able to clear that wave. Meanwhile, the bot wave and the top wave very much in BDS's favor here. Mad Lions have been playing mostly through the mid lane, and BDS can use the fact that someone has to answer those waves to get a little bit of time for themselves. Armut here stepped a little further forward than the rest of Mad Lions, and Limit was looking for something but can't find it. Elioyo as well, doing the same on the side.
Push out by Niski, has the TP. BDS going to get some control of this Baron. Guns aren't great for a Baron start, so they're going to keep contesting these mid waves. Agressivo's looking for Armut here. Kaiser has a pretty sneaky position. He might find Nuclear Int here with a knock-up.
There's the quickness. Elioyo on the chase as well. Nuclear Int able to dash away just in time, though. Quickness knocked up there. Aggressivo putting the damage down. Moonlight Vigil wide once again. And there's the dive onto the backline, but it's only onto the clone instead now. Aggressivo in the midst of 5. Mad Lions trying to step forward. Armut down to half. Xmadi, Shadow Search. Niski, you're going to go, you're going to go, you're going to go, you're going to go.
Oh, he's got a...
There we go. As soon as the passive comes up, he dives in, and that's Xmadi down. Waiting for the passive to tick. The fear comes out. The cleanse not enough to save him. Another Shadow Search forward from Niski. Nuclear Int looking for the chains, but he has to dash away from Kaiser's knock-up, and Mad Lions once again find a pick.
Oh, Maddie's flash was down for around 6 seconds. The second Niski jumped in, he had the fear as well, so the cleanse came through, but the follow-up from Mad Lions was quick to come in, and they're going to get a Baron from that as well. All of BDS blinking health bars going back to base. Double TP. They have the Hex Gates as well. If they can slow this down, maybe Syncroft can get there in time. Armut's just going to get blown up.
That's 950 gold over to LeBlanc. Nuclear Int, no ultimate on him, no ability to mimic those abilities. Elioyo chained up though. Good smite from him onto the scuttle to survive. Syncroft across the wall. Cataclysm, you going? Not quite. Niski able to force them away with a fear once again.
Dragon up in 3 seconds, though. That's going to be BDS's sole point when it comes to the Hextech Dragon. I think they should be able to secure this pretty easily. Maddie has access to the Hex Gates down towards his bot side, and Mad Lions all have the base. The Dragon is quite tanky, but I don't think they'll get here in time. Midwave pushed out a little bit. Maddie's going to go towards bot. Actually, not even going towards Dragon. Yes, he changed his mind. No, he's going to go back to bot. So
CS over neutral as well.
Yeah, CS over Dragons, CS over time. Maybe he just knows that Mad Lions can't contest it. Niski showing top anyway with no TP, so that's a very good reason to believe that.
And just a reminder for everyone, this game, although not too important for BDS, apart from for Pride, is very important for Mad Lions. If they win this, they are guaranteed either first or second in the regular season, and that puts them via seeding into our double elimination bracket, into those top 4 spots. If they lose this, they can fall all the way down to 5th seed, meaning they wouldn't get double elimination in our playoffs, and they wouldn't have that opportunity to lose the series and then come back.
Very important, need to execute cleanly. Nuclear just picked up a Rabadon's death cap as well, so his damage just got a hell of a lot higher. 1,000 gold shutdown went over to him. Kaiser's just going to look a little bit aggressively there. Aggressivo's going to step forward. Nuclear sees all of Mad in that bush. They want to engage. Both of them want to engage. They want to fight.
Nuclear going forward. Elioya down to half. That's just a bit of chip damage. Syncroft gets the blast cone down. Remember, Armit's not with the team right now. Does have the TP. Aggressivo looking for Elioya. Decimating smash going down, but this is great for the ricochets. Armit now going to TP in, and Aggressivo will fall first. X-Matty, though, building up the shurikens, can put a lot of damage down. He flashes for Niski! Oh, X-Matty, you gorgeous man! He flashes forward to take down Niski. Now it's all on Nuclear, and it's a 1-for-1, but Limit diving in as well will fall. X-Matty saw the blood in his eyes, and he thought he could make the hero play. I thought he'd done it, but he couldn't quite. Mad Lion shut the door on him.
That was psychotic by X-Man. He just goes into a Baron pit 1 versus 4, manages to get the shutdown, but now looks like Mad Lions might look for a Baron. Syncroft has no smite. Mad Lions don't know that though, so they're going to look for him. Maybe they can get a kill onto Armut. The chain misses. They're going to have to give this up. Mad secure the Baron, and they win the fight.
X-Matty more like X-Matty with his play there.
Bruh.
As you say, a little bit
That
psychotic.
joke starting already.
I mean, it looked good at the time.
It did look really good, and it all starts with Elioyo getting chunked out. I'm a bit unsure why Aggressivo stopped his ult so early. I think he could have hit the knock-up onto Elioyo here, but he lost vision. Maybe he thought a W or a flash would come out. Then his Q channel was a bit useless because Mad Lions have a lot of space to work against it. He falls, Niski flashes out here, but Maddie just says, I'm not going to have this many shurikens ever again in my life, so he just goes over 2 shots straight onto Niski. BDS tried to peel, but Mad Lions have enough tools to kind of gap close straight onto him. Get that kill, Limit falls, and Syncroft has no smite to contest the Baron.
All of Mad Lions very quick to follow up. I think if Niski had been alone there, perhaps it would have given X-Matty a little bit more time to have the hero's entrance, then you can start peeling, but because the Wukong was there as well, it's very easy for Mad to close the door on X-Matty. Now with Baron up and 8,000 gold their lead, that's shut down on X-Matty, paying dividends for them. Medjai is complete on Nuclear In, though he's at 4 items. Can still chip away, just like that. It's a little bit more of a chip, and it's the whole damn packet of them. Armut forced down, Moonlight Vigil coming out as well. Nuclear In looking for Unforgiven, chips at him. X-Matty just closed the wave.
Niski could TP back in here, and he is going to do so, but Armut is trunked out, so he might need to base. So a bit of an awkward spot here for Mad. They can't really siege onto these tier 3s just yet. The only person that can step up and hit the towers is Unforgiven and Niski, but they're so short range, these characters.
He's dead.
Oh,
he's not quite dead.
He's a lucky boy. Armut could have died there, and they could have taken control through bot and mid, pushed out and got some vision in Mad's jungle for this next soul point for them. Niski,
what was that? Niski just goes in all by himself, pops the stopwatch, and Yoya trying to get here in time with that decimating smash is going to connect. The Justice Punch as well, and Niski, he saw Armut survive and thought, I can do one better. Went in against 4 of BDS and pays for it with his life.
That was a bit sus there, Niski. Tries to get the 1-shot. Yeah, BDS with a pick can start to retake control of the map a little bit now. 6-1-4 on the LeBlanc, 12 stacks on the Magi's, level 17. Nuclear Int extremely strong. Maddie very close to 6 items too, so these carries are still ahead for BDS despite this gold deficit that they're in. 1 minute until that soul. Armut's going to push out top. Aggressivo's going to push out bot. Can they get a little bit of vision in this bot side river? Niski being dead allows them access here and allows them to put these wards down. Can they start sweeping away these pings? Looks like they can too. Can they get the next midway win as well? If they can, that would be a miracle for BDS to have some kind of setup to make Mad Lions face check into them despite being up against a Baron buffed Mad Lions.
X-Matty still no flash, Nuclear Int the same. On the other side, Niski doesn't have his, nor does Kaiser, but Kaiser's will be up pretty soon.
Darkness awaits Mad Lions. They have to find their way in.
BDS were born by it, molded it. They didn't see a win until they were team grown. Now they have 3, can they make it 4? Against Mad Lions here. 15 seconds on the Hextech Soul. Mad Lions position in the top of the playoffs on the line. BDS's pride, all that stands between them. losing this game. Nuclear went onto Armor, chips away at him, and Leoya has that control ward in the pit. Xmadi trying to get away.
No
Leoya looking for Xmadi, no flash. There's the taunt though. Kaiser getting in with the backline. Moonlight Vigil coming out, only hits onto Kaiser. The hero's entrance though back onto him, and Xmadi can now turn and gun and run down Mad Lions. 1-for-1 trade survives, 2-for-1. Oh, Xmadi steps too far forward. The taunt's gonna come out. Xmadi still trying to do it again, but he just can't get close enough. The ricochets, the Sivir, the Mad Lions, their pride stronger as they take down BDS in the river.
TP top from Armut. He's extremely low HP and he only has a small wave to work with. He has demolished 30 seconds on Syncroft, 30 seconds on Limit. Jungle supporter BDS 30 seconds away. Can Mad Lions close this game out and lock themselves in the top 2? Kaiser's on the way. There's a small mid wave as well. No, there's not. They're going to have to end through top now. They have 15 seconds to do it.
Syncroft on his way back from the death chamber, 12 seconds away, but Unforgiven very strong. 4 items on the Sivir. Elioya, 4 items on him as well, and the first Nexus Tower will go down. The second in Mad Lions' eyes. And with this, they will lock themselves a top 4 seed in playoffs. BDS can do nothing as Mad Lions take the win.
Double elimination for them and very well deserved. Yes, this game was a little bit sloppy, a couple mistakes here and there, but overall throughout the entire split, they were incredibly dominant. There was weeks on weeks where they had their win streaks and their metas, and they were defining the way Europe played the game. And now they're locked for a double elimination in the playoffs in 2 weeks from now. Armut was so tanky in that last fight. I think Matty got about 7 or 8 auto attacks on him, but he still lived. Max happy, and that's BDS's final game of the year on the LEC stage.
And they made Mad Lions fight for it. I think the last couple of games from BDS have been much stronger than the rest of their season. Obviously, they will have their doubters, they'll have the people, they'll have their own concerns about themselves, but hopefully we can see these players come back next year stronger with a new break. We see Mad Lions, Mac taking a bow on the stage as well. Very much deserved. Mac and the head of Mad Lions for the last few years. Took them to 2 championships, remember? Now taking them to the top of the regular season. Only G2 can match them. They would fall second if G2 win today, but still, top 2 is nothing to be sniffed at.
Mad Lions are back. They're looking scary. They're looking very, very scary, and we won't see them play again until 2 weeks from now for the playoffs, for that first round in the upper bracket. Still not decided who they face, but they're here, and they're here to play 2 titles into missing playoffs, into back locking top 2 now. Really, really impressive bounce back from the team, the whole team.
Definitely so, and obviously the addition of Niski, something everyone's going to be talking about. Him and Elioya have teamed up so well. Kaiser talks about how he thinks Elioya is the true star of the team, even though Niski obviously has been doing a lot of work for them. Let's see Mac getting ready, standing by with Quickshot for an interview. We'll be there in just a second, but before that...
Today's kind of gone as expected.
Yeah, to expectations. But the thing is, when you get to like the Fnatic and the Vitality games, like who do you expect to win those?
That's where the stakes are. That's where the real pressure is. That's where your life is on the line.
It really is. Your key player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter. Niski, Unforgiven, and Kaiser are your options. Sure. Yeah, all played well.
Rakan, Kaiser.
I mean, I always like a good Rakan player, but I will say Kaiser didn't have as many strong plays as perhaps he could have done. You know, like
see the knock up onto 5.
Knock up onto 5, and Kaiser's knock up finds them all. Anyway, we're gonna hand over to Quickshot, who's standing by with Mac.
Maybe on Pike
for an interview. Maybe on Pike.
Thank you so much, Mac. I think you can hear the casters having a good time. Definitely felt like your boys were having a good time. How do you feel now that the season is over? You're locked into the upper bracket of playoffs. Also, the players specifically calling you out to like carry you and cheer you on stage.
They definitely needed to carry me this weekend, that's for sure. Seriously, are we actually locked? Top 4?
I believe that is the case. We'll double check that, and based on results, based on championship points.
Woo! Okay, if you're wrong, Medic, I will hold you personally accountable.
I'm holding Medic accountable. Can we find out from stats and validate that? As we're looking into it, let's talk a little bit more about the season, just reflect on it. I think in particular, spring to summer, what a glow up. But I think as this will be the final regular season interview, just reflect on me, not only the summer season, but the year as a whole.
Obviously this year was, I mean, for pretty much all of us, like the hardest year of our careers, right? Like most of us have, like for example, Armut and Elioya basically came into the LEC, used to winning everything, and then won everything again. So spring was such a huge shock for us, and I think it was such a hard split more than anything because the team just kind of felt a bit broken. Like it wasn't, from the inside, it just didn't feel like a healthy team, right? And I think that's the biggest change for us, is that the team feels healthy and happy. And I mean, to be fair, this weekend, I think we struggled a little bit more than we have previously. Like the last 2 weeks for us were not super clean weeks by any shape of the imagination, but the team internally is much healthier than it was.
Mac, I have always, and I've said this many times on broadcast and off air, always enjoyed talking to you, your earnestness, your honesty in terms of just talking about what's going well, what you're working on, what's not. I'm extremely happy to tell you and validate and confirm for you that the moment we're done, you can go tell a team, you are locked top 4 seeding in playoffs. Right. So it's going to be able to give you that access to the double elimination as Medics so clearly brought out, the opportunity to potentially drop a series, come back as long as you're not in the finals for that one. What does that mean to you knowing that you've got that shot, knowing that Worlds is so tantalizingly close?
It really is. It really is. Obviously, when there are 4 slots at Worlds, the first thing that every single team thinks is like, oh my God, we're making it this year, right? So double elim is such a huge relief. Honestly, like I think the stress level when you compare only having one
I can tell you,
life.
I don't know if this spread through on the camera, but I can literally tell the weight on Mac's shoulders. There's just so much relief at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely this weekend was a really stressful weekend. And I think I've been bottling it up a little bit because I didn't want to project that onto the players a lot, right? So I try not to let that show, so yeah.
One game at a time. Focus the team that's ahead of you.
Yeah.
Just before I let you go, and we do go to an ad break, I do want to net a prediction from you. XL picked up a win. They are now looking at either Rogue or Misfits to support them because they're looking at the likes of Vitality or Fnatic. Those 3 teams. Who do you think is more likely to help XL out? Do you think Vitality beat pick up that win against G2, or do you think Fnatic take down Misfits?
Oof. That's a tough one.
It is.
That's a really tough one. I think... Oh, but you're making me choose between Marek Brazda and Kazi.
That's it. You have to pick. Of the 3 teams, XL, Misfits, as well as Fnatic, which 2 make it to playoffs? Give me 2 names and we have to go to break.
I think Fnatic Vitality.
Fnatic Vitality. There we go, saying XL don't make it. The fans here are happy. Mac, congratulations. We'll see you in playoffs. We're going to head to an ad break. When we come back, it's SK taking on G2.
Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion.
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the final day of LEC's regular season ahead of SK versus G2. And this game is going to be a bit weird because with SK losing yesterday, their dreams of reaching playoffs are now over. We're bouncing over here. I love it.
It's the soundtrack. It's such a banger. I can't help but sorry, continue.
Yeah.
Look, it's no reckless with my
It's
heart,
fine.
but it's pretty good.
Okay,
It's all right.
Bias much, but okay, let's focus on the next game here. It's the last time we'll see SK in 2022, and I think we can say a lot about their progress throughout the entirety of summer, especially in the second round robin. I mean, at least they say goodbye with a bang.
Yeah, you know, with a bang, yeah, pulling out all the big guns down in the bot lane for Jezu, the Yasuo, the Draven. Other teams came into this final weekend. We're like, yeah, we'll go for some scaling options. This team came in with some flair, looked good on the Yasuo comp. Even the Draven for Jezu looked strong as well, just couldn't get across the playoffs finish line at the end.
That's the thing, right? You're just left with, had they just clicked like 1 week earlier, right? Had they figured out the meta coming into the split with that horrible start they had and, you know, picked up the victories from there, that could have been them chasing the playoffs now. And I agree with the sentiment that they are going out on a bang because, come on, the storyline they were almost riding in terms of making players with the Darius, with the Yasuo bot lanes. That's the exciting League of Legends you can really rally behind.
You have to appreciate the creativity around the roster, and I'm really interested in seeing what they cook up for today. But back-to-back non-playoffs and disappointing results for the team, I want to say. What can we expect for this roster when you think of the next year?
I mean, it's hard to say with new org coming into the fray for LEC next year, but I think the bot lane for me has still stood out in a way. Like Jezu had some good moments. Treats in particular continues to be so strong, especially on engaged support. So whenever there's a meta where a Khan is going to be in there, where the All-Stars, the Nautilus of the worlds are going to exist, Treats will always have a spot, I feel.
And to me specifically, I think Certis got way more comfortable this split, right? Remember his Akali performance where he solo killed Caps. Next game, he locks in Sylas, has a phenomenal performance too. So some of these champions that give him agency, I thought, you know, actually, you're looking like really solid caliber. So they got the building blocks, I'd say, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Looking forward to seeing who we'll see next year in the LEC. But on the other side of the rift, we're going to have G2 Esports, who, as we say during Ready Check, qualified to World yesterday with the win against Misfits. And we have to think about Jankos' tweet here, as we see him obviously on the cam. He said that 3 weeks ago, they were still looking to lock in playoffs. And now they're the first team to qualify to Worlds. This is such a G2-esque thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, the giant XD right there, I think, sums up the feelings of Jankos on that one. And such a different story for this team, too, because if you look back to spring, how this team even had to make it through playoffs coming in 4th seed, I believe, then winning all of these series back to back to back to back, going on that unprecedented run. There was pressure on them every step of the way. Now, so much has been taken off.
That's the thing. They went on a 24 winning streak of a game going down for that lower bracket run. So what we already know about this is that, okay, we've seen in the past that this team can struggle. We've also seen that they've been able to fix this and develop a style that fits them. I think when we came into spring, this style was all about putting Broken Blade on tanks, Jarvan for Jankos, play for bot lane, play for mid lane. That was the deal. Now coming into it, they look way more refined in the way they're still piloting a Gwen on the top side or locking in the Yone still at the same time. But now you also have the Sivir and Seri in the meta, even Draven that Flakkit performs on. So I think as a team, they're becoming more diversified. And I'm looking forward to see that ramp up towards the playoffs because I think even in a game against SK today, still that like, ramp up to fight for, keep the energy going, feel good about your performance. I think that still matters for these players.
So I see you guys are excited about G2 in playoffs, but when we think about their regular season performance here, great start, fell off a bit, having a hard time picking up the meta. We know that Dylan Falco often said that they did not in which direction they should go. But when you look at G2 in spring and G2 now in summer, do you think we can expect the same caliber of playoff performance from them?
I think you're looking at a really strong playoffs. Again, they have a break week to work with for them as well. And, well, maybe it won't be the same kind of blitz that they went through the lower bracket with. I think that this team is still always going to be a threat when it comes to the BO5s.
Yeah, and if there's one thing last spring taught me, it's really just that whoever really figures the meta out first gets to come ahead. Last spring, that was G2. If they can do that again, well, they're looking stellar. So I'm looking for their scouting and looking for the player expertise they have, and I'm generally looking for them to remain that terror they are in a best of 5.
Now, setting the stage for this game, as we said, this is going to be a bit weird because SK is just playing for fun in a way, but with Mad Lions winning earlier against BDS, G2 still needs to grab a win to chase this first place in the standings. So we may have SK being creative, as we saw here in the Super Week, but can they disturb G2 into getting that first place?
Well, that's the thing. You say playing for fun. I think the way SK have been playing this weekend, they've been playing for blood. Like, we are going to see very aggressive picks, I feel like. Again, like, if we see something like the Darius or whatnot, it's not them, you know, trolling, right? This is SK coming out with a very aggressive look this entire weekend long.
And to tie that in, I think that's synonymous with fun, right? At least from a viewer point of view. So it's like, I want to see them continue with the send it mentality, the early game aggression. Love it from SK.
Yeah. I don't know what to expect from this team, especially as you said, because they had such a good Super Week. Yesterday was heartbreaking for them, but do you think they have what it takes, given their recent performance, to take down G2?
It's hard to give them that credit with G2 absolutely destroying Misfits yesterday, but if we're going to see anything, maybe a spicy top lane matchup. We had the One from Broken Blade last night, so eyes on top and AD for the spicy picks.
Could be a banger. Let's see what SK have cooked up here, but let's send it over to Cajewel and Medic to get us into the game.
That's us.
That's us.
We're here.
Ready
For a game that is definitely 100% going to be serious.
No chrono breaks.
Why would you say that?
It says it right there. You see?
Oh, okay. Oh,
Pay
that
attention.
makes more sense. But also, that's his ult. Like, that's just like, I'm not going to use my ult anymore.
Stop time. Wait, wasn't he in that show?
Which
yeah,
one?
Fizz was in the show. Yeah, he was in the fishing
Yeah,
first
yeah,
scene.
he was part of the fishing
That's pretty
scene.
cool, yeah.
Yeah.
I like fish.
So do I. Any particular ones that are your favorites?
Colorful fish that swim around.
Colorful ones.
Yeah.
Okay. You ever been scuba diving?
No, I've never been scuba
I'd
diving.
highly recommend
I kind of have.
Incredibly peaceful experience.
I never,
kind of have.
Yeah, I never really learned how to use a snorkel, so...
Oh, but that's snorkeling.
Oh.
So scuba diving is where you have like the respirator.
Oh,
and the
yeah,
oxygen tank.
yeah.
Oh, and it's
you
not
go.
oxygen filling.
Jankos hit or miss pick Nidalee/Pantheon.
50%. We could do a 90-50-10.
If Spear hit rate over 60%, I will buy the new G2 jersey.
Oh, wow. Okay.
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 Carlos. Get him to pick Nidalee. Where's Carlos?
Message Jankots.
Just shouted him over the stage.
Time for Nidalee or Pantheon.
He can't hear us, unfortunately. Soundproof headsets and pink noise. No one really knows what pink noise sounds like. So when you put those pro player headsets on, first of all, your ears are soundproof. You can't hear anything. And
Your
second
ears are soundproof.
Well, the room is everything's soundproof. And also you hear this.
You have to keep doing that the entire cast.
So give the viewers at home pink noise during the cast.
We're going to have some
Beat drops. Medic.
Yes.
Tell me. What changes if SK or G2 win this game?
Nothing.
Nothing. So, we're going to set the stakes for the cast. If the game is wild, we will be wild. If the game is serious, we will be wild.
True.
So if G2's locked first, SK can't make playoffs.
So, importantly again, G2 are not locked in the regular season standings first. At the moment, Mad Lions are ahead of them. If they match Mad Lions, G2 would take it because they have more wins in the second half of the split. So if they win, they do get first in the regular season. However, because G2 won spring and are now at least top 2 in summer, they have first seed into playoffs. They also automatically go to Worlds because we're not used to having 4 seeds here.
So you're telling me if I go back in the year 2061 and I look at the year 2022 summer split LEC, it would show Mad Lions in first place if G2 loses this game.
Yes.
In the regular season.
In the regular season.
And I don't think G2 is going to be happy about that looking at these bans.
I mean, G2 haven't always been a team that regularly wins the regular season.
So that's why.
Yeah. This is the time for them to prove.
This is the time.
Okay. Well, so far, pretty stock standard. Draven, Sivir, Trundle bans, Kalista,
that smile.
Poppy, and Vi bans.
Smile. What's he up to, Caps? What is he up to?
Dylan, we got to go Vayne.
Don't first pick Ornn. Are we going to first pick Ornn? Jarvan.
Okay.
Aggression. I like aggression.
Jarvan support.
Oh, yeah, maybe we could. Wasn't it the
treats?
Wasn't it the Kalista pentakill?
Kalista Jarvan.
Go on. Give us a Kled. Go on. Give us a cheeky Kled.
Come on, the Cantankerous Cavalier.
This draft will tell us how serious G2 is being in this last game.
Dylan did say to us they're going to be serious if SK are serious. So expectations are that things will remain a little bit serious. He typed in 3 letters. Panth! Oh!
Okay.
The bet's on. The bet is on. Someone else has to count spears, because last time I did that, it got very annoying very quickly. So in chat, count how many spears we see Jankos hit or miss. At the end, tweet at Cadril, and with the number of spears. Okay?
Okay.
I don't want my inbox spam. That's why I said
that's
okay,
right.
yeah.
Aphelios picked up for Flacket. Maybe it's Caps' Aphelios. Maybe Caps wants to play AD carry and Flacket goes mid. We can only hope. Caps did do his AD carry debut in spring 2020.
Yeah, 2020?
Yeah.
2019.
2020. I played against it.
Okay.
Yeah. Renekton picked for Gen X. Pretty standard stuff. Maybe they pick a mid laner here. Sortus, LeBlanc, Ari, Silas.
It wasn't 2020. It was 2019. Perks went over to... Oh, did he go over in 2021?
He went over in 2021.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's all a blur because of COVID,
Yeah,
isn't it?
COVID, man. Anyway, Renekton and LeBlanc locked in here for SK. And G2.
See, now the standard thing here would be Lissandra would be great.
Yeah.
You know, Pantheon Lissandra against LeBlanc.
Oh, that's so
Renekton.
much CC. That's disgusting, actually.
I'm looking across. Caps is not smiling yet. The Shaka. Oh, Caps.
Dylan's
shaking his head. No, Dylan, let him do it.
You can't press his keyboard,
he wants
Dylan.
to go Vayne. He wants to go Vayne.
No!
But the mid laner not picked yet.
True.
Mid laner not picked yet. Dylan's shaking his head. Jankos is laughing. Caps is still laughing.
Flacket and Tiger.
The dream is still alive.
As well.
The dream is still alive. So Gwen for Broken Blade into the Renekton. And now the bans come out. Support or AD bans against SK would make a lot of sense, of course. And I presume SK is probably going to ban top laners to make the Renekton's life a little bit easy, or could take away some kind of counter pick supports depending on what their plan is.
As the Nautilus banned away by G2.
Oh, that makes me think they're going Renata on 4, which is normal. And we'll wait for Caps' pick, because we know Caps is full of surprises. I just need to look at Targamas with a smile, you know, and I need to hear, Dylan, we have to go something. And then, boom, YouTube. Caps does it again.
Are you talking about your own YouTube when you VOD review the game on Monday morning?
No. This was picked in pro play?
Can you believe it?
Can you believe it? Capital letters, exclamation
I think
mark.
you should do a ton of those videos, just really short ones, and it's just a normal pick. And all you do is like, Ornn was picked in pro play! Oh my I can believe it!
Zeri taken away. No Zeri pentakills in this game. Teemo time. Is that XL up there in the VIP booth? Yeah, it is.
I mean, it makes sense. They're sitting around and watching.
Yeah.
New Tuck looks very chill.
Chilling up in the VIP booth, waiting to see where their fate lies. Now they could pick mid into LeBlanc here, would make the most sense. And then just leave support for last. Oh, Lissandra is the obvious one. No, Caps. He's gone for a standard pick. Or is it Lissandra support?
No, man. You can't keep doing this. At some point, we have to accept that G2 have decided today is not a happy
day.
See,
Jesu's feeling that Dylan we have to go Vayne.
I mean, Jesu used to play a bunch of Vayne when he was in the LFL, I think it was. He was actually known for his Vayne picks, so currently hovering it, but with the smiles all around. Samira!
Oh, we're going to get a Leona as well. Samira,
well. Okay,
ooh,
okay.
Okay. Very aggressive. Very, very aggressive. Treat is happy. He wants to dive bot level 3. What's going to be the last pick for G2?
Panth Flex to support.
No, you told me to stop it. You told me to stop it.
Teemo, Targa. Teemo works well into Samira if you can not get blocked by her entire thing. Panth Flex. Panth Flex. Panth Flex. Oh, no!
Oh, okay.
I mean,
maybe they roll swap.
Nah, all credit to them. Obviously, trying to round out the week, round out the split with a win here. Both teams, not too much to play for, but still being able to show off on the LEC stage is always a win, especially for SK going into the off season.
Yeah, and I guess it does matter for SK a little bit in the sense that, like, if they lose, they could finish 9th. If they win, they could finish 7th. You know, I don't exactly know where and when and what has to happen for them to finish in certain areas, but a win is always good. I think SK are sitting at 7 wins, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, they are. If they lose this, they would tie with Astralis. I'd have to look at their head-to-head record, which I can do. Just give me 1 second. They are 1-1 with Astralis. Then we have to look at the wins in the second half of the season. And they would be ahead of Astralis because they are 1 win behind. So if they do lose this, they would still finish 7th. If they win this, they can't finish 6th.
So they still finish 7th?
Well, 8th. Sorry, 8th. They're going to finish 8th.
Oh,
no matter what, they're going to finish 8th.
So 10, 9, and 8 is basically locked.
Yeah, BDS are 10, Astralis are 9, SK are going to be 8, and then we'll find out who gets 7th and 6th.
I love the signs. I love signs. They're so fun to see. So many different creative
I think the LCK signs, with the amount of art they have on them, is really impressive to me. Like, some of those guys are very skilled drawers, artists.
Draw those things, yeah. It's crazy. Well, we're about ready to get into game 4. SK versus G2, game 3. Looks like bench. Level 1. Level 1.
SK really needs another syllable there somewhere, doesn't it? T. Oh, wait, wrong team.
Level 1.
Level 1. Level 1. Level 1.
Dude, they're not giving us anything today. That Rel skin is so cool.
It reminds me of the arcade, like the unicorn pony that used to, like, Rainbow Unicorn Attacks or whatever it was. The mini game.
Yeah,
jump,
with the jumping.
Yeah.
Oh, what a throwback.
I can't remember what that game was called.
That was funny. That was Rainbow Unicorn Attack or something. Yeah, I remember. What a banger.
Oh, I pressed the wrong button.
Everyone has 500 gold.
Yeah, I pressed the wrong button. Okay, man, like, buttons are hard, K-Draw.
So, runes are pretty standard. Caps actually has the Aftershock. Not going to go for Spellbook. Certus is going to ward the red. And, yeah.
Okay.
That happened.
All right, because this game doesn't have too much meaning, K-Draw, I want to ask you a question.
Is it going to be a condescending question?
No.
Okay.
Do you want to do some play-by-play at some point in this game? Because last time you did play-by-play was because Dracos disconnected.
Yeah.
And it was one of the most fun experiences I've ever had listening to a League of Legends cast.
It was that bad?
No, but no, it was fun. It was good, man. People loved it. You had it was Mad Lions versus, can't remember who it was, but it was like the 4-man dive in the tri-bush. It was great.
So what I've noticed is play-by-plays have two really cool things about them. One, they can have a really like high-energy voice. It's so intense.
Sure.
And two, they can be very creative as they say the words that happen in the fight, right?
Robot Unicorn Attack on Newgrounds, apparently. Thank you, Trevor.
New, quick shot.
Of course he did.
He's giving us a sign of the name of the game.
The man was around before the internet. Of course, he was the first game that came out on it.
Where was I? Oh, yeah. So the play-by-plays have really intense voices and they have really cool lines. They say them. What I realize is I don't know any good lines.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know what I'm saying. So I'll just put as much scream into the voice
I mean,
as I can.
that's fine by me. Also, like, a lot of those lines are prepped. I think people forget and don't think about the fact you can prep some of the lines. Now, good people can improv as well, but like the Faker is Forever line, you gave me that I used at MSI Finals.
I was, I wasn't there, so...
Genex ignited. Broken Blade looking for the snip. Doesn't have flash score, so can't get underneath the tower. Genex able to get away.
How's your color testing, Medic?
Moderate to bad.
I think moderate to good. You're master tier.
Not anymore, man. Like D4 at the moment. I kind of entered a lot of games.
Happens.
Yeah, it does.
Team diff.
Yeah, 100%.
Jungle roll.
Loses Q, man. Yeah, support roll. It's not overpowered at all. Anyway, Broken Blade getting the early trade up towards the top. Like kind of to be expected.
Ooh,
it does have the ignite as well. Jankos looking for something here. Is going against Gillis.
Boom. Big damage. Takes the red away as well. Gillis is going to EQ out of there. Has to use the flash too. Jankos could look for a bot dive now.
And he definitely could. The issue, of course, with diving Arel is she gets the shield, she has the knock-up, you've got the attract repel as well with the stun, so if you ever try and get close, it can be a little bit difficult, and Pantheon, although he used to be able to tank tower shots, does struggle to do that these days.
Very nice. Very good breakdown there, Minik.
Thank you, man.
Like it a lot. Krug's going to go over to Jankos. Going to look towards this bot crab. Waiting for the level 3 on bots for Jezu and Treats. Maybe they can find some kind of all-in.
I mean, the thing as well is here, because you know Jankos' bot side, you know Gilius is reset. Gilius is going to go up towards the top side crab. It's a smart play to make, but Broken Blade needs to be aware that Gilius is going to go up towards the top side, right? So he should actually be walking down, placing a ward, making sure the wave isn't in the worst situation. His ward's about to come off cooldown. Gilius could have skipped crab and gone immediately towards the top side. Here, he's given Broken Blade a little bit more time.
Very correct there.
Very correct.
Top side, no ghost on Broken Blade. Genex has ghost as well. I didn't even see that. Maybe he thought he was up against a ghost Gwen and he'd have to chase her down. So we got a speedy Renekton on the Rift.
This is actually really bad for Broken Blade.
Is it going to come out?
Oh, he's going the way around.
No one knows. He doesn't know.
Shh, he's your audience. Shh, shh, shh.
He knows that! What did I just... And this will be the day you almost got... Wait, what? Hang on a second. Now Jankos is going to go for round 2. Pops a wall on Gilius' Gromp. He's going to EQ away. Has Gilius hit an EQ this game? He's been EQing away and missing Broken Blade. We will
C. That was rather funny, but I mean, even if he hit the EQ, I think Gwen would dodge it with the E anyway, so it just looked like a funny interaction. Now Yanko's going to look for the flash W on the dive, Caps is going to look to follow up with the W as well. There's Flow, oh god. Good reactions.
Yeah, I mean, good reactions. Seth didn't need to flash because the Ring of Frost was just short, but you can't really tell that, right? Like, you assume if Caps is flash Ring of Frosting you, the Caps is going to be enraged.
Yeah. But that's the power of Caps, because then he can do things that you expect won't happen, but you have to react to anyway because it's Caps. Yanko's going to take away Raptors. He's been a bit of a nuisance for Gilius this game so far. Took away his Reds, tried to threaten his Gromp, now taking away some of the small Raptors. Caps keeping Certus on the tower. He can look for a pretty cheeky combo here. It's the QWE away as you do it. It's almost like a fadeaway. He can tank one power shot.
Gets the plate as well, has the mana advantage, meaning that Certus is going to have to back here, get himself the Forbidden Chapter, and then Forbidden Idol? Lost Chapter, that's the one.
You went through a couple different items there.
Look, they all have very similar names, man. Like, there's too many things in this game that are like, that should be called the other thing. So Rex IE, what's Rex IE called?
Unburrow. Burrow.
That's the E? I thought it was W. What's W?
No, that's W, yeah.
Yeah.
The E is the tunnel.
The E is the tunnel. What's the Q called, sorry?
I don't know, spinning slash.
It's like Furious Bite or something, right?
Isn't that the E?
Is that the E?
I don't know.
I thought that was the tunnel.
Oh, Genax gonna go for an aggressive. He stunned the cannon though, but he wants to level up. 5-pet Genax is gonna get the trade. Broken Blade has the ignite, turns it back onto him. No flash on Genax. The R3 comes in. Down goes the Croc. Solo kill for Broken Blade.
Yeah, and that's the problem with stunning a cannon minion. I feel like that's all the color casting I can do in that situation. It's like the guy stunned the wrong target. Yes, he did get 6, but he could have called the Meek to get the 6. And then
the Meek.
Broken Blade obviously hitting 6 has the ignite advantage and can just force the Renekton out of the lane. I am going to look up Rek'Sai's.
I know Dom's out there somewhere has a Rek'Sai one-trick molding that I just said the E is the Unburrow. Yeah. My bad.
What's the Fury? Maybe he doesn't have Fury. No, Furious Bite is the E.
I knew it.
I knew it.
No, you said it was the Q.
No,
what is the Q?
I said it was the E originally. The Q is Queen's Wrath, or Wrath, I guess, depending on how you're pronouncing it. But yeah, I think that's a chomp. You know,
you just
it's the same.
It...
It's a Trundle Q.
I know exactly what you'd be like on the design.
It's like just chomp, chomp, chomp.
Medic makes
Nunu Q, consume apparently, but it could just be chomp.
And you would also make the subtext very short as well. He chomps.
Yeah.
Deals this damage. That's
well,
it.
At least I put the damage numbers in.
True.
Certus is going to get given the blue buff as G2 have a slight lead here. We see Broken Blade winning out the 1v1 off towards the top side. That's really where most of that lead is coming from. Obviously, Caps as well, controlling his lane pretty well. Lissandra, known as a counter into the Blanc. Actually, usually you need a few levels under your belt as the Lissandra. I think it's about level 5, level 6 that you start to have a bit more counter threat. Where do you want the levels to be? In your backpack? On the floor?
In your hand?
Do you want to just be like birthdays and there's this sort of intangible experience that you've gained?
Oh yeah, because every time you have a birthday, you level up.
True.
True.
Every year, 365 days pass.
Okay.
Wise things, man.
You're
wise things with Medic.
You're a very, very wise man. You know what? You know, you ever played like MMOs when you level up? There's like an aura around you. That's what should happen in real life as well. It's your birthday at a certain time, the exact same time you were born. Boom.
And the older you get, the more dark the aura is. It's like, please stay away from me. Don't remind me it's my birthday.
Don't remind me. Trevor's birthday. Happy birthday to Trevor.
Yeah, happy birthday, Trevor. I also saw it's Chip's birthday today from the LFL.
Chips as well.
Birthday Chips. Fuel's birthday, man.
Fuel's birthday, man, indeed.
Yeah, when we're cheering us saying happy birthday, we know the game's been pretty slow. I appreciate you guys in the audience being happy about it, but yeah, 1 kill in 8 minutes. Not really what I expected from the Pantheon jungle.
Jankos is level 6 now. Has access to the Starfall.
It's the Starfall. I think it's Grand Skyfall now, actually.
Okay.
Unless they... maybe that was the old name. And there's so many champions in the game, I just don't know the names of anymore.
I will admit, as much as I said I've been studying the champion names, I haven't been studying the champion ability names.
Grand Starfall now. Maybe it used to be Skyfall.
So, Flak gets a bit zoned away from the tower here. Caps and Targamas on the way to bail him out. Only a plate over to SK. Pretty slow game. Will be a very explosive game, though, when a team fight kicks off.
That's the hope. Because then you get to play by play.
Woo! You know, when we're cheering for Heralds, we're out here, we're desperate.
Broken Blade proxy farming here. Genax still even on farm, but knows he can't win the 1v1. Has those Mercury treads. Of course, Gwen, since the changes, just so powerful with pure AP. Yeah. Broken Blade already has that blasting wand and the Amptome.
Should we start cheering for every ward that goes down?
No, we shouldn't, man. Don't bring it back.
Yeah?
Okay, you can cheer for every ward if you cheer something different for every ward kill.
What is that supposed to mean?
If they just go woo, then next time they have to say something different. Like die ward.
What happens when you run out of vowels?
That's their fault. Applying limitations to things is what makes them interesting.
And that's where the creativity comes out as well. Gilius is going to go onto the G2 bot lane here.
Go on.
Me. Ult comes across, Flakkid is locked in the chamber. He's going to flash away. Targamas is there to peel the shield up, but he doesn't decide to use it. Yes, he doesn't have flash. He must have used it earlier. There's the Samira. She's spinning with that S-rank, baby. Targamas flashes away, doesn't even use the exhaust. Kill to SK.
I like that doesn't even use the exhaust. This is like shade to him. It's like,
no,
your AD carry just died, Targamas. What are you doing with your exhaust, mate? Woo! Okay, that's one. That's
So
that's
no
like
more,
a
no more
wooey
O's.
yay. Yeah.
No more O's.
No more O's.
It's like Hangman, but reverse. Oh, that ward from Treats.
Oh, if the game's really slow, you can draw on the screen, right? What are we cheering? Huh?
Another one. Oh no, is that a ward? Oh my god.
Why did you start?
You know what I think they should do? When the wards die, they should stay on the map and just fall over. So there's like just like hundreds
there's
of
a
wards.
little bit of rubble.
Yeah, I know, but only for a certain amount of time. So you can see what's warded there before.
But how much clutter do you want on our map?
A lot,
man?
a lot. I also think walls should fall down on certain spells.
Okay, I can give you that. I mean, they do. Ornn E will break a wall, break terrain that's been crafted.
But what about, why can Ornn E break Talia wall but not a normal wall?
Because Talia wall, I don't know, man. Like, the Talia wall is made of like a weird
sandstone.
Yeah, sandstone.
Limestone.
And Ornn E is made of ice, and ice seeps into the sandstone and then cracks it from within.
But that's if he's using the blue skin. What if
No,
he's
but
using
Ornn's Feyordian, right? So the whole, like, you have to go with the base.
But he's a god.
Yeah, Feyordian god.
A god can't break a wall. Oh, a pink. But gods can't break
no, Ornn moves in mysterious ways, Cage. Like, hey, who are we to judge the mind of Ornn?
The legend. Genax hits the stun. Broken Blade runs away. Caps gets another plate with that demolish.
Yeah, the Caps just in a really good position. Known counter, obviously, the Alessandra into the little bonk. Even though he's a level down, he's still 600 gold ahead.
Another one!
Okay, I'm gonna leave. You just solo gas out.
These wards are dying everywhere.
Another
one! There's so many wards in the game. You see when you pay attention to these things. Oh, Gideus popped the sweeper.
He's got it as well.
Is he gonna sweep?
Is he gonna sweep the ward? Will he sweep the ward, or will he let down the fans?
Gideus, oh Gideus. If you hear us, press sweeper.
Well, that's the pink noise
That's
coming
the pink
in.
noise.
Yeah,
The
it's the pink
soundproof
noise. Can't
headsets.
hear us. Yep, 100%.
Treats is gonna look for caps. Chain
Attack
connects.
repel, looking for the stun, can't quite land it. Chain does go in though. Treats can jump forward with the crash down if he wants.
But he missed
another one. Another one. Genax trying to survive here. Rifto going down, does clear the wave, culls it.
Oh. Big crash. Plates over to G2. Another ward. This is an exciting game now. I'm really riled up. Medic seems very
Can we play
disappointed.
Hangman on the telestrator or
We
something?
could if you want. Do you want to play Noughts and Crosses?
Yeah, let's do it. Go on.
No.
Start up, start up. Come on, Cockade. You promised me Noughts and Crosses. Come on. Come on.
Okay, where do you want to go?
All right, I'll go middle.
Okay. I'll go here.
All right, I'll go top left.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll go here.
Okay, I'll go between your two.
Okay. I'll go here.
All right, and I'll go out here.
Okay.
I win!
Does Genax win against Broken Blade though? The ghost is popped.
Broken Blade able to get away from it. Neither one coming in. Jankos with the flash stun. Genax nowhere to go. Jankos on the board, second kill of the game for G2. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, those chains are going to hit. Certus can continue to chase forward. Frozen Tomb still available for caps, means that Certus won't want to go any further. And this will be top tower forfeit. First tower of the game. G2 will claim it.
Will they get some response in bot here? SK is hitting that bot tier 1. Gideus is hovering around. Plates have fallen off. Targamas is here to defend. Gonna push them back. And the game will settle down again.
Oh, it was
going back to
breakneck.
they're going back to Noughts and Crosses.
Okay.
You didn't win. Oh, they're going in. Flakkid, no flash.
Go on then.
Samira's gonna spin. Cancels the Brown Bolt as well. Gonna get the first kill. Jankos with the Starfall comes in. There's the S rank. The Brown shield blocking a lot of that damage. Shield bow procs for Jezu.
I mean, yeah, Jankos' shield and Targos' shield, yeah, man, there was no damage.
Two shields!
It's 2 shields, man. It's too strong. The Aegis Assault, of course, from Pantheon.
Oh, you know
all
he's got Wikipedia up. He's reading the spell names. I'm selling you out.
Why'd you have to get me out like that, man? You want to play the spell name game, we can play the spell name game, but I don't think you come out on top of that one. I have watched you lose to Vedi.
I played the spell name game against Dracos. He was unbelievable.
Yeah, Dracos is proper top tier.
Oh. Is production, like observers?
Observers are 100% highlighting all the war kills, though.
So Cap's going to push in mid, Genex on the way down.
And after the breakneck action of 1 kill and a tower falling, we return to normalcy. Normality? Normality.
Normality.
Oh. Oh. That's another ward.
Herald's up.
Oh, broken
Are we
blade.
going to get a 5v5?
Xerxes looking for broken blade. Gwen is immune. Gwen is still immune. Instead of Stat just dodges back. X-Flash across the wall there from Treats to try and gain some vision control.
Are they going to get this?
Yeah, I mean, Blacken's all the way down towards the bottom side, right? Yeah. Grand Starfall not available for Jankos either. Must have used that just to get down towards it. I did use it down to get towards that bottom side.
If you're just tuning in online and you're wondering why, there's Norton Cross on the screen and there's cheers for wards. Just to remind you one final time, G2 is basically locked for first place in playoffs.
They are locked for first place in playoffs.
They are locked for first place in playoffs. Yes, they could finish second in the regular season, but they will be first because of Spring. And SK is locked in 8th place. Win or lose, they're in 8th. They have the head-to-head against Astralis in the second half of the season, and if they win, they can't get up to 9 wins. So the game itself has no stakes. There's no real difference if either side wins. They're just playing
for pride.
For pride, basically.
And the crowd continues to troll us.
You're the only one being trolled here.
I enjoy the enthusiasm. I just think it could be directed better, you know? Give me some chants. In English football, there's a lot of cool chants, you know? They do chants to songs. There's like, Perks is on fire, your defense is terrified, things like this, right? I feel like the crowd could be more inventive.
Okay.
I think they're a very intelligent crowd here in Berlin. They're a very smart bunch of people.
They are.
We only invite the top echelon of players and of gamers here. And these true gamers in the audience could think of more than, whoa.
Okay.
Now if they don't, perhaps we don't invite them back.
I wonder what another version of Way is. Because I think it's a classic.
Yeah.
Any ideas?
No.
No, me neither. So that might be why.
That's why we don't get invited. It's just our job.
I like the hay. Oh my god.
Oh wait, there's a new one.
There's a new one. We have a new version of a cheer in the crowd.
I was hearing a cheer in the background there.
Oh
2,
my
4,
god.
6,
Never
8.
really
Who do we appreciate? Supports.
Wards.
Killing wards. Yeah. Wards is good, yeah.
Who
Things like
appreciates
this, you know?
supports?
I appreciate supports.
It's always supportive. Oh, not another. Another one.
2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Supports.
Junglers.
Junglers. It's usually jungler's fault.
It's always the support's fault.
SK though trying to get some vision as they push forward into the mid lane.
We're
they really want to take
chaos.
This mid lane tier 1.
But the game isn't. The game needs to devolve into chaos. We need
chaos.
Chaos.
Yeah.
We need fights. We need action. Jankos wants some action.
Shield
Gilius wants some action.
Treats knocked back Age Assault as well. Treats looking for the Magnet Storm. Jezu building up the S rank. Cosplaying his Reaper for a second, but can't make them die. His Broken Blade now in the Hallowed Mist. Caps on the flank position. Schedule path forward. Gilius flashes away. Double root with the ring above. Caps tries and tunes himself though. Jezu still trying to build up that rank as quickly as he can, and Caps is now out of position as Jezu will slice him and dice him to death. S rank built up. Serb takes another. And G2 looked like they had a flank but couldn't find the fight.
Did Caps misclick? Did he want to ult Gilius there? He has Merc Treads and Tenacity, so he would have got out of the sun quite quickly. So I'm not surprised he ulted himself, but could have picked up the kill. 2 kills to SK. Great fight by them. TP's going to come in mid to defend this tower from Certus. Winning fight. TP top to defend the tower as well. Tower defense. Balloons.
That game always amazes me. It's like, why have a bunch of monkeys decided to shoot some balloons?
Why not?
True.
That's the question you have to ask yourself sometimes. Why not? Great engage by Treats. Why not go in? They managed to get onto Jankos, I believe. Pops the stopwatch. And then it's Caps on the flank here, who pops the E and then flashes at Gilius here. He could decide to ult Gilius and then land W afterwards to get a kill, but I don't know if he has stopwatch. If he doesn't, then I can see why he wants himself, but he doesn't have any follow-up. Jankos then dies to Certus in the top right. Shut down onto Jezu, who's sitting on 2 items on his Samira.
Jezu actually in a really strong position now. You know, Lord Dom's an Immortal Shieldbow makes him pretty darn powerful. And even though G2 have the advantage, a lot of that sitting on the top side of the map. You can see Jankos 1,000 gold ahead, Broken Blade the same, as Jezu has about 1,000 gold lead over his lane opponent. Importantly, G2 have picked up the first 2 dragons of the game, and with Hextech Soul on the cards, they can look towards it.
Can indeed.
If you were to add a dragon to the game, oh, Targamas spotted here. If you were to add a dragon to the game, what dragon would you add?
Do you have to train the dragon first?
No.
Because you know what's surprising? Why doesn't the dragon just fly away?
Ornn. Somehow he keeps him captured.
Really?
Yeah.
You just made that up in you. Okay. I can see
it
through your eyes.
That's because he's a god, you know.
No, but why don't they, you know? This dragon, why would it be on Summon's
Well,
Rift?
maybe it's a smog situation. There's like a pile of gold there, and they're trying to defend their pile of gold. Right? That's their territory. And actually, it's the legends of the league, the champions, encroaching on their territory. That's bad. So we shouldn't kill dragons, is what we've learned from this.
So Summoner's Rift is owned by dragons?
No, just that area. In the same way that Baron has his territory at the top corner.
So this is like an invasion by champions into his territory.
Yeah. I was actually thinking about this. Like, minions are the workers of Summoner's Rift. They do all the effort, they collect the gold, and then...
They're on minimum wage.
they're on minimum wage. Good one. And then champions are like the managers. And they come in and they say, hey, you've done all this work, let me take the gold from you.
Okay, so there's a hierarchy in the Summoner's Rift.
Well, yeah, but in a bad way. You know, these minions deserve more.
Wow,
they go back to their families and they're like, I'm sorry, mate, but all my gold was stolen again. I can't feed the kids today.
Wow, this is deep and depressing. Who'd have thought? And the Scuttle Crab, what is his story? He just gets bullied.
That's true.
He just comes out every now and then and gets
Crab
bullied.
with a good butter garlic sauce is delicious, so I don't blame them for that one. Dragon started up here by G2, looking for the third of the game. Caps was forced away, but does have the TP to get back into the fight if he needs to. Caps, though, Certus finds him. Caps, no time to get out, no time to TP. The chain's going to connect as well, and Certus in the darkness found a Caps lurking and chunks him out. Now SK can turn their eyes back towards the Dragon. G2 can try and fight. Caps, though, is going to be delayed 8 seconds before he's back in base, and then another couple before he can TP in. Trees looking for the Magnus Stormlands onto 2, the knocker follows up. Target does not watch Broken Blade is already down. The Aphelios damage is there, but Caps is too late. 3v3 is going to be the end of this trade. Jezu built up the extract, but couldn't spin, flash away. And now Caps turns it back around. G2 able to survive with 3 means they can start up this Dragon once again. Certus continues to chip away.
2 for 2. It looks like Jesu's going to lifesteal on the mid wave. He doesn't have summoners. I don't know if the shield bow is on cooldown as well, but this Dragon is quite tanky. Genax has the Fury, waiting for cooldown rotations here. Caps still has ultimate though.
Genax slicing forward, lands the stun onto Caps, the first tomb, the double! Caps uses the tomb and it spells the doom of Certus and perhaps of SK. Jezu trying to open up, Caps going forward, punches away. Jezu spinning in, but he still cannot kill Caps. A triple for Jankos.
Those spears didn't miss. Stack him up, he gets a collateral with the first and he gets the third knockdown. Jankos on the Pantheon, 5 1-on-1. Has the Guardian Angel. He could ult to Baron if he wants, or he could just take the Hex Portals, I suppose. Either way, I think the ult looks cooler. Gilius and Treats are around. Contest will come through. I don't think they can seal this though. Targamas just needs to mark Gilius and push him back. TPs on Genax and Certus in 5 seconds.
Baron down to 5,000 HP. Jankos now in the pit. Gilius getting forced away. Targamas and Flak are chasing now. TP coming in. They might look to burn the Baron down before SK can get the numbers back in the fight. 1,000 on it. Trees going in with the Magnus Storm once again, but Jankos already secured it. Certus diving in, but they just can't get the damage. Another knockup coming in, but it's one by one into the death chamber for SK. Flak are chained up, and there is the cool man. Jankos dives in with the Grand Skyfall.
The cool man! Look at him go!
He's so cool!
Another one!
I want to be Jankos when I grow up! Mom! Caps going forward!
Another one for G2, the snipe won't land. The cool man gets a kill, he gets the Baron, they get away. Another 4 kills for G2. 11 kills on the scoreboard, 24 minutes on the game. Dragon Soul in 3 minutes, 40 seconds. They're going to get this top tier 2. Great setup by G2.
Yeah, it really was. Win the fight down towards the bottom side. Very close fight, of course, 3v3, but Caps still having that frozen tomb, being able to get back, get his mana. Oh, Broken Blade looking to get out of this one. Caps stops his recall as well. They do have the Baron buff. Caps use Glacial Path forward there, which means that SK can still chase. No flash on Caps. The Magma Storm coming forward as Genax looks for Broken Blade. The Attract Repel will get the sun. Broken Blade dashes across the wall, but Genax can do the same. Caps able to escape with a second Glacial Path. Targum is going to meet him. Broken Blade wins out. 1v2. Targum is here. Helping hand. There's two. Certus misses the change. Gilius on the long way around. The flank there. The channel coming out. Broken Blade still surviving with the needles, but it's not quite enough healing to keep him alive. And that's about that for that fight.
Or is it? Jankos is on the way. The cool man returns. Season 2 begins. Is he going to land the stun? Jezu no cleanse. Chain's going to connect. Jankos sidesteps away. Blue Spike can get him some gap close. Gilius is his next target. Does he have the EQ? Yes, he does. Stun connects. The cool man takes the kill. 7-1. Familiar scoreline. I've seen that before. Jankos is going to base.
No emotion in his eyes, ice in his veins. The cool man once again finds a kill. 7-1 and 3
We're building up a new superhero film here, I'm sure of it.
Well, he used to be the First Blood King, right?
Yeah.
Then he kind of lost that title after he kept dying to First Blood instead of getting it, and now the cool man.
Yeah. Couldn't think of, and then the slogan is couldn't think of anything else.
Yeah, but I mean, Ant-Man is a superhero, right? If Ant-Man can be one, I think the cool man can be one. Frozone, obviously in The Incredibles.
Spider-Man.
Where's my super? Yeah, it's just boring names. Batman.
Wow, maybe Jankos can be part of the Avengers one day.
Do you think that's how Udyr was born? He just wanted to be as many superheroes as possible, so he's Ram Man, Boar Man, Phoenix Man.
Yeah, he couldn't choose. He was like, I will take one from every god. Yep. That's a kind of Giga Chad move, isn't it?
A buffet of superpowers. Jankos going forward, Serta's able to dodge away, but G2 now pushing in the bottom lane. Have these Baron up minions. There's a cannon amongst them, so they have that little bit of range as well if they need it. Caps getting chunked out a little bit by Sertus, but the damage to the tower is already pretty monumental. And that monument may be felled in a sec, but the Magna Storm does find all of G2 and Caps Jezu! Jezu goes in, die! He gets 2. G2 though can turn it around with Jezu dead. Broken Blade and Jankos can really open up. The cool man looking for more, but he can't quite find it. G2 Baron has expired. Jankos short to follow that, but does still have the GA to come back. Broken Blade tanks up a couple of tower shots and should be able to dash away, and they will escape to live another day. No TPs for SK means this chase is going to stop pretty darn soon.
1 minute on the Dragon, though. They want to delay the backs as long as possible. No Baron buff. It's expired, so their base is going to take quite a while. If Gilius takes his Hex Gate, he could chase down Broken Blade, who might have to TP out and just let Targamas die. We'll see what happens. Looks like they're safe for now, but they spot Jankos.
Only Jankos. Stop the ports.
Oh, and he uses his exit ability. Cool man!
Cool man doesn't look at explosions.
Refuses to elaborate. And will be in time to slay another dragon. Really good engage by Treats. Good follow-up by Jezu. He had to single out Flacket on the Aphelios, which meant that he didn't get as much AoE as he might want, but he needs to get the carry down, and by the time he does, Jankos responds, and then Broken Blade just does so much damn damage with the Gwen that SK, despite the numbers advantage, have to back away.
It's the power of the Gwen. You don't even need to get those auto attacks in between needleworks anymore. You can just spam it on CD. Makes it very difficult to deal with. TP coming into the mid lane here by SK. They're going to join up.
Yep, 3 seconds. Flacken, no subs. Jarvan ult is up if Gilius wants to jump on top of him. Treats ult is up in 3, has the Hex Flash. Jezu has Flash. They're going to have to dive and jump and throw everything at Flacket if they want to have a chance here at SK.
Caps going the long way around. Will be spotted on reward if he does come through here. Hex Tech Gate. Oh, Certus! Oh, Certus! I don't know if that's where you want it to be. Broken Blade chipped away. Caps going to follow him. Certus dives across the wall, and the Hex Tech Gates are getting their money worth this time. Thankfully, it's not a toll gate. It's Genax pops the ultimate. They're looking to get this dragon. Hex Tech stolen away. Gideus gets the Drake, but G2 are winning the fight already. Flacket opens up onto Genax. He's going to fall alongside that Treats, and Gideus have gone down. Certus diving across the wall, trying to survive, trying not to die. But you have to feel chase is on. Why shouldn't Caps flash that, man?
It would have been out of range. It would have been a bit awkward. Can they chase him down? Jankos is going to flash.
Gets one.
Cool man!
Cool man!
Cool man! Double kill!
Yeah, if Benny was here with us for like a theme song for him, you know?
Yeah, he'd ride one.
Cool man, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when Jankos comes for you?
Man.
Spears.
Man.
Shields.
Man.
Aegis Assault.
Man.
Grand Skyfall from the ceiling.
Man.
He does it all.
Man.
Jankos, he's a cool man.
Man. Nice, I liked it. That was a good song. Can we give a round of applause for Medic? Wait! There's the theme song for Jankos. He's gonna listen to that every time he goes on stage. Are they gonna get this top inhibitor? Looks like they want to siege it down, but SK is respawning. Flacket's going to get the bot inhibitor. Broken Blade's hitting on the mid. All three inhibs slowly falling away. SK, last stand.
Not really much. SK can do here. Triple inhibs down. 30 minutes on the clock. G2. 12,000 gold in the lead. Baron spawning. They can go back towards it, take it now. If they want, they can also reset first and then take it on the Reaper. We're not cheering for wards anymore.
Yes, we
There's been a killer minute. We don't need to cheer for wards anymore.
Has anyone got any? Did anyone count how many wards have died?
More than SK have got kills.
Do we have a track on how many wards have fallen? How many poor ward
That's
souls?
not a ward.
That's a tower.
That was a turret.
That was a turret. Hello, quick shot.
Oh, okay, here we are.
What is this?
He's pointing out to me. I can bring up the vision score.
Aha, so now I have to...
Oh, Targamas leading the ward killing chart.
Okay.
Treat up there as well.
Broken Blade and Flacket need to step up.
Come on, guys. 2 whole wards behind. It's disgusting. Let's quickly check. Targamas, no, neither of them are running zombie ward either, so... Wait, is Caps running zombie ward?
No, he's not.
That's zombie... Oh, Certus is. Certus is running one. Where is he? Where's Certus on the list?
With zombie ward?
Only 40?
That's disappointing. Boo. Boo. Need more vision score with that rune. There's the Baron. They're just going to have to, as a wise man once said, run it down mid and end the game. Lots of super creeps. Big Baron buff. Oh.
Oh.
He missed the ward. But what about the blue trinket?
G2 pushing in the mid lane here. Should be a pretty... Oh, Trevor's bringing it up again. The result of the game matters less than the fact that Targamas has 16 more vision score. Broken Blade.
Oh, he overtakes Caps! They're tied!
Who's going to win it? Broken Blade or Caps?
Is there going to be any wards?
Any wards? Treats puts him down.
Treats has three in his inventory. It's between Caps and Broken Blade right now.
Nexus is the target.
Neck and neck. They need one more reach.
Treats going in. Place a ward. Treats place a ward. The engage doesn't matter. Flacket on a killing spree now. No wards have gone down. And that's it. G2 cleaning out. Flacket gets a couple more to add to his
Buy a pink!
collection.
Put a pink down!
Genex escapes. Oh, Caps!
Caps, where the hell did Caps come from? Let him die! Let him die!
He does die. Caps actually, without a kill that game, but G2 in the end win it and claim top spot in the LEC regular season. Congratulations to them, of course.
Locked in first.
Locked in first.
In regular season and playoffs. Well, not playoffs, not in first playoffs yet. They got a couple of weeks to play, but first seed.
First seed.
That was a fun game.
It was a fun game. SK, obviously, commiserations to them, 8th place. There were a few times across the split where they had some strong signs of life, and a few times when they struggled a little bit. And that happens often with teams.
A lot to reflect on. Final game of the year for SK as well. We will see them next year, I presume. And it's for G2 a week break, scrims, I presume, and then they'll be coming back for playoffs round 1 in 2 weeks from now.
Of course, we'll have their pick of the 3rd and 4th place teams. At the moment, we don't know who that is. Mad Lions may be among them. Probably will be, actually, because Rogue are likely to take 2nd seed.
Ooh, yeah. Who do they pick? Mad or...
Could be Misfits. Could be Fnatic, depending on seeding.
Fnatic.
Vitality, I think, are unlikely to make it into that top 4, but we'll find out. Key player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter. Broken Blade, Jankos, and Flacket are your options.
This sign right there, that's the best sign in the studio. Do we have a single for that sign?
You're such a sellout, man. You are such a... Can we borrow the sign for a second? Thank you. This is the... Okay, if we cut to us in a second, this is the sign that Cadril was so enthused about.
Whoever made this sign, what a wonderful sign. That's the best sign. My mic cut out.
Any poggos?
Does my mic work?
I can hear you still.
Oh, God.
Any poggos in the chat? This is a poggo.
See, I would call myself a sellout if I was doing it myself, but he's doing it for me, so I feel...
I'm not doing it for you.
I do not feel guilty whatsoever.
You just wait. I'm going to cheer so many times in your mentions. It's going to be awful for you. Anyway, those are your key player of the game votes. Broken Blade, Jankos, and Flacket. Obviously, all of them had good performances. I can see Jankos standing by. He doesn't know he's now called Cool Man.
It's his new title. You're a superhero now.
You're called Cool Man now. Okay, so we're going to hand it over to Cool Man and to Quickshot, who's standing by.
Thank you so much, Merrick and Cadril. Thank you, Berlin. Jankos, to try to explain why you are now called Cool Man, that game was... let's say, slow in the early to mid game. The viewers and the fans here were cheering for ward kills. Do we like ward kills here, Berlin? Okay. There were so many wards killed and highlighted on broadcast. I actually have a tweet that I want to bring up from SK. They said, whoever clears more wards wins. We can't count it. So, Jankos, if we go back and count all the ward kills, do you still think G2 will win?
If we had a zombie ward, which I think we did,
yes,
they win. And I think wait.
Can you see those numbers with me? By the way, apparently, by the way, G2 killed 91 wards. That's place 91. SK placed 121 wards. Anyways, Zox. So let's dial it back a little bit more seriously. A little bit of a fun game to end out the season. No matter what happens, you are the first seed going into playoffs. I know the entire organization, players, teams, very happy to not only make it to playoffs, but also make it to Worlds no matter what happens. How are you feeling right now, Jankos?
I mean, it's nice. The thing is, if we made it to Messiah and we won Spring Split, so not making it to Worlds would be like the biggest downfall ever. So I think we kind of expect ourselves to go to Worlds. 4th seed helps, though, because that makes us not having to win any BO5s, right? That being said, we will just win anyway.
I mean, that's the plan, right? G2 fans here in the audience. Jankos, can I ask you to step back in time a little bit? Because I have a particularly fond memory of shoutcasting Jankos in Madison Square Garden in 2015 World Semifinals. The series I'd like to forget, but the memory of being there with you was very special. What do you think your chances are when you look ahead, knowing that's in Mexico, going to New York as well? How are you feeling when you look ahead to Worlds, going back to America, going back to compete on international soil there?
I mean, if there's any reason to go to play in NA, it's for Worlds, you know. There's no other reason. You never. There's no other reason. You, like...
Jankos, I love you so much, by the way. You're one of my favorite players to interview. I want to get a spicy take from you now, okay? Vitality versus Rogue, Fnatic versus Misfits, and XL sitting in the backstage hoping and praying that Fnatic or Vitality shit the bed, right? Which of the 3 teams competing, which 2 make it to playoffs?
Actually, to be honest, it's very heartbreaking for me because Wunder, Perks, and Mickey, all in different teams. And I really wish that I could smash them myself. So it's a big shame that one of them will not make it to playoffs, right? I cannot choose, I'm sorry.
You have to. Berlin, does he have to pick? Yes. You have to pick XL, Fnatic, or Vitality. Which one does not make it?
Okay, so I would say that currently looking at the standings, I would say Vitality, Fnatic will make playoffs.
Well, there we go. That means XL don't make it. Jankos, my man, thank you so much. Berlin,
thank you.
Please put your hands together for the cool man. We're heading to a break. When we come back, Vitality take on Rogue.
This lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go. He's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
Whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart lie and blank, and I keep ignoring. Hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, still I need some space, yeah. Some space, I need 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 some space, some space, some space, some space, some space.
And welcome back to the LEC ahead of 2 pivotal matchups to decide our race to playoffs. Let's run through the scenarios on how each team will make it, and we'll try to make it real simple. Right, next matchup is Vitality versus Rogue. How does Vitality lock playoffs? Well, it's quite simple. They win. If Vitality wins the next match, they're in playoffs. If Misfit wins against Fnatic then, well, Team Vitality and XL will be the 2 teams moving forward into playoffs. How does Fnatic make it then, you probably ask? Well, it's actually quite simple. They win. If Fnatic win today against Misfits, they lock playoffs. If they lose, no matter the Vitality scenario, actually, except that one, I guess. Well, there you have it. If they win, of course. If they lose, no matter the Vitality scenario, they are out, and XL get it. So all for Fnatic and Vitality, you have to win. It's all about winning. Losing, it's going to be a bit different then, because if Vitality lose to Rogue, right, and then let's say that Fnatic win against Misfits, then we end out in the tiebreaker boogaloo of today, where you will see that Fnatic, they qualify for playoffs, but XL and Team Vitality, they all have to play a tiebreaker. Now, there's a reason why we call it a tiebreaker boogaloo, because this will not be our only tiebreaker then. Misfit will then be tied with Fnatic in terms of a scoreline, and they have the same head-to-head, so we'll also have to have a tiebreaker between those 2. These are the scenarios today, so yeah, that's gonna be it for it. Win, try not to lose.
Win, try not to lose. Okay, thank you, GB. That's pretty simple, isn't it, Ender?
Yeah, you know, in all my years of experience in League of Legends across multiple esports titles now, I think if one thing I've learned, it's that winning usually is a good thing.
Yeah, it helps LP and everything-wise. But let's focus on the next game, as we said, Vitality versus Rogue. And when I turn to Vitality, guys, I don't want to jinx anything, but Vitality and Super Teams, it feels like the history is repeating itself here, Goldberg.
I mean, we take a look at some of that gold grabs, and maybe the early game goes well for them at times, but you can see that kind of flip-flops a little bit, and that's due to the fact that they like throwing the ball on towards the enemy courts instead, and they have a tendency of, you know, throwing their games a little bit, and obviously throwing games is not what you want when you need victories.
Yeah, and you know, it's hard to call the game against Fnatic a super, though they were up 3,500 gold almost, but like so many of these games keep coming down to team fights, and that's been the difference where Vitality have been beaten out. The recent example versus Fnatic, Perkz is trying so hard, almost too hard, to win out in those fights, putting himself in the front line in a couple of situations where it ends up going the wrong way, and it's all about those 5v5s that keep skidding out for Vitality.
Man, I'm actually just realizing that Fnatic versus Vitality, that's like the heartbeat monitor for that game as well. That just goes up and down.
I mean, it's a pretty good image of how that game played out, honestly. But when you think of Vitality, they had a super good start of summer. Bringing Haru in, it feels like they find their form throughout the entirety of summer. But when I talked to Alfari also, for instance, he mentioned that communication may have been an issue. And when you look at the struggles in the mid-game, especially for Vitality, maybe this is what it comes down to.
Yeah, but I think even when this team was assembled back in the day, the questions was always that there's too many strong voices in a team. I think they figured out how they wanted to play a little bit then, with Haru and Labrod playing around Perkz in the mid lane, then facilitating solo laners. But then they trekked back with that a little bit again.
Yeah, and there has been some problems like fundamental setups around objectives, like the game against SK. Vitality just don't have the flank vision, right? That's not a lapse in communication. That's a lapse in preparation, setting up for that objective. Humanoid also is finding some angles to enter into a fight. So Vitality, it's not like their individual play within a team fight necessarily that's problematic. Sometimes it's just the setup around it and the lack of flank awareness.
It's hard for the team because they entered this Super Week with 2 match points. 1 victory is necessary for them to get the playoff spot, but will they get it today against Rogue, especially because turning to this team now, the second half of the season for them they've been a shadow of their former selves.
They definitely have, and I think for better or worse at times, we've seen a new clutch factor in Rogue that we didn't see in the past, but we've also seen their early game stats completely go down the guts, and that's interesting when Rogue used to be the team synonymous with early games as well. Strong laners, junglers that's facilitating laners as well in Malrang, and then all of a sudden just, you know, clean out the game.
Yeah, that's the thing, is it is somewhat twofold, because in the past, Rogue have played with these solo laners and been like, okay, you know, if we don't need an inspired gank in our lanes all the time, we're still going to win out passively in our lanes. lanes. But when Malrong joined the team, it was all about so much early game pressure. And yet, when he slowed down a lot of that early pressure midway through this season, the lanes seem to have stumbled as well. And when Larssen isn't finding himself on those strong scaling picks, it seems like the fundamental play of Rogue just takes a step down.
And that's super interesting because that's also something I mentioned to Freddy when I interviewed him, telling him that, hey, when Malrong doesn't find the agency to help out his laners, or when Larssen doesn't get ahead enough, this is when, as you say, Rogue collapses. But what he said is that they lost their identity as something that's really common about many teams, is the fact that they had such a hard time finding their spot in the meta.
I mean, that's the thing, right? The meta is ever shifting, so the fact that you're really good at playing as identity in a, well, meta that facilitates that identity, that's great. But players that then sometimes, I think the Excel team was really good at mentioning this themselves, they get stubborn and they want to continue with that stylistic that they had success with. But losing an identity is just a new opportunity for finding the identity that suits the meta that you're walking in. And at least I think as a silver lining, they found that a little bit with their bot lane.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is it seems like there's kind of a plan that they can take. You look at a team like Excel that's been playing tanks towards the top side, then scaling picks this year and scaling bot laner as well. I love that. Play towards the bot lane. Give me more of that. Rogue can simplify by going harder in the teamfight comp direction.
Need to get that comp ahead indeed, but losing against PDS yesterday, and looking at the regular season they had now, this has to be their worst regular season since spring 2020, which means that maybe this time this is the reverse scenario for Rogue and they finally get the title.
Well, I mean, hopefully that's the scenario they're looking for themselves, because yeah, they're not getting that first seed, and that's crazy for Rogue as well, because at least that used to be always the thing we said, that they're so scarily inconsistent. When you really think about how many times they've managed to get first in regular season, it's almost uncalled for how good at the best of one scenarios they've been. Now they're finding themselves in a situation where the best of one not working out for them. They need to find themselves, especially moving forward to the best of 5 scenarios, because you can't just go game after game after game.
It's funny though, because there is overlap. You look at the seasons where they have been #1. What if they had the whole season long? A very clear identity, strong lanes that can win, get the push, and also scale into the late game. Earlier this year, it was the super aggressive Malrong early as well. It was always that one way to play.
And I think we've heard a couple of players say this before as well. It really doesn't matter how regular season plays out. We saw that with G2 in spring as well. It's all about how you perform in playoffs. If you get to playoffs, forget everything that happened in regular season. Of course, there's some takeaways. Either way, you just need to show up when you move forward in the best of 5 scenarios.
Yeah, and in the case of Vitality, you have to get their first cap. Vitality locking their spot in the playoffs. Quick shot and crew, over to you.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the Commonwealth Caster Desk. A Welshman, an Irishman, and a South African walk into a Berlin studio, and we have a fight for their lives. How do Vitality make playoffs?
They win.
That's it. That's what I wanted to hear.
Making sure I was paying attention.
I was just checking. How do Vitality win this game, Namira?
How do they win this game? A lot of it comes around this draft, of course. We've been talking about a lot of teams this weekend about having their take on the meta. Vitality still very much allowing Alphari to take that Gnar into preferential matchups and just say, you're going to play that, you're going to win, and then the rest of the team then gets a lot of resources to play with later into the draft to work with.
Yeah, and I think a huge amount of that is going to revolve around this mid-jungle. If you can get Perks ahead, he's been so good at leaning into Alphari, making sure he gets those big advantages in that top side. So I think that's where we're going to see a lot of attention here, especially as we've kind of seen Malrang pick up the pace over the course of this weekend as well. So I want to see if he can do that again here now to try and disrupt that from Vitality.
And that is a huge thing, right? Because when we think about Rogue when they've been at their best, it has been around, particularly in spring, Malrang being an X factor on top of already solid players around the rest of it. If Malrang is starting to pick up steam again, that's good signs for them.
Well, we'll find out whether or not Rogue can start to turn the ship around, whether or not they can cause a thorn for Vitality. And reminder, for Vitality, win and you are in. It's that simple. Excel, right now sitting backstage, they are Rogue's biggest fans. As soon as we load up onto the Rift, one of the side discussions we've been having a lot backstage, blue side versus red side. the preference both in the LPL and here in Europe, and Vitality find themselves in blue sides today.
There's a really fun bit of trivia with that. Do you know the last time red side was picked in the LEC? Week 4, day 1. We have not had a single red side pick since then, and blue side has been, of course, very dominant in the world meta. It allows you to get a lot of those power picks right off the bat.
And that's the thing, there's so many strong picks in the current meta. Like, you're still going to see Yumi's there, Zeri's still there, Poppy, Wukong, all these picks Gwen now taken off the board. But that's why, in like at least in the LPL, we see a lot of teams like trading those picks. We're like, hey, look, we'll leave open 3 of them on red side. We'll trade 1 for 2 and come out the better for us.
Yeah, overload it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think the problem is right now, when you look at the likes of trading your Zeri and your Sivir, like, there are losing sides to that too. I think, so actually I was chatting to another caster about this, a guy called Temporal. I really appreciate his opinion. The way that he put it, which I very much agree with, is counters are worse than the power picks. Now Yumi, you gotta try and counter that now.
Listen, Vitality are playing for their playoff lives, are playing for a shot at Worlds. Yumi was unpicked, unbanned in the previous game, which blew my mind. And this time around, it is first pick. You have to expect that Rogue not only anticipated, but will have some sort of answer.
Yeah, I like the gentleman's agreement we had last game. But this one, you are going to be looking at very late game scaling coming in for Rogue, already with the Sivir and the Ornn. They are looking to just hyper scale into the later portion of the game. So I'm curious how they want to try and work through a mid-jungle that's going to allow them to get there. Like, with picks like Sylas still up and available here, I imagine we'll still see a lot of attention towards that.
I mean, we're probably going to get the Zeri too, right, I would assume, because when you're looking at this Yumi first pick, you look at that and you say, doesn't matter what the AD carry matchup is at that point, as long as he's got that scaling factor, the Yumi makes up the difference in anything that could happen in that AD carry matchup, which is something which I typically see between the Zeri and the Sivir. It feels like Sivir is a little bit of a better version of that Zeri. Yumi tips the balance.
Now, of course, in terms of that Zeri Yumi, Kazi has played Zeri 3 times this season, only 1 win. Labrov's got his hands on the kitty cat once, went unkilled, and it was a victory.
Yeah, my biggest problem here, though, is with the way we're hovering the Lulu here, is that if Rogue end up going towards that, which they do, you don't have a huge amount of lockup for this Zeri. You're heavily reliant on the Ornn, which is kind of that one big combo coming through. And if Zeri's able to avoid that, well, then you have a Zeri and a Yumi, which, as we saw from Upset yesterday, can definitely take over in a lot of those situations. So I want to see something for Larson like Nerdy, Alessandra, or something along these lines that can just lock up this Zeri and make it easy for the rest of the team to follow.
Other option is something you mentioned a little earlier, something like Sylas, right? Where it's still kind of that playmaking, and if you steal something like Yumiel, or maybe if there's again, Vitality love picking stuff like the Gnar, right? If they lock in that Gnar later on, you can start looking at that as another kind of pseudo-engage option for the side of Rogue to get on top of that carry.
I'm
curious.
curious.
Yeah, then I was gone. Yeah. Oops.
Yeah, I'm curious as well, like looking at the jungle, if we end up seeing Malrang go towards something like the Xin Zhao or something along these lines, because definitely when you've got Lulu involved in things, having this like Xin Zhao Lulu combo can be so strong in those early skirmishes.
That Xin Zhao has not been played by Malrang this summer, with Wukong still open and available. Wonder if that will be banned out yet by Vitality. The Trundle's already been secured. Pop is the other option. So a number of those sort of high priority picks, Dagda, available. What direction do you think Vitality go once we see this final ban?
Yeah, I don't think they'll take the Poppy here, like just because you already have the Trundle picked up. They don't really want something that's going to be able to, or they don't have anything particularly mobile apart from the Zeri on the opposite side. So I think Poppy's just going to fall to the wayside. So I think we will see something a bit like the Xin Zhao, maybe even something like a Volibear or something like that, or even Jarvan trying to come through here as well.
Super interesting. That Poppy, by the way, only 1 game played this summer by Malrang. Jarvan was banned away in phase 1. So if this is locked in, a little bit of a surprise, and not something we see Malrang play a whole lot.
And I think in this game as well, you're going into a Trundle ultimate. You have to go through this absolute like muddy mire of the Yumi ult as well. So if you're going into this now, I'm looking at the front to the back, and this Trundle ult could be an absolute deal breaker for Rogue if they're just going down the front.
Yeah, and again, you're not kind of adding more of this like point and click CC early that you want for a Zeri. So I think the Poppy a bit unusual here, which is why I was talking about things like the Xin Zhao, because you can dive on towards the Zeri, knock her up, and have that single target CC. Are you going to be coming across here for Vitality?
So I know Captain Flowers had a bit of a pop-off moment the other day when his main got locked in. Now, I have been spoiled rotten this year. Ari's been picked so much, but do you love to see that champion?
Spoiled rotten because the plays have been abysmal, or because you've been
okay. It's not been a EU specialty. Of course, Caps has shown us how to play this, but some of our other teams have definitely been trying the hand of it. Perks, actually, though, of that list is one of our better Ari's need.
we are going to get the Aatrox counter matchup here in the top side. I've been very hit or miss on this Aatrox, though, just because especially when you're up against an Ornn, yes, you do well on the lane, but the whole point of this Ornn is chances are, hey, we're going to scale for the late game, and that's not really what you want to do when you're as this Aatrox. So I think definitely you're looking at more mid-game for Vitality here, but I was just looking at the Lissandra. I love the Lissandra, but I don't know if we're going to get it.
No, swapped away to Victor at the last second. That Aatrox for Alfari is the first time all summer. When I looked down his champion list, it's like 10 plus in terms of rank. Only 13 professional games. Not something you've seen Alfari play a whole hell of a lot. And with Victor now being locked in, okay, Dagda, zoom out. How do these comps want to play? I think it just feels a little bit brawly to me in team fights.
Yeah, I mean, you're all late game here on Rogue side, right? But my biggest concern again is you don't have any like guaranteed CC. So for Vitality, it definitely a stronger mid game with things like the Ahri, the Trundle, the Aatrox. But I think if they can actually lean that pressure from the mid lane into the bot side for Karzi, get Karzi up and rolling, there's just nobody that can deal with the Zeri and this Yuumi combo. They will take over in fights.
They do have a stronger front line if things go even, but I love what Rogue have done. It's going back to that scaling, back to front to back team fights, so in which they've struggled to really stick towards. They're going back to an older identity of themselves. Vitality, I think they're looking for individual leads to overpower things.
Individual leads in a team like Vitality. Where have I heard that story before? We need to see how this laning phase plays out, and we need to see a more aggressive, a more impactful performance than what we saw against Fnatic yesterday. The crowd in Berlin have got their sign game on point today. One last reminder, for Vitality, it is simple. Win, and you are in playoffs. Lose, and there are shenanigans to break down as we look ahead to our final game of the regular season, Fnatic versus Misfits. For now, it's time for Vitality versus Rogue. Win, and you're in. Now, Mira, I love the way you framed it, talking a little bit about the individual impact. And when it comes to Dagda first, is maybe there's some shenanigans for the crowd cheering, go, Rogue, go. What are you expecting from this early passage of play?
I mean, Labrov just going to get caught.
Oh, my word. Kill the kitty, kill the kitty, kill the kitty. Labrov, no flash available. Won't be able to use those zoomies, and there's a flash forward from Malrang for first play.
So they commit to the charge on Poppy, leveling up that level 1, but it's a 5-point start from Vitality, and they're punished for it. All right. Early lead over to Malrang. Normally takes him a couple of minutes to get to that point. Gets on the board early.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he's going to go back for now. So probably pick up an early item for himself here, just in the longsword. But
Dark Seal.
Dark Seal. Yeah. But I think the big thing is like how you can't really punish this further, right? It's like, yes, Labrov used the heal, but he's still going to be fine. He's still going to be able to attach to cars. He still has the ghost and the flash there. But I think for Vitality, they're basically going to be looking to go now, okay, can we get Haru into Malrang's face? Because a flashless Poppy who started E on her first clear is not going to be particularly healthy as she tries to get to this bot side.
So you were chatting about what they could buy on that first back. It's actually going to be, if you can see it down there, it's actually going to be the boots and the control ward. That gives you maybe the ability to scout out a little more and not beat that jungle.
Yeah, it's interesting because usually we actually see junglers take the free boots, right? Because you're just going to be clearing through your jungle anyway, and you want to try and use that passive income to get you to that later point. So that's why I was like, oh yeah, maybe the boots, but I assumed you were going to go with the free boots here for Poppy, but it's going to be helpful now for Malrang to try and run away, honestly, from Haru.
I mean, huge as well, because during the pregame, just before draft, we were talking about Malrang, talking about the influence, the impact he's had for the team when Rogue were finding a lot of success. When you get boots this early on a champion like Poppy that can disrupt lanes, when you consider the Ornn and the Victor, that is a tool to keep Vitality back.
Okay, and so interesting thing about that as well, you can actually see there's the I didn't put that, but
what does it mean?
It's a really like a roundabout point about like the circle of life. Okay. Right, well, Malrang actually has water walking on the runes as well. You see actually that particle effect turning up. Early boots, water walking. This Poppy is going to be places a lot quicker than you expect. So if this is about laning leads and individual leads for Vitality, let's see if Malrang can throw a wrench into things.
Yeah, I definitely think for Vitality, they just have the easier opportunities to look for plays, right? Perks can get onto Larson in the mid lane with a charm. You've got Karzi and Labrov once they hit 6 can set up for plays there as well. Alfari should be dictating the pace of this top side with the counter matchup on the Aatrox. So I definitely feel like Haru has his pick of the litter here. It's just a case of how he wants to try and use that. And for me, it feels like trying to work through early dragons, get yourselves in positions where you can force Rogue into fights before they're comfortable is going to be your best bet.
Dagda, do you remember one of our storylines for Vitality on Friday?
Yeah.
Remind me about Vitality and Dragons. They're phenomenal at that, aren't they?
They're phenomenally bad.
That's where I was
the
going
lowest
with that.
average Dragon in the LEC right now. 2 per game, which is absolutely insane. So definitely I don't know if we're going to get that for Vitality.
And less than 1 in 3 games do they pick up the first Dragon. So Vitality as a team prioritize Herald, going for that Dragon is not something they've leaned towards.
They're just like conservationists. I'm not sure. Maybe they're endangered species.
I mean, we've seen a lot of dragons. I don't know. I don't know how that
Where
works.
they all come from.
quick stats enjoyers. Dragons' lives matter too. This time round, Rogue have got themselves a 700 gold lead thanks to that first blood. Lanes thus far, nobody really running away with it just yet. I still think it's still very relative.
Yeah, I mean, besides actually CS advantages, what else? You are getting pushing lanes for Vitality, and this does allow Haru to try and look for Malrang. So that's something which we were talking about with the Poppy Splash being down. Just gives Haru the ability to, much like what we were seeing from Mad Lions, and of course Vitality showing this in the last couple of weeks as well, just being able for Haru to just get up into the enemy jungle, battle ward a bit.
Yeah, I'm kind of keeping an eye on this mid lane, though. There's actually a nice bit of a CS lead opening up for Larson there, which honestly is just speaking well of Larson and his laning prowess, right? The fact he's the first strike as well, also going to help out in getting him that nice little gold lead that we're seeing. So definitely going to keep our eyes, because if this game just continues in this kind of slow-paced manner, it does favor Rogue, which already is why we're seeing Haru sneak into this bot push.
He has the flash himself. What can they do?
Pillar of Ice comes out. Spell shield used by Comp. Flashed away from. Flash follow with the Yumi Zoomies. Haru, first blood, followed up by a second for Vitality.
And that is a great amount of gold injection put straight into Haru's pocket. It's not about finding the jungler in this one. It's about finding a lane, finding a weakness, finding some kills.
And this is so good for Vitality, because as we said, like, Karzi is going to be that unstoppable carry in the later portion of the game. It's very different from what we've seen from Vitality most of the split. It's only been this super weekend that we're seeing them play around this bot side, and Haru already flashing forward, gets the double kill. Brilliant start for the bot lane.
And the fact that you get all 4 summoners too, that's actually pretty devastating for Rogue, because you know as the Sivir, you don't really have an option to not push the lane. So you're going to be sat there now, looking at this, looking at the next time a pillar coming in, being very deadly for you.
And especially if you start to look at like Rift Heralds, which is where Vitality put a huge amount of their pressure. No summoner spells on that bot lane. The ability for Karzi and Labrov to play way more aggressive, and especially if you're able to move Karzi and Labrov up towards that Rift Herald early enough, you can try and start to snowball this game even further. Continue to put pressure on this bottom side.
Okay, and actually looking at this wave state now, oh,
beautiful.
Look at that. Yep, a pillar from Haru, not enough to pick up the kill this time round. But investing time and resources into this bottom lane, Zeri Yumi win the first round of picks as well.
And this wave state is hellish for Rogue's TV2. That is going to be pushing in. Malrang has to shepherd this in, because as we saw there, Comp walks up to the wave, he is in danger. The way that you can throw up that pillar, the way you can dash in, makes things very dangerous to walk up.
There is no flashes, though, on the Vitality side of things, so if Malrang can get the right angle where Karzi's standing, it gets very dangerous.
It becomes so difficult when you think of the mobility in Zeri already, plus you add the Prowling Projectile and the mobility from Yumi. There are some tools that Vitality can use. Malrang's going to find that heroic charge onto Haru, down to 60%, gets turned into a little munchkin. Boomerang Blade flies back across. You and me, and Labrov keeps him alive.
And you can see Labrov was trying to connect there to Haru, but knowing the steadfast presence was available for Malrang, had to wait until that was down, which meant that Haru got very close to falling, but will give a little bit of an advantage over towards Rogue on this bottom half of the map.
Yeah, but speaking of other areas of the map now, actually, you were kind of pointing out a little bit earlier about the CS lead coming in from this mid lane. This is now leading into a real problem point for Vitality.
That Chaos Storm on top of that gravity. Well, I mean, Perks just got chunked.
And now this is, speaking of someone who plays this matchup quite a lot, because Victor's been around for such a long time, when this matchup starts falling behind, things get really, really awkward. Larson might have to flash there in turn, but Haru's not pulling the trigger.
And one of the big things that we were talking about for Vitality was having control to make plays in the early stages. Loads of that will funnel through mid lane. How Perks is able to set up his wave, how Perks is able to help out towards Dragons, towards Rift Heralds, and now that this matchup is starting to fall apart, it gives the opportunity for Rogue to avoid early skirmishes where the victor isn't as comfortable, where you don't want to be as people like Malrang and Odabomb.
Larson's done a really good job of making sure the wave was in front of his tower when he wanted to just be poking out the enemy lane, just picking up CS, not just shoving that lane, but making sure he's getting that individual advantage. Now Perks, blowing that ult, doesn't have a teleport, behind in CS, behind in XP. This is now going to be slightly problematic, as you were saying, if Vitality do start looking for that playmaker.
One thing I do want to bring attention to as well is not only then Perks falling behind, Alfari in the top lane only marginally ahead of this on level 7 to level 7. Both top laners have backed and recalled. You can see the Summoner Spellbook on the side of Odo. I mean, would you have liked to have seen a little bit more out of the Aatrox into Orndagda? Because you raised an eyebrow when we saw this locked in.
So I think Alfari's doing the best he can at the moment. The problem is that when Haru's been putting so much attention bot side, Alfari has to play a little bit safer in the top end, but he's doing a good job, right? The wave's getting shoved in, he's got half a turret play for himself, he is building the advantage that he wants. My biggest issue is that it always puts you very heavily into the early stage of the game, right? Where you want to be trying to power through that mid game. And I know Sejuani was banned, we see that as a response a lot of the times. Maybe you look for something like a Kennen or something as well, something that can still have a little bit more of that late game, but may not have an easy as time towards like ganks and these kind of things.
Yeah, but you know, Alfari has loved his lane dominance. You know, that's why he's played like 10 games of Gnar. And I'm no architect, but it's pretty load-bearing for how Vitality have gone around their drafts, right? Because it's just been so central to it, being able to blind pick it, and just knowing that Alfari will succeed. How can he impact this fight, though? Herald's starting to heat up.
Well, you can see both top laners contesting inside the river. Herald down to 1,000 hit points. Haru's on the target and will be able to smite secure. Call the Forge Guard by Odo. Will knock up Alfari. Haru's running for his life. The Cowstorm goes forward. Fantastic searing charge. The Herald was picked up, but 2 quick kills to Rogue.
I mean, Karzi just got completely caught out there by Malrang. Great job by Malrang to catch out the AD carry of Vitality, and there's nothing left in the tank. That flash was still down.
Oh man, the Kitten and the Fox jumping forward onto the Rogue. Oh man, the burn, one lost auto. Larson gets taken down by LeBron, but at what cost? Spirit Rush recharge from Perks brings them out alive, but the double combo chunking out Larson.
Okay, so they get something back in that mid lane. That's good, but the Herald fight itself was really awkward from Vitality. You're engaging on multiple angles versus an Ornn who will tear you apart if you get stuck between him and the rest of the team. You don't have enough mobility to disengage from everything being thrown at you. That call of the Forge card was pivotal here.
Yeah, and I mean, watch Malrang here, right? Karzi takes that step too far forward to try and get some poke damage, and instantly Malrang flashes forward to get on towards Karzi, shuts him down, or an ultimate to follow on towards Alfari. And from that point forward, as you say, like Rogue, it's so much easier, right? They're just that moving ball forward that's catching everyone in Vitality in their path.
Rogue managed to pick up a crucial fight. They managed to disrupt and slow down Vitality. If you are an XL fan, you want this play to work. You want Rogue to find more kills, and Karzi will not be able to escape. Just a quick reminder here, Vitality win, and they are in playoffs. And XL Fnatic, we're fighting for that last spot. We do need to see the next game play out, but I think crucially, Finn right now, sitting backstage, sitting upstairs. You can see Finn on camera, supporting his old team. Finn played at Worlds with Rogue, and right now he is Rogue's biggest fan.
And you know what? Rogue aren't in a bad position here. That last death from Karzi, a reminder, this is while you have the Herald inventory. You really want to start getting that gold into Zeri if you can. Karzi dying, not being there to push in waves, not being there to potentially throw the Herald into you early is actually quite problematic for Vitality and good for Rogue.
Especially when you look at the scaling that Rogue have. It is terrifying, and here comes Malrang.
There's another gank being set up. Odo's down to 400 hit points, but Alfari's running for his life. Heroic Charge won't find the stun. Malrang forced to back away. Alfari held onto that flash.
So you just mentioned, Rogue's got good scaling. You just mentioned, here's Malrang again. You know what? This is a lot of how Rogue have found success in the past. We talked about them losing their identity. This is finding some of that shades of former glory.
Rogue 2,000 gold up, and I don't know if I'm more surprised by that or Vitality picking up the first dragon, Dagda. They still have that Herald in their inventory. Yes, they are behind in gold, but that Herald should be worth theoretical plates once they decide to drop it.
Yeah, and I think they're going to try and do that now. I think a lot of this is trying to right the wrongs here a little bit that have happened in the mid lane with Perks falling substantially behind Larson. Like, you need to try and get some control back for Perks here. And you can already look at with Labrov and Haru here. Maybe they're looking for something, but they're considering invade as well. I don't know if you want to invade here, especially when your bot side is so far behind.
Well, you do have a lot of target access with the pillar into something like a Yuumi ult, force out flashes, and then you're looking for the charm after that point. There is ability to play around it, but are you actually too far behind at this point?
Yeah,
because you have a Merc Treads, you've got the Cowstorm on the other side. Actually, there's a good chance you dive too deep.
Yeah, my biggest worry is like Larson having the Mythic already completed. You got a pickaxe over on the side of Comp as well, just when it comes to raw damage. It just feels like Rogue at the moment are just that little bit too far ahead on this bottom side of the map. So maybe we could look for something with Vitality trying to play off the advantages that Alfari has. And that Rift Herald, as it just is about to spawn out, will be popped down in the mid lane. But can Perks actually get in here to get these plates?
We'll see. Larson might just pop the ult. He's not going to be... He doesn't get it.
No.
He doesn't get it.
Yeah, this is not working out well for Vitality so far. Like, look, Haru doing great. He's got 2 kills on the Trundle, has his mythic complete as well, but Perks being this far behind means he's going to be struggling to be relevant this game.
And I'm sure the many jungle mains out there will go, yes, more gold for the jungle. I enjoy this. This is good. But you're sat here as a playmaking damage champion. This Ahri is going to really struggle in this game because, let's be honest, who are you going to hit this Ahri this game? Maybe this Victor during the laning phase, but outside of that, you're hitting a lot of targets which aren't going to start falling down easily. No gold to even hit bad targets is rough for Perks.
The one thing I will highlight, obviously having Trundle is a touch of that get out of jail free card. That subjugate can make a gigantic difference because I think if you look down the damage profiles, Aatrox, Trundle, Ahri, Zeri, any one of them can be, amplified by that Yuumi. Over on the side of Rogue, you're really going to be leaning on that AoE from the Victor and the Sivir. So slightly different approaches, but what that does mean is as long as Larssen and Comp can stay protected, they've got the tools to win some of those fights.
So that's the argument, right? So if it becomes about killing the first target, yeah, okay, Vitality have some ways to make this work. Maybe if they haven't quite set up in the 5v5. If it becomes about actually the follow-on after that point, well, you got a Sivir ult, got everything out. I think that starts falling away from Vitality very quickly.
It's also, like, when you look at Rogue's comp, look at how well they control space. Like, if you're looking at neutral objectives, you've got the Ornn, you've got his pillar, you've got his ult. You look at the Victor, you got the gravity field, you got his ult as well. You've got Lulu, who's going to be able to keep the people protected. Whoever slips through is then going to turn into a Whimsy. He's going to have a wall of growth, and Malrang might find Perks.
Bye, Perks. Not going to be able to take him out just yet. Spirit Rush away to safety. He stays alive.
That was a really clutch charge.
Yes.
That stops the charge coming through, which means that there's also CC before the Steadfast Presence can come through. That's the flash save from Perks because he plays it out like that. But still, that's an ult down. It means that actually Vitality can't make proactive plays for a little while because they don't have that playmaking tool.
Malrang's not done yet. I mean, he was lingering just over the wall. Flash is available to him. Still has that Hex Flash as well. Take quick stock of the CS, plus 18 in the top lane. Alphari ahead. That mid lane is still hovering at a 20 CS difference, currently 1 level advantage to Larssen. And as the second Herald has spawned, Rogan are going to be inside the pit for that one.
And this is going to be heartbreaking for Vitality because they want to try and push the pace this forward. They want to try and look for these turrets. So at least Haru is trying to trade this now, cross-map it with the bot lane turret. But it feels like, at least for the moment with Rogue, they'll potentially be able to answer with a turret themselves. This is just them keeping pace with Vitality in this mid game.
Yeah, so you're getting a little bit of gold for this. That's nice, and that's the first turret of the game. Giving up that second Herald, though. Well, second Herald has some more benefits now with the local gold being kind of buffed for that. But imagine this Herald now actually goes down in mid lane and takes down mid lane out of turret. I think Rogue have a really big power play in pocket to punish Vitality for going for this cross map.
Yeah, I think the best way the Vitality can try and play this is now sticking Perks into the spot side. One of the big advantages of an Ahri that I think gets overlooked a lot is how good she is in a side lane, because you've got the Spirit Rush to keep yourself safe as you look to chip away at turrets. So having that then roam mid could be the play.
And you see the damage onto that Ornn, by the way. The full kill. I mean, I think Alphari hit absolutely everything. So, like, don't get me wrong. Odo just face tanked that. Yeah. I do want to mention, though, that now mythics have been picked up by everybody on the respective sides of the Rift. Take a look at your total gold here. What you buy Santander, Comp and Larssen currently out farming, out golding, have more gold available than their respective opponents. That is crucial for how Rogue want to play this team fight out. And I think we've covered how their composition will work. Only one tower down. I do want to start talking a little bit about how Vitality want to play these team fights, because Nymera, you mentioned it already. You know, front to back, a little bit more challenging. You need to make sure that the damage from Zeri, the damage from Ahri can actually find those crucial squishes in the back.
Yeah, you want to find someone before the team fight can erupt, if you can at all help it. Taking down these outer turrets on the sidelines does help, actually, because that gives you maybe some ability to get a ward in, then get a ward around the side, pick off someone as they're rotating the 5v5. That means it never becomes about this big phalanx, about the big tanks protecting their carries. That's how you can make it uneven.
I think this is very telling about where Vitality feel like they sit in this game, though, right? Mid-game Dragon, and they're not willing to fight for it. They're going to trade back, try and cross-map this. It looks like at the moment Vitality are trying to play the map, and this is something that they do instead of oftentimes going for these Dragons, and it has been the thing that finds them their success. So now, as you say, I agree with Nymera, push inside, very quickly group on mid, try and force Rogue away from those turrets, but with Larssen and Comp's wave clear, that becomes so difficult to do.
Now, the next question to ask, right? We're even on kills, basically. 1 Dragon apiece. It's 2 towers in favor of Vitality. But we're playing for an Infernal Soul. Infernal Dragon with the potential of 3 additional Infernal Drakes, you know, stacked on either side. That is, in my eyes, huge for both squads, because you've got a lot of damage that all members of Vitality can use, and your 2 carries on the side of Rogue will absolutely love that amplification.
I think the worry I have is if Infernal Soul is in play, it means you've reached late game. If you've reached late game, Rogue have a Victor who hits you with 1E. I don't care if that's got an Infernal Soul on it or not. That's chunking someone out heavily. The Yuumi might be able to mitigate some of that, but this is the power play we're talking about. Take down that mid-outer turret with this Herald. Suddenly Rogue have a good trade from that earlier cross map.
I mean, honestly, at the moment, this is looking so good for Rogue and so good for Excel as well. Like, with Rogue in the position that they're in, like, I do not doubt that Rogue can then just wait for late game. Like, they're under no pressure at the moment. You can see Vitality are trying to make that play we're talking about, you know, push Perks in the side lane, try and group mid, but Larsen's doing a great job with this blue buff of clearing out waves, not really giving the opportunity for them to look for dives, and even look at Malrang's position. Well, I was going to say he was hovering mid, but may have just taken this moment to leave, which might give a bit of opportunity.
My job here is done. You didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Exactly, Kiltsar. Nymera, I do want to ask though, the last few minutes, both teams have kind of opted into cross-mapping. They've traded either towers or, you know, Herald for Dragon, and we haven't seen those skirmishes. Vitality now grouping up in the mid lane, 2 towers to 1. Do you expect a similar sort of flow waiting for the next Dragon, or is this really just going to be, if you can catch someone out, then you can push a neutral?
Well, I think right now Rogue are very happy to just play around the pushing Civ here, facilitate them, and make sure everyone else is just set. As long as you're getting farm, you're fine as Rogue. If this pace of the game plays, I think it's at Rogue's choice.
Yeah, I mean, every so often we've seen a Sivir look pretty good this weekend and over the course of the split. She seems all right in the late game. Yeah, like a little bit of AoE damage, but yeah, again, just as you can say, like, farm up comp, make sure he's in a good spot. He's been fantastic all split long. Again, stepping into that carry performance. Larsen on a control mage in the late game, he's going to be happy as well. Like, Rogue's wins have come from late game fights, and I mean, they're basically going to be handled on a silver platter here.
And there's something a little bit nice about seeing, you know, Rogue yesterday losing pretty catastrophically by trying to play stuff like the Ahri, proactive mid-game comps, and just saying, today, you know what? We used to be pretty good at this late game thing. We used to be pretty good at the scaling thing. Let's try a different attempt at things. They go into this, they start farming up around something like that Sivir, and for now, looks like it's on track for working for them.
I'm now taking a look at the Sivir, just league-wide as an aside. 20 games played this summer, 15 of them are victories, right? So it is the champion that has found phenomenal success. This weekend, I think our average game time is going to balloon. Yesterday, average game time was 42 minutes plus. And today, at 20 minutes in, we're about as even as you're going to get. And despite the fact the composition from Rogue is something that we are appreciating here on the caster desk, don't just kind of forget the fact that Vitality, those individual performances, those champions combined, if they play the fights well, can absolutely obliterate Rogue.
Sure, so while, you know, we've been saying, oh, you know, if this game pace continues, it probably works out for Rogue. If it doesn't, and there's an explosive pick somewhere, Vitality can absolutely run away with this game. All it takes is one bad enough pick, and that's a Baron in play. Remember, there's a lot of stakes riding on this.
There is indeed.
Keep that in the picture.
Win and you're in. Nymera, I have to set you up because I'll steal the mic from you, because I'm going to ask fans here in Berlin, will Vitality lock playoffs? No.
Oh, God.
I'll try that again. Will Vitality lock playoffs? Wow. Everybody at home, discord.lec.gg. I'm saying this is a 90% no from Berlin. They need to win to qualify. And you find out whether that happens. Of course, I think there might be some XL fans in the audience. Let me go to the better one. Are there some Fnatic fans in the audience? Right, now I know why. We can see the live vote on screen. 30 seconds away from the Dragon. A lot of fans at home starting to lose confidence in this composition working.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, Vitalities have good control here, great vision control. They can look to try and pick members of Rogue off before they get here, but they have to be so careful about how they fight. Like, now that you've got Rogue pushing in through mid, they can get access to this river.
And that engage on the charge, won't find the target. Malrang waiting in the wings, all 5 members around this mid lane.
Keep your eyes on Perks, though. Has just been spotted. Great scrying orb there to spot where Perks was. He wanted to get that flank and see if he could get access towards Larsen, towards Comp, but Alfari now is taking his position in that flank.
Yeah, and you really need to watch both of these solo lanes, because Vitality, I think one person finding one pick isn't enough. Look, one shot doesn't actually do that much. Perks gonna have to really work for this.
Oh, the flank away, that's the shot.
The Yuumi's going as well.
Yuumi sent packing, Perks goes low. Call of the Forge God sets it up for Malrang. And Comp to find 2 kills. The fans may be right today. Rogue win the fight, Rogue get the Dragon.
What a disgusting popule. It sends the Yuumi out with them, and that's your disengage gone. That's your healing gone.
And Malrang at the end of that just says, get smote. Just slaps it onto Perks, takes the kill, and now, you know, it's 22 minutes. You know, it feels good. A bit of a Baron here for Rogue.
It's going to be huge. Of course, now Rogue not only getting ahead in the Dragons, this was the mistake we said that maybe Vitality could get off of one pick. It comes down to the group fight. It comes down to that 5v5 we're so worried about. But Rogue poised to take Baron.
Alfari's coming in, final chapter over the top. Kazi goes boom with the ult. Baron is chunking down members of Rogue, but it may not matter, it may not be enough. 1, 2 more members fall. Comp is trying to finish this out. Burst fire off the burst fire. Zap through the wall, the Ultra Shock Laser won't find a kill. Gravity Well will dissuade any further follow-up, and Kazi tried so hard and got so little.
They won't get the Baron, but they will at least get 2 kills for themselves as well, as Labrov tried to help out Alfari, but ends up getting caught as well. So, I mean, it's just more gold going into the hands of Rogue. 2 Dragons, a 2k gold lead. Rogue are looking brilliant as of Rabadon's death cap is completed by Larson.
I mean, Vitality have a real bloody nose after this one because they avoid like the knockout of losing the Baron as well and being behind in pretty much all metrics. But this fight is just over once that Poppy ult hits. You don't get to play that disengage. The move speed from the Sivir means they get to close that gap. You don't get to retreat.
Yeah, and great ultimate there from Odoamne, being able to catch on to the 2 key members of Vitality. Now again, I mean, what are you trying to achieve here as Vitality? You can see Karzi, when he's given that opportunity, can maybe try and carry these fights, but the front line isn't as strong as you need it to be. You're not getting the opportunities that you want to try and play for it because Larson is able to outrange you, Odoamne is constantly threatening you. It becomes so difficult for Vitality to play out these fights.
What I'm about to say is quite unfair, so please do measure that, right?
At least you're aware of it.
The last ban from Vitality was Wukong. The first pick in Phase 2 in the jungle pool by Malrang was Poppy. He's played it once this season. This is the second time. We were a little surprised to see the Poppy. We weren't 100% sold in the comp. Not only did Malrang pick up First Blood by punishing that Yuumi, that Keeper's Verdict allowed them to secure the Baron. And if that Keeper's Verdict continues to disrupt Vitality, that could be the crucial pick to win the game.
Hey, we're going to have a scrap. Vitality are on the wrong side of town, and Rogue are feeling at the moment perks. Trying to see if you can find it, but I mean, no, Rogue are actually just going to back away from this.
I'm going to keep following Malrang at the beginning of every fight. The moment he stops the Poppy Copter, if he can get rid of that Yuumi, if he can get rid of that Trundle, there's a lot of tools for them. And all of a sudden, I mean, what is Malrang doing? He's going full James Bond.
I mean, right now we've got Perks trying to find an angle, but I mean,
can Observers toggle vision?
Again, just Vitality in dangerous spots. But this
Perks
is what.
in trouble.
Oh, they've popped the ults.
The call of the Forge God. Malrang's waddling his way to the middle lane. Alfari will be late to the play.
What is happening?
Pinned into the wall. Haru is down. The Keeper's Verdict still alive as the final chapter goes forward. Here comes Alfari. The Gravity Well locks him inside the middle of 5 members of Rogue. Because he needs to find the burst fire. He goes golden with a bunch of shield, but he's about to get taken out. Pop down. 1, 2, 3 quick kills. All of a sudden, Vitality have the damage. They have the life boss. They have won the fight. Rogue did not find the target.
They don't get rid of the Yuumi. The last fight looked so one-sided because the healing was gone. And now Alfari is online.
I thought Kazi was going to be the carry, but Alfari is swiping people down where they stand. Every single person feels his fury and vitality. They take the fight and they're getting themselves back into this game.
One of my big worries about Vitality's just whole team as this composition, this set of champions, is that you do find it hard to hit those carries. It doesn't really work out that way when you've just like gone like an absolute loop-de-loop and you just flip everything up, because for lots of this fight, yeah, Odo is stood in front of Comp and Larson, but the later this fight goes on, the harder the tanks of Rogue find it to actually stand in front of their carries.
And that's the thing, look at the different angles that you're coming in from. Karzi gets knocked away, Alfari gets great position here. Look at the healing that is coming through here for Alfari, off the Gourd Drinker, off his kick, Karzi coming in the back side of this, and then eventually Yuumi ends up transferring across there, but so much damage from Alfari in that fight, and he goes in dirty healthier than he went to out.
I think the thing which is like most disgusting about this fight is I was looking at the like the items just before this and I was like, wow, Rogue are just a better version of Vitality's inventory right now because they have all upgrades, they've got a death cap, they've got so much damage, but they didn't even matter in that last fight.
I mean, look at the chunk out. Haru is getting up to the charm. The charm onto company cleanses away immediately. Flash is available in just a few moments. Perks gets popped. Perks gets popped. He does not find the kill. We are 20 seconds until the next Dragon final chapter is available. Alfari has got his World Ender as well.
I mean, you've got to try and move in here as Vitality. See if you can try and get this Dragon for yourself. Malrang trying to see if he can move around onto this backside, find another flank opportunity. He has the Hex Flash to get over the wall and sneak in outside of Vitality's vision.
We are on completely opposite sides of the map, by the way.
Rufflecopter, Rufflecopter! That's going to send Haru flying, but the final chapter gets primed. It does not matter. Rogue get 2 more kills, get the dragon, and Haru pops his flash to get away.
And that'll be so point for Rogue. And look at the death timers as well. Alfari down, Labrov down. Rogue have the numbers advantage, and they want to try again for this Baron.
And Rogue are really heating things up today. We knew there were a lot of implications on this one. The Baron is finally going to be set sight on by Rogue. This could be that knockout punch.
Odo looking for the charge, sitting in the bush. He's now spotted. Won't go on to Haru. They're happy to just finish off the Baron before they commit. And they should just back away here.
So much damage from that Ultra Shock laser. Kazi not able to get in range. Dagda, this is the second Baron. This is the third Dragon. Rogue are 4,000 gold up, and we have seen, ladies, gentlemen, everybody else, you've seen how this comp is played out. Dagda and Nymira explained it, but more crucially, we're seeing Rogue execute it.
And that's the thing. I mean, look at the items that you're starting to come through. Those 3 items here for Larson. You got 3 items for Comp. And again, great positioning from Malrang. We talked about him sneaking around the vision that Vitality had, sneaking through Vitality's jungle to get the Rafflecopter off and smack the problems that they had out of the way.
Now, I know you had that poignant note a little earlier about Finn kind of relying on Rogue. While XL earlier in the day played a comp not too dissimilar to Rogue's. It was about that tank top scaling team fights, and Rogue seems like they picked up the same kind of idea. They're going back to that style, and it is absolutely working for them.
And of course, if Rogue close this one out, Vitality are done. They will not be able to advance to playoffs. We'll talk about the other stories in just a moment, but for Vitality, just take a brief moment, think about the year. Think about the spring performance, playoffs, ultimately, a disappointment for the super team. Put yourselves in the summer. These glimpses, these moments, you start to buy into the hype train. Vitality still 9-8, final game of the season. They're behind, they have a comp that is more difficult to execute, and they have to deal with Baron empowered minions. There could not be a more difficult situation right now.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like you need to rely on Perkz and Alfari getting that like magic flank, that miracle opportunity that could bring it back, but no TP available except for Alfari, so maybe he's looking for one of these wards to get in behind the siege of Rogue.
That is exactly what I was worried about, because when you push in very quickly, what you'll often see is a big turnaround flank, because you've pushed too hard and you haven't played out the vision alongside it. That's why you see teams be quite methodical in modern League of Legends, because you're aware of these wards, which you can see on screen right now.
And Rogue aren't aware.
Even though they could just walk into that bush. It's right there, folks.
Well, let's take a look what happens here. Vitality now being pushed into their base. If they drop this game, there's still the possibility of a tiebreaker match, boys, that you and me and Dagda will cast, Nymira. Rogue are pushing into the inhibitor. Number 1 secured. Fall of the Forge God, the zoning ultimate. I'll run you through those as we have a moment here for Vitality. Assuming they lose this game, if Fnatic win, Vitality versus XL, tiebreaker for the final spot. For Vitality, they're now under pressure, still trying to stay alive as Rogue continue the siege. If Vitality lose this game and Fnatic lose to Misfits, it will be Vitality locked in place because of that head-to-head.
This is the last wave that can get the Baron buff, so Rogue trying to really rinse as much as they can out of this Baron buff, and I mean, Vitality can't even try and respond. Immediately, a second inhibitor gone, and I mean, this becomes so easy for Rogue now. 2 inhibs down, Dragon Soul in a minute and a half, and I mean, Rogue aren't just hitting their stride, they're dancing their way through this game.
The base is absolutely shredded, and the problem with that kind of moment, this kind of situation, is now you've got 2 inhibs down against a team with much better wave clear than you two, even when you do have these super minions coming through. Larson, Combi's gone!
Oh, the charm, but the spell shield, look at the damage and reply. So close, but Perkz ultimately gets that. But that's huge. Death time at 50 seconds with a minute to go for Dragon.
Massive pick coming through from Karzi with the Ultra Shock laser set up for Perkz to go for that. Now Vitality, they can push out waves, they can get control over this. And again, once you have vision, it becomes so much easier for you to find these flanks. And you have one target, which is Larson right now.
I'd say, like, not only was Comp caught napping, I was a bit too, because I didn't even see that coming on stream until he was already dead. You need a tank in front of your carries. That is the core of what Rogue need to do. Comp caught out. See if it has any implications, or whether that vision does come to play.
Talk to me about this Dragon setup. This is Infernal Soul for Rogue. 16 seconds before Comp is alive. 30 on the spawn timer. Should be able to get into position. There are 2 waves of supers that Vitality have to deal with. And look, Odo is being chipped away from, that Subjugate's being held, but importantly, Vitality just pushing this wave as far away as they can.
But look at the vision the Rogue has already established, right? They've got some in behind the pit, they've got some in river. Vitality are now clearing that out, but all they need to do is spot where the flanks are coming from Vitality. Comp is now regrouped with the team, and Malrang is the one who's actually threatening on the side, and Perks gets another Charmer to come.
Lands a lot of damage on the hunt, on the hunt.
Malrang!
Not gonna be able to find the kill just yet, but does! Comp with one last auto. 1 minute death time. Infernal Soul is available. Malrang waiting in the wings. Currently 2, 0, and 11. Involved in 13 of Rogue's 14 kills. The Soul secured, Rogue in control.
And in that moment, Malrang says, you caught out my carry, how about I catch out one of yours? Perks, he is obligated to look for those flanks, but Malrang punishes so hard.
Alphari's World Ender needs to step up because Vitality's world may end tonight. The base is being pushed in, 2 super minions available, 20 seconds before Perks spawns. Larson steps forward, throws out the laser in just a moment. Kazi and Haru get tagged up. Kazi forced to spark through the Nexus. Chaos Storm chipping away. Nexus turret number 1 is down. Alphari now has Yuumi on his back. Final chapter, holding on 7 seconds for Perks. Teleport is available to him as well. Are there any wards? How do Vitality defend? The Nexus turret's the focus.
They're trying to use the defender's advantage, try and regen, but they're getting burst out.
Oh, that Pillar of Ice will slow down Rogue, but there's no further follow-up. Where's the charm? Where's the charm? Perks holds on to the trigger. The minions are now slowly being chipped away from and destroyed. Nexus turret standing. One lost auto. It's taken down by Comp. Call on the Forge God goes forward. The final chapter finds nobody. It whips. It wanders through Rogue. The knockout follow-up from Odo is great. And Vitality are being destroyed in their base. Kazi, the last man standing. Ace, Rogue, take down Vitality.
Rogue have such a classic look to them in this game. They had wandered away from this style for a little while at this point. We were starting to worry about lack of identity. Are they starting to fall off? What's happening? They're falling off at the end of the split. But this game was a steadfast, real presence. I mean, Poppy, whatever, sure. But like, this was a great performance from them to just say, yeah, we still got it.
And I think it was really well orchestrated from the very beginning, right? We saw Malrang trying to keep control over this bot side, make sure that's not falling out too heavily. Larson stepping up huge over Perks, getting just a solo advantage for himself, looking great in that mid lane on the Victor, and from that being able to get themselves to that late game where there was just nothing to match on Vitality's side.
And now we have really interesting potential last game with LEC, right? But this is, again, everything on the board now.
No doubt about it. I'll try to summarize it, but I believe the analysts will cover this a little bit better. Because of the Vitality loss, if Fnatic win, there will be a tiebreaker game between Vitality and XL for that final spot. Because Rogue on stage took down Vitality. If Fnatic lose, Vitality will be locked in. The analyst desk will break that down. We will see Fnatic taking on Misfits in a minute. Before we get to that, Kia Player of the Game nominees at LEC on Twitter. Odo Omne, Malrang, or Larson. Part of me thinks Freddy's name should be on there too. That Poppy to me, I don't think the impact can be understated. And I think Malrang used it to perfection.
I think it's a bit of Malrang magic in this one. The fact he was able to consistently sneak in behind the opposition, using the fact that Rogue had been there to set up that vision early, and then getting the perfect flanks, catching Perks, catching these carries that in theory are really hard to lock down. But I mean, Malrang just made it look easy.
And he made an absolute mess right from level 1.
Yeah,
It started
exactly.
with the E, and the Yuumi sat there going, I'm in danger.
I
Die for it.
also love, by the way, Yuumi gets locked in. There's so many feelings around this champion. Concedes first blood.
Target acquired.
Has the one gigantic team fight that really gave hope there for Vitality. But I think, you know, from the get-go, it was going to be a difficult composition to play. We wanted to see those solo laners really picking up advantages, and it didn't come to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, Alphari did a relatively good job of trying to keep himself in check, but as we kind of talked about, we want to see Vitality a little bit more playing through that mid-jungle, trying to see if they could set up Perks, but Larson just had such good control, there was nothing they could do.
Nothing at all. Of course, the man in the top lane, Odo Omne, helping lead Rogue to victory, standing by with Medic.
Thank you very much, Trevor. I'm joined by Odo Omne now. Odo, that was a game of League of Legends right there. Is it a different? When you approach a game like this, obviously, like we could talk about the minutiae of the game, but I kind of want to ask a little bit more of a big picture, right? You guys have qualified for playoffs already. You know that you can be the deciding factor as to whether Vitality make it in or not, right? By beating them here, you've taken destiny out of their own hands. How do you approach a game like this where you know you're already locked, but you can change the outcome for someone else?
I mean, the fact that we were locked didn't really matter because the game still had some stakes for us because if I'm not mistaken, if we lost and then some random stuff happens, we could still end up like 4th or 3rd, and then we don't have like, you know, higher seeding into playoffs with like side selection and all of that stuff. So for us, it was a really important game, especially because we lost yesterday. And yeah, I mean, okay, if we would have won yesterday, then it could have been like, you know, just for fun today, just knock Vitality out or whatever. But the fact that we lost...
just for fun, knock him out. Just for fun. Yeah, just knock Perks out of the league. You know, it's great.
Oh, okay, that kind of sucks. I don't want Perks to mix playoffs, but it would have been... It's fun to create the chaos, you know?
Yeah, okay. I've watched your streams. I know you enjoy creating a little bit of chaos from time to time. Let's talk about how you're going to approach playoffs over the next few weeks. Obviously, we have a break week. You have a long track record of making it into playoffs, making relatively deep runs. Yeah, I was going to get there, and losing in playoffs. Yeah. Is there a change up in the way you're going to approach this, or do you think that what you've been doing has been working, you just haven't had that final step?
I wouldn't necessarily say just because this playoffs is different. Because I think in the second half of the season, we kind of dropped the ball and we kind of sucked.
I mean, yeah, you were like 2-5 at one point in the second half of the season?
Yeah, now we're like 4-5, yeah. I think, which still kind of sucks. So, I don't know, I feel like LEC is at the moment kind of a shit show where everyone's just bad.
Sure.
Well, okay, not bad, not bad.
No, he's talking about himself as well, so it's fine, guys.
Okay,
he's
not
saying he's bad.
Okay, stop it.
Everyone's bad.
Okay, so not bad, but it's like more so, I feel like a lot of teams are inconsistent. Sure. Maybe except G2 because they kind of found their mojo again for the second half of the season. Who would have guessed? So, I don't know, outside of that, I feel like everyone's struggling to find consistency, ourselves included. So, I don't know, I feel like playoffs is up for grabs and we kind of need to... I don't know, just kind of keep doing what we're doing because even though we lost to BDS yesterday, our weeks have been a bit better or like a lot better because at some point I think last week you were like 0-25 in scrims and stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely better. So I feel like we can take this week and a half to kind of work on our consistency because I feel like no one is, you know, an unbeatable opponent right now in playoffs.
Right,
and I'd rather have the underdog mentality than...
going overconfident.
Yeah, kind of like what we had seasons before or like splits before where we're just like, okay, Rogue is first. They're going to lose in playoffs anyway because it's just like choke and all the memes and stuff. So I'd rather just, you know, be the underdog for once.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And this is the first time in a little while you haven't been first at the end of the regular season as well. I will say Malrang won Kia Player of the Game for that. Apologies to you. You were on the vote this time, but unfortunately you weren't able to win it. Obviously, he had a great game.
Yeah, I mean, no matter who you put on the vote, I mean, he had an amazing game. I think he hit everything this game. I feel like he had such good plans throughout the game, and I feel like his positioning was so good for the fights, and he knew his role for the fights, you know, perfectly. But I feel like at the same time, everyone played this part in fights, except for that one fight where Aatrox hit like, you know, 7 Qs in a row on 4 people. And yeah, that kind of sucked. But outside of that, I think everyone did a great job, but Marang stepped up big time today.
Yeah, of course. And obviously you had a great game as well. We're going to go to a short break before we're back with the final game of the day. It's do or die for Fnatic as a loss eliminates them from the competition. We'll be back for game 5 after the break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
And some Kit Kat for you, and some Kit Kat for Elder, and some... No Kit Kat for Barrett.
whenever you're calling. I just need some space, 3 o'clock in the morning. You make my heart line bling and I keep ignoring. Hoping it resonates whenever you're calling. I just need some space, yeah. All of your faces and all of your problems. You love to blame me when really you cause them. It's always the same thing, it's making me nauseous. I can't take your call today. Hey, whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning. You make my heart line blank and I keep ignoring. Hoping it resonates whenever you're calling. Still I need some space, yeah. You push me away with every word you say. Can tell it to your face, so I keep ignoring whenever you're calling. Cause all of your faces and all of your problems, you love to blame me when really you cause them. It's always the same thing, it's making me nauseous. I can't take your call today. Hey, whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning. You make my heart line bling and I keep ignoring. Hoping it resonates whenever you're calling. Whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning. You make my heart line blank and I keep ignoring. Hoping it resonates whenever you're calling. Still I need some space, yeah.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow.
Welcome to the final regularly scheduled game of the LEC Summer regular season. And what a game it is! Fnatic facing elimination from playoffs contention for the first time in the organization history, Goldberg.
It's absolutely crazy, and I mean, Fnatic is such a storied org in the LEC and EU LCS as a whole from back then. For them to miss the playoffs would be absolutely mind-boggling. Even coming into this Super Week, it just felt like it was going to be theirs, and now it all comes down to this game against Misfits.
Yeah, it's insane coming down to the final day, coming down to the final game. It is do or die for Fnatic.
It's always in tragic fashion, I want to say, when Fnatic makes it out. But when you think of the project at the beginning of the year with this roster that was aligned, and what Yamato said at the end of spring, everything short from a title or a final would be a massive disappointment from this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, not even making playoffs would be a huge disappointment for the organization as a whole, for the players probably as well. This is all-star spec names we're getting in each individual role. You could have put any of these in another team, and they probably would have had some good resources or good name branding towards them with what they could achieve. But so far, they've been struggling, and that has caused them to be in this situation we're now seeing.
And when you look at the other side of the rift, this is revenge arc, I feel, for Misfits, because last year, in summer playoffs, Fnatic knocked them out of Worlds contention, and now it may be Misfits' turn to knock them out of playoffs and Worlds.
Oh man, it's their chance now. They had a disappointing game versus G2 yesterday, but this is a team that has been hot. So many talented players across this roster. This match is going to be close either way.
And if you are Vitality fan, XL fan, you are rooting for these guys over here. You are rooting for Misfits. They are the one keeping your playoff dreams alive. Fnatic wins this, well, that's obviously going to be a tiebreaker, and only one of them can make it then. So there is a lot on the line for this specific game, and it cannot be overstated how important it is, not just for these two, but for multiple teams waiting to have that playoff lock.
Absolutely. And when it comes to expectations, of course, for Fnatic, they came in so strong in this Super Week. When I think of what the players were saying to me, they were missing some identity. It feels like they found it in the Super Week. But will it be enough today?
I mean, if Upset gets to lock in the Zeri again, why not? He was an absolute monster, setting a damage per minute record in the LEC with 1804 damage a minute, almost 2K damage a minute. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, just to contrast what he had to beat for that, it was old AP Estral back when we had that in the mix with Runeglaive, I believe the item was from jungle back then. It was absolutely absurd with Pepinero, exactly. So the fact that we have a champion now beating that and Upset specifically against yesterday's game is monumental, and that is a big matchup of the day too.
And I mean, Upset in this game, making the decision, let's stick around in a 2v3, relying on the polymorph of Hylissang when he pops up from the GA. This guy was frontlining. This guy was dealing damage. This guy was chasing down kills. He was literally doing it all for the team.
Yeah, and that also, you know, obviously takes it into the contrast that he's playing up against Neon. You know, Neon, a guy who's been an aficionado on these champions too. It's not just about the Jinx. He can do the Seri, he can do the Twitch. I'm sure he can do the Sivir as well if it's required of him. And these AD carries, they just become engines for their teams in a meta like this.
Yeah, and Neon was fighting, I want to say, a bad reputation at the beginning of the split because he was considered as an OTP, someone who can just play so few champions. And he broadened his champion pool today. He can play many things. And I think the Zeri is, of course, going to be a contested pick. But what other champions can we think of?
I mean, in terms of like the Sivir down to the bot side as well, so many of these scaling picks, they're all going to be coming online. I also think the rest of the map is going to play a big role as well when you look into things.
But how much of a focus are we going to have on the bot lane? Because when you think of Fnatic, they switch from being a bot-focused team mostly to also playing for the top lane. So is it going to be about the bot lane?
I still think it's going to come down towards that bot lane. It's what we saw them had recent success with. And if we also take into account the rest of the map, right, you have the junglers both showing up lately. Whilst the Saras haven't really been there statistically, it's been on the champions like the Poppy. And you know what? Razork lately, with the Poppy himself, have been finding a lot of comfort. So I think for the jungle matchup, in terms of the champions, in terms of how they facilitate these lanes, that's going to be pivotal in getting their teams into that comfort zone towards the late game.
Yeah, I think Razork has looked so much better once he started shifting to a much more mid-bot focused early game style, leaving Wunder over towards the weak side. At the same side, Zanzara has just been everywhere on the map. The change for Misfits, bringing him into the team, just unlocking, be a completely selfless jungler and being at his lanes whenever they need him to be. It's just unlocked the potential of this roster.
So many matchups to look forward to, but in such a crucial game like this, when you think of Misfits already being locked in playoff, Fnatic fighting for their lives, I don't know what to expect here.
I mean, so I was waiting in line for the bathroom just before I got here as well, and I had the Fnatic players behind me as well waiting in that line. They were in high spirits. They were joking around. They were feeling themselves, and I feel like they're coming into this matchup in terms of, well, these players have been in a situation where it was all or nothing, where everything mattered here. We talk Worlds experience, we talk playoffs experience normally going down to that last final game 5, and that is essentially what you're watching here. This is 4 games that's already been played out. Obviously, they haven't, but this is the last game that's going to matter at least for them.
I'm sorry, I thought you were about to say something.
No, that's all right.
I'm so excited about this game, obviously. When we look at the early game especially, where should we put our focus at?
Well, I think we take into the account of the jungle matchup, right? And I even think into the mid-jungle 2v2 because Humanoid has been such a standout player as well in some of their victories lately. And he's doing it on different champions too, right? We have seen control mages in the past, but even the LeBlanc has been scary lately.
And it's been nice to see him getting more involved, helping out the side lanes, getting out of that mid lane, because for a while there, his style was much more focused on playing to lane, hammering away at turret plates, less influence over the rest of the map. But now that we're seeing like the Silas out of him in particular, he was always on the move, trying to look down towards that bottom side of the map to facilitate Upset and put him in a carry position.
Yeah, and even just then, like we talk about top lane matchups just a little bit. Obviously, we're looking at it to be more weak side oriented. At least that's what I'm thinking when I'm looking for the side of Misfits, just due to the fact that Irrelevant, as a rookie coming into this, has evolved to such a high standard of just being able to do very well with very little resources too. Obviously, you could look into an account where you wanted to expose this on the side of Wunder, but the reason why I'm not expecting that is that the fact fact that you have Neon on the other side, you have Upset. If the AD carry gets ahead on the opposite side, surely that should be the thing that makes or breaks the game.
100%. I think it is very likely the team sort of handshake and say like weak side towards top side and go all in for the team fight as well. If we can get some of those hard hitters in the mid lane too, perhaps some Azir getting involved on top of those monstrous AD carries scaling into the late game, this will come down to Dragon and Baron fights.
Absolutely, and I see that now both teams are ready to get into the draft. So without further ado, it's time for Misfits versus Fnatic. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Laura, Gulborg, and welcome back to the Castle Desk for the last regularly scheduled game of the summer season. There is the potential for a tiebreaker. Frankly, I want it. I'm not wearing a tie today, but Europe loves their freaking ties. Misfits versus Fnatic. Dagda, we're about to get to draft. Hold that thought. Misfits taking on Fnatic. My timing sucks for those. Welcome to draft for the last regularly scheduled game. I want to remind everybody at home of the head-to-head between Misfits and Fnatic, because I think you'll be surprised at the numbers. Fnatic have won 24 games to Misfits 20 games. It is surprisingly close, and straight out the gate, Azir, Wukong, Poppy band away.
That's great, because I went digging for those stats too. I didn't talk to you about this, but you know, the last time Fnatic had a winning record against Misfits, you have to go back to 2020. Misfits have had the edge in this matchup for a little while now, so Fnatic, in terms of the, I don't know, the intangible head-to-heads and those edges, have to fight uphill.
On top of that, Misfits already in playoffs, already championship points from spring. They don't have that pressure on their shoulders. The thing is, that pressure, in my eyes, is what pushes and elevates Fnatic. Did you see their performance yesterday?
Well, a lot of that pressure has been put towards Humanoid to try and get rid of those picks that they looked good on. The Azir, the LeBlanc taken already off the board. Imagine the Gwen could be high priority, Ornn could be high priority here, but looks like it will be irrelevant, kind of not going towards his regular tanks, but actually going towards the Gwen.
You're also forgoing the chance to have your choice of the AD carry matchup. Now, this is something that we've seen the entire year, whether it was in spring with the FLOS Jinx and you get to choose that side of the matchup. You're also saying, all right, you get to choose the matchup between the Zeri and the Sivir. Upset had that monstrous game yesterday. You choose to pick it up again. Of course, we know what this player is capable of.
And this is where I want to see definitive lockup for this area as well, because it feels like you definitely need to have things like, say, a Nautilus step charge to try and lock up this area, to enable things like this Gwen, set them up for success. But not to see his area is going to be locked in, and looks like the Trundle may be the hover here for Razo.
Hey, I was actually looking at that Jarvan and I was thinking, okay, you know, if you think that the enemy team is going to pick the Sivir in response to the Zeri, I mean, Jarvan's very good into it, but now if we're talking about backline access, that's what it would give you. Vi also gives you that.
Vi is fantastic against these things that like to be mobile, like the Zeris, the Ezreals, these kind of things. Now you got the late game carry set up for Neon. It looking all prim and proper here for Misfits. Like, playing around this bottom side is very easy. Setting yourself up for these late game fights. It's kind of how Misfits have found their success through their identity.
Right, so that Ahri being taken away by Fnatic, though, stops you getting that Vi-Ahri combo, which is just ultra target access. You're pointing, clicking someone to death. Takes it away from them, and it gives Fnatic a pushing lane in that mid lane to play around.
Yeah, I think it opens up picks like the Sylas, though, and Video has been pretty damn terrifying on that, so we'll have to see how he's going to try and work his magic if he does decide to go towards that, but initially just banned off rip, so won't be seeing too much of that.
Keep our eyes on exactly what will be banned away, what will be pushed through in order for this game to go all night, because for Fnatic, they need to break limits for a shot at setting the world alight. Gragas will be the second ban here in Phase 2. Fnatic taking their time to run this out. Interested to see what Vito will want to run into that Ahri pick as well, Dagda.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out here, because, I mean, Talia can still work relatively okay there if you want to go for that for Video, but, I mean, there's not a huge amount of picks that are kind of left up and available. Sylas taken off the board, LeBlanc gone, the Akali gone as well. I'm kind of curious to see exactly now what that answer is for Video.
Because you're also looking for something that can link up very well with the Vi. The Vi does part of your work for you, right? In terms of like the Ahri's pushing up and the Vi comes in to counter. That question is, what can you combo up with that? Maybe it does have to be something like that Slayer or Lissandra.
Yeah, I think that was the Lissandra, I think, is the big one here, especially when you're already looking at like Gwen, a lot of AP damage. You don't really need to rely on your mid laner to provide that. So having that option to both lock up the Ahri and also that Zeri in the later portion could be the big one here.
Actually, on that note, I love this Rakan ban. So something which I've said a lot in the last couple of weeks is that mid lane isn't lost in a 1v1. It's lost when the enemy jungle and support get advantage of V2. Banning away something like a Rakan that can very easily roam mid, that's a big thing to make sure that V2 potentially does have a leg up in the matchup.
Yeah, still the things like the Alistair and stuff open though, which could also still provide that, but looks like we're just going to get the Renata here for Hylissang, incredibly strong. So right now, Fnatic have a great composition that allows them to play aggressive, play forward. You've got, you know, Humanoid who can look for these charms and look to try and disrupt this backline, but I think they need to solidify something for Wunder here that can actually provide that engage tool. And with the Gragas gone, it feels like Sejuani or Ornn are probably the two big picks that we're looking at here.
Maybe there's a different option. I mean, you can go something like a Scion as well. There are some tanky top lanes. We've seen a lot of tank tops today, right? That's basically what we're trying to even out here. Oh my word, last game of the regular season, Vito picks up the old classic of that Zoe, exploded onto the scene with a couple of games like that, and against the Ahri, one sleep can mean absolute death for this matchup. It's a very interactive 1v versus 1.
Yeah, I think the big one though is like just adding a little bit of range to this composition, because right now Misfits are very much like, hey, we have to play at short range, so having this come through means at least you've got a decent amount of poke that can try and kick off the fights. And we already highlighted it for Fnatic when they're going to go towards the Ornn. This is both teams setting up for big team fights, big scraps, and I'm all for it.
Zoom out, tell me what you think, or who do you lean towards? My brain, Fnatic's comp's a little easier to execute. Tell me if you think I'm right or wrong.
I mean, I think Fnatic have great late game scaling, again with the Zeri, Renata opting in towards great options, and definitely the Renata can try and disrupt a lot of those engage tools for Misfits, but I just love that Vi locks up Zeri super easy. Gwen, especially for Relevant, goes this one-shot build rather than the Nashor's Tooth. You're able to dismantle this Zeri, and I think Misfits could have the edge.
But on the other side of this, your positioning must be immaculate. If you get pillared as a Zoe, if you jump in the wrong position, you get Ahri, you get Renata. I think Misfits have a lot of damage, but you've got to be standing oh so safely, otherwise Fnatic will tear you apart.
Talk about early game. Once we load up onto the Rift, it is simple for Fnatic. Win and you are in playoffs, and we have a tiebreaker game. For Fnatic, lose and it'll be Excel and Vitality advancing. It is time to ignite the competition, to rise above the pain. Rock solid your conviction. We're here to win. We're here to win the game. Push through it. Cleanse through it. We're here to win. Push through it. I am messed up the timing. Come on. Push through it. Deppa, save me.
This is why you're not invited to it.
Just let it happen.
It was gonna be so good. It was gonna be so good.
Wait. We have a bit of a delay. Can we carry on with birthday
no
quick shot
ways in
karaoke?
hell. No ways in hell. We're
Run it
going back to quick shot karaoke. There is not a freaking chance.
I did appreciate toddler Trevor for a second.
I took a shot. It didn't work out. We have a brief moment. I want to ask about junglers. I want to ask about early game impacts. Zanzara on the Vi, Razok on the Trundle. Where should we watch?
Oh, that's always going to be the question. When I see an Ahri and I see a Zoe, I think both these champions really start to arm wrestle for that mid prio very early on. I think mid jungle could explode very quickly. But of course, with both these teams having very proficient AD carries, could be a bit of a gotcha moment where you expect them to go mid and actually they turn up bot instead.
Yeah, I think for Fnatic, definitely trying to get advantage there over the Zoe is going to be really important. Like, Trundle Pillar can disrupt her really well, burn an early flash. You can then set up with like a flash charm or something along these lines to try and kill Video, and then lean that pressure in towards side lanes. And I think especially when Fnatic, as over the course of this weekend, have become a lot stronger at working through that mid-jungle, I think this could be definitely something they look to open up the game with.
Well, very briefly, we are working on a peripheral-related problem, and as that is being addressed on stage, I do want to zoom away from the game. We will get into it in a moment. Talk a little bit about the mental states. I think when I look at Fnatic's performance from yesterday, if I were to contrast it to Misfits' performance, I think you can see the hunger, you can see the drive. You know, I mentioned it a few minutes ago. That pressure on Fnatic's shoulders, I think it's something that fuels these players. I think players like Hylissang and Upset, more often than not,
rise to the occasion, and that's what they'll need to do today.
But there is a consistency issue with this team. You know, you're hoping for that. You really, really are. But this is a team in Fnatic that has struggled to really put the pieces together in a coherent fashion. They have great players. They have a lot of experience, and they have that veterancy. But where's that identity that comes after that?
Yeah, and that's the thing for Misfits. They've kind of found that identity. Play for late game fights. They're actually one of the teams that we kind of look at and go, hey, look, this is actually someone who's kind of figured out how they want to approach this meta. Especially when you're looking at Misfits who only recently were like on a bit of a tear, right? They've beaten Astralis, Mad Lions, Rogue, SK, only losing to G2 yesterday. It still feels like Misfits are looking pretty damn good at the moment. And for Fnatic, it's going to be a major hurdle for them to overcome if they want to try and get in towards playoffs.
My eyes will be on Humanoid's Ahri. Part of the reason for that, I do not traditionally associate Humanoid on a champion like Ahri to run away and take over a game. His entire professional career, he has had 5 games on the champion, 3 of which have come this summer, right? So it is not one there's a huge amount of proficiency, not to knock it, but it's just not something we see a lot. And when I do think of Humanoid on those more assassin-style, solo carry type of champions, it's not something that I tend to associate. So I do have high expectations and hopes for him.
There's kind of a halfway house here as well, though, because Ahri, on the other side, which does fit Humanoid's identity, is that it's self-sufficient. It's very hard to shut down an Ahri because you're just very safe. That's why I actually think that there's always a really good pick into it, because one mistake and suddenly that is removed. Specifically in this matchup, you're used to being safe. That's great for Humanoid. It's something you struggled with this split. This matchup maybe puts that in question.
What I do like about Humanoid, though, is I think he has an incredible understanding of how to actually play out the map. And what we saw against Vitality was that Fnatic got this early lead, and they're like, right, Humanoid, you're on LeBlanc. Go to side lanes. We don't want to see you. You're going to get these tier 2s. You're going to amass this crazy gold lead for yourself, and then you're going to turn out that into poker team fights. And I think Ahri has a very similar style in that regard, where if you end up getting this early lead, you can actually send Ahri off to side lanes, continue to pressure tier 2s, make it very difficult for the opposition here, Misfits, to lock you down. And I think that's what we're going to try and look for here. The only problem is that you are up against the relevant. Gwen will do fantastic in a side lane against the Ornn, so you've got to make sure that that's not running away with this. And Zoe can't really match you, so it will become a Gwen versus Ahri thing.
Yeah, the thing is that when you look at those side lanes, individually, I think the side lane allocations, yeah, the Ahri can definitely work with that. But when you look at a Vi, you look at Leona, they can get around the map and they can make a mess of things too. So, whole load of moving pieces. This is not by any means a simple game to win.
And this is not going to be a simple game to cast or a simple game to watch.
Sorry, what was that? I can't hear.
The Fnatic fans in the audience are going ballistic. Sat right in front of the Misfits super fan crew. My lovely wife is here to watch and support Misfits as well. We'll find out whether or not Misfits will be the heartbreakers, because not only do these fans add fuel to both of the respective teams on stage, that's also, again, pressure for Fnatic. It's potentially fuel for Misfits, and we're finally onto the Rift for the final game of the regular season of Summer. There is the potential for one more tiebreaker. Irrelevant will be under some threat here. Got that Ghost available to him, holding on to the trigger for now. Movement from Zanzara as well. Both Razork and Wonder not going to follow further.
And I like that we're seeing Irrelevant opt in towards the Ghost in this matchup, because you'll oftentimes see Ghost when it comes towards team fighting prowess. You'll see the Ignite when you're looking for lane prowess. Irrelevant is already going to dismantle Wonder in this top lane matchup. So actually going for the Ghost is going to provide you a lot more. But right now, the main issue is that Fnatic have already invaded onto this top side, are going to steal away the blue buff and see if they can get an early lead for Razork.
And this is something which Fnatic have been toying around with a little bit recently, where they do go for these early invades, rather, and they just make sure that Razork is just messing with the enemy jungler. We already talked about the Vi and how it can twin into the mid-jungle kind of pressure. Zanzara looking to fight level 2 to level 2 here, though.
Well, let's see what happens in terms of the engage. I love Razork potentially challenging. Smite is on cooldown there for Razork, and I think in particular for Zanzara, 5-1 in his 6 games with Misfits in the second half of Summer. Pushed onto that Vi. We've seen him show good performances on the Trundle, the Poppy, the Skarner. Now we need him show off on a new champion this summer. And I think disrupting, that's a good call from Fnatic.
And I think the thing is that the way we've seen Zanzara play actually plays into what this Vi likes to do. She wants to try and lock up this area. Well, the whole reason that we've seen Misfits have this resurgence towards the end of the split is how well Zanzara has been able to play around this bottom side, getting Neon and Mercer ahead and shutting down upsets.
Oh, Zenith Blade's gone real far. Mercer's bitten off more than he can chew. The handshake pulls him back into the wall, down to 100 HP. The flash gets him out to safety, but they're no kill secured yet.
Okay, but that's going to be a flash down, wave pushing in. Both junglers on bot side. There are openings here to exploit.
Yeah, still only level 2 though for Razork. He had to take a very long walk down to this bot side after he lost out on that Shayda's video.
Oh my word! RNG from Zoe. That will get the flash out of Humanoid as the RE1 trick. How important is that?
Very, because now you can't make that impressive like flash charm, flash around the minions. The Everfrost in this matchup, if you do manage to complete it, or of course get it from those minions, allows you to fight through the wave.
From the minions. Spell
Also saved massively here, Zanzara on this bottom side. You got Upset and Hilly, who could have been potentially able to match the 3v3 on the bottom side because that flash was down for Mercer, because he took a lot of that damage. But without having that control over mid, Video is able to move across. So great job from the Misfits mid laner to help Zanzara regain control over this jungle matchup.
And that is exactly the important point, which I was going to get on as well, because now you have double scuttle over to Zanzara. That early invade trying to disrupt Zanzara has not managed to land very heavily. Vi's very much back in the game. In fact, just on the other side of the river.
And you get one Irishman in the cast and the whole region starts going Zanzara, Zanzara. Can you say it in an Irish accent? I don't think you can. Nevertheless,
I don't know if I have a choice to not say it in an Irish
accent. That's how accent works.
The man that is now trying to bounce back around, working his way towards that level 6 Fnatic with a small advantage. Razork this time around, once again, on this invade, on this mission, the bottom wave pushing deep into Neon and Mercer. Mercer has no flash. I don't think there's going to be any shenanigans afoot, but this is, again, control from Fnatic early.
Again, I just like that they're trying to split the map, though, right? There's now removing reasons for Zanzara to be on this bottom side of the map, and if Razork is now able to kind of keep check on Upset, let him scale up, continue to punish this big CS lead that is opening up, they can find success in these late-game team fights.
So, Zanzara turns up towards that bot side.
How do I say it Afrikaans?
Ons kan nie verstaan nie. So please continue.
You know, it turns up towards this bot side. That would have been, it would have been on the right time if should a dive had happened. Of course, I think Fnatic would have been aware of that, particularly with the camp timings that they have had. One thing which I am going to be very interested about now is because these junglers have been starting to snipe at each other's camps. How quickly and how consistently can they start tracking each other? Can they land a hammer blow somewhere outside of the knowledge of the other team?
Well, I keep my eyes on not only the levels, but also the vision. There's a couple of wards placed inside Fnatic's jungle as Zanzara's made his way down bottom. It is mirrored by Razork, so if any engages were to play out, I think Razork may have been close enough.
And that is exactly what I've been questioning, because I look at Zanzara going towards this bot side and Razork is immediately there. When's the first time where that doesn't happen? That might decide this early game.
I think one of the things I always see now, Neon has already got that cull in his inventory. For me, it's a signal in terms of the approach of the mentality to the laning phase. Neon's under threat as Zanzara is sticking onto that Ocean Drake. Flash available to Neon. Pillar of Ice blocks off Mercer. Zenith Blade goes forward as the Shield of Daybreak will slow things down. First Blood available and secured by Upset at the cost of the Dragon.
No flash available for Mercer there after that early first trade. So now Mercer ends up feeling the brunt of Razork. But at least Zanzara? Is that my saying right?
Just say your way. Just say your way.
He's got to be right here, but you got to be in the middle here as at least the charm will land from Humanoid, but Video can walk away.
Okay, so first objective of the game does go over to Misfits. That allows them, of course, with Dragons being a little more powerful nowadays on the new patches. That's definitely not something to sniff at. Question is now, when we've had this pressure bot side, you start to get questions about how the timings of the support rotations. That's going to be very important, because first Herald of the game, I think, can be absolutely terrifying for either of these teams. One of the best litmus tests of a Zoe and how well they are doing in a game is which mid lane outer turret falls first. This Herald, I really want to watch, because I think that will affect the flow of the game after this point.
And of course, for his VTO, he made a splash making his debut here in the LEC on Zoe, literally 1v9ing on that champion. I think it's fair to say he's not necessarily taken over games on that pick in recent games, maybe even this year as a whole. We've seen him shining on the likes of the Sylas, the Akali, those more traditional carry picks. However, we've already seen him get a little bit of control in that mid lane. He had a CS advantage before backing, picking up those Lucy boots, getting that blue buff, and now returning to push into Humanoids.
Yeah, I think the really interesting one for me is actually looking at this top lane matchup that we had on our screen for a little while, right? Like, we talk about Irrelevant a lot, being on things like the Gnar, the Ornn, the Sejuani, but we have only seen him twice on this Gwen, and I think it's a very different style than what we usually get for Relevant. It allows him to flex his muscles a little bit, like have a good matchup against Wunder here, but I'm really curious to see what build he goes for in these fights, because a lot of the times that I've seen in LEC, even over this weekend, people are still going for this Nashor's Tooth build. There's a new one that started start to creep up, which is like the Shadow Flame, Rabadon, Deathcap, Void Staff, and you're all in on trying to land this ultimate damage. And a 5th shot off of that ultimate can nearly one-shot Upset. So you have to be very careful here from Upset if that is the build we're going to see from Irrelevant.
Funny you mention that. I'm pretty sure Wonder played that build. I think it was an Everfrost because it was into one of the Canon matchups, but still, looking at the Gwen's ability to deal damage in teamfights is absolutely pivotal in this too, because that Gwen ult can reach the backline. You can reach Vito if he's in the middle of the lane.
Portal jump into the charm. Vito flashes already, ignites, burning down, manages to find the sleep. That dissuades the chase forward. Paddle Star, not going to connect, and Vito runs away.
Missed handshake from Hylissang on the portal jump means that Vito manages to get away. Now, Zanzara, I'm trying to do like Wingardium Leviosa.
I have to apologize. It was super mean. Zanzara gets in there.
I know. Misfits are going to try and get here, but Razor.
Oh, the Pillar of Ice comes down, subjugate as well. Zanzara goes forward, holds on to the cease and desist. Hostile takeover won't find its mark, but the Shield of Daybreak does. Zanzara holds the trigger, doesn't over-engage.
Vito had serious discipline there in both of those plays. Yeah, he does get caught out by the charm both times, but using the summoners, using that Spell Thief's move speed has been very important.
Hilly ult down, Humanoid down, Razork down, they're gonna go!
Call of the Forge God flies wide versus Zealous Blades to Wonder. 3 members of Misfits running for the lines with the needlework of the bailout. Does so much damage. Zanzara with a punch to the face. Gets one from Misfits for bounce right back as all of a sudden Zanzara's running. He cannot escape Humanoid, and Hilly 1-2 more. Irrelevant steps forward. No mana on Humanoid. He may not be able to get the fight.
Zanzara didn't have the group up from his team. Vito was back in base, so even though you saw 3 big ultimates down on Fnatic's side, they were still able to find that fight.
And I wonder if one of the reasons they've grouped up for that is because of what we were talking earlier. That first Herald can be pivotal in this game, particularly when you're dealing with the mid lane as you are on this particular occasion. Irrelevant, I actually think, makes a very important decision at the end of this fight. He kind of leaves Zanzara to die, but says, if I kill the enemy jungler, at least they don't have Smite. We can at least stop them taking the Herald. He chooses to split that and leave Zanzara.
Yeah, I thought at this stage what we'd see is like Vito stick around and try to use that long range, but he doesn't do it, so you actually end up in a 3v4. So regardless of the fact that, you know, all these big ults are down, Fnatic are still just able to push through because they just have more HP on their side than Misfits do. Irrelevant will pick up some kills in the back of this, though. Having a kill in his side is going to accelerate this Gwen quite a lot.
Okay, Gwen gets some gold. Herald is put down as well. I would love to see this thrown mid. I do genuinely think this is incredibly important for a Zoe. Allows you to fire over into the enemy jungle with those Sleepy Trouble bubbles. But where do you lose out on the rest of the map for this?
Well, we're going to find out. And Fnatic fans in the audience, I appreciate the excitement, but the first Dragon went the way of Misfits. The Herald went the way of Misfits. This Sivir is 16-5 in Europe, and Fnatic, while they've had the edge in some of the skirmishes, it is Misfits that have come ahead in terms of the neutral objective.
Fnatic do have control over the next Dragon. Look at the amount of wards that are littered on this bottom side of the map in favor of Fnatic. They are looking to catch out Misfits. You want to have this Vi move mid, though, with the Rift Herald to use now to cause pressure in the mid lane.
And that does double time for them, because it allows you to get that mid prior, which allows you to kind of bypass some of that vision. Just say, look, you can try and stand on your vision if you want, but you're going to lose that turret. Great series of events. The power play from Misfit works out for them.
There's the Rift Herald charge onto the mid lane tower. Nymera, 4 plates to 1 remaining. That's what you talked about. So many wards in behind the members of Misfits. If they back away, information's there. Irrelevant is a little late to the party, and Mercer doesn't get pulled right back, but Wonder is arriving. Level 9, Call of the Forge God is there too. Despite all the vision, it feels like Misfits are in the river first, but the fight is starting. The Forge God is started. Portal jump will not be enough. Vito's taken down by Humanoid, and Neon's trying to run amok. Here comes Zanzara, gonna get caught up. Fantastic delay. Hylissang may have prevented the engage, and Fnatic get the kill.
Okay, but what more tools have Misfits got to fight? They're in person down, but they have some ultimates to play with.
Waiting for the charge over the wall. Charge over the wall. Zanzara's holding on to it. No flash. Has Smite. That ultimate is available. Hilly preventing him to catch out.
Yeah, Zanzara's still here, though, and he does have that ultimate. Neon will do a lot of damage, so you can still see they want to threaten here as Misfits, but Hilly once more trying to play gatekeeper here. Dragons reset, but they should still get it.
I think what we saw there, though, is kind of whispers of the worries I had about Misfits comp. You have to have immaculate positioning.
Yes.
If you are stood there as VTO, I understand you're looking for that mid-pro. You're trying to look for that poke. The poke's actually pretty good in the first round of spells, but once you step out of position, there's so much punish.
And it is very much about who you send to clear these waves, right? Because when you actually look at the start of this, it's like, hey, we've got VTO, he can clear this mid wave. This actually needs to be Neon in these situations because he's the only one that can try and avoid a lot of this engages with the spell shield. And it means that when in this point, it's already kind of done for you. Irrelevant is trying to get the damage out. Wonder is just playing frontline blockade, and Neon isn't at the position yet where he can actually carry a lot of these fights.
I mean, also, VTO without flash. Your AD carry has the flash. I do think that lane allocation was very, very important there, but serious decisiveness from Fnatic to see the opening and take it.
On top of that, Upset already had his mythic completed, was sitting on that shield by going into the fight, whereas Kraken Slayer was only just completed after the engage played out. The Dragon was secured by Fnatic. We're now 4 minutes away, even on gold. 4 kills to 2, even on Dragons, and we are continuing to step towards those fights. This is what we were sort of expecting from the draft.
And I think this is where we're going to start to see a huge amount of priority given towards this next Rift Herald, right? Because when this game is kind of teetering on a knife's edge right now, anything can blow it open. So I want to see both teams trying to get control over sides, which is why I like Humanoid being in the spot side. He can clearly, or very easily clear out these waves, and then start to look at how you can make tracks into topside jungle, get your vision control there, but maybe look for the pick.
Well, have we seen Zanzara use his ultimate yet? Mercer's going to flash instantaneously, does not want to get charmed up. I don't think we've seen that cease and desist find a target. I think Fnatic have been more on the front foot, so it would be reactionary. And more importantly, the point I want to get to, from the very early game, Razork has been invading. Razork has been kind of controlling the jungle to a degree. And despite the pressure on Misfits, it's only a minor lead for now.
And I think the big thing about Razork making the aggressive plays is that he has been in tune with his laners at the same time. Wonder's been there, having the follow-on ultimates. Humanoid's been trying...
That was close.
You know when Medic earlier was talking about can the crowd make different noises? This is a great example of a different noise.
That was a good noise. We should do that for a ward kill. If we can get him to go, woo! We can give it a try.
Well, I'm curious to see now exactly how Misfits want to try and answer for this, right? Because Fnatic, as you can see, Humanoid will control a side lane. You've got mid lane covered here as well by Upset. The only problem is Irrelevant being able to push here against Wonder. So I like the way Misfits are setting up. Look at where Nimmersa is. Move in, get vision control, look for this Rift Herald that's in a minute's time. Irrelevant can continue to keep top pressure, but they need to find some way to get a pick here in mid lane to force that mid lane priority, prevent Fnatic from finding these front-to-back fights once more.
And that's why you can see this utter battleground of wards. You got wards on one side of the lane from Fnatic. You're trying to get some wards in the middle of it from Misfits. Just get somewhere you can get a Leona flashing over a wall or getting those Zoe bubbles on target. But either side of mid, those wards mean double in this game.
And if you can get down mid lane tower, it's going to make it even easier. That is with a slither of health there in the mid lane. I mean, a stiff freeze would take that one down. And if you can make that happen, very easy then to start setting up your wards easier in that topside jungle.
Well, that's why you put Sivir there. Stiff freeze from Ricochet, definitely going to work out. I believe the last time you drew on the Telestrator was not enabled, Nightmare, so you have an opportunity in a moment. Dagda, I do want to ask, this Gwen... 13. The Gwen into Ornn, would you have liked to have seen a large lead? Are you happy with the state of Irrelevant right now? Or, you know, how do you interpret this based on 15 minutes of gameplay?
I mean, having the CS lead there is great. It's more about how he's going to use this side lane pressure, but here we go. Hilly's overstepped.
There we go. Cease and desist is going to find the targets, and Hilly is dropped where he stands. Misfits with a third of the game. Humanoid has got Flash, has got Spirit Rush, forced to dash away to safety, and Misfits chase. They don't find the trouble.
And that's the exact pick that we wanted Misfits to get before they set up for the Rift Herald. Finding Hilly now means that you can't really contest this as Fnatic. You can already look at Zanzara, who's on that, but Humanoid and Fnatic are still in the area.
Minions are starting to be cleared out. Orbit Deception doing work. While that middle tower was secured, Wonder's putting pressure on the bottom tower. Zanzara and Mercer are picking up the Herald, and the fans in Berlin are going crazy here. Misfits are in control of the game for the first time in 16 minutes.
Okay, we talked about that litmus test. Mid lane tower being very, very important. Yeah, you're trading side lane, bot lane, whatever, sure, but when you're trying to fight around mid-pro, which both of these teams have done so much for, I think Misfits come out ahead in terms of the structures traded.
Zanzara, though, isn't in position here now for the Dragon. You look at the push Fnatic have in mid, when you look at Ornn now pushing in that bot side, they very easily rotate across, and you do not want to face check into Humanoid having that Charm Wonder being there, even Hilly with this. So Misfits going to try and force Fnatic to play nice by popping this Rift Herald mid. They could potentially get an inhibitor turret off this.
And again, I love what Misfits are doing here. You're just forcing Fnatic away from their vision. What good are those wards if you're not stood on them? If the eye of the spectator has to go somewhere else, force them mid, force them away from the vision. That allows you to get into the river.
And that means Irrelevant is inside the river. Shelly gets a charge onto the tower. Sleepy Trouble Bubble slows down the push. Humanoid's pushing in the top lane. This is the second Dragon for Misfits, and it doesn't look like Fnatic want to contest. Maybe I'm wrong. Razork making his way in.
All those wards have been cleared out, though, which makes it very hard for Humanoid to get into position here. Bubble lands.
Sleepy Trouble Bubble will slow Razork. All of the Forge God comes out, dragging down to 2,000. A zap over the wall from Upset, firing out the spray. Hostile takeover by so much time. Now over the wall. Humanoid finds the charm. The root. VTO is taken out. He's dropped, but at the cost of Razork's life. The Dragon was picked up, though, by Misfits, and the re-engage of the Solar Flare is in the play. Means Wonder's running for his life. Humanoid's waiting for cooldowns. Last charge, the Spur Rush. Needs a regen. Needs to come back up. Zanzara trying to go for that Vault Breaker. Decides to go backwards and steps away. Mercer will be the next target as Upset finds himself another kill. Dragon to Misfits. Fights to Fnatic.
It's not over yet, though. Humanoid has the flash, he has the charm. Not able to get in range, though. Misfits will just back away, but fantastic fight there for Fnatic.
There was a lot of thinking on the fly there. You can see, again, the start of it. Fnatic get control of the river, they get that vision, and they just stay put. They dare Misfits to come into them, and they say, actually, I don't think I will. I'm going to go push mid lane instead, which is when we get this weird situation of Fnatic kind of having to reclaim the river. They're having to fight against this very difficult comp to kind of dash into. Humanoid does a great job of punishing VTO's positioning. Not the first time we've seen that this game. He's just a little bit out of position. It's so unforgiving playing Zoe against this composition.
Upset's position in this fight has been absolutely phenomenal. Like, baiting out the initial engage from the buy, then removing himself over to this bottom side of the fight, consistently playing at range, knowing he's got the dash here as well, and then just flashing over the wall as he spots out Mercer with his blue trinket, well aware that Mercer was trying to see if he could find some flank onto the Zeri.
Gonna keep an eye here on whether or not Razork is in trouble. Able to step away, steal that blue buff. Just very briefly, we're 20 minutes into game. I just want to remind everybody, if you have just joined us, if Fnatic win this game right now, they are locked into playoffs, and we will have a tiebreaker between Vitality and XL immediately following this game for that 6th and final spot.
And I am so glad this is not a one-sided stomp. We are getting a competition, and it is so tense.
And of course, just a quick look. If you take a look here and Fnatic lose this game, they will be 9-9 with Vitality and XL. But Fnatic will not be in playoffs. In terms of a three-way tie, this is how the breakout. 5th, 6th, and 7th. XL, because of the 3-1 against the respective teams, will place 5th. Vitality 6th. Fnatic will be 7th, and they will miss the first playoffs in 20. They will miss the first playoffs in a decade of European League of Legends. And that is what Fnatic are fighting to prevent happen. We're dead even. Dagda, as I bring us back onto screen, 2.5 minutes until the next Dragon. It feels to me like objectives, again, still a little bit Misfits biased.
Yeah, I mean, you still got to watch out for Upset, right? He's got 2 items now, working up towards his 3rd. Upset is incredibly strong at the moment.
Wow.
And what you need to try and do is watch out on the opposite side for Irrelevant, because when you start to crest 3 items as Irrelevant, when you start to use the Hollowed Mist, it becomes very difficult for the damage on Fnatic to actually stick to this Gwen. And unfortunately, it looks like just they might have too many threats on Misfits sides when it gets to that point. So Fnatic definitely want to keep this ball rolling, get more and more advantages.
And I do really want to call back to when you mentioned the Gwen ult too, because that can reach the back line through the front line. That's, that's something that Sivir does, it's something that Zeri does. Yeah, Gwen's going to do it as well. If you just, again, step into that needlework, the last cast of it, you're effectively out of the fight at that point. So if Irrelevant gets rolling, you need to be very careful about that as Fnatic's character.
There's also going to be the dirty long-range pokes from that Ultra Shock laser, as well as the Paddle Stars or the Sleepy Trouble Bubbles. So you cannot afford, even a small positioning error against either of these compositions, you can feel the tension of the game. It has now slowed things down. We've not seen contest because the outer towers are slowly being chipped away from and controlled, and I think we're getting settled into like a dragon fight type of situation.
And when we get to that in a minute 20, there's two different ways that Misfits want to try and approach it. There is, hey, can we get Zanzara on a flank and then he can just immediately go in onto upset, or can we have Video play this poke game? Start to whittle down the front line of Fnatic, maybe catch out Humanoid, maybe pick off Hilly, and try and find success through that before this fight kicks off.
You know, there are some things which are happening in this game which aren't amounting to anything, but they're really clever to see as well. Just wonder, just making sure he's in range of mid, just there to throw a forward Forge God. Should someone step up a little too far? He's on Fog of War, he's out of vision. Fnatic have cleared off that side of the map and just making sure that they have threat in the right areas.
Of course, there's teleports available for Irrelevant, for Wonder. Humanoids is up 2. Voidstaff was just picked up there by VTO. As we look towards the itemization, 2 items pretty much across the board. Voidstaff as well as that Riftmaker for Irrelevant, the Rhyme Forged Grasp as well as Force of Nature for Wonder, so he's going to be a beefy frontliner. Misfits ideally need to deal with him, try to get around him in these team fights.
Yeah, and we actually have a Phantom Dancer coming out from the Sivir as well, and for me that's very important just to give you that extra move speed, get the ability to make sure you've got an extra bit of room to maneuver around the big skill shots. Looks like we're looking for a big fight, grouping up again.
Zanzara charging up that Q, decides to go backwards. Irrelevant steps forward. 5 seconds to Dragon, mid lane control in favor of Fnatic. VTO looking over the wall. Paddle Star to clear the minions. I wondered if somebody would jump on him. Pillar of Ice is going to zone them away. Now the Dragon seems to have been started here by Misfits, but they're somewhat split up. Fnatic stepping forward. Wonder, where is the engage? Call of the Forge Guard available to him, and Misfits starting to back away. Zanzara's lost a third of his hit points. Irrelevant step forward, needs to fire that needlework. He's caught out. He's
Look
done
at the
so much damage though. The needlework wrecks Hillisang. Zanzara engages with a cease and assist on the Humanoid. Wonder's going to bring the ricochets to the back line. He's dropped by Zanzara. VTO gets another. The Dragon's secured in the fray, and Misfits win the fight.
Gwen is immune, baby. I saw him there in the middle of the Fnatic team, and it just didn't matter. Irrelevant as a lion's work.
Gwen's not dead, baby. Irrelevant popping off in the fight.
So much damage coming through with that Void Staff on Irrelevant as well, and able to get access to that backline. Misfits will find the Dragon. They will lose mid-tower for it, but we'll watch this again. Irrelevant getting a ton of damage off. This is a really good call from Fnatic, where it's like, turn back, we can try and make this work, but Upset is outside the Hollowed Mist. You've got Humanoid outside the Hollowed Mist, and they can't take down Irrelevant fast enough.
Yeah, that Gwen W positioning is incredible. Gets so much value, and it buys time for Misfits to get back into position, to back each other up, to pile on and put Fnatic into the dirt around the Dragon.
This is where we got to now look and see what Irrelevant can do. There you go. With all that extra gold that he just picked up for himself, because it is now actually going to turn not from that one-shot build we were kind of looking at with the Void Staff. He is going to go over towards the Nashers too, so we will have a lot of threat on side lanes. And we kind of see this push-pull between Irrelevant and Humanoid, where they're both trying to pick off each other on these side lanes, trying to get that advantage for each squad.
I mean, Dagda, you just talked about it a moment ago. Like, until literally you started talking, Humanoid was just behind VTO in terms of total gold. They're swapping back and forth. Upset currently far and away ahead. 4-0-1. Got himself that 550 gold bounty. Sleepy, Trouble, Bubble, Paddle, Storm! Not gonna be enough just yet. Hillisang survives for now. And the long-range Paddle Star or Sleepy Trouble Bubble almost connects. No ways they stop Baron. No ways.
I mean, I think they're just trying to get vision at the moment. Hilly does need to back it up, but I think it'd be crazy to start it up at the moment, because this is where Video is going to shine, right? You got these long walls that he can use the Trouble Bubble on. He can start to poke people down, open up the maps for Irrelevant here, who can push in topside. They got full push mid, and there's very little that Fnatic can do to respond if you end up with Neon on this top side as well.
So now we actually have to look at a couple of other things too, because we've been tracking vision control quite a lot through this game. If you look at what's happening on the map though, again, basically nothing from Fnatic, whereas for Misfits, you've got vision around every corridor you want to be firing your bubbles into. You've got control, you've got a place where you can pink ward, stand on it, outside of vision, you've got vision over walls to start firing those skill shots too. Misfits have things in place, Fnatic doing their best to clear it out.
And it becomes very difficult to try and match now the pressure that Misfits have on the map, especially with this Cloud Dragon coming up. And think about how strong this team for Misfits is with that Cloud Dragon. Neon getting a ton of extra move speed when he pops that ultimate. Irrelevant as well, being able to chase down people like Upset in fights. This can be a game changer for Misfits.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. They're on the Baron. They have the ability to turn if they want to. Misfits don't know. Misfits are late to the party.
Trying to get through the choke point is so dangerous, and that vision control we talked about, it's gone, it's flipped. Fnatic seize the day.
Oh my word, Fnatic, they're on 3,000 hit points. Baron is still available to them. Do they burn it? 1,800, 1,600. It should be spiked down by Resort. Baron secured by Fnatic. Call of the Forge Guard needs to be disengaged. Irrelevant will mist it away. Needlework is now chunking down Wonder, and Fnatic have snuck Baron.
Fnatic have snuck away the Baron. They've snuck themselves into a position where they can still try and make playoffs, and right now they are fighting for their life. What a call from Fnatic.
And you can see some of the experience, some of the players that have been around for a long, long time. Both of these teams have made bold Baron calls this season. Fnatic this time come with a huge
Okay, trying to push the split push. Misfits, they tried to crossback, get Irrelevant, getting something, but if he gets shut down, this is huge.
Ghost is available, Needlework is not. Humanoid jumps into the mist this time round. Snip, 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 move that Hallowed Mist further. Hallowed Sang steps in, and that's another kill. Level 16, level 11. Baron empowered Siege as well. Fnatic in control.
Mid-Terror was traded for that play, though, as Misfits are trying to see if they can cross-map. Big push on the bottom side as well, but they should be able to get people back in time to keep this under control. Vision being established by Misfits, though, for the Dragon that's in a minute's time.
Yeah, so what we've had here is the Baron taken by Fnatic, and that'll help them push out waves eventually, but the initial reset allows Misfits to shove in all lanes. Fnatic need to do their best to try and shove out across the map to again get themselves better footing for the next objective fight.
I mean, Irrelevant also has TP, so he can clutch this top wave if Video is going to be in position as well to grab that, and then they can still have him be at the Dragon. They haven't actually cleared out the vision here for Fnatic. They're looking at Terrors more so, which might give Irrelevant a good TP ward.
And of course, 30 seconds until the next Dragon. This will be for the Cloud Soul in favor of Misfits. Fnatic setting up some form of vision control in the river. And keep in mind that I think as long as Neon is healthy and alive, it's going to be difficult to push into the base. Civil Wave clear, despite some of the tweaks in recent patches, still exceptional. We're setting ourselves up for another fight around Dragon. Wonder's not going to wait. Call of the Forge Guard catches 3. The Searing Charge won't find a knockout, but it doesn't matter. It's Mercer down before he can even fire the Solar Flare.
I love what Fnatic do that. They just focus on the first champion. They don't overcommit after that point. Misfits, they lose one. They don't have an engaged tool to get onto this Dragon. Fnatic take the freebie.
I mean, Mercer had Flash. They had the opportunity to try and get away from that, but it looks like Misfits are like, look, it's not worth it. We want to try and keep it for the next play, but I don't know what that's going to be, because Fnatic with Baron now trying to catch Irrelevant.
Oh, Charm, 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 waiting for it to fire out. It connects inside the mist. Here comes Upset stepping forward. Skip and slash out, and Humanoid gets the kill. That is a hunt, if ever I have seen one. They're not done yet.
No needlework there to try and keep Irrelevant alive, so this is going to be Fnatic trying to pick up the pace here. Zanzar is completely out of position. They could crack open the base here.
And Civin's not even recalling. This is Fnatic stacking. They have members on the bot side. This is going to be the base
They can end. They're going to try pushing for this one. Baron empowered minions still for 5 more seconds. Zanzar's charging out that Vault Breaker, holding on to it for now. Assault and Barrier available to him. Wonder is chasing Neon across the river. Hostile takeover used defensively, and Wonder's still not done. Wonder's been chasing Neon across the map. The observers just brought it up. Okay, Inhibitor secured. Dragon secured. Gold lead secured. Fnatic in control.
Okay, and while you do have a lot of wave clear inside of Misfits, that's still someone that needs to be answering that super minion wave for a fair amount of time. Of course, that's normally best if you're pushing in towards bot side and you have bot inhibitor down when Baron is up, but Dragon is the focus right now.
Oh, what's the target here? Irrelevant's gonna step forward. Flash used by Razork. He's about to make it to Upset. Needlework fires out, down to 50% HP, continuing to chase with those skipping and the slashing and the snipping, but Razork escapes with his life and TP is blown.
It looks like Misfits made the call. Hey, look, Zanzar, we don't need you to blow the ultimate here. We can actually get this kill with just Irrelevant, but then the Ghost was popped. They still don't get the kill, and now Fnatic are just getting more summoner spells out of Misfits.
Yeah, what's really been the tale of the last couple of minutes is the game just accelerating. It's been very off-the-cuff thinking. It's been about, okay, how do we get the teleport here? How do we, of course, after the Snuck Baron, what happens around this point? And because the game has started to speed up, we're going to start seeing some mistakes being made. You can see a lot of vision still being left around. It's not been perfectly swept, and I think this works out in favor of Fnatic. We've talked about how the Zoe wants things to be a little slower, a little more methodical, play around the vision control. I think Fnatic, with the acceleration of the game, are in a good position.
And the fact that they have full push in bot here, thanks to super minions, they got control over mid, allows them to establish vision in this top side with a minute and a half until Dragon. They can even just wait for this top wave to push in and immediately group onto top side and then grab that top tower, shoving Misfits into the base, making it so difficult for them to try and contest any of the next objectives.
And Fnatic making it very, 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 very clear that this next Baron will be important, pushing deep into top and mid lane, setting up a plethora of wards. And frankly, look at this. Daring Misfits to engage. Portal jump over is a bit bold. Portal jumps over is a little bold. VTO does not get punished this time around. Continuing to poke and chip, but it's a minute until Baron.
And the fact that we started off the weekend with a 10% of scenarios that Fnatic could still get in towards playoffs, it is phenomenal to think that they are now pushing the boat here, starting to look for the win to force us to those tiebreakers.
And, you know, this is a team which has had consistency issues. It's had issues with trying to find out exactly how they want to play the game. Identity. But when push comes to shove, and it's not done yet, they've started to turn up to play.
And of course, the way to get the advantage this game, sneak that Baron. Great call, great timing.
A little bit of magic.
I was nervous. Misfits a few seconds earlier could have gone so different, but what it has done is allowed Fnatic to be in control. Up in gold, they're still behind in Dragons, and they're set up here, Dagda. If we look at this Baron setup, teleports on cooldown, Irrelevant's going to be pretty late to this one. And I don't know if Fnatic just start to rush.
They can start this up if they want. They actually have at the moment. Upset has that GA as well. So this is now crucial. The engage that we had from Zanzara has to come through twice. They have to follow up again if they want to try and make this pick happen. But Fnatic just trying to see if they can corral Misfits around the map at the moment.
So they're not going to get lucky twice in terms of Misfits just being a little kind of switched off, lethargic around that Baron. They're not going to get that mistake twice so easily, but even with that, Fnatic, it's actually so much, it's a sport that's very dear to all of us, rugby, right? In terms of playing in the right part of the pitch, playing in the right part of the field.
Yes.
If you're forcing the Zoe back onto their own half, making sure that they're not just slamming these bubbles over walls, that is very good for you. Fnatic, I can't remember the last time a bubble landed onto them on their side of the map. VTO has been starting to get hemmed in.
This is so tense, though. Both neutral objectives are going to be up at the same time. Baron now available. Fnatic trying to make sure they have some vision to see if Misfits are going to try and sneak that. Because again, Misfits get one dragon, they get Soul. Fnatic need 2 more. So Fnatic are the ones that have to try and play between both sides of the map.
Do you like the Soul on Misfits composition?
I love it. I think when you've got Irrelevant who wants to try and use that, when you've also got Neon there as well.
Well, we're going to have the engage. The call of the Forge Guard comes out. Solar Flare could be pivotal, slowing down the engage. Wonder forced to flash for his life. Needlework has been fired out, and Zanzara's held onto that R. He's held on to the engage. He's looking for a target, but Misfits looking Baron. Fnatic considering Dragon, and this Super's in the base.
Zanzara was able to move over here. Relevant was perfect with the Hollowed Mist there to stop any follow-up off of Wonder's engage. Now, all you have is Hilly ult, and they're all in the pit.
Hostile takeover could be huge. Hostile takeover could be huge. Gonna fire out the missiles for now. Wonder's gonna go with a searing charge. There's the Assault and Battery. Capture got a Humanoid. Zanzara and Humanoid Golden inside the pit. Irrelevant is on Resolve. He's got himself one, but VTO's down to the pit. The Baron is helping out, and so is the bailout. Humanoid drop low. Hilly drop low. Misfits may have just won this fight, but what can Upset do? Ultra Shock Laser. That's into the wall. He's looking for another. 1, 2, 3, 4 members are down. Upset's still hunting. He should run down Mercer.
Upset still at the GA, so he was like, come at me, boys. I'm on fire right now. Fnatic are preventing Misfits from doing anything on this map.
And just like we saw yesterday, Upset just takes his team's fate into his own hands. 6-0-4, he is running rampant.
Somebody cue the Wonder graphic. What is going on? Upset's found Zanzara. He's found the ace. 7-0-4.
How do you do Dragon when you don't have a jungler? How do you contest Baron when Zanzara is dead? Upset is taking Fnatic on their back. He is moving them towards playoffs, and he will not be stopped.
He's just not allowing his team to lose. He isn't here at the very start of this fight, but He's enough. He's in the fight enough to make sure he's getting the right damage onto the right people. Irrelevant isn't starting to slam through the rest of the team, and he gets back in time to clean up shop. On the other side, though, you can see the danger of Neon getting the free hit as well. The game isn't done. If Sivir gets a good enough fight, you can see what can go wrong.
Oh, we're onto the Baron, though. Fnatic, they want to try and turn.
Ooh, holding on to a call. The Forge Guard is available. I'm waiting for the initiation tools here. On the hunt is up for Neon.
Humanoid.
As well, that's going to be
Humanoid.
the turn. Called up, and everyone is here! That's it! That's all Fnatic needed. They've got themselves 3 quick kills, turning their attention over to Irrelevant as well as trying to do work, but he can't stop it. He can't interrupt it. Fnatic have done it.
The weight of history is far too heavy in this game. Fnatic find the plays. They find the moments, find a bit of magic, and find themselves almost at the win.
40-second death timers across the board. 4 members of Fnatic pour into the Misfits base. We have a tiebreaker game for 6th place in playoffs. Misfits now trying to dissuade Zanzara. Simply can't do enough. 20 seconds on the clock. Fnatic are on the Nexus turrets. Fnatic have booked their ticket to playoffs, and they take down Misfits.
When the pressure is on, the veterans stand up. A 9-0 upset will take the win for Fnatic, and what a phenomenal performance from them.
And they do it with a set of really inspired plays. The Baron sneak, the plays from upset around those team fights. Fnatic came to play.
Upset put his carry pants on this weekend. 2 phenomenal performances, and please do not find the disingenuous. The amount of setup, the amount of space, the amount of time the rest of his team bought for him allowed Upset to shine. Bring Fnatic to playoffs. They have not missed a playoffs in a decade of European League.
You cannot give this man Zeri. 2 games over this weekend, he absolutely clapped on this champion. And Fnatic with a fantastic performance now. I mean, what a way to net themselves playoffs.
So to put it this way, start of this draft, I said, I think Sivir is better than Zeri. I think she's just a slightly better version of the same archetype. Upset makes me rethink that. These couple of games make me look at that and go, huh, this champion's pretty cool.
And especially with the way he was able to have his team set him up, as you pointed out, Quickshot, like the fact that Zanzara was never able to get access onto Upset, was never able to find those moments to get onto the Zeri, meant that Upset could free fire, could correctly fire in these fights. And we saw him using those walls incredibly well, especially around like 3rd Dragon, baiting out so many of those engage tools and just shutting it down.
And I think some kudos here. Misfits made that game very competitive. They had the early game objectives. They lost a sneaky Baron to a great call by Fnatic, but that was close. Ultimately, both Fnatic and Misfits are in playoffs. Gentlemen, we have a tiebreaker game on our hands.
Bonus episode, there we go. But you know, I think the real word for it is decisiveness. When I think of how Fnatic won this game, it was just slam, play made, slam, quickly realizing what they have to do and committing to that play. Seriously impressive stuff from a team that we had struggled to see that from this split.
The question I'm going to have now is, what on earth does this do for playoff expectations? When you look at the most recent couple of weeks of games, see the highs that we've had, the lows that we've had. Look, Kia Player of the Game nominees, they'll be on the screen in a moment at LEC on Twitter. I imagine that Upset's going to be on that list. But for Fnatic, they're now in playoffs. The hard road, frankly, the disappointing year that this roster's had, has a chance at redemption, a shot at Worlds. Wonder, Humanoid, Upset are your 3 nominees.
I mean, no real surprise, right?
Yep. I mean, I think it probably should be Upset, but I do really want to call out to Humanoid as well. Those flanks, particularly that last fight as well, gets like a 2-man orb deception with multiple items onto the backline. Gets a charm, multiple fights. Seriously, the carries this game from Fnatic did a heck of a lot of work.
Even at that Baron fight where the highlight was on Upset, when you actually look at Humanoid, he's the one that killed Neon. He's the one that prevented Neon from being able to carry that fight on the opposite side. So I think absolutely fantastic job across the board.
But it's still Upset.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, for Fnatic fans and here in Berlin, ecstatic. That does set us up for that Vitality versus XL tiebreaker in a few minutes' time. We will be setting up for that. I believe we do also have an interview on the way. I can see a member of Misfits getting ready, so Medic will be setting up for that one. But I do think the big one for me is we have a break week next weekend. The week after that, where they're going to be looking at round 1 of playoffs. I really just don't know what to expect. I don't know what to have in mind, because the performances have been so higgledy-piggledy all year long.
I think Namera hit the nail on the head, though, when he's talking about like having these identities coming into playoffs. I think it's something that's been missing a lot from Fnatic, but having kind of upset step up as this main carry, having that better form around mid-jungle is definitely helping out Fnatic a large portion. And I think when you look at like Misfits now, Fnatic stepping up, G2 coming back, it feels like everyone's kind of settling in towards that playoff bout, and it feels like it's just going to be magical when we get there.
Well, exactly the case. We do have those tiebreaker games coming in. So as Fnatic are preparing for strategy for side selection, we're going to send it over to Medic with Misfits Neon ahead of their late game.
Thank you very much, Trevor, and thank you very much, Neon, for joining me. I know you guys have quite a bit of prep to do for your next match. Obviously, with this loss, you are still qualified to playoffs, but when you play Fnatic later today, there's a possibility if you lose that you won't be in the upper bracket. Fnatic would take your seed in the upper bracket. Is there a change in the way you're going to prepare for this series? Because obviously, you've already prepared for Fnatic today.
Exactly. I mean, we're gonna make some like fine-tune adjustments, but overall, like we're still gonna do what we were gonna come here to do today. Yeah, I mean, looking at the game, I think we could have taken it. I think it boiled down to the team fights where we kind of played worse than them. So I'm excited to match up against them today again. If it happens, it's happening for sure, right?
Yeah, it's definitely happening.
Yeah, okay. I mean, sure. I mean, I came here to play Fnatic. I'm gonna play Fnatic, you know.
I mean, you get a second bite of the cherry, I guess, right? I want to talk a little bit about AD carry. At the moment, especially today, Zeri, Sivir. That's all we're seeing. Obviously, if Zeri gets banned or Sivir gets banned, we don't see them. But like, is this just the go-to in the meta? And is there a specific side of that matchup you prefer to be on?
I mean, I think both sides are like very fine and playable. I think both AD carries kind of do the same thing, which is like scale for late game team fights. They're slightly different, but to me, I don't mind playing like either side, right? So I think it's just like a handshake in the current meta, like Corki has your back then, you know?
Yeah, it definitely feels like that, and especially with like team fights being very powerful at the moment, it feels like having an AD carry that can just slowly work their way through the front line makes the best for your composition. I want to talk just a little bit about your mindset, right? Coming into this next hour, you're gonna have XL Vitality playing. Tell us if you're going to watch that game, but also tell us, like, is it all preparation now? Are you going to be like down studying for the next hour, or are there going to be breaks? How are you going to deal with this with downtime before what is quite a late match?
Yeah, so I came here not actually expecting to play a tiebreaker. I didn't even know about that scenario, but I already took in Red Bull. I wasn't going to sleep early, so I'm going to take another one, and definitely not sleep early today. And yeah, I'm going to watch the game, I'm going to chill, and I'm going to come back and play my best again.
Well, obviously, I mean, that's what we expect from you. But I feel that if I was in your shoes, I would really struggle to reset and get my mentality back in the same spot. Because it's like, well, we just lost to these guys. I'd feel a little bit down. I would be struggling. Is there a mental sequence, a mental strategy you use to reset yourself for another game? Because usually it's only one game a day here in the LEC.
I mean, sure, but to me it feels like I'll just pretend I'm in a best of 5, right? Like, one game doesn't matter, and to me, like, what happened, happened, and I'll only look forwards from now on. And I do believe we can beat Fnatic. We've beaten Fnatic many times, so why not do it again, you know?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think you have to have that faith in yourself, right? Talking about the rest of your team, obviously, this game against Fnatic was a bit of a struggle, but since Zanzara has joined the squad, you guys have gone from strength to strength. Is there anything specific about his addition and the way the team has changed around that has really allowed you guys to excel?
Let's just say he, like, uplifts the team atmosphere quite a bit, and I think that's what we kind of needed. It's like more relaxed, more chill now, and also it seems that he came to join us in the right moment, which was in his meta, so I think it's like an ideal change, you know?
Yeah, definitely fortuitous that Trundle and Poppy are kind of like at the top of the list for everyone. Thank you very much for joining me, Neon. It can't have been the easiest. Good luck in your game later today. We'll see if you can take down Fnatic then. After the break, we'll have our first of 2 tiebreakers of the day. Team Vitality versus XL for the final playoff spot. And after that, Misfits face Fnatic for that 4th place tie. Stay tuned. Control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go. He's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
Wow. EU really loves their times. One more games to decide this season. One more games to lock into playoff. It's time to show up or go home for Excel and Team Vitality. I have no words for how this day went, Andrew.
I mean, this is just complete madness. Not just one game we get here, but another game after this, a rematch between Fnatic and Misfits. But all in all, like, the stakes could not be higher for these two teams fighting for the playoff lot.
And we have you to thank for that, for beating Vitality. Thank you, Trimby.
It is what it is.
And thanks for joining us also and sticking around.
Thank you very much. I mean, I got my second spot right now, so I'm like quite chilling. I'm enjoying my time, and yeah, it's gonna be bangers for sure.
It's gonna be bangers for sure. We already have the side selection, of course. No surprise here. Excel chose blue.
And look at that. I mean, obviously, everyone wants blue side now. The win rates do not lie. 8-2 on the blue side, 1-7 on the red side. I think they racked up a blue side win earlier as well. Like, it is just so powerful having the ability to just dictate the draft from the blue side right now that you can't give it up.
That's the thing about draft as well, because they're just setting themselves up for that late game team fight scaling that they've wanted so often. Recently, we take a look at the Asir, the Sivers, saw Seri today as well. And just in general, the draft composition from Excel has been all about securing them a good spot in the late game and then fight for what you can see right here.
Yeah, and we've been talking about especially Patrick and the agency, the place he can find in those late game team fights, Trimby. He's the monster to keep an eye on in the late game.
Yeah, he's doing an excellent work when it comes to putting the DPS in, as well as just staying at least even in laning phase. And yeah, he gets quite a bit of resources, but he makes use of them, so that's something to for sure look at this game. And for sure, when it comes to blue side, I think they'll look for something like Sivir, and they'll try again to give him the best possible champ so he can carry on.
And how much responsibility goes into an AD carry in this meta? Like, is it really just an AD carry meta that dictates what's going on right now?
I would say it's like a bot lane thing where, like, when your bot lane can move to Herald and then they can try to snowball out of it, try to get the gold lead that after the buffs that Herald got with like the massive gold, like I think 200 plus 100 plus obviously plates and everything. If you're able to make it work as you're not losing much on bot lane at the same time, I think that you're winning on the map quite a lot, and that's something that they will try to look for with their picks and on the blue side, right?
I see. But what happens on the side of Vitality then, Andrew? Because we know that this is when they regroup. This is when we have these mid-game team fights, especially around objectives, that we have something to look for Vitality.
Yeah, and I actually wanted to jump over to the telestrator and work through a clip here, because there's been something that's sort of plaguing Vitality, and this is going back a few games now, and that's their vision setup coming into neutral objectives, especially around the Baron buff. This team has been getting destroyed by flanks, and we saw it again in their match just earlier today with Malrong over from Rogue. And the important thing with Vitality is how can they get the vision going on in there, where they can get flanked, where players can get in behind them, because they walk into this river without any of that vision right off the bat. Malrong is actually going to be able to skirt all the way around the Risen right now and set up a position inside of the Tri-Brush. And again, for Vitality, working through mid at the start, you get that push through mid, then you work down into river. This is all great right now. The problem comes that there's not much more setup beyond one ward over the wall right there. And when it comes to setting up around the dragon, again, their vision, absolutely nothing right now. You have to be worried about so many different positions that some player could be sitting in. This bush, hold on a second. This bush right here is a great example, down here in the tri-brush and the river, and right behind them. And that one right there outside the red buff has been a big problem for Vitality in the previous games, but they don't put vision setup. They just throw the one ward down into the enemy jungle. Perkz tries to set up as well and hit the Scryer's Bloom, but as the dragon is spawning, they have no setup. So Perkz getting split across from his team. Malrung is setting up a trap inside of the tri-brush, and you might think, okay, sure, yes, Perkz gets picked, but maybe the problem was just the fact that he gets split off from the team. No, because even if he doesn't, even if Vitality still keep playing around this area right here, you're going to run into a situation where Malrung could walk all the way around here and set up for another big flank. So I think it is of critical importance that Vitality in their match today focus way more on getting the vision set up first. It's not enough just to set up with the mid push and walk down into river. They have to be aware of flanks, because this has happened to them both when they're the first ones onto the Drake and when they're the ones trying to pressure the Drake after someone else has already started it up. They have to be on their game for these setups.
Yeah, and it's been an issue for Vitality so long as well with these mid games. In the game against you guys today, we didn't specifically see a throw because they weren't really in the lead. But for Vitality from the mid game, they have just been struggling. I think a lot of it goes down to the setup. Some of it goes down to the way they're actually playing towards the side lanes afterwards as well. And you can see it on the goal graphs here as well. This is just too much of a roller coaster for a team right here to really be as consistent as they want to be.
Yeah, and this is something that they've been repeatedly doing, especially when it comes to important games. And now I'm just wondering, they're over the edge. One game could just eliminate them from playoffs. So we know that they have the individuals to put this game through, but what do they have to be careful about, especially when it comes to Excel?
I think you have to be concerned about the scaling options. Excel sort of came into this week, sort of wrote off everything they've been doing in previous weeks of playing much more for the early game and said, no, it's all about scaling. Finn's going to be on a tank towards the top side. The only thing that matters for us is getting a Zir for our mid laner and then strong scaling options in the bot lane.
And I think it's just a different stylistic. Excel is the team that now is really good in the late game, and Vitality is the team that's now really good in the early game. So you got two different stylistics. And I don't even know what your take is on this. Who do you actually think is going to come out ahead with Vitality, and who are you looking at?
I think the draft will be very important this game. I think both teams will be looking to draft champs that can scale freely and try to get as best scaling as possible. I think this game might go to like 50 minutes actually, just the way both teams play. Maybe Excel will get the leads early game because that's something they're trying to do, but I feel like they will drop the ball when it comes to Draven and Kalista. I think they're not gonna play it. I think they're just try to look for Sivir, Twitch, Zeri, just try to scale it up. I think Vitality will try to match it. I'm not sure how it's gonna be with Yumi because Excel loves Yumi. Maybe they'll ban it. So yeah, I think it's just gonna be one scaling champion into two scaling champions from red side into two scaling champions on blue side again, and I think the game is just gonna either be decided on Herald because someone will int, or I think that the game will be really long.
No, but, we're smiling, but I think the int factor actually may be a bit important when you look at both story for each team. Excel came in today. They had to wait the whole day backstage just to wait if they're going to have to play a tiebreaker. Then on the other side, and when you think about Excel, they came in strong at the beginning of summer, fell off so much during the rest of the summer. And then you have Vitality on the other side, who had just to get one win to get in playoffs. And now I don't know who has the edge.
That's the big story as well, because from Vitality's side, it would be absolutely a blunder with the names of Perkz, Alfari, Kasi, Labrov, and even the likes of Harun, our former world champion, being on a roster and not making playoffs. At the same side, on the other one, Excel, with the way they started out of this spring or this summer split, being so far ahead, only to drop the ball and not even make playoffs, that is just going to be too much of a blunder as well from their side. There is so much pressure for both teams, and I agree with Trimby. I think a lot of it is going to come down to the late game, and I actually think if I would have to put my coins on either of these teams towards the late game option, I would put it on Excel as of how the team fights have been played out lately.
Trimby, you've been in these stressful situations. Who's got the momentum here for you?
The momentum, it's really hard to say because Excel was waiting really long to play, but I think as well Vitality didn't have the best game today. I think versus us, outside of one team fight that we threw, they were not playing well. I think they were not doing the job they should have done, and yeah, I hope for the really good game, and from my side, I hope Vitality wins, honestly. There is Isma there, the performance coach, and I would love him to win for sure.
I mean, either way, my player to watch right as we go into the end is Perkz. For better or for worse, in their last 3 games when things have been going against Vitality, this guy has been Shurima shuffling and has been flashing in on the Ahri. He has been doing everything and more, sometimes to a fault for this team. But no matter what, when it comes to late game 5v5s, he's going to be the player trying to switch up gears for Vitality.
Quick prediction, GB?
Yeah, I mean, it's still on Excel. I think Perkz has been... The thing with Perkz is, yes, he's doing that, but for me, he's been trying too hard. And because of that, it's led to a couple of misplays when that has happened. So I think Vitality, the best thing they can actually do is take a deep breather before some of these moments and just play for the fundamentals.
It is now or never. Everything is on the line. If you win, you're in. If you don't, you just go home. And let's send it to the casters for the first tiebreaker of the evening.
Thank you so much, Lord. The first of the evening following this, Fnatic versus Misfits in their battle for 4th. Before we get to that, though, I need to expand on something that Ender just said. The player to watch is Perkz. This is a player that has never missed the World Championship, and he's on the verge of being eliminated by XL.
And XL versus Vitality have a heck of a close record. They faced off in playoffs, and they went 5-4 across the year. It cannot get any closer. Let's see how it goes. Revenge match starts here. Rematch the first round of Spring Playoffs, where, of course, Vitality knocked out XL 3-2.
That was in the playoffs, both teams there. XL, if they can get revenge, can build on their 5-4 head-to-head over the year, may be able to eliminate Vitality from even making playoffs. Alphari's Gnar finds itself in the ban pool. Twitch, Sivir, Yumi immediately removed as well. Dagda, what do you make of that? And let's build on also something Trimby was saying, expecting 50-minute games, late game scaling and team fights. I think that's the flavor of the day as well.
Especially when you're still looking at things like Zeri still being left open, Poppy available, Wukong available, the Azir, though, will be taken off the board. So maybe both teams going, you know what, lads, it's been a long day. I don't know if we want to go to the late game here.
Yeah, and that Narban is really important. Of course, we talked about how important it is to Alphari. I also think it works very well against what XL have been showing in terms of the heavy tank tops, stuff like the Scion, stuff like the Ornn, whatever, you name it. It just stops them having such volatile top lane matchups.
So definitely things like the Gwen now popular, Ornn as you say, but I think you can also look at like Kallistas, you know, these kind of things that we haven't seen a huge amount in that bot side because they tend to be banned away. Also kind of looking at things like the Aphelios, then Jinx priority also rising because we've had so much focus on the bottom lane.
Okay, a very quick Kennen lock-in. Now, this is something that we saw a little bit earlier this weekend. Kennen has been showing up occasionally as a Gwen counter. It kind of forces Gwen to maybe go for something like the Everfrost as well to just keep a hold of that person. And now we have to see that up in the top lane.
So you're seeing Poppy, great response here, but you are very much lacking in engage here. So it does mean that either Nukeduck going to be forced into something like a Lissandra pick, or looking at Mickey X going over towards something like a Leona or Nautilus. And personally, I actually think that favors XL. I think Mickey swapping over to the Enchanters hasn't been as strong just from what XL need from him, not his performance on them. So I'd love to see him go back to those engage tools and be the one calling the shot on when they go.
Especially because Mickey, for the majority of his career, has been one of those playmaking, the fight-initiating players for his respective teams. I love the callback to the likes of Lissandra for Nukeduck. When I think of Nukeduck in his champion pool, I do think of those more teamfight, more supportive style picks like that Lissandra. Instead, we're all going to see this Draven. Both Patrick and Kazi have played down for Patrick. This is throwing down the gauntlet in that bottom lane.
It is also throwing Patrick in at the deep end. We talked about, of course, last game, positioning being very key in that game. If you're playing a Draven into a Wukong ult, into a Kennen ult, you cannot afford to get caught in that wombo combo of doom. Popul's going to help that, punt one of them away. But if Patrick is ever caught up in this massive swirling AoE mess, that is dangerous for XL.
Especially when you look at the team fight across with the Aphelios now as well. That late game scaling come through from the Aphelios. Some that can struggle a little bit in lane, but is just perfectly happy to just go, farm it up, and make sure that he's in a good spot. So I think from XL, again, like Nautilus, I think is going to be such a strong pick for them right now. Something that can lock up the Aphelios, something that can prevent that Kennen engage, even stop something like this Wukong from being able to follow it.
Really interesting you mentioned that, because actually one of Aphelios' choice lane partners is that Nautilus, because it allows you to fight from level 1, level 2. Of course, Aphelios struggles to fight early on into the game. It's, well, very, very early at level 1. Nautilus Aphelios has been a very reliable combo throughout Aphelios' pro career.
Of course, that means he's in the ban pool. Vitality sense it and feel it, don't want to prioritize that pick. I love the Lissandra ban targeted towards Nukeduck, and I'm intrigued to see where both Perkz and Nukeduck take their respective mid lane picks, because Ahri's open available too.
So there is the other option though, which is a Sylas.
Yes.
So everything Vitality can do, Nukeduck can do better in this scenario.
Yes.
So if you have a Kennen ult, if you have a Wukong ult, and suddenly you're in on top of this Aphelios, he's going to be in a terrible spot. But it's actually Excel that banned it away. So it looks like they are going to be eyeing up that Ahri pick, which traditionally is answered with a Sylas.
Now, the Renata being locked in, Renata is one of these champions which just has this crazy backline access. It's something which is very important when you have very high damage, bursty AD carries, which kind of carry your fights. We've seen a lot with the Sivir and the Zeri, whatever. If the Renata ult hits you, you are in absolute danger. So locking that in not only secures a strong laning support for the Aphelios, which in a similar way to that, Nautilus allows you to fight early, gives you some team fight later on.
So we're actually not going to be looking at team fights too much at all coming through from Excel. They're looking to try and play this more pick focus, play it through side lanes, and see if they can find this Aphelios off on his own. Because yes, Renata's bailout can work out well when you're in a team fight where you can get a reset, but if you're just isolated, suddenly her opportunities become far less to influence these.
I mean, this is Nukeduck's 7th most played champion ever. 16 professional games, 57% win ratio, and Thresh is locked in. Not a champion we've seen a lot.
I was about to say, we have not seen that a lot since spring. It felt like he went from being the best at all things in all roles for a support into one of the worst, much less reliable than other supports.
But I think this is such a cool niche to pick him up in, because one of the problems that you're seeing on this side for Excel is that you have so much upfront burst, a lot of engage tools, but you want to have that safety, but also something that can enable a Draven go aggressive in the lane matchup, and Thresh can't fit both sides of that equation. Aggressive in the lane, but able to peel away Alphari and Haru in these later game fights.
This is looking like another game where Gwen could absolutely take it over, but if you misstep into a shockwave and absolutely everything under the sun, Vitality will shred Excel's comp.
This is the first Thresh in summer, and if you're an Excel fan, you believe in Mickey, 38 professional games, 77% win ratio, his 3rd most played and his most successful in the top 10. As we zoom out and think about these comps, early game, where are your eyes looking, Dagda?
Has to be this Twisted Fate. I think when you're looking at Excel, this is a composition that wins in the mid game or dies immediately when it gets into the later portion of the game. They need to get these towers down early, they need to get control of the map, and if they fail to do so, they will be on the receiving end of all that team fight that is coming through on the opposite side.
And what's so important about that is that all eyes are drawn mid, it isolates top lane. If Alphari can get a lead on the Kennen into the Gwen, that's going to be problematic too. So put that pressure mid, isolate top.
Can Excel or Vitality find success? Win, and you are into playoffs. You have a shot at the title, and Worlds lose, and your season is done.
And this is such a fascinating composition to come out from Excel. When they are on the line, where they are trying to get into playoffs, they're going to play a heavy mid-game focus, a place that they have struggled, a place that has put Excel on a massive loss streak coming into this, and it is now on them to right the wrongs and show Europe that they deserve that playoff spot.
And it goes against one of the big things we've talked about today, identity, a sense of how these teams want to play the game. XL have gone away from the tank top, late game scaling, long range carries. This is a very different look at the most important of Crossroads.
And for XL, can they make it work? Of course, looking at Vitality coming into Super Week, I just want to throw some numbers at you. And when, as we started the week, Vitality had 94.6% of remaining scenarios in which they locked playoffs. It was the 3rd highest. And we are now in a do or die tiebreaker, and that is because of the fact both teams are tied at 9-9. Their head-to-head is 1-1, and they both picked up 4 wins in the second half of summer. Mickey already with that flay. And the spinning axe is doing a lot of damage to Lebrov. Early advantage.
Yeah, and another thing which has happened, actually, look at these early game wards happening here. We've got one defending one side of the jungle, one seeing another jungle entrance from Vitality. You can see immediately Perkz walks up, starts slamming the wave with the auto attacks, getting that clockwork wind up. Vitality invested a lot of their early vision in making sure this mid lane can shove in that TF.
And this mid lane is going to be the most important part of the early game because Perkz is going to need to keep Nukeduck in check. He has a fantastic matchup in the Orianna, as you can see already. Gets to control the wave, gets to make sure that he's able to control how quickly Nukeduck can push this out. But more importantly, he wants to control dragons. He wants to control bot side. Because for Excel, they want to try and trade towers. They want to try and trade map state for these dragons come the later portion of the game. And it's way easier to do that if you've already picked up one or two of them thanks to this Draven on the bottom side.
I'm going to mention a team which does something which would be very important to see XL mirror this game because you're very familiar with them. RNG, a great player playing with Fog of War. If they had a team comp like this, they'd be allowing this TF to just hang somewhere outside of the lane every time the wave is cleared. Perkz is trying to stop that, but look at XL's response. This is the counterpunch.
Holding my breath. Mickey and Marcoon making their way around. That's a flash. Gold card. Death sentence. The flame to follow. Beautiful. First blood to Marcoon.
What a mind game between these two teams. We already set up the stakes. They're saying, yeah, this mid lane is going to be really, really important. Perkz gets a lot of investment to set up the early shove. And then, well, you know, gets the absolute huge counterpunch back.
And that's the thing, Perkz used that early dissonance, so didn't have the movement speed to try and get away from Nukeduck, who ends up using the flash. So great job there from Excel to set it up. And we already said, hey, look, Perkz has to be the one controlling the pace of this. But now, Nukeduck, big wave, he'll get to reset, look to TP back in, level 6 hit by 6 minutes. He'll be moving around the map at that stage.
Yeah, but what has happened, of course, is top lane started to show in Haru. Can he get there in time? Doesn't quite spot them out. So, Haru yet to get themselves on the board as well. Flashes down in mid lane on both sides, though. That's where I've got my eyes on for the next jungle attention.
The crucial thing, though, is Haru didn't actually hit the ward on top side with a sweeper. He hasn't reset as well. So at the moment, XL actually don't know where Haru is. And I think they're just waiting for Finn to come back up and make a play. But actually looks like Haru now is going to go for this later reset.
That's a gang!
Lantern Flay! The steadfast presence won't interrupt the flash, but the cleanse is blown as well. That will be a win for this bottom lane. Hex Flash still available for the re-engage.
No, we haven't seen a Thresh this summer yet in the LEC, and Mickey, of all players, brings it out. Long-time historical, successful champion, and he's making moves.
And that's why I love that the Thresh has been picked in this niche. Aggressive in the early game, defensive when you get towards team fights, and with that flash burned, you know that Karzi now has a target on his back for Nukeduck.
And of course, everybody will remember, oh, I love that. I love that Lantern. Threatening it, forcing Lebrov and Karzi to move backwards, showing the vision as the death sentence won't find his target. Mickey gets jumped on, snapped in the face, and Haru finds the kill. Despite the aggression, the trade does not go his way.
And Mickey had already used that flash to get an advantage elsewhere. Haru sees that and says, well, you don't have a flash now, that's an opening.
The thing that I love, by the way, when you look at a player like Mickey and a player like Perkz with the history they have in Europe, when the pressure builds up, Perkz has leaned on his Orianna to bring teams back into games and force wins. Mickey often playing Thresh with that Orianna, and now they are on opposing sides. Charge goes forward, chucks out the hammer. Nukeduck's got no mana. Perkz will be forced away. Dropped to 250 hit points, but with no mana to follow, Nukeduck couldn't get the kill.
Look at the timing on it, though. Nukeduck will hit level 6 off this next wave. Look at his experience in the bottom left corner. He has a perfect time now, thanks to that gank, to TP back in, push the wave. Perkz had already burnt his, so now Nukeduck, as he hits level 6, would immediately have access to the map.
Now, this is something, again, which we mentioned a couple of times today. It's been a while since mid lane has actually just been a 1v1 lane. Mid lane in modern League of Legends is basically a 3v3. Your junglers can very easily reach there. Your supports can reach there too. And again, you can see that in this game. It's just easy to reach. And Perkz has been suffering for it. Vitality now trying to bail it out a little bit, make sure that Nukeduck does get forcibly shoved in around these objectives.
But that's what we're saying. Level 6 is about to be hit by Nukeduck, and Vitality read it. They're like, we cannot let this man get out onto the map. And even Karzi here with Gravitum, if he can land the shot, could potentially lock him up. But now Marcoon going to be here to help push in this wave.
I mean, Patrick's made his way up with Mickey too. Bottom lane completely eschewed as they're meeting in the mid lane. Hextech Drake is available, and currently XL pushing forward. I don't know if they fancy a shot. Perkz has backed, TP's on cooldown, and XL will be starting it.
Okay, so first dragon of the game going over to the side of XL. Now we've got to see, because the next set of resets and the next set of ultimates are going to impact this Herald. And that, of course, also impacts very heavily on this. You start again trying to use it to shut down TF. If you get on the side of Vitality, that affects things quite heavily.
And that's why you're already seeing Nukeduck start to lean into this bottom side of the map. This wave is pushing away from Karzi, which is a disastrous spot to be, as Nukeduck has already pushed in mid lane. So you can see how much respect is being given to this XL bot lane.
Even more than that, that's 1 pink ward, 2 pink ward, 3 pink wards to the bot side river. There is no way you are spotting Nukeduck should he hover towards that side of the lane. Vitality now clear it off, but they have...
Beautiful.
Why are you like this?
To be fair, though, I think XL have now missed that window where Nukeduck could make a play. Perks is back in mid, he's full health, well, half mana, still have to push out waves. And that's why, again, I think XL are going to have to trade pressure on Rift Herald for a play on bot side. And already you can see that Haru is doing a great job of reading that. He's here in this bottom side.
Keeper's Verdict available as well. Haru will be able to arrive. The Verdict up into the air. Causes Moonlight Vigil not even available. Bailout by Suntide, and Haru pieces out. Marcoon, second kill of the game.
Just when they thought they were safe, clear out 2 pink wards on that bot side river, but they still can't mark the move. Doesn't even matter because Marcoon is in bot side first. Even if TF didn't turn up, that's a surefire kill. Vitality just don't quite get their bot lane into a safe position.
Oi, Mickey going for the Hex Flash. Is this going to get punished, Dagda? It feels like it will.
He's got Shockwave. He's got the speed for bailout. Mickey, you got nowhere to go.
This is going to be personal. This is going to be personal. Not even going to need that Shockwave. Using the Clockwork wind-up command attack, Perks takes down his former teammate, the second of the game for Vitality.
The thing is, though, XL now get to move up towards this top side. Perks has TP, though, so can reset, TP mid, and move across. Karzi's doing a good job of keeping this mid lane in check, but, I mean, you do get the kill answered back, but XL are getting what they want on the map.
So, Nukeduck does have, of course, the Spellbook, and his switch over to the Ignite has Flash and Ignite. Next time the fight happens around that TF, an extra boatload of damage will start coming in on top of that too. And Vitality, after investing their mid laners time down bot side, don't feel like they are strong enough in presence to contest this. Herald to XL will walk away with that. We're actually left with fairly even early game thing, all things said and done.
This is actually fantastic for XL, though, right? Because, well, we'll watch this play first, because great play coming through from Marcoon, gets in behind Karzi, knows he has no flash, shoves him back in. This is close, though. Like, one more auto, Patrick dies, Balo comes through, and you end up trading really effectively there. But the big talking points are the objectives. Dragon, going the way of XL, delays the game if you want to look at Vitality for late game fights. This Rift Herald as well now gets to give gold over to Patrick, open up the map for Finn and Nukeduck, who in that late game will be able to push more effectively than Vitality.
Labrov is level 6, whereas Mickey is not. Hostile takeover available to him is arriving to the fray. Finn's going to go forward inside the mist. Needlework into Snip, Snip, Snip. Shockwave pulled backwards. Finn's continuing the chase, but the Ghost used. The distance move speed allows Perks to escape.
And a great showcase of why you don't want Perks in a side lane. He gets chased down so effectively by these carries, and now XL trying to put that presence topside.
Yeah, there's flashes available for Vitality's Wombo. I don't think this is very safe.
That death sentence was so close. I think XL would have engaged on it.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be very careful. Nukeduck, again, is having this lean up towards topside. They now move Karzi to mid lane. They're trying to get their late game AD carry ahead here as Vitality, but it does mean Nukeduck can clear waves really effectively. He's already used all of his minion dematerializers on those minions to help shove, and he can lean top with 3 seconds left in the ultimate.
Yeah, I feel like we have a momentary respite from the action. I do want to ask everybody who will advance. If you're on discord.lec.gg, XL or Vitality? I want to hear the chants if you're in Berlin. XL or Vitality? Make some noise for you think will be advancing. I think it's pretty split here. This sounds about 50-50 to me, gentlemen.
That just sounds like a lot of people shouting.
Whoa!
The Savants over at our socials are heading towards XL. I mean, I look at this game and I think, I don't know, I just look at XL and this is a composition which, again, it goes against what they've shown from us very, very strong. The early game's gone good, but I am not convinced until they start really wrecking the mid game.
But this is going to be the question now, is how they try and play through this, because in 40 seconds now, they already are moving into this bot side. They want to try and use this Rift Herald bot, but I actually think they should be trying to play towards top side, move away from Vitality want to be. Alfari and Finn don't have TP, but Alfari is so close to coming up.
I'm clenching, I'm clenching, I'm clenching. The lantern's available.
Oh, I think he gave it away.
Decided to go backwards. I thought there was risk. I did not see where Patrick was, so Kazi so close to being jumped on there.
Yeah, I'm curious to see, though, how this now starts to move forward. Again, Excel, I actually think what they should be doing here is foregoing bot lane Dragon, moving immediately to top side with Rift Herald, placing that to open up top tower, and then again opening up the map so they can continue to play the map state. They've already delayed the game enough. Like, think how late a soul potential for Vitality would be.
Dagda, talk to me about this top lane. We've not seen Alfari's Kennen a hell of a lot over these 12 minutes. Finn has been involved in a few of those skirmishes, but plus 10 CS for now. Somewhat expected neither champion on their Mythic. We may have an engage starting out, so keep an eye on that as well.
After an item and a half, Gwen will take over this lane. So Alfari is a ticking time bomb in this side lane. He's going to be great in fights, but will heavily lose out in side lanes. You take the Kennen for the early lane phase advantage, and then to play for fights. If Vitality can't find them, they're in trouble.
Actually, you know, this cannon is very hard to dive on a side lane. Once you have a stopwatch, when you have your ultimate, you go up there as a TF and you just get blasted on a turret. It's actually something which is very popular in the VCS of all regions, where they love to play very proactive side lanes. Saw that a little bit at MSI when they sent their representative there too. And this is the kind of composition where TF is lacking some options. Kazi lacking some HP.
That stand aside, as well as the Blood Rush, that drops Kazi. He's still got Flash and Cleanse available to him. Now, Nuktuk does have that Destiny available, but he's been pushed real heavy in that mid lane. And with Herald now going down, Ixal, they've started this Dragon.
Alfari does have TP to get down, though, which is why he's able to stay in top. Finn has to roam down and may actually look for a play in mid. Flash card.
Flash card, flash card, flash card, into gold card, needlework, snip, 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 and one last auto. Perks gets taken down for the second time, and the Dragon.
And honestly, I think the most important part of that is actually losing the flash on the Orianna too. We saw what happened the last time Perks burned that flash. He was punished so heavily after that point. And while I do think that Vitality have been playing respectfully in regards to how the map can be played out, and I don't think they've been torn apart in the way that maybe you'd expect a Poppy TF playmaking composition can do so far. It only takes one or two mistakes to start this snowball rolling.
And I mean, I feel like it's already starting to get going, because when you play these styles of compositions, gold doesn't matter. Well, look, it all matters fundamentally, but realistically what you need to focus on is how the map is being degraded, how they're managing to take turrets, especially for Excel. How can Vitality force fights? And right now, Excel are able to play sides very effectively because they've got two Dragons. The next question is going to be Rift Herald, and if Vitality can hard force Rift Herald to see if they can find a fight, or at least start to get some structures back for themselves as well.
And here I was thinking you were going to give an economics lesson there. We're still in the League of Legends.
What I will say, though, is do you start to get nervous when you think about this XL comp? Dagda, I heard some strong terminology talking about Migim using this TF, playing through controlling. I haven't necessarily seen that from Excel.
Well, that's the thing. It now changes when you transition to sides. Like, look at the map now, right? TF takes his place in bot side, Gwen moves top, and now this is where it actually starts to flip, because Perks like short ranges in this matchup, because he can very quickly push the lane, start to use that command attack to poke out Nuktuk. In longer lanes, he's a lot more vulnerable and can't play as aggressive, because if Marcoon walks up, or, as we've seen from Finn, that's where it causes issues.
And also, Vitality have been good at just grouping up around Kazi, clump up, stop them getting numbers advantages easily. TF ult's popped, and again, they can't just jump into four members.
Kazi's got available that Gale Force. Marcoon throws out the Keeper's Verdict. No Kennen yet. Teleport available, and instead Exile will back away. They do not overchase.
Great example of how Vitality are actually removing a lot of options for Nuktuk to move around the map. Yeah, you don't want to dive a Kennen under turret. The Orianna's been playing fairly respectfully, even though they've been the one that suffered the most, and you pile everyone else around Kazi and make sure that option is removed as well. TF is actually struggling to find clean openings.
He doesn't want to be there. You take bot terror here. You cross map with TF. That's how you play with this mage in the mid lane. You should have just left Nuktuk on that bot side. He takes bot turret. Now you got bot tower. It becomes very easy then to shove in that wave, quickly Destiny into mid lane, pick off Karzi, say if he ever overextends. But now Nuktuk is the one that might be overextended.
He's in a little bit of trouble. He's under pressure. By the way, that Draven in the mid lane currently sitting on 1,300 gold. I've toggled the gold at the bottom of your screen, as you notice, just swapped back over. Needs to pick up that Mythic Nuktuk. No flash available. Cyclone, Shockwave. instantly blown up. And that's exactly what Vitality were looking for.
It's just a slip in the lane allocation. You don't have the vision on the one side of the map where the TF wants to be pushing on. You don't have members there. Vitality control it. Now XL, they might have a cross map, but doing it against a cannon with flash, an ult, and a stopwatch, that's not appetizing.
It's not. Can they pull it off? The one thing I do like about it, similar to the old days where you attack the global, you attack the thing that's scary. If they could have forced the abilities out, buying some time, 1 minute and 40 until the next dragon, and the first tower will finally fall here as Finn, backed up or shadowed by Marcoon, will take the bottom lane.
I mean, you can even push on for the tier 2 here, though, with Vitality if you want to. Rip Tower will get first one. Still don't really have control over the map at the moment. This is where 1 or 2 mistakes from XL would immediately put the game into Vitality's favor, and they've already making one mistake here, as you say, with giving that kill across the Nuke Dug, not taking that bot terror earlier. And again, with Dragon now coming up, I need to see cross maps from XL. Do not fight for Dragon.
Do not fight for Dragon. 1 minute to go. A lot of vision set up. That bottom wave pushed real deep, about to get caught by, it looks like Kazi, as Lebrov and Haru making their way forward. XL maybe setting up Dagda. Do you like or dislike this for now?
I mean, unless they can try and find a pick before this starts, it gets very, very messy.
Lebrov.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Oh, there we go.
Charge into the wall. Death sentence as well. And the keeper's verdict saves Lebrov's life.
I've never seen a Borky hit so quickly in my life.
Oh my gosh. Well, okay, Vitality still have mid-prio, though. It's a disengage, but who's lost the most tools here? Yeah, you don't have a couple of flashes on the side of Vitality for most of this fight, but you've lost a Keeper's Verdict, you've lost the Whirling Death. XL, I don't know if they have a lot of things to cleanly fight this out now.
You do have to be careful here as Karzi, because watch where Nukeduck is. Nukeduck pushes in top, leans towards mid, and XL are still fishing for that pick. Alfari's TP will take a while to get here, so if Karzi ever oversteps in mid lane, that's where XL are going to jump.
Just super interesting, by the way, Lebrov 2 levels up over Mickey. Mickey's roaming and involvement of the rest of the team currently hurting him in that regard. The wave is now being caught mid, Vitality into the river, but there is a lot of wards behind them and the teleport up for Finn.
Yeah, I mean, I think Alfari's just been playing this game so well so far. Holding on to his TP so effectively makes it really hard for XL to find these windows where they can punish on the map, because Alfari can always match in those sides. Reset coming through from Nukeduck, though. He's going to look for the Destiny in towards this dragon.
I think it is just about knowing your role within the game, within these compositions, right? Alfari doesn't need to be shoving in side lanes. He needs to be surviving, conserving that flash for the team fights. Team fight, which is yet to erupt because both these teams are so carefully going about it.
Oh, handshake backwards. Haru's holding on to the engage. Alfari backed away. He just picked himself up. That blighting Jules rejoining the team. Teleport still available to him. Finn is shoving out that bottom lane. Look, Dagda, you were a little nervous, trepidatious about XL's Dragon chances, but they are making it very clear they want to fight for this.
Yeah, I just don't think they'll have enough in the tank. Alfari with flash, perks with the ultimate, even having that first mythic completed, means that it's so difficult for them to try and carry this. You just don't have the damage on Finn or this Twisted Fate.
You might have an angle. Finn, if he's running into Vitality's composition, might struggle with going through a shockwave and a whole lot of other things. But if you can get a flank, that becomes less of an issue. They pop the TFL and they just don't find anything for it. Vitality on the defensive play, again, just starving XL of options.
But Vitality are losing out on this bot wave, though. Big wave has just crashed there. The Finn had already pushed in, and it looks like XL were trying to use that to draw Alfari across, see if they could pop that numbers advantage. But Vitality hold steady. They'll lose the wave, but they'll gain the dragon, and Nukeduck will reassess, move up towards this top side, and see if he can take the top tower and results.
Okay, zoom out. Look at the bigger picture. XL had 2 dragons. They spent the better part of 3 minutes challenging, staring down the barrel of a Vitality Dragon fight, and ultimately come away worse for wear. Do you think this reflects poorly, or does this make you nervous for how XL are playing this period of the game?
I think it's interesting to see if you can try and find a pick, but after that initial one went wrong on Labrov, I think you just cut your losses. You move back up top side, see if you can take the tower on that top end, and then just immediately move up with Poppy, with Mickey X to see if you can find a pick under the tower, because you can just muscle your way onto that top tower, because you know Haru has to commit to Dragon, because that's where Vitality are trying to make their focus.
And dare I say, it does just smell a little bit like those mid-game worries which XL have occasionally had. Now, I'm not going to completely say that. I do think the Vitality have had a very good defensive showing, right? They've really started to remove a lot of the options. There are no easy options for XL, but it does make you wonder why XL came away from that scaling, but they're looking to finally make something happen on the side lane.
Teleports traded. Rapid fire cannon is available for Nuke Duck. That will get the TP out of Perks, as well as using that one there for Nuke Duck. Of course, he does have that Destiny available, so that is a small advantage, a small win, so to speak. Let's find out what happens here. Perks as he's caught by the death sentence. The gold comb, the secondary proc, and the death sentence. Here comes Finn with the needlework. Hostile takeover by so much time, and Bailout does help. Patrick gets the kill. XL find the pick.
Finally, XL find a kill, but it's not going to lead to a dragon. What's it going to lead to in side lanes? Not a huge amount. It's a kill. But luckily for Vitality, it's not going to be much outside of that.
Yeah, it depends on what our Finn can get on this bottom side. If he's able to push that in, I would like to see Nuke Duck move back up towards the top side. Alfari getting very aggressive, but I mean, I personally, when you're trying to play this style of composition, I actually prefer going for the Omni Vamp item, why can't I think of the name of it? Riftmaker, thank you. It's because I think the biggest thing here is that you're able to survive in that side lane. Everfrost's not going to help too much, and that will help with picks like this, though. And it's just a great job from XL again to find that opportunity. The moment Vitality try to overextend to get that vision control down, they find Perks, and they'll get him out.
Yeah, that's what happens when you don't play as well defensively as Vitality have done for most of this game.
But again, like, you have to keep on top of things. You have to make sure that you are able to keep this up. And Haru, at the moment, trying to play up towards top side alongside Labrov, because they're trying to match where we're moving here for XL, but XL have a lot of vision in River that's making it very tough.
And also keep in mind, Patrick, the beneficiary of that kill, I did not see how much total gold he secured.
Well, he's 2 grand
thanks
up now.
to those stacks, but plus 2,300 gold.
Place to be.
Bloodthirster plus Gale Force, reminder that Draven was a first rotation pick and is definitely one of the champions that XL will be leaning on. They're up 2,000 gold. They're up a dragon. More importantly, I think for the last 7 minutes of gameplay, XL have been looking for the pick. I feel like their game plan, the way that we can interpret their movement around the map, try to find a champion that can unlock a neutral objective. They managed to find it a minute or two ago, and right now, with Finn sitting on that Shadow Flame and Everfrost, he's got the second item. It's starting to be a problem for Alfari to deal with.
Yeah, and that's why you build it into the matchup, right? Because Kennen likes to keep you at arm's length, because Gwen kind of struggles to lock a lot of champions down, especially stuff like Kayle as well, right? That was the first matchup we started to see this in, particularly in the LPL and LCK. But this one, it just means that if you misstep as a Kennen, you might just end up eating like 2 extra shots of that ultimate when you could have potentially flashed away.
I do think, though, the lane assignments from XL aren't in the right positions here. Nuke Duck should be the one in side lane threatening that top tower, because what you want to do is push in that wave. You've already lost your tier 1, so that's a long lane that you can let the minions roll down in, and you lean to mid. You threaten Carzzy at all points in time. If Carzzy can't step up to contest the wave, suddenly you got chip damage from Patrick. He's got the safety of Mickey X there to always get him out with the lantern, and that's how you can push the game forward. But you can see XL are really struggling at the moment to do that because Patrick is actually on the top side. So now they're going to start moving around instead and have that lane assignment we were just talking about.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that, actually. Just thinking about, actually, XL haven't managed to punish Carzzy from just existing against a Twisted Fate, which is occasionally the life you have as an AD carry. We do have 40 seconds until this Dragon, though, and Vitality are on the other side of the map. They haven't set up for it completely. They'll have to move swiftly down there if they want to contest.
Well, quickly take a look at the total gold in the game, brought to you by Santander. Patrick and Nuke Duck sitting at the top there for XL. Alfari just marginally ahead of his opposite number, Finn. It is about as close as it's going to be. I want to look at the teleport wards. I want to look at the flanking opportunities, because right now there's not a lot of flanking or deep approaches that Alfari can take. It's going to have to be head-on, and that will be difficult. Into a Poppy, into a Gwen, into a Thresh.
I think XL have learned their lesson, though. I mean, they're just going to leave Nuke Duck up here. He's going to keep pushing in this top side. But as I say that, he's actually going to look for the reset. I don't know if I agree with this again. I think playing the map is the real one. I know they're Infernal Dragons. I know they're scary. But in an outright fight, like, the Aphelios is going to be in great shape. You've got 2 items on the Orianna. Perks is huge. Carzzy may be gone, though.
Oh, the death sentence may have bitten off a little more than Mickey wanted. The return damage was huge. Nothing further thrown in. Nuke Duck's making his way from the jungle, and Alfari holding onto that protobelt, not going to jump forward, waiting for the engage. It's XL that are in fact pulling the trigger. Destiny, Gate, Gold Corp, Finn, snip, snip. Gonna go gold in the hourglass, buying time for Alfari. The Cyclone now catching up. Nuke gets a fight on multiple fronts. Alfari throws out the slicing maelstrom. He's caught backwards, and the bailout will buy just about enough time. That's the kill onto Alfari, and Finn still stands. Gwen is a problem, and so is Patrick. XL got 2 already. Perks is exhausted. The death sentence won't find its target, but XL running amok inside the alcove of Vitality. That's 1 backwards. Perks all of a sudden, he's got himself a kill. 2 for 2. Patrick's looking for another. Nukeduck's been able to rejoin the fray. Gold card is primed, and Nukeduck stepping forward. No flash, no shockwave. Perks may escape with his life.
I mean, the front to back is how Vitality want to play this, but they spread out to try and get the pick onto the Gwen, and it just means that XL can easily get the picks. They turn onto Alfari. Alfari doesn't get to use that big ultimate as effectively as they'd like to, and XL get a 3rd dragon.
And when you split the fight like that, which Vitality bought into, they chose to take that split fight, means you're not getting maximum value out of your big AoE ultimates. What happens here is, I don't mind the initial attempt to try and get something out of the Gwen, but you need to be closer to your team. Labrov isn't in a great position to back anyone up. Alfari has to blow the stopwatch early, and Finn is so threatening in individual small skirmishes that Vitality have to overload one side of the fight, which means they lose the other.
And the fact as well, as you look down to his bottom, look at Nukeduck's health. Perks and Haru are trying to kill the Twisted Fate, but because they don't, you're now corralled into one place. The TP comes back through from the TF. So even though you get these crazy low health bars on XL, they've got another man on the move here, and they can pick off the Vitality members.
Oh man, another kill goes the way of Patrick when we come out of this replay. The dragon was secured. The gold lead is extended 3,000. And just take a brief moment. The way that fight started with Finn jumping onto Alfari, just remember back to 2021. Finn and Alfari in NA and the impacts they had on their respective teams. Fast forward 12 months, and Finn, right now on Gwen, is sitting in a position where he can eliminate Perks from his first ever Worlds, eliminate Alfari from Worlds, get revenge on Vitality, and it's Finn and Nukeduck to get another kill.
And this is exactly now how XL can try and play this. Perks cannot be in these long lanes. He has no way to defend himself, and immediately XL collapse. Now it's over towards the Baron. Finn has TP. Nukeduck does not, though.
And XL, they have this comp which wants to be proactive on the map, but it took them a while to get rolling. But what would we say? A couple of mistakes, and it just starts to fall away from Vitality. They start snowballing these mistakes. They try and fix the map, but XL aren't letting up.
They're not. Nukeduck stepping forward. Gold card into stand aside. Could be gigantic. Instead, spinning axe after spinning axe onto the tower. Haru threatening the engage with that decoy. Won't find the target. Gentlemen, can I ask Nymera, can you highlight, using a touch, just how much additional gold Patrick has over his opposite number?
That's actually not, that's not okay for broadcast, so we just need to like...
Oh, okay, there we go.
There's actually no lead in the AD carries.
4,000 golder!
It's literally the gold lead. It's literally the gold lead.
Yeah.
That gold lead is literally Patrick.
Does that make you panic though? Like, so if Patrick doesn't have a good team fight, does all of a sudden the damage and the follow-up mix up go down?
Still, like, I think it actually helps XL because you now have Patrick as a win condition for team fights, right? XL really want to be taking picks, but if they can't, if they're in dire straits, now you've got this monstrous Draven that can try and be the carry. Nukeduck can act as a peel tool rather than the engage tool and try and let Patrick win out in the fight.
Gentlemen, Nukeduck has picked himself up a Magi Soul Stealer. 5 stacks right now. XL are inside the pit, clearing out the wards. Teleport is up for Alfari. Level 16 is available for him. Slicing Maelstrom is 2 perks. Shockwave! Shockwave! I'm waiting for it! Not gonna happen! XL straight up steal Vitality, steal a Baron under Vitality's nose.
They do, and I mean, Vitality aren't in position to respond to that. Suddenly, XL, they find themselves in a crushing lead. Lots of gold on their AD carry, an AD carry who has actually been doing a lot of work in these team fights. XL have been being able to hit the right targets. There's a Gale Force picked up for the Draven, something that we see very occasionally. I think it makes sense in this. You're just looking to dash onto that first target, get that first kill, force Vitality onto the retreat, and make sure that Patrick can continually DPS down the threats.
Yeah, it's not as heavy as a spike or something like an Eclipse, but definitely I think in this scenario, the Gale Force does make sense. The big one, though, is that now Vitality need a hero. They need a massive
a hero
playmaker.
Until the end of the night?
Something, anything at all. I mean, it's nearly the end of the night and they're still wanting because Vitality, with this dragon about to spawn, already in the river, I mean, if I'm XL with Baron, again, look at where Nuke Duck is. You just keep pushing. He has demolished. There's no pressure at all for XL right now to actually take this dragon.
And I love what Patrick does there, because they pop the whirling death. It's more like a whirling meh in that case, but that one time is just to get vision, make sure they can see who's on that side of the map.
Oh, Haru's going to engage with that Nimbus strike. Marcoon forced to flash. That could be pivotal. Keeper's Verdict has just become available. Mickey's Death Sentence slows down the further engage. Finn is now in that middle lane. Baron empowered minions for another 90 seconds. Finn is now pressuring the middle tower. Dagda, this is pretty much what you wanted to see. Engage tools available for Vitality. They're not going to find the target. And XL, 7,000 gold up. 4 towers to 1, 3 dragons to 1. They're pushing an inhibitor turret, and XL are on the verge of gaining complete control.
And it's a twofold push, right? Spread Baron top, spread Baron mid, and keep Vitality moving through their jungle where they don't have vision. Now all that pressure that they had over Dragon is dissipated, and even Finn can just go over and start that up himself, but they're still trying to see if they can find the pick.
Oh, flash for flash though. Perks loses it. That's a catch up to Marcoon. He lost his flash earlier. Buy some time with that stopwatch. Teleport from Alfari coming in mid lane, but he might be too late. Not going to be able to get involved. There was stop. Nuke Duck interrupted the TP. Patrick gets himself a kill. The whirling meh strikes back. Nuke Duck's not done yet. Can they just finish the game?
They just did it. XL, they're looking to return the favor, get revenge. Vitality knocked them out in spring. XL knock them out in summer.
The super team of Vitality taken down by the surprise hit of 2022. Goodbye, Vitality. XL advance to playoffs.
What a performance from XL, a team that we said needed to do well in the mid game, needed to show that where their weaknesses lied, they could overcome them. And against Vitality, they play the map better, they play spectacularly, and they will get themselves into playoffs.
And you know what? I wasn't a believer when I saw that draft. I thought, you know what? XL haven't actually succeeded on this before. Well, tell me, completely proved wrong on that one. That was a bit of a slow start, but when the opportunity showed themselves, they were ruthless in taking it.
I think crucially, watching Mickey's Thresh lead the way, lead by example, those initiation, those picks, watching XL understand the adaptation in the mid game. XL Esports, la, 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 la. Welcome to playoffs for the second time, back to back. And I'm just going to say a sentence for you right now. The super team of Alfari, Haru, Perks, Kazi, and Lebrov have been eliminated from playoffs, have been eliminated from World's contention for the first time in Perks' history. No World Championship by Finn, Marcoon, Nuke Duck, Patrick, and Mickey. That is not a sentence that I was expecting to say at any point this summer.
And there is absolutely no way in hell that isn't weighing on their minds, because that has got to be crushing. That's got to be utterly crushing, because when you are players as well-renowned, as successful as the players on Vitality, you are right to have these high expectations of yourselves. To lose in this fashion, though, you got to feel for it.
I think as well, Oriana on Perks, signature pick, second most played career-wise. One of the picks you look at and go, he can have that performance, that game-changing impact. The same is true for Mickey on Thresh. The first Thresh of summer, and it picks up the most pivotal win. Unfortunately, I don't think tiebreaker games count for stats. I believe that's true.
It's still another name in the anime revenge.
Word, what an anime revenge arc.
But I think that's the thing here, right? Is that you're looking at Perks could have had the opportunity to do it.
Yeah.
Vitality could have had the opportunity if they could have found the team fight. But the way that XL played that game, they never gave them that opportunity. As you talk about Mickey being on point with these lanterns, he was great when it came to that early game and finding that success in mid, unlocking Nuke Duck, and that was what brought the success for XL.
Yeah, and actually, I don't think I gave enough credit to, while Vitality were denying some macro options for the TF, XL completely denied the Wombo.
Agreed. I think the adaptation mid-game, you have to give a lot of credit to XL. Congratulations, making it to playoffs. We're going to join Michael X with Medic.
Thank you very much, Trevor, and Dagda and Amir, great cast, obviously. Mickey, man, like, it's a bit of a cliche to ask this, but I'm going to start with this question anyway. How you doing, man? How you feeling?
Very tired, because we're here since game 1, so yeah, I don't know. Just kind of want to go to bed right now. I'm happy we won, so it's more like relief than anything else. And yeah, I think we can do well in playoffs, so looking forward to that.
Yeah, I think you've got a week and a bit to relax and to get ready, obviously, for playoffs. we could talk a lot about today and we could talk a lot about these games, but I think we've heard those sorts of stories before. I want to talk a little bit about you and your season with XL. Obviously, you came in for Advien in spring. Things improved. You got into playoffs. Now, in summer, there has been quite a spotlight on you, especially over the last few weeks. We had the Boxercast where you went 0-10. We had the Nautilus yesterday where you really struggled as well. And like, obviously there are times as a support when you have to engage and you have to be that front line. And if your team's losing, it's very hard to look good. How do you think your split has gone on your own metrics?
I think this split has been quite poor from myself individually, because I feel like in scrims, me and Patrick are actually doing really well every single game, and we're like kind of, when we came from Korea at least, we're like stomping everyone. So I felt really confident going into the split, and I felt like we had good games, but we were winning a lot because I was playing Yumi, so I wasn't actually playing the game, I was just there, you know. And then after that, yeah, I think after the break, I started playing a bit worse. Yeah, I felt like the only actual good game I had this whole year was probably the Renata game earlier against Astralis.
Astralis, yes.
Yeah, I think that was my only good game this year. So I was like low-key satisfied with that one, but everything else was like, yeah.
So can I ask, is there something specific you look at and you say, I want to improve? Because obviously, like, you have been at the heights of European League of Legends. You've been at the heights of International League of Legends. And now being in a position where you look at yourself and you say, I'm struggling, is there a game plan for improvement there? Is there something you're looking at and saying, if I do this, I can get back to where I once was?
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the split, we were actually doing well. I felt like I wasn't maybe contributing much, mainly because I was playing Yumi, so I was kind of focusing on talking more. So that was my focus at the start. And then when I started playing worse individually, when I played other champs than Yumi, then I was more focusing on myself, what I'm doing in the game, just started thinking more about what I'm doing, and then started watching other supports, what they're doing. I don't know, at some point I just felt like I forgot how to play the game, so I had to relearn it a little bit. So yeah, I think right now I'm fine.
Yeah, I get that. Obviously, if you want to watch good support play, I stream on Twitch. You can.
I watch regularly. Don't worry.
Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about how you guys are going to approach.
Explains my Nami game, you know.
Let's talk a bit about how you guys are going to approach the week and a half you have. Is there anything specific? Because obviously your bootcamp in Korea really helped you guys at the start of the season. Do you have something similar planned, although obviously not traveling around the world?
Probably not going to travel anywhere, but I think we might take a few days off because, well, we didn't really have much days off. I guess we had like, even the 1 week break that was between the weeks, we didn't actually take it off, maybe like 1 or 2 days.
Okay.
So I think maybe a few more days would be nice, but yeah, other than that, we're just going to try to prepare a good draft, get a good meta read, because I think having good meta read is the most important thing for LEC games, and especially in best of fives. And yeah, try to find whatever works for us. I feel like this week we kind of found it after a row game, so yeah.
Well, congratulations, obviously, again, on making playoffs. And thank you very much for talking to me after this. You will play up against the loser of this game in the first round. Is there one of the two teams you prefer to face?
Nah, I don't mind.
No? Take down either of them.
Yeah.
Thanks again, Mickey. After the break, our second and final tiebreaker of the night, Fnatic and Misfits face off for 4th place in the regular season, a difference of 20 valuable championship points for seeding in the playoffs. We'll see you all in a couple.
welcome back to the final game of summer regular season between Fnatic and Misfits Gaming, resolving the 4th place here in the standings. And before we go deeper into this pre-match, let's remind the stakes here with championship points, because if Misfits win, they snatch the upper bracket playoff spot of Fnatic, because Misfits would be 50 points tying with Fnatic in points, but getting the higher seed because more points in summer. The stakes is really important here, of course.
Yeah, I mean, guaranteeing yourself double
Upper
elimination,
brackets. Yeah.
win a series, qualify for Worlds. So much. You're like, you cannot underlie the importance of this game, of this rematch between these teams.
Yeah, because I've actually seen a lot on SoMe going like, well, why are we replaying this one? Surely it doesn't matter too much. No. This matters so much, because the fact that you start off in an upper bracket, you can afford to lose and still win one best of 5 to qualify for Worlds. You get so much extra breathing room by being the team that wins this matchup. And while traditionally we have seen lower bracket teams do well, you can't know. It's better to have the safety.
So as to the asterisk, you see here on the graphic, you get 20 extra points from this victory, so that's what it means. But again, before going to the analysis of this game, when you think of, I mean, the fact that I can't align any words right now, I can't imagine how the players feel. And this is going to have such an impact in the game for sure.
100%. Especially you carry over the fact, like, tiebreakers are like the most rare experience for players playing multiple games in a day, because usually when you play like a best of 5, for example, you play a game one after another, after another, after another. Here, these teams have been off for a game, and we just saw Excel, who had been off for 4 games, come back. They were able to power through it, but it adds another like mental layer, because you can't just talk about what you're going to play in this next game for 60 minutes. Like, you have to find some way of breaking it up and staying mentally focused.
And you know what's even more crazy in terms of like swapping everything around in the chaos we've had today? Fnatic's chosen red side. There's not a team that's chosen red side since week 4. And yes, granted, they did win on red side today. It's still that extra, like, wow, mind-blowing through coming here.
I was about to say they stay in a similar setup compared to fans in the studio, looking super good. But yeah, they stay in the same settings we saw them during the last game they played against Misfits. So I suggest we look at the draft to see what happened previously and dive on the first pick, I guess. Gwen for Irrelevant.
Yeah, and I mean, this was a big surprise to me, for one, just expecting both teams to go tanks towards the top side and play very heavily into scaling. But it's a pick for Irrelevant that he looked strong on in this game and offers Misfits so many scaling options that, honestly, overall, I'm a fan of the pick.
Honestly, I was as well. I was very confused when I saw it initially come through, because it is such a curveball from what we usually see from Misfits. Usually, especially now towards the later half of the split, Irrelevant has found his niche on the Sejuani, on the frontliner. But I tell you what, in this game, he still left his mark from the top side. In the team fights on this Gwen, he was doing amazingly in terms of like the Herald fight, where he was just coming through, finding one pickup, moving on to multiple other scenarios as well.
Yeah, and it wasn't like an easy game to fight through either, because there were just so many like team fight tools on the opposite side for them to fight up against. This question then becomes, it was Misfits taking Gwen in absence of something like the Zeri pick. But like we were talking about just a moment ago, this Gwen pick does offer so much value. And when you consider that we are in such a strong scaling meta right now, the way LEC teams have been playing the last couple of weeks, it is so much about the scaling. You can take picks like this even in the top lane. You don't have to rely on the tank.
Yeah, and I think there's just, Fnatic didn't see it coming due to the fact that, you know, once again, so out of the comfort zone that we usually get. But look how much that buys for you in a team fight. It's 4 members collapsing on 1 champion. He survives and take away the biggest carry on the opposite side of the spectrum. Even in a fight that Fnatic wins, it comes so close due to the fact that Irrelevant almost single-handedly is zoning Offset and Razork away from the affairs of the team fight.
Yeah, he really was soaking up so much pressure, but we have to talk about the man on the bot lane on the side of Fnatic here, because we talked about Zeri at the beginning of the day when it comes to AD carries and what to favor, and we saw that on the red side, Upset went for this champion once again. He got the key player of the game, and he was a monster on the champion once again.
Yeah, I mean, just yesterday he's setting an LEC damage per minute record on it, and again, he is the carry threat for Fnatic. It feels borderline insane to give this over towards upset. Again, the clips from yesterday, the 2v3 base defense, yeah, has some support from Hylissang, but this Zeri pick, giving that up is so painful.
And you can see they probably had an idea with what they wanted against this Zeri because they got some scaling aspects on Misfits from their own side, but I think if anything shows from the past 2 days, we've seen Upset in yesterday and today on this Zeri, do not give it to him. Like, he is just so annoying to deal with. You might just be better off taking it for yourself or making sure that this guy is just not playing it when putting on the ban, because like, it's these scenarios where he's great in a team fight, but also the intelligence he has as a player where it's like, Sansara is expecting him to be on the Drake, taking it. He thinks, you know what, maybe I can move it, smite it away. No, he's just waiting to solo kill you immediately. And the stat speaks for themselves once again. 23-1 in week 8 here on this series. I mean, absolutely bonkers. That's just like flashback to spring performance of Upset, the guy we have missed.
Absolutely. It's funny, people used to make the jokes about like Ornn being able to do like every role under the sun in League of Legends. This guy, again, has been backline, frontline, assassin at the end of that fight, waiting inside of a bush. It's just absolutely insane. And yet, Misfits walked into that. They were trying to set a trap of their own.
Yeah.
And their idea of how to play into it was a Vi and a Sivir, right? Sivir, you can match the scaling somewhat, so much team fight power. That, on its own, a pretty fine trade. You do match the scaling potential, have potential to outscale in the fights as well. And with a Vi, the idea is, hey, she's super mobile, we can go ahead and lock her down, but I didn't feel like Zanzara was able to have the impact he needed within the game.
Especially when we come towards the team fights as well, in terms of locking that Zeri down, because every time that we saw it, well, there was really no one who was good like targeting Upset. It was quite often Irrelevant who had to chase him down on the Gwen single-handedly, and even Vizio on the Zoe. Yeah, it's a comfort pick, and it looks really good in lane. The problem was that the gap between the early game to the mid to late game, we didn't have that bridge where it just solidified the Zoe bubble after the Zoe body bubble that really made the pick relevant. Having like maybe an Azir then instead that you want to play with the extra range, where it's way more consistent instead of being so reliant on hitting that bubble, really makes a difficult situation. So I think from the side of Misfits, if you really feel like, again, you want to play into the Zeri, it's more like in the fashion that SK perhaps shut it down, where you had the Viver, you had the Rakan, where there's multiple backline threats that can shut him down, because if you're only sending one member, he will kite you out.
But I was about to say, do you want to play into the Zeri? And for that, I want to check one of the last team fights of that game, because wouldn't it be better to give the Zeri maybe to Neon? We know that it's also a contested pick between the two of them, so I'm just wondering, what kind of change can we expect from Misfits when you look at this kind of team fight?
That's exactly what when I hear Fnatic play red side, I'm like, drop the Gwen. Just get this Zeri for yourself on Neon. We know he can play it too, and that he's quite comfortable on it. Of course, Fnatic can have their own answers into this themselves, but I feel like in that regard, you're taking away something that's a comfort for Upset, while taking something that's also a comfort and giving it to Neon.
Yeah, I mean, I think either banning away this area or picking it can obviously be a strong pick for Misfits. At the same time, I don't think it's 100% a requirement for them. Again, having an idea, knowing Fnatic love that pick, I think you have to come in with a better plan, because here's the problem. You look at Misfits' draft right here. Sure, the first half of their draft, they have answers to deal into the Neon, but then look at the difference between Renata Ornn as a second rotation Fnatic and a Zoe plus Leona. The difference in scaling power, in teamfight power, is just monstrous. The Renata Ornn is going to massively outscale and buff up all those other things, whereas with Misfits, they have Gwen and Sivir for scaling, and then the rest of the champions on their comp, they want to like fight, they want to jump on you in the mid-game. They are going to get punished the later they go. So I think Misfits, if they want to go stepping back into this handshake of Sivir plus for the Neon, that's okay, but you have to draft around that and play for the 5v5.
Sounds like a solid plan. We'll see what the teams have to offer for us here in the final game of the regular season. A battle for the upper bracket. Quick Shot and crew, please take it away.
High five, Quick Shot!
Yay!
Next mass. Let's go that way. No, I got it wrong. It's inverted. Ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else, at the beginning of this weekend, Fnatic only advanced to playoffs in 30% of remaining scenarios. Right here, right now, they are staring down the barrel of an upper bracket playoffs berth. That is the stakes on the line. Misfits taking on Fnatic for an upper bracket seed in playoffs.
I think it just goes to show how close the LEC has been in summer. Ridiculous. Teams which have gone from last to first or thereabouts, going right the distance to the table. It is right down to the wire.
Well, where are we dropping, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else? As we load up onto the Rift, Zeri is for sure a champion that Misfits do not want to face. And look at that. Azia, LeBlanc, Zeri banned away, followed by Gwen, Jarvan, and Sivir.
You know, after months of having the Jinx Aphelios in spring, some teams started saying, who gives a damn? Let's just ban both. Let's see what happens. And in this game, we're going to get a very different kind of game to what we normally see out of summer. Both the prime carries off the table.
We do know that Neon, though, likes to still go towards switches, still likes to go towards Yumi's, which is also left open. So curious to see if Hylissang wants to try and take that away, but they won't on this first rotation. So it could be something like that Yumi locked in here for Mersa, still go towards that late game. But Kalista, always something that you have to keep in your back of mind with the Zeri and the Sivir gone.
What I'd love to see right here, actually, is a Sylas lock-in immediately. I think already having the Ornn ult to steal and actually the Trundle ult to put on top of that Ornn too will be incredibly important. That considering it's a prime pick for VTO, it's one of its best, it's locked in.
Yeah, I still think the Yumi pick here, just kind of a no-brainer. Like, it's so incredibly strong at the moment, but it looks like they want to go towards the Aphelios first. So I think Upset, you can respond here with the Jinx if you want to. That's kind of something we've seen a lot across other regions that can do well into the Aphelios. Draven as well, also still up and available. The Humanoid eyeing up the Taliyah as a response to the Sylas.
Okay, Fnatic going straight into terrain, area control. You've got the Molten thingy from Ornn, you got the Pillar from Trundle, you got the Unraveled Earth from the Taliyah as well. Lots of ability to say, you're not entering this zone.
Also, the Taliyah very good into Sylas, very good into Poppy. The second you try to go in for the Absconded Duck, you go in for the charge, you go across that Unraveled Earth, you're only CCing yourself.
Now, interestingly, this will only be Humanoid's second Taliyah of summer. He picked up a win the first time he played it. He has a 10 KDA. When I do look at that Sylas, 5 games played for VTO, only 2 of them were victories. And for that Aphelios, 2 games played, 1 win apiece. Lucian and Amumu in the ban pool right now. I think Renata still open and available, has been one of the priority picks. I think Nautilus, another one to consider.
Okay, so when you look at Sylas and Taliyah as well, this is a well-studied matchup at this point. This is going to be a lot on timing from Misfits. They just pile onto a target when the Unraveled Earth cooldown is down. Problem is, when you get to 2 items, when you get that Unraveled Earth maxed out, the downtime of that ability is only about 2 seconds. Misfits already, if they're trying to dive into this backline, are going to have a very short window of time to do it. They need to be very precise.
I'm curious to see now what Fnatic want to go with. I think Jinx here is phenomenal. Very little backline threat here on Misfits at the moment. Jinx does very well into the matchup against the Aphelios, and you can then start to scale into that later portion of the game. It's something we see a lot, but actually going to be the Ezreal, which I'm not as big a fan of. I think Ezreal doesn't scale as well as something that the Ornn wants to have on his side, and as well can traditionally cater for a lot of the damage that you are missing on Humanoid on this Taliyah pick.
Yeah, it could have also been something like a Twitch. Just any of these like champions which hit your backline through the front line. That's your Sivir, it's your Zeri, it's your Twitch. They just go through them with whatever means they have. Ezreal kind of gets stuck on the front line sometimes. You have a Trundle to help you with that, but it's still not going to be easy chewing through the tankier members of Misfits.
One of the things that Upset has defaulted to often, his most played professional champion is Ezreal at 43 games prior to this. Misfits will lock in that Gnar for the 5th time for Irrelevant. His Gwen earlier today did not find the influence and the impact he was hoping for, and I'm waiting to see what Mercer runs in that support pool. It's going to be Yuumi. That's not a surprise.
No, it's not, but Fnatic, reminder, they picked Red side. They were also the last team to pick Red side in the LEC. Week 4, day 1 versus Vitality, and they've used this counter pick for support.
That is Hilly's Pike, though, for Fnatic. This is such a nice addition here. So obviously, I was kind of looking, going, hey, look, go for Upset, go for the late game scaling, make your presence known. But what they've said was, hey, Ezreal can actually free farm here in this bot side, and we can move Hilly around the map. We can start playing towards mid. We can try and get this game rolling in our favor early.
Remember when Mickey locked in Thresh and said, I will win this game, and we We're anticipating what could happen. Hylissang locking in Pyke is a gigantic signal for what this Fnatic roster wants to do to Misfits on the Rift.
I mean, Vito is also sat there thinking, thank you for the Pyke ultimate. That could be a game changer in the right skirmishes. In the 5v5s, you're looking at the Trundle ult to cut through the tanks. You're looking at the Ornn ult, the Call of the Forgery God, whatever, right? to get to that backline. But in the small skirmishes earlier into the game, that Pyke ultimate could be such a windfall for Misfits to get ahead.
Now, can Vito hijack it and use it against the likes of Trundle, Talia, Ezreal, find the targets? Will Mercer's final chapter on Yuumi make the final chapter of the summer season pop off? There is the love of my life in the audience. We're jumping in for Misfits versus Fnatic for the second time. Oh, sorry, I thought Fisher was there, my bad. Listen to the Fnatic audience as we hit the rift for Fnatic versus Misfits. Oh, thank you so much, Berlin. Thank you so much, LEC. Best birthday gift on the planet is 2 tiebreaker games in the battle for the upper bracket. If Misfits win, they snatch the upper bracket playoff spot from Fnatic, because they would get 50 points, tying Fnatic, but they will earn the higher seed because points in summer matter more. I want to turn our attention to the early game. We've seen these teams play today already. I want to talk a little bit about Razork versus Zanzara. It was one of the influential early game plays, but ultimately it was the Baron steal that unlocked a win for Fnatic earlier, Dacta.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be very crucial again coming into this. I think like a little bit of help is there for Razork though. You got Hilly here on the Pyke that can roam mid, help out with Humanoid, but as well, Razork just having a good time against the Poppy in general as well. I think the Fnatic should be trying to play heavily through this mid jungle, because I agree with Namera here. The mid game is really where you want to try and strike here as Fnatic. You've got Humanoid who can start to move around the map very well with the Weaver's Wall, trying to play in towards these side lanes, looking to disrupt team fights as well, especially if you can cut Neon off from fights. But I think the problem is that, like, if you end up in Misfits being able to get to a point where they're happy, where Neon hits 3 items, this is where the game can start to heavily shift over in favor of Misfits. I think the one saving grace for Upset on this Ezreal is there's no true tank on Misfits' side, so he won't have to worry about trying to get through something like a Sejuani or an Ornn.
Question is really after that point is how difficult can Misfits make it for the carries of Fnatic to hit? Is it going to be a Poppy ult shoving you out of the fight? Is it going to be the Yuumi zoning you out, or someone else just threatening that backline and getting you out of your optimum DPS range? It's going to be a lot of execution for Misfits to stop the Fnatic carries from free fire.
I keep my eyes on this Hail of Blades, Hylissang Pyke. Already popped out, looking at Mercer, looking for that bone skewer, because there is a lot of punish that can happen.
Razork, though, is going for this 3-camp start. He wants to try and make for an early play, so I'm curious to see exactly what he has planned here, especially with Hilly now crashing this wave on bot side. The wave will bounce back in towards the middle of the lane if they want to try and make a play on bot, or if Hilly just wants to link up with Razork and they go towards mid.
That's exactly what I was wondering, actually, because what you can do is say, all right, Razork goes from like top to bot, starts reversing the way back around the map, and then maybe the Pyke can start tagging along with them. But with this, done. Looks like Upset and Hilly not done with trying to punish the FLS Yuumi early on.
Time rounds. Neon right now has got that Yuumi on his back. The Prowling Projectile's doing some work. Zanzara making his way down. As Irrelevant's going to hop over. Look for that Hyper in the mini Gnar form. Currently a minor advantage sitting on the Cull as well. I mentioned this a couple games ago. Signals a little bit of the indication of how sort of slow the early game could play out. You don't tend to see that Cull if you're anticipating a lot of skirmishing and a lot of action.
And also just in Europe, we don't really shove a lot of resources topside, not on the whole. And I think you can understand why when we have a lot of players who are very good in isolation, just playing out that 1v1, and when you have so many players on the bot side.
Phantom Undertow Flash was fantastic. Neon caught by the Pillar of Ice. Prowling Projectile will start slowing people down. And that Q from Green won't tag Upset, but Summoner spells blown, heal and flash.
A rare miss from Hilly on the Pyke, though, doesn't get the Bone Skewer. Zanzara here, though.
Oh, Gravitum is up, can look for that charge. Zanzara will dissuade Razork. The root cleansed away from. Prowling Projectile comes out, and Upset and Hilly forced away. Cleanse, flash, as well as that Ignite Burn.
Okay, so both junglers showing their faces bot side. but nothing coming of it just now. It does mean that Misfits get to safely reset the lane.
This is a gigantic wave. Zanzara is just going to threaten, just going to send a message. You cannot afford to stick around. Despite the cheers, Upset stepping forward. Irrelevant's now gone Mega Gnar and chunking down Wonder. Big minion wave in front of him to work with as that boulder toss will now be cleared out. I think that's pretty big. Upset will lose some of that experience. I think he's stuck around underneath Hilly. There we go.
Razork was sticking around to make sure that Upset and Hilly could get this wave, but it does mean a huge amount is invested on the bot side for Fnatic with little gain. The flash is down for Neon, but flash from Hilly, ignite from Hilly, the ability to try and make plays towards this mid lane onto Video is now gone from Hylissang. So you have invested pretty much everything into making this bot lane play work, and it didn't come up for you.
And obviously, Misfits' job does get a lot easier if you are able to get that Sylas active early on. He's not going to be here for this top side play, though, as they're making a play onto Irrelevant.
The searing charge comes up, the hop doesn't find the target, but the Hyper is just about to pop! Wonder survives! First blood, Razork and Fnatic.
Okay, so there is a gap in the arrangement of Misfits. They're not there to protect that top side. They think it's a cull. We don't need to put anything top side. Razork seizes the advantage, seizes first blood.
Great job from Wonder as well to be able to just barely connect on that searing charge to make sure he could get that knock up set up for Razork to come in. And at least you're getting something here in the early stages for Razork. But again, Misfits happy to just farm it out. Video wants to get a couple of levels in his belt, wants to scale. Same with Neon. And when these team fights hit with Video having access to Wonder's ultimate, having access to Razork's ultimate, he's going to be very threatening in these skirmishes.
Let's take a zoom out. Nearly 1,000 gold lead for Fnatic, plus that first blood, plus 10 CS in the bottom lane. Despite the pressure and the engages that have happened with Neon and Mercer, it is costing them some of that CS. Remember, they shoved that gigantic wave up, which means it's denied under their tower. They had to wait in the bushes. So it will be a small advantage of 200 gold to Upset, in fact, despite the fact that it was Upset and Hilly that got ganked, that lost those summoners early on. Right now, the wave's slowly going to push in their favor. Hilly sticking around in that river. Zanzara waiting by Krugs, and level 6 are up for both respective top laners.
And the mid lane is actually where I'm keeping my eyes on. Humanoid has that Weaver's Wall. You've got Razork on the bot side. He's going to reset. It's curious to see with this small wave starting to group up on bot side if they try and punish as this wave was pushing out. Maybe try and turn that into Dragon, but Zanzara is here to try and at least even up that equation.
Well, this is one of the times where actually Sylas stealing the Taliyah role probably wouldn't be a bad idea to start matching that ability to play make across the map. You can see it's going to be a slow push back out. Misfits stacking up the waves so they can buy themselves a reset or a play on the map after this point. VTO needs to be ready to respond, though, if Humanoid looks.
It's really interesting to see the way both mid laners are playing, though. Humanoid leaning top side, trying to threaten Irrelevant, stop him for taking more towers, trying to stop Irrelevant from getting ahead, whereas we actually see Video leaning to bot side, trying to threaten Upset and Hilly and make sure they're staying honest.
Well, Irrelevant currently very relevant for the Fnatic game plan. Razork showing his face once more. Mega Gnar comes out, as well as that wallop. Level 7 starting to time out. Boulder toss goes wide. Flash is available. Razork doesn't have Subjugate. Waiting for the initiation. Wonder, call the Forge God.
Waiting for Mini-Gnar.
Call the Forge God. Waiting for the initiation. Volcanic Rupture is up. Searing Charge is available. There's the Pillar of Ice. The interrupt is fantastic. And the punish for the second kill.
Patience pays off for Fnatic in the top lane, and Razork gets 2 on the board.
I mean, it's great that they are setting Irrelevant behind, getting some control up here, but again, I think you've still got bigger issues across the rest of the map. So we'll have to see what Fnatic can do now that Wonder has this advantage topside. The fact that Razork has these advantages, they need to turn it into, you know, things like this Rift Herald, things like wins in skirmishes, using the fact that Razork should have his Divine Sunder very soon.
And on the other side of it, I'm wondering when Misfits can start getting Zanzara and VTO into the game, because actually we've seen not very much from the mid jungle so far. That's where I'm looking next. That's where the playmaking lies.
And of course, neither is the same is true for Humanoid, right? That level, the Weaver's Wall's been available for a little while. We saw some pings onto Herald. I must say, Fnatic also pinged Herald. Razork is near the top lane. Look at the bottom lane, by the way. Neon's making his way up, level 5 for now. Upset's got the True Shot Barrage at 6, and Irrelevant's going to be the next target.
Oh, not
Call
again.
of the Forge God will find its target. Irrelevant's time to tag up. Keeper's Verdict will send Razork away. The third kill of the game onto Irrelevant's Gnar.
Razork is playing this beautifully, immediately runs topside, gets into the bush, and Irrelevant has nowhere to go. He's like, oh, I can push in this wave. I've got my jungler here. He's on Rift Herald. I'm going to be fine. and completely catches Irrelevant off guard.
And put yourselves in the mind of Razork as well, playing against his former team. After this summer where Misfits, especially in the second half of the season, have been in the limelight, have been popping off. And Razork and Fnatic just 6 hours ago were on the verge of not even making playoffs. Now they may be able to, led by Razork, push Misfits down to that lower bracket 5th, 6th seed if they close this out.
Let it not be said, we don't hold the best entertainment right up until the last day. While this is happening, you do have good weapon combination. You have the Crescendum from the Aphelios to make sure you have a lot of ability to get that quick attack speed on the towers and go straight into melee range, which means that even though Herald is taken from Fnatic, you've already lost some plates on the bot side. There is a slight cross-map involved.
Does look like, though, Raz are going to move in towards this bot side. They want to see if they can right that immediately. See if they can put this Rift Herald in towards that side. Humanoid as well, looking with the Weaver's Wall, trying to see if he can cut Misfits away from this dragon.
Tecta, I'm going to ask you to evaluate a statement for me. Sometimes I say bold things. Do you think Zanzara has been invisible, has been outplayed, has had no opportunities? How do you describe from a player who has had early game impact over the course of the last few weeks, not having the opportunity now?
I mean, this is incredibly hard for... I might have to hold on to this. No, he's okay. It's incredibly hard for Zanzara to actually get into position here. He doesn't get to play around topside pretty easily because Razork had already moved up there. You've got Arcane Shift on bot side that makes it very hard to try and get involved in. You don't have level 6 until now for Mersa. There's very few places you can try and work with. These scenarios, though, with skirmishes, you could try and make something work. Look at mid lane. Humanoid already moving down. He's got priority there.
Yeah, and what Zanzara has also had to do is just cover bot lane. Every time that wave pushes out, Poppy has been called down there to at least keep the bot lane alive. It's just not been proactive. And again, when you're not being proactive, when you have this Sylas who will have issues with Taliyah later into the game, it does make me a little bit worried that Misfits haven't gotten off the ground to a flying start.
Let me take a look at this gold lead. Up to 2,200 since that 5-minute mark. Able to punish multiple kills onto Irrelevant. They picked up the Rift Herald, which is theoretically additional gold that Fnatic just need to secure. Wherever Razork decides to drop that down, Divine Sundra already picked up, and Hilly unlocked on the map now. You see his bot laner Upset is plus 20 CS. He's going to start backing away, just picked up that Essence Reaver. And anytime Hylissang dips into that fog of war, you have to be careful.
This is where Video becomes far more threatening, though. In these matchups, you tend to put a couple points into Q, then match your Kingslayer because you want to try and make sure you're able to clear these waves. So now fully maxed out on the healing, Video is much more of a threat in fights. When you look towards things like the Rift Herald in 4 minutes time, that's where you could potentially look to see if you can use Video in these scenarios. Irrelevant, though, is very much going to struggle in this game, and Nar being behind becomes very difficult to make work.
I mean, level 8 to level 10 right now. You'll see the experience bars jumping up. 10 across the board. Irrelevant just ding 9 on that wave. Under pressure. Upset as well has had the level advantage over Neon. Somewhat to be expected. Hilly moved away just a little bit. Not too much, but it's still small CS advantages in mid, top, and bot lane for Fnatic.
And what that signifies is just Fnatic being able to push in across the board really as well, and that's led to a lot of ability to just make plays. You can't see Razork coming.
Not again.
Leave Irrelevant alone!
Not again! Call of the Forge God! As well as the potential jump. I think Subjugate was thrown out too. Running, 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 running! Minino taken out by the tower. Razork gets the kill. He's on a killing spree. And this is a very relevant, irrelevant if you're a Fnatic fan.
And it kind of twins on to what we were just kind of mentioning. Actually, Misfits, they're hemmed back. It's a full court press from Fnatic. Vision has gone with that too. It means that Misfits, they just don't have the information to solidify all of their lanes.
And what I love that Fnatic are doing are continuously turning this pressure into objectives on the map. They already have the Rift Herald, which is about to time out, so they will need to plunk this down in mid. Fantastic. They're going to maybe actually get the play here.
Engage. Flashes traded back and forth. Rift Herald will pop up. Razork's in trouble. Keeper's verdict. Sends Shelly away. VTO can't find the kill. Needs one more hit. Needs one more hit, and he finds it. Misfits finally on the board. Shelly's going to start the charge up. There's now Mersa waiting for someone to jump onto. Will get the boop. The gold won't be shared, but first kill for Misfits.
First kill for Misfits, and it also shows the power of that stolen Trundle ult. Razork just melts in that 1 versus 1. VTO finally gets involved. It's very importantly so. Any more gold onto this Sylas, and maybe you can start seeing that magic, which we know VTO can do. This guy's such a great playmaker. Any resources he have, Very important.
And it'll be massively important as well when we look towards these next few neutrals. 1.5 minutes until the next Rift Herald. I imagine that we're going to see Misfits trying to put a lot more pressure up towards that side. Realistically, I think their best bet is to actually rotate Neon and Mercer up to that top lane before it kicks off. Let Irrelevant go to the bot lane, just because you can't really match with Irrelevant in the team fight. So you want to already try and split the map, trade structures, and then immediately move towards Rift.
I mean, for Misfits, this damage control, I will say that while VTO has had pop-off performances all year long, I do think for Misfits, they need to make sure they have the necessary vision to not allow Fnatic to sneak away those objectives a little bit more. Right now, Hylissang and Resort going on an invade of their own, controlling this jungle. Hylissang, remember, was putting pressure on Neon, picking up those Krugs. The first tower is secured. That gold lead extends to 3,000, and Fnatic can peel back to set up in the river for the next dragon.
Fnatic are playing this so well, using Humanoid's pressure, using the pressure now from that to move in towards this bot side, cutting members of Misfits off, and letting Upset get this bot tower.
Dagda, do you like Weaver's Wall just before an impending dragon fight? 45 seconds to go. Take a quick look at the cooldown. It's a little over 1.5 minutes, 100 seconds for Humanoid. It will unlock the steal, it will unlock the tower, and now Fnatic can start to step back.
A Cloud Dragon's nice, but it's way more important to get bot tower. It can even just deny you access as Misfits to the dragon, which is what the Weaver's Wall will be doing anyway. So you get a 2-for-1 on that. We just have to see if they can match now, because you won't have that gold you just picked up for Upset in items, because it's still sitting in his pocket as this dragon spawns.
And I love the way Fnatic played around that. It's actually a little hard to visualize, but if you're making plays in the middle of each lane, it's actually quite a large distance to travel, right? That's like that. If you're pushing in on mid and you're going to the jungle, it's almost half the distance you have to respond. Fnatic use that distance to say, yeah, we can get there with globals. Yeah, we can respond quickly. They go from mid, they go to bot, they get advantages in both because they're so quick to respond.
Cross map coming through from Misfits here, though. They're going, hey, look, you guys have dragon, you own the bot side of the map. We're going to try and get this Rift Herald and see if we can get some of the objective bounties that have actually spawned on the map as well now, with the lead that Fnatic have gained for themselves.
Rift Herald will be able to push that lead even further. We're getting golf claps from the Fnatic fans as they are stamping their authority on this game. Earlier today, Misfits and Fnatic played. It was a much closer affair at 16 minutes. Barely any gold or kills separating the teams. This time round, coordination, control, and frankly, punishing the top lane has allowed Fnatic to accelerate ahead. I mean, 1.5 items completed already for Wonder in the top lane. Irrelevance behind in experience. VTO has all but been, let's say, neutralized, shall we say, because the game hasn't been about that mid lane. Right now, Humanoid will be under some pressure. Moonlight Vigil will hold him in place. The final chapter will be flashed away from and followed from Neon. That's a shutdown, but at what cost? Irrelevant will be the target in the top lane. Gets taught out, he's tired. The hop, there we go. Kill from the death from below on Hylissang.
Okay, so you get the extra gold coming through from the pike hole. Hylissang, his first involvement in the kills this game, and the involvement is a 5th kill onto Irrelevant. This Gnar has been very, very punished by Fnatic.
Wonder, though, TPing down to the bot side, he's going to match the Rift Herald play, and I actually think he might be able to take out this Rift Herald. No, probably won't before it charges. Neon is here, Upset in behind them. They don't realize they're in danger.
Well, find out what happens, because Zanzara is inside the jungle too. So far, it's a 2-on-2. Mercer will be able to use you and me. Neon staying alive for now. Blue and purple forces the flash from Upset. Wonder is dashing away to safety. VTO finished. The teleport is trying to hunt down a target. Can he find Upset? No! The blast going by just enough time. Misfits about to pick up their 3rd kill of the game, and the Weaver's Wall brings Humanoid to the fray. Now VTO is in trouble. He's forced to flash over the wall to Zanzara, buying it some time thanks to that W. Razork getting chunked out low. Neon is forced out. Now Irrelevant has joined the fray. He's hopped forward, boomerang down.
He's dodging everything.
Goes golden. Meganar's timing up. Meganar's about there. That's a kill for Irrelevant. Misfits have closed this goal gap to 1,000. Hilly's running for his life and upsets the next target. VTO slaps down the chains for one more kill.
Fnatic horribly overcommit on the bot side. Misfits have all the damage they need. Wonderful play from Mercer to soak up the initial damage from Upset and turn the fight around.
Can you believe that swing in gold in one team fight? All of a sudden, Misfits are up. 1,700.
And we said it just needed one fight for Misfits, one opportunity for Video to get in, and it ends up being Fnatic who give that opportunity to Misfits. And I have to give a shout out to Mersa if we do get a replay on that, because Mersa was phenomenal here. Watch as Upset comes through. Mersa immediately disconnects and blocks all the damage that Upset wants to plonk in towards Neon. The exhaust onto Wonder means there's no more damage coming through, and buys time for Misfits to congregate on this, and the weaving, bobbing and moving in this fight for Misfits to take it over.
And this is the point where things get really, really funky, because both teams, they're feeling it. They really want to win this game, do it by their own hands, but it's an overcommittal from Fnatic. I mean, part of it is because just that sidestepping from Misfits, that utter gold dust, which we know this team has on occasion, comes out to play.
I mean, the fact that Irrelevant manages to survive for that long, Video with a great flank, everyone in Fnatic falls, and that's the gold that Misfits needed to accelerate themselves to that late game.
Irrelevant stares Fnatic in the eyes and says, "You thought I was locked in here with you? Fnatic, you were locked in the jungle with me." Now we have a game on our hands, a minor advantage to Misfits, but they are behind in towers, they are behind in dragons, they are minorly ahead in team fights, and they have to be careful because it's been controlled by Fnatic for the majority of these 20 minutes.
You can't let this get away from you. That last fight, they used the HP as a resource about as well as you can. Fnatic actually did more damage in that team fight than Misfits did. It was just spread across more members. If that doesn't tell you how close this game is and how Misfits cannot afford to feel safe, I don't know what will.
Also, look at the summoner spells that are available for Misfits. Almost everything is down at the moment. You'll have heal back up for the Dragon that's in 30 seconds, but Upset, Humanoid are going to have access to their summoner spells before everyone else, and that's where Fnatic can turn this back around.
Do you know what I love? We're also playing in a Hextech Rift. Good luck figuring out flanks. Good luck watching teleports, plus the hijack, plus the Weaver's Wall. It is going to be a difficult game to coordinate.
And that Rift, as you're saying, I think that benefits Misfits, because when you're looking at particularly playing against a Talia, you need to find those outside angles.
Weaver's Wall, call the Forge God, 1-2 members knocked up. Neon's been able to Gale Force away to safety, but the searing charge from Wonder knocks up Irrelevant. The hijack Tornold manages to keep Misfits alive, but they can't turn it around. Nobody dies. Vito just buying enough time. The re-engage! Death from below! Immediately countered by Vito, 1-for-1. Humanoid and Upset trying to take out Irrelevant. The seismic shove won't find the target of Vito. Is King slaying his way forward, looking for the attack. Abscond! Humanoid flashes to safety. He stays alive. The True Shot Barrage won't find his target, but Zanzara throws the buffet into the face of Humanoid. And Misfits once again take down Fnatic. The heal from Vito is disgusting. And Upset, True Shot Barrage is sidestepped. Misfits win the fight.
Video and Mersa refuse to go down. Video keeps alive for so long and they'll get the Dragon.
Are you not entertained? Misfits pick up their first Dragon. Nymera, how do they keep winning the fights?
It is just, again, hands on keyboards, stepping through those ultimates and those skill shots. And I look at Vito in that fight, he just knows how much damage he can take.
Oh man, the Dragon's still alive. Zanzara steps backwards. Hylissang's trying to buy some time. No death from below. He's going low, 300. Upsets the target for Vito. The stun connects. Vito finds the kill. Now Razork's joining the fight. Subjugate's been hijacked away. Vito wins these. Razork, you do not win this fight. 6-0-3. Vito looking down his former teammate, trying to pick up his 7th kill. Humanoid now throws out that Weaver's Wall for a treat, and Zanzara's Keeper's Verdict goes on cooldown. Vito bit off more than he can chew.
Vito saw it in his eyes. The Spring Split MVP wanted to make it happen, but now Fnatic are back on the map and they want more.
Let's go again. That's a fantastic bone skewer. The interrupt on the Hextech gate. Irrelevant's about to gnaw out. Final chapter is available. Starts being used. 1, 2, 3 members locked in place. Mercer's going to escape with his life. But all of a sudden, Fnatic, they've got themselves 2 kills back. Hilly's still chasing. Death from below is available. The Poppycopter, held on to for now. And by the way, while all that was going on, Neon took the top tower.
I love how both of these teams are not content to sit quietly. They are set here and they are ready to play. Both teams maybe staying a little bit more than is probably wise, but I love the fact that both are coming into this game with an eye for playmaking.
This was a little bit too far, though. The Dragon was available for Misfits. They thought that they could try and make the play happen, and BDO does get onto upset. Flashes forward, gets the kill here, but it's the follow-up as Fnatic come back out onto the map. Look at where Humanoid has ended up. He's right in behind Misfits on this play, so they have nowhere for them to run to as this fight starts to go sideways.
And we're starting to see, again, multiple times in this game, Stolen Trundle does a lot of work. You see why Vito is attempting to go for this play. Humanoids.
Well, here comes Zanzara, heroic charge into the wall! On the keeper's verdict, I mean, that was beautiful. I think they stop Baron.
I think they do. They have the perfect weapons for it too. You got that Severin Crescendum, Chakram stacked up super quickly. Fnatic, they have to respond.
I mean, Misfits, they've got spirit, baby. They've got heart. Their hands were bad earlier, but they fixed that part. Now it's time for Misfits to tell us what they can do. Bone Skewer goes out, tag on the Q. Hilly's dropped to 200 hit points. Baron's going low, white-green, Chakram spinning aplenty. Razork is no flash available, no blast go. True shot barrage does so much damage. Knock up into the air onto Neon. Baron's still 3,000 hit points. That's a Hex case over for Wonder. Flash is available for him. VTO's now got Yumi on his back. Baron's at 1,200. It's a fight on multiple fronts as VTO takes down Razork. Wonder is now being focused. Baron secured by Misfits. Wonder is getting wrecked, and Misfits have taken complete control.
Hilly wanted to get into that fight so badly, but BDO was keeping him at arm's length the entire time. One missteps there from Misfits could have been a field day for the Pike, but they won't let it happen.
And the difference maker is Fnatic want to be standing their ground, claiming an area and daring Misfits to come at them. Misfits are pulling them out of the areas they want to be in and say, no, you come to us, you fight us on our terms. They do it at the Baron and it works out beautifully for them.
We're TP in mid. They want to go again. Misfits don't want to let up the time.
Of course they do.
They've got Wonder up in 20 seconds. This is them trying to use the fact that they have this Baron buff to clear it as much as they can immediately before Wonder gets up and Zanzara is on the flank.
Medic, I need another play-by-play. This game is going ridiculous. Upset gets pinned against the wall, but the tower will be taken out 4-3. It's a 5,000 gold lead for Misfits. On the top lane, Humanoid is pushing the inner top lane turret. Irrelevant on the bottom lane is pushing that inner turret, moving towards the inhibitor. It was taken down just a little bit earlier, and Dagda, Baron empowered minions, Misfits using the siege.
And a minute until Dragon as well. They want to try and use both these factors. A minute 40 on the Baron buff, a minute until Dragon, but Humanoid is trading back. Bot lane inhibitor will be so clutch for Misfits, but they may be able to get both with how much they're pushing.
Okay, you can see that Fnatic with looking just go around the fringes, see if they can pick off Irrelevant again. But the part of the game where you're bullying the Gnar is well and truly over. Irrelevant still pushing in, still putting his name on the table.
Oh man, okay, Baron minions still up for another minute 10. Irrelevant's about to mega Gnar, level 15. Flash available to him, starts headbutting the towers. Boulder toss onto Hilly. Inhibitor number one, the focus. Moonlight Vigil thrown out from Neon. The inhibitor turn the bottom lane's taken out. The inhibitor in the middle is secured. Bone Skewer goes wide. Misfits looking for a second inhibitor. 3,400 gold on the Red Bull Baron power play, and they are in absolute control.
They'll get two inhibitors, and now they'll get two dragons as well. Misfits are controlling the pace of the game, and for Fnatic, they need to find that moment. They need to find that fight, but look at the gold difference between the two carries. That's the biggest problem for Fnatic right now.
3,200 gold. If you are just joining us, bear with me for a few minutes. The standings on screen are showing you why we have this tiebreaker game between Misfits and Fnatic. Both of these teams tied at 10 and 8. 1-1 head-to-head. Both of them with 5 wins in the second half. What is at stake for these teams is the championship points. Both Fnatic and Misfits are highlighted, 80 and 60. Whoever wins this game will add an additional 20 championship points to their tally. And because summer is weighted more highly than spring, it would mean that in the case of Misfits and Fnatic being tied at 80, Misfits would get the higher seeding playoffs, the upper bracket, the double elimination berth.
Yeah, it is that lifeline, right? And we knew that Misfits in spring, they needed a little while to try and work things out in playoffs. Didn't really come together at that point. An extra best of 5 in hand, should that situation come to pass, is so important. It just gives you that extra edge.
For Fnatic, what a surprising situation, not only to be in the tiebreaker game, but after how the early game played out, And that team fight around Blue Buff that ran on for 2 minutes, the teleports in, Irrelevant being relevant, is turning this game around.
It's just in the most Misfits way possible. They just fight the way out of it.
They really, really do. Send upset packing. The engage options are available. The Keeper's burning. Just throw no ult. Wonders rooted in place. The final chapter unlocks 2 kills and a tower. Misfits aren't done. Super minions are inside the base. If they play this right, they can win it out. Upset's caught. He's dropped. He's dropped with a shield to the face. Zanzara stepping into the shoes for Misfits, looking down the Nexus, looking at an upper bracket.
This is late game. This is Misfits domain, and this is Misfits game.
When it matters, Misfits step up, take down Fnatic, and take the upper bracket playoff spots.
Misfits they may be in name, but they have found their place in the upper bracket. They had all the chance to prove themselves, and they put it on show.
I have said it all year long, and I will keep saying it. There is something magical about Misfits in a deficit and their team fight. In a deficit at 14 minutes, they've only won 3 games and lost 8. But my word, those 3 games that they win make that now 4 lost 8 are spectacular nightmare. They've done it all year long, finding those, frankly, chaotic team fights and making it work.
And it's one thing to kind of see it on your screens, right? When you're sat across from this team, you can't help but get drawn up into just the whole pace of this game. You know, they are playing their own game, and every other team's starting to march to their beat.
And this game came down to several factors. Video, a monster on the Silas, but Mercer's Yuumi helping him out. Neon being that late game carry, but Irrelevant as well, getting battered and bruised in that top lane. He took it on the chin. He came back and said, I don't care. I trust in my team, and I'm going to have these plays that will help carry this game forward.
Gentlemen and everyone watching at home, about an hour ago, XL took down the super team of Vitality to make it into playoffs. About 5 minutes ago, the Misfits roster, with a week 6 substitution in the jungle, took down Fnatic to earn the upper bracket seed. Put yourselves in the mind and the shoes of Zanzara, a player that steps in, has lost 2 games in the last few weeks, and my word, what an influence he's had on the team.
And we've said this for a couple of weeks now too. On paper, Zanzara's stats, they're not miraculous. They're not going to be the ones which bulge your eyes out or whatever. But from the way you see the atmosphere of this team, from everything you hear in the interviews and everything the players say, this team has really found its atmosphere again.
Imagine that player, and everyone knows how Zanzara is in terms of playstyle and speaking and whatnot, hyping you up in those team fights. Okay, very quickly, G2 now has 5 minutes to decide who they want to face off in round 1 of playoffs. They can choose between Mad Lions and Misfits. Stay tuned for the bracket reveal in post-game lobby. I think it is a safe bet that they will elect to pick Misfits over Mad Lions, but it is G2 and you never know what they're going to do.
I think it's the pick they'll go for. I don't know if it's safe.
Yeah.
The way Misfits are playing, like, they look terrifying at the moment when they get to this late
I just
game.
want to see a whole series of Cap Silas versus VTO Silas.
Yeah, absolutely the case. We do have to go to break. When we come back, it'll be post-game lobby. Just before we do, I want to give a huge shout out to everybody for the tiebreaker games. Thank you so much. Best birthday gift ever. See you on the other side of this. GG, gentlemen. That was awesome. La 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 la.
Welcome to the LEC post-game lobby where we're all doing amazing after
doing
this
so good.
gigantic day of last day of regular season and tiebreakers and everything. I'm Laure. I think I am at least joined by...
That's you're Ender, right?
And you're
I'm
Ender?
Ender, yeah.
He's in some
Oh,
game,
are
I
you
think,
Ender? I'm
and
not sure
some
anymore.
Dane, whatever. Keep rolling.
What a day, and what a last tiebreaker also between Misfits and Fnatic. Misfits take it the second time around, but they had, I mean, they sweated for it.
I mean, they win the game, but not for before Irrelevant goes 0-5 on the Gnar in the top lane. He was just getting absolutely bullied throughout the game, but Misfits just turned it completely around in these team fights. I mean, this moment here, the late re-engage, the Yuumi heals throughout it. It was just incredible to watch.
Yeah, and I feel like Misfits even gave it to them. They named their top laner Irrelevant, so I'm not sure why Fnatic tried to shut him down. And then Vito just decided to be the man that's going to steal the show, and I think this team fight specifically, where he just ran amok. You already have a Sylas, you already have Vito, put Mercer on a cat on top of him. He's done it before against Mad Lions. Why not do it in a tiebreaker game against Misfits or against Fnatic to secure the upper game bracket?
Yeah, I mean, why not? Literally, it happened. It all started, too, with, like, the one kill Vito got on Razork in mid. Razork really greeted, holding out to put down the Herald. That started the ball rolling. And then once the team fights came around, just the longer the fight went, the better it was going to look for Misfits through all of their healing. You cannot underestimate the power of Yuumi attaching to a champion like Sylas that has inbuilt healing. Like, one Yuumi heal just gives you another Sylas heal, which gives you another cycle for Yuumi. It's madness.
And I was blown away. It sounds simple, the fact that he uses the pike to bridge the gap to get the second. I've gone up Doc to get the stun, but my God, Vizio just know the limits of a champion, even when taking away and including either other champions in his ultimate combo. Like, what a game. What games we've had today in general.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, if we can talk about the previous game. On that, though, it's super good for Misfits as they will play in the upper parts of the brackets during the playoffs. But you were saying, Goldberg, that we had a mad day today. I have to talk about the previous game, Excel versus Vitality. They needed one win going into the Super Week this week to get into playoffs. What a heartbreak for this team, Andrew.
Did you know, coming in with 100% of the scenarios where they would at least get a tiebreaker?
95%.
No team had a better road to playoffs than them. And I think that a lot of people will be quick to give them a lot of flack. And I think in terms of criticism of gameplay, of course, some of it will be justified. But trust me, no one is going to be harder on these guys than themselves at the end of the day, because this is such a massive devastation.
And the most brutal part, too, is like each one of the games they lost was so close, right? We showed the gold graphs like they had leads, and then it's just team fights back and forth, back and forth. Even once they lose the big lead, it still looks winnable for them, even today in their match. But no, it just slips away from them again at the final moment, and the rest of their playoffs hopes do as well.
Yeah, sad that the journey ends here for Vitality, and I don't think you can underestimate the effect of pressure and the pressure that this day can have on players and teams. So yeah, fans at home, please be nice to them, of course. But let's check the standings now, because as Vitality is out, it means that we had our 6 teams that will play for the playoffs, being Excel being the last one joining. Whew.
Wow.
They managed to save the day in the end. I don't know. I don't even know what to say
They
from
had
this
the
team.
easiest run of schedule coming into this Super Week. They should have secured it days ago. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. And I think now they're in a position where they can look back at some of their mistakes. They had a good ramp up. We've been talking about that for a lot of teams. And they can look towards Worlds. Like, even if you're not in a position to win the split, Excel out of nowhere, for the first time in the organization's history, can qualify for a World Championship and back-to-back playoffs, as you say there yourself. And I think for a lot of these teams, that's crazy. Misfits as well. Any game not any game they'll be having now, but if they end up in the lower bracket, any game Misfits is going to have might potentially be the organization's last game, and that's crazy to think about.
Well, coming to the world discussion, we have to take a look at championship points, of course, because with all places in the summer regular season locked, this is the final championship points counts. We have seeding the teams into playoffs. G2 Esports, we knew that they would come first. Rogue would be second, Mad Lions third, Misfits, Fnatic, and Excel. This is going to be difficult, especially for the Mad Lions when you think of Spring Split.
Yeah, I mean, so much on the line. G2 also decided to end up choosing Misfits to play against, so Mad Lions will not at least have to go up against G2 in the first round. But it's so awesome. I think we get to see Rogue versus Mad very early on. Fnatic versus Excel going to be a great series as well.
Is the thing, Fnatic already gets to start their lower bracket run. They've had success with that in the past, even though it sounds kind of weird. G2 on top against Misfits should realistically be in the easy path on towards that finals, and then a classic at this point in time with one of the new school rivalries, Mad Lions and Rogue. I mean, this is a spectacular schedule to have looking forward to playoffs. And personally, I can't wait for those best of fives.
Well, you know what? I don't get to wait for the best of fives. This is my last show, so I'm just going to run through the full-on prediction here.
Go on,
no
give it to us.
Give it to us. I will not be elaborating. So, if we go ahead and show off the bracket one more time here, I'm going to start with the upper bracket and get rid of that. G2 taking down Misfits. I believe Mad Lions are also going to be beating Rogue. That's going to give us a G2 versus Mad Lions in the upper bracket. G2 going to take that and go straight to our final. Fnatic versus Excel. That one is going to go to Fnatic, but it's going to be a long series. All 5 games, almost certainly. They would then have to play against the loser of match 1, match 2, so they play against Misfits. Fnatic beat Misfits as well. The plot armor is very, very thick for those
Endo, up the tempo.
Let's go.
Winner of match 4 then would go, wait, where does Rogue versus Mad slot into all this? This is getting confusing for me.
That's the second lower bracket, so Mad or Rogue.
Okay. So then Fnatic would then be playing versus Misfits? Is that how that works?
I think it is.
I don't know. I'm getting confused. You know what? Fnatic are just going to go on the run all the way through that lower bracket up until they play versus Mad Lions getting knocked down. Of course, Fnatic are going to beat Mad Lions. So we have a G2 versus Fnatic final again. Easy, easy, easy. But here's the trick.
And
right?
you left a couple time ago. I know, but things changed. You know.
You just told me things changed. G2 still finished at the top. Fnatic still made playoffs. But this time, Fnatic are going to win. Okay, Fnatic are going to take the whole damn thing. I'm big on the copium. Don't even get a mistake.
Of copium.
I mean, I can't see anything. I'm trying to not hear it, but I've taken off the glasses. I'm turning a blind eye to this.
Look, either I'll be correct or people will forget in 2 weeks and it won't matter anyways.
You're a genius.
Given the madness that was regular season, especially leading into the Super Week, I have no clue how the players are going to go. But one thing is sure, we have the Kia player of the game leaderboard and a winner in the likes of Niski. Fans' favorite, because we must not forget that it's a fan.
Fans' favorite?
Of course it is.
You mean Odoamne, the fans' favorite. How dare you?
4 wins for him.
I'm sorry, but
Thanks for
being
showing
down
up.
on the bottom side doesn't mean he's the fans' favorite. And you can try and run that narrative all you want, but here you go. There's a little hero montage of Niski, because even though they've had a little bit of a slow, ending to their split, Mad Lions, in terms of the start to the split, towards the mid of the split, was still piloted by a unit that was Elioya, and it was Niski in the mid lane, and Niski deservedly so has gotten so many key player of the games because of his performances, because of the consistency we've seen from this guy throughout the season.
I think it makes sense, honestly, that he ends up first. I mean, when you think of the fans and what Niski means to them, but also the impact that he had on the Mad Lions, as you said, Goldberg, making the team what it is today, basically, and uniting all the players together. But when we take a look maybe at the rest of the standings, you have Vitio coming second. We were saying that AD carry is OP. I'm saying mid lane is OP in the LEC.
Yeah, you know, maybe mid lane OP in the regular season for a little bit longer here. Still, obviously, monstrous impact. Love our European mids, but no,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I just can't support it. It's a rigged vote. I don't know. It's Odoamne all the way.
No,
Sorry, you're just wrong. You're just wrong,
maybe
voters.
next year, but
You're
yeah,
just wrong.
you get A for effort. That doesn't make sense at all. Perks is Perks is 5th. The year ends here for him. But let's think about the fact that he came back in Europe this year with Vitality, high hopes, but individually speaking, I think he really showed up.
Absolutely. I think he played some great games. And like the heartbreaking thing for Perks as well is like looking at all these last few games, like you could almost tell the moment when the game started slipping away from Vitality, because it was the exact moment where Perks was like, okay, well now I have to flash in. Like now I have to go and do something because we're starting to lose these fights. So like it adds an even larger level of pressure on him because he was feeling that pressure himself and he was the one that was like forcing it to such an extreme in those moments.
And I feel like, he's been so good from the early game, and I think the middle of the season for Perks was phenomenal too. Towards the later half, I think Vitality just couldn't make it click, and because of that, like he had to try and step up. But I think when you already feel that you need to do extra, that you're not physically capable of on the Rift, that's where it goes wrong too. So
Mhm.
I think like, yes, he tried really hard, but there's also sometimes trying too hard and then you suddenly commit to the wrong place.
Yeah, tons of credit to the EU GOAT, of course, and looking forward to seeing him again next year. And there you were mentioning Odo Amne. I'm just wondering how much Odo
No more Odo Amne, we've already talked about him. It's done. Whatever. Moving along.
How much do you think he suffered from the memes this year?
Oh, but that helped him. That helped him. The memes was he never got it. Look at him now. He was a 200 IQ and complaining about it all the time. And you guys fell for it. This guy has been the one leading the propaganda.
I was about to say, I didn't fall for anything. I'm the ringleader, man.
We'll see which of these players that we have still in the LEC will show up in the playoffs, but I think that's all for us here tonight. Guys, thank you so much.
Thank you.
For bearing with me and for being with me. Oh, Bedge. Okay, time for Bedge now. I'll be lowering my voice. We'll be taking a week break and we will be back for the LEC playoffs starting with Rogue versus Mad Lions on Friday 26th of August. Stay safe, guys. Don't int and go to sleep. See you soon.
Read me a bedtime story. No.
And welcome to the final day of the LEC 2022 regular season, live from Berlin, Germany. 3 teams are still in the fight for the 2 last playoff spots.
Zedfar's presence enough, Jonghun flashing as well. And this champ is dumb. The kit is cool, but like she is dumb. Yeah, dumb. Losing 50% of his health as well, but Patrick's the one to step forward, and so many times he's stepped up in the past. The hostile takeover was perfect for Mickey. And as Kobe stepped in, Patrick takes him down. And that champ is dumb. His ult's up in 1 second. Niski, Shadow Surge hits on it. Does it go for it? Does it? Come on, Niski! Do it! It's the call of the hour! Come on, Niski, that's what we like to see!
Rufflecopter, 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 Rufflecopter! That's gonna send Haru flying, but the final chapter gets primed. It does not matter.
Really bad, but
Is it gonna come out?
Rogue away. He doesn't get. Shh, he's your audience. Shh, shh, shh. He knows that!
What did I just
Actually, to be honest, it's very heartbreaking for me because Wunder, Perks, and Mickey, all in different teams, and I really wish that I could smash them myself. So.
Next slicing forward, lands the stun onto Caps, the first two, the double! Caps going forward, punches away, Jezu spinning in, but he still cannot kill Caps, a triple for Yankos.
Buy some time with that stopwatch. Teleport from Alfari coming in mid lane, but he might be too late. Not going to be able to get involved. There was stop. Nuke Duck interrupted the TP.
Axel, they're looking to return the favor, get revenge. Vitality knocked them out in spring. Axel, knock them out in summer.
Only 40?
That's disappointing. Boo.
On the hunt is up for Neon as well. That's going to be the turn call. The forward roll is huge. That's it. That's all Fnatic needed. Fnatic have booked their ticket to playoffs and they take down Misfits.
Yeah, push them out, Kiwi. Yeah. Good. No cameras here.
Whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart line bling, and I keep ignoring, hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, I just need some space, yeah. All of your faces and all of your problems, you love to blame me when really you cause them. It's always the same thing, it's making me nauseous. I can't take your call today. Hey, whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart line blank, and I keep ignoring, hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, still I need some space, yeah. Space, some 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 space. you push me away. With every word you say, can tell it to your face. So I keep ignoring whenever you're calling. Cause all of your faces and all of your problems, you love to blame me when really you cause them. It's always the same thing, it's making me nauseous. I can't take your call today. Whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart line bling, and I keep ignoring, hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart line bling, and I keep ignoring, hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, still I need some space, yeah. Some space, I need some space.